Chapter 226, His Shape. 232. Xiaoying came to the Pokémon Center, paid the treatment fee, took back her own frog and parasoral office, and went directly to Yu Hai's villa. When he arrived at the villa, he saw Yu Hai cooking in the kitchen, so he came to the kitchen to help. His frog and parasoral office were not seriously injured, but they were just overexerted. After an afternoon of rest, it did not affect the training in the evening. Yu Hai's frog was different. The frog needed to rest for 2 days, and the crab needed to rest for 1 day. In fact, the crab was not injured and could continue training tomorrow. Yu Hai and Xiaoying were chatting in the kitchen while cooking. They talked a lot. After dinner was ready, they had dinner together. After a short rest, Yu Hai and Xiaoying went to the grove again for the evening training. Tonight's training was special, because Yu Hai's mosquito-repellent frog and giant crab, Xiaoying's parasol mushroom and mosquito-repellent frog had experienced battles in the afternoon. They came here to say that they were training, but it was better to say that they were accompanying Han Han to hit the tree, otherwise Han Han would not be able to sleep at night. While the mosquito-repellent frog did not need to train and needed to rest, Yu Hai released the mosquito-repellent frog by the fire. Yobo, Yobo, Yu Hai touched the head of the mosquito-repellent frog as soon as it came out, and it also showed an expression of enjoyment, not understanding why Yu Hai suddenly touched its head. Mosquito frog, you performed well today. I will give you 2 days off. You should have a good rest. The counter-attack of Ice Blast is still too great. I need you to learn the defensive moves from Xiaoying's mosquito frog to avoid the counter-attack of Ice Blast. Yobo Yobo, the mosquito frog nodded to show that he understood, looked up at Xiaoying, and signaled Xiaoying to release the mosquito frog. Xiaoying also cooperated very well. She immediately released the mosquito frog and explained to the mosquito frog that Yu Hai's mosquito frog wanted to learn to defend, and asked the mosquito frog to teach Yu Hai's mosquito frog. Yobo, Xiaoying's mosquito frog nodded to show that he understood, and he would teach his predecessor to learn to defend. Xiaoying, has your mosquito frog learned to climb the waterfall? Yu Hai remembered that he had mentioned before that he would teach the opponent's mosquito frog a combined attack. In the evening training, Xiaoying's mosquito frog and his mosquito frog first learned to climb the waterfall. I don't know if they have learned to climb the waterfall after so long. Mosquito frog, have you learned to climb the waterfall? Xiaoying turned to look at the mosquito frog after hearing Yu Hai's question. After 6 or 7 nights of learning, it was unknown whether the mosquito frog had learned to climb the waterfall. Yobo, Xiaoying's mosquito frog heard the waterfall climbing and looked at Yu Hai's mosquito frog. Seeing Yu Hai's mosquito frog nodded, it immediately retreated to a piece of grass and began to demonstrate the waterfall climbing. The waterfall climbing of Xiaoying's mosquito frog started very slowly. After the water flow appeared under its feet, it burst out with amazing jumping power and jumped onto the tree. Not bad, you can let your mosquito frog learn the combined attack technique with my mosquito frog. Yu Hai could see that after today's battle, Xiaoying should have been envious of this combined attack technique for a long time and probably couldn't wait. Okay, Brother Hai, Xiaoying nodded excitedly and told the mosquito frog, you should learn from your predecessors well, understand? Yobo, Xiaoying's mosquito-repellent frog nodded seriously and followed Yu Hai's mosquito-repellent frog. After the 2 mosquito-repellent frogs left, Yu Hai explained to Xiaoying, the key to the burst of waterfall climbing is the burst distance. My requirement for the mosquito-repellent frog is within 1 meter. 1 meter. Xiaoying knew that Yu Hai was teaching him how to learn combined attack skills. He immediately took out a small notebook and prepared to write down all the information mentioned by Yu Hai. Just now you saw that the burst of waterfall climbing is instantaneous. The burst distance needs practice. The starting point and landing point of the waterfall climbing burst are compressed to within 1 meter to be qualified. Why? Xiaoying was puzzled. Why should she control the distance when she could just burst directly? Because the explosion of the waterfall has 2 fatal weaknesses, that is, after the explosion of the waterfall, the frog cannot dodge or turn in the air. If the opponent seizes these two weaknesses of the frog can be defeated by using these two weaknesses. If the waterfall explodes face to face within 1 meter, the frog will have no weakness. Anytime, anywhere, no matter how far or near, the maximum power of the waterfall explosion can instantly hit the opponent. Even if it is dodging, the landing point can be controlled at will, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, instead of only 4 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, so that the opponent will know that after avoiding the explosion of the waterfall, the frog will lose control and pose no threat to itself. So that's it, Xiaoying suddenly realized, recalling the battle of the frog this afternoon. Every time the frog uses the waterfall explosion, the distance from the electric beast is the same, it seems to be about 3 or 4 meters. Even if it is dodging the attack of the electric beast, the landing point of the waterfall is also 3 or 4 meters. It turns out that this is the reason. Then the limit of the waterfall climbing burst of Brother Hai's mosquito-repellent frog is within 4 meters. Xiaoying, do you know why the distance of the waterfall climbing burst is constantly compressed? I don't know, Xiaoying is very single and doesn't pretend to know. If the mosquito-repellent frog is an arrow, and it is fired with the same force, which one will have greater lethality, hitting an enemy 10 meters away or hitting an enemy 3 meters away? Yu Hai just gave a simple example. It's an enemy 3 meters away, Xiaoying thought about it and chose the closer enemy. The answer is correct. This is the benefit of compressing the burst distance, which can increase the power of the waterfall climbing burst, Yu Hai nodded secretly. Xiaoying is really smart. After all, she only has an elementary school education. It's good enough to understand these. The benefits of compressing the burst interval are more than just increasing the power. You have to know the fatal weakness of the waterfall climbing, which is that it cannot turn or dodge in the air. In order to overcome these two weaknesses, it is necessary to compress the interval of the waterfall climbing burst to within 1 meter, so that every burst of the waterfall climbing is an opportunity to turn and dodge. The burst within 1 meter will not leave this weakness in the air. A 1 meter interval allows the mosquito frog to burst and dodge the attack instantly, and also land next to the opponent, and burst the waterfall climbing to attack the opponent with full force again. This is the continuous burst of the waterfall climbing, which is why I require the interval to be controlled within 1 meter. If this requirement is not met, just like the battle today, after each burst of waterfall climbing, the mosquito-scented frog needs to readjust the attack distance to burst the waterfall climbing with the maximum power again, which is very troublesome. Even if it uses waterfall climbing to dodge the attack, the mosquito-scented frog will only fall 3 or 4 meters away, and the mosquito-scented frog will miss the opportunity to use waterfall climbing continuously and miss the opportunity to attack the enemy. Spacing, power, and direction are the 3 core essentials of waterfall climbing burst. You have to remember that once the mosquito-scented frog masters the burst spacing of 1 meter, most elves will not be able to react, and the attack of waterfall climbing bursts instantly. I remember, Brother Hai, Xiaoying silently wrote down what Yu Hai said. He knew that these things were real treasures that would benefit him for a lifetime, and he would treasure them for a lifetime. Xiaoying, even such a mosquito-repellent frog is not invincible. The superpower perception of the psychic elves can instantly sense the explosion and landing point of the mosquito-repellent frog, but if the body's reaction cannot keep up, it is useless. Even a psychic elf can only be beaten. Superpower perception? I remember it, Xiaoying nodded seriously and took note of Yu Hai's reminder. The best way to train the burst interval of waterfall climbing is to run every morning, Yu Hai reminded again. It is useless to know the principle. If you don't know the training method, it's useless. So that's it. I thought it was just a simple run, but I didn't expect to use waterfall climbing. Xiaoying suddenly realized how important it was for the mosquito-repellent frog to run every morning. Before, he was still wondering why the mosquito-repellent frog could become so strong with just a simple run. It turned out that it was not that running was simple, but running with waterfall climbing was not simple. Regarding the combined attack with the waterfall burst, the only thing left is what moves to use with the mosquito-repellent frog's fist. This is very simple. You can use whatever moves you want. I don't need to tell you this, right? I understand, Xiaoying nodded to show that she understood. After all, the key to the waterfall burst is all about controlling the distance between the feet. As long as you improve your proficiency in the waterfall, you only need to practice the combined attack with the fist. Okay, if you still don't understand anything, just ask. Yu Hai finished talking about the waterfall, leaned against the tree trunk, and planned to take a break and look at the stars. He gave Xiaoying everything he could give her. As for what will happen in the future, it depends on Xiaoying herself. Brother Hai, I want to know what ice burst is. Xiaoying looked through the small notebook and found that there were no mistakes. After that, Xiaoying curiously asked about the explosion phenomenon during the fight between the mosquito-repellent frog today. That is a natural phenomenon called thermal effect. When the ice fist and the lightning fist collide violently, a lot of heat will be generated, resulting in high temperature and high pressure, and then it will explode. This thing is very complicated. You just need to remember that the ice fist and the lightning fist can explode, and the ice fist and the fire fist can also explode. It must collide very violently. I remember it. Xiaoying silently memorized this explosion trick. Today, Brother Hai's mosquito-repellent frog defeated the electric beast with this trick, and his mosquito-repellent frog should also be able to learn it. Be careful when using this move. This move has a serious counter-injury and needs to be used with guarding. Yu Hai had already seen through Xiaoying's little thoughts and would definitely let the mosquito-repellent frog try it. Is this the reason why Brother Hai asked the mosquito-repellent frog to learn to guard? Xiaoying found that she was seen through and was a little embarrassed. Suddenly, she remembered what happened just now. Only by holding on can we completely resist this explosion. Yu Hai sighed slightly. This move is not easy to develop. Most people don't know it and just think it is a normal phenomenon. After all, it is common for elves to explode during battles. But he knows the principle. When combined with other moves, the explosion can only hurt the opponent and not himself. I remember it, Brother Hai. This is what Xiaoying has said the most tonight. Who said that the amount of information tonight is too much, so much that Xiaoying can't sleep at night? Xiaoying put away the small notebook, and after a little entanglement for a moment, he mustered up the courage to ask Yu Hai about the cultivation methods of other elves. After all, there is such a good opportunity to ask for advice, he really doesn't want to miss it, even if he has to spend money to buy it. Brother Hai, my grandfather asked me to ask you if there are any other elves. My grandfather said that you can buy it with money. Xiaoying, your parasitic mushroom is very good with the old dean's notes. You just need to cultivate it according to it. Yu Hai knew that the old man was greedy, but it didn't matter to tell Xiaoying. After all, it's all investment, and it doesn't matter how much return there will be in the future. As for whether he is afraid of skipping stones? Haha, Xiaoying has already turned into his shape. How could he skip stones? What about the electric monster and the long-winged gull? Xiaoying asked again. Hearing the names of these two elves, Yu Hai shook his head helplessly and said, Long-winged gull, I use it as a mount to assist elves in training and fighting in rainy days. I don't have a breeding method. You can breed it yourself. You can also go to others to learn. As for the electric monster? It depends on how you want to breed it and which route you want to take. Route. Xiaoying was very confused. What does breeding have to do with the route? If you want to take the fighting route, the breeding method of the mosquito-repellent frog can be applied. If you want to develop the power of electric moves, just increase the upper limit of the electric monster's power storage. If it is other routes, you need to explore it yourself. I don't know. So that's it. Xiaoying wrote down the two breeding methods of the electric monster. As he was writing, he suddenly realized that since the breeding method of the mosquito-repellent frog can be applied to the electric monster, then other elves can also be used. There is also an increase in the upper limit of power storage and the development of the power of electric moves. This training route is also good. Can't the electric monster absorb electricity? When fighting, you can absorb the opponent's electricity and return it to the opponent. By the way, why can the ground system restrain the electric system? Why is the electric system ineffective when attacking the ground system? Xiaoying asked Yu Hai about this question. Brother Hai, why is it ineffective for the electric system to attack the ground system? The ground system is not conductive, isn't this common sense? Yu Hai just finished speaking, and then he thought of the lack of compulsory education here. Water can conduct electricity, which is a blind spot in knowledge, let alone the ground. Then he explained, Xiaoying, it is the rock that is not conductive. If the armored rhinoceros opens its mouth, it will still be electrocuted. If the electric monster absorbs too much electricity, it can be introduced into the ground through the ground to resolve the electric attack. I understand, Brother Hai. Xiaoying carefully wrote down these 2 knowledge points and went to check the information when she had time. If all the electricity can be introduced into the ground, the tactic of using the electric monster to jointly defend against the electric elves is feasible. After seeing that Xiaoying was fine, Yu Hai also took out his own notebook and prepared to make a new training plan for the elves. The previous training plan was not to be overturned, but the priority of the training plan should be put on the back. After the battle this afternoon, he also realized that the attack range of the mosquito frog was a bit narrow. How can there be no ground-type moves to deal with electric elves? If the mosquito frog can shoot mud, it doesn't have to be embarrassed to only hit the ice ball. Before learning to defend and apply it to ice explosion, it is still necessary to master 1 or 2 ground-type moves. 233 Chapter 227, New Training Plan, Additional Update. 233. The ground-type moves that the mosquito frog can learn include mud shooting, earth power, digging, heavy stomping, earthquake. Wow, it can actually learn earthquake. Yu Hai saw the most powerful ground-type move, earthquake, in the mosquito frog move pool. Then the frog will learn this ground-type move, as well as mud shot and stomp. You can start with these 2 moves and gradually get familiar with the use of ground-type moves. There is no need to learn the most difficult earthquake right away, as well as earth force and digging. The water-type frog already restrains the rock and ground types. If it is stepped on while digging, the damage will be doubled, which is not worth the loss. Also, earth force is a special attack move, and the frog is strong in physical attack. Earthquake can't, that's it. Mud shooting is a long-range move, and it can still be learned. After all, the accuracy of the water gun has been practiced to perfection. It would be a pity not to use it. There is also an ice ball. If you throw it with the power of waterfall climbing, it will be an ice ball shell, and the effect should be very good. Previously, the training of mosquito frogs was to climb waterfalls and run in the morning, sense moisture in the afternoon, and practice combined attack skills with waterfall climbing as the core at night. Now we need to add the learning of holding moves, integrate holding into ice explosion, and release holding defense when the explosion occurs. Learning mud shooting and learning heavy stomping are also preparations for learning earthquakes, and the accuracy of ice ball throwing also needs to be practiced. Learning holding is very simple, and integrating ice explosion is also very simple, but after using holding once, the success rate of the second time will decrease, only 1/3 of the first time. Even if you want to use ice explosion in the future, if you don't want to cause serious injuries that require bandages, you can only use ice explosion 3 times at most. Alas, there are pros and cons, there is no such thing as perfect. It is also very simple to learn mud shooting. Giant claw crab knows this move, just let the mosquito frog and giant claw crab learn it. As for heavy stomping, iron rhino knows it, just let the mosquito frog and iron rhino learn it. It only takes a little practice to throw the ice ball, after all, there is a training foundation of water gun. In total, there are 4 moves that the mosquito frog needs to learn. The order of learning is to guard, mud shooting, heavy stomping, and ice ball throwing. As for the learning time, the morning waterfall climbing and running cannot move, and he also hopes that the mosquito frog can compress the interval of the waterfall climbing explosion as soon as possible. The moisture perception in the afternoon is the top priority. The mosquito frog without superpowers and waveguide can only work harder. Then cut off the training time of combined attack skills in the evening and use it to learn new moves. The training plan for the mosquito frog has been rearranged, and the next is the giant crab. In this afternoon's battle, the giant crab performed well. Since it has learned high-speed movement and has mastered mud shooting and digging as ground-based moves, the iron wall and sword dance should also be put on the agenda. There are also 2 ground-based moves, stomping and 100,000 horsepower, which should also be used as backups. I will learn them later, and wait until Han learns them first. After the giant crab learns iron wall and sword dance, it will also learn ice or insect-based moves to increase the attack surface and avoid being restrained. The previous training time for the giant crab was to run with high-speed movement in the morning, run with high-speed movement at noon, and run with high-speed movement at night. Thinking of this, Yu Hai immediately released the giant crab. Ku-Kei, the giant crab just came out and scratched its head with its small pincers, looking at Yu Hai in confusion. Is it going to train? Giant crab, you also go over there to learn to defend, let the mosquito-scented frog teach you. Yu Hai raised his hand and pointed to the 2 mosquito-scented frogs not far from the fire, who were learning from each other. Ku-Kei, the giant crab turned around and saw the mosquito-scented frog, crawled over and shouted, Ku-Kei, Yobo, let's learn together. The mosquito-scented frog patted the giant crab, and asked Xiao Ying's mosquito-scented frog to continue to explain how to use defend. Seeing that the giant crab started to learn, Yu Hai thought that the giant crab's high-speed movement and running in the morning would remain unchanged, and the afternoon would be used to learn new moves, and the evening would be used to run. After all, high speed is the basis of the giant crab's high attack, high defense, and high speed concept. Without speed, everything is nonsense. If you have to rank them in order, high speed is the most important, followed by high defense, and finally high attack. The giant crab can also learn instant amnesia to increase its special defense. When the double defense is fully stacked, who can stop it? Unless the opponent can eliminate the enhancement of the giant crab, or transfer the enhancement on the giant crab, he will be exhausted to death. The training plan has been set, and now it is how to learn. Iron wall and sword dance are not the original moves of the giant crab, and learning is somewhat difficult. It is safer to find a teacher. Because he mentioned it in a book he read these days. On the difficulty of elves learning non-original moves. The book has made it very clear, and there is also the experience of predecessors. The problem of the giant crab is not whether it can learn, but how to get started. You can't learn non-original moves just by watching the move CD. The book also said that the difficulty is quite high. He should not be stubborn and don't mess around. It's faster to find a teacher directly. Anyway, he has money. Tomorrow, find a good teacher for the giant crab to teach it to learn iron wall and sword dance. Come back at night to learn to defend. This is a magical skill and must be learned. Then there is the armored rhino. What can I say about this fool? It was time to start the battle, and he didn't know if it would listen to his command. That was why he didn't dare to release the armored rhino to participate in the last battle today. He didn't know the armored rhino's fighting spirit, whether it would obey his orders, and if it couldn't, it would be a joke. Although this possibility was very small, he still had to be careful. After all, it was a 5 million bet. Also, the previous training of the armored rhino was rock grinding and rock climbing in the morning. In the afternoon, this guy didn't train at all. He slept until he woke up naturally, and only came here to hit the tree at night. He trained Sanya while eating. In this case, the afternoon will be used to learn new moves, 100,000 horsepower. Traits like stepping and stomping, even in running, running is right limb training. Horn slams are also trained at night, and tooth-related moves are also trained during meals. Iron Rhino can attack the 3 major parts of the opponent, and they have all been trained, which is not bad. Iron Rhino now lacks practical experience. Let's find time to let Iron Rhino play 2 low-end games another day. The training plan for the 3 elves has been reformulated, and it's over. The remaining elves are auxiliary elves, and we will talk about it later. After reformulating the training plan for the elves, Yu-Hai turned a page in the small notebook and counted the small money. The things I bought in the past few days: I spent 10,000 on knives, 30,000 on food for 2 people, 10,000 on blankets, 10,000 on snacks, 95,000 on calcium tablets, 15,000 on treatment, and 10,000 on massage. Total cost, 180,000, 180,000. The total profit in the past few days was 1 million in the first game, 1 million in the second game, and 5 million in the third game. Total, 7 million. The previous balance was 10,078,000, more than 10 million. Total, 17,078,000, more than 17 million. After deducting the expenses, the remaining balance is 16,898,000, more than 16 million. Including the 27 million in the bank card, his balance successfully broke through the 40 million mark. With more and more small money, he didn't expect that spending money would become a kind of trouble. It's just that the high-level water stone of Te Miao, he can't buy it even if he has money. He was very annoyed. Who on earth collected so many high-level water stones? He couldn't figure it out. After calculating the account, Yu-Hai closed the small notebook and put it in the backpack beside him, quietly looking at Xiaoying, who was still studying, the 3 mosquito-repellent frogs who were still studying, and the armored rhinoceros that hit the tree. Looking at the time, it was only 9 o'clock in the evening, and it was still early, so he leaned against the tree trunk and took a nap for a while. Until Xiaoying pushed him awake, their training tonight was over, and then they put out the fire and returned to the villa. He prepared supper for the elves. After everyone had supper, they fell asleep on the sofa. They didn't have time to sleep on the floor as planned. 234 Chapter 228, Learning New Moves. 234. The 12th day after arriving at Hassa Island, sunny. Waking up in the morning, they were still busy with breakfast. After breakfast, everyone started morning exercises. Including Xiaoying's elves, but Xiaoying's mosquito-repellent frog was arranged by Xiaoying to train waterfall climbing and running. The other elves were still training their accuracy. Yu-Hai's mosquito-repellent frog had an injury on his right arm and did not do morning exercises. He watched everyone train boredly. Yu-Hai did not run in the morning, only Xiaoying was jogging. He took out the incubator, charged the incubator, and took out the elf egg to gently wipe the surface of the eggshell. Today is the 9th day of hatching the elf egg. There are still 6 days to know whether this egg is a Spearow. After gently wiping the Pokemon egg, he put it back into the incubator, called the frog and went outside the courtyard. Seeing them leave the courtyard, Xiaoying stopped jogging and curiously followed outside the courtyard to see what Yu-Hai wanted to do. Frog, how many meters is your current waterfall burst limit? How many times can you use it? Yu-Hai came outside the courtyard and asked about Frog's current training progress. Yobo yobo, Frog heard the waterfall and immediately ran on the grass outside the courtyard. Okay, that's it. Yu-Hai pulled out the tape measure to measure the starting point and landing point of Frog's burst after Frog used waterfall to run 3 steps in a row. Seeing Yu-Hai and Frog here, Xiaoying, as well as the giant claw crab, the iron rhino, the Farfetch'd, and Xiaoying's frog, all stopped running and curiously watched Yu-Hai's actions. Yu-Hai also measured the 3 distances after the mosquito-repellent frog climbed the waterfall under the gaze of Xiaoying and several elves. Each time the distance was about 4 meters, with an error of no more than 10 centimeters. He felt that 4 meters was almost the limit of the mosquito-repellent frog, and it would not be very effective to continue running. It was time to make it more difficult. After the meditation, he asked the elves to continue training and called the mosquito-repellent frog back to the courtyard. Brother Hai, is there any problem with the mosquito-repellent frog climbing the waterfall? Xiao Ying was learning waterfall climbing from Yu Hai and was very sensitive to anything about waterfall climbing. Seeing that Yu Hai was still in deep thought, he did not interrupt him at first. He did not catch up with him until Yu Hai finished thinking and returned to the courtyard. No problem, it's just that the running training for waterfall climbing has reached the limit, Yu Hai explained to Xiao Ying. Limit? 4 meters. Xiao Ying did not quite understand the meaning of limit. Running training for waterfall climbing has reached its limit. Running can no longer compress the distance between waterfalls. We need to increase the difficulty of training. So that's the case. Then we need to add weights to the mosquito-repellent frog, Xiao Ying asked. Yes, Yu Hai also thought so. After more than a week of running training, the distance between waterfalls was only compressed by 1 meter. I don't know when the running of the mosquito-repellent frog has no effect. When the mosquito-repellent frog recovers from the injury, it's time to add weights. Only weight training can continue to compress the explosive distance between waterfalls and speed up the training of the distance between waterfalls. However, he feels that the limit of weight is only 2 or 3 meters. After the weight is ineffective, it's time to use some black technology. While wearing the weight, the mosquito-repellent frog was artificially given gravity, double gravity, triple gravity, and even quadruple gravity. Probably only under gravity can the distance between waterfalls be compressed. Once the distance between waterfalls is compressed to 1 meter, when the gravity restriction is released, he cannot imagine how terrifying the explosive power of the mosquito-repellent frog will be. Don't worry, Xiao Ying, wait until your frog reaches its limit, and then it's not too late to do weight training. Yu Hai patted Xiao Ying on the shoulder, asking Xiao Ying not to worry too much. It's too early to worry about this problem now. After calming Xiao Ying's restless mood, Yu Hai went to put away the charging incubator and started morning exercises. Xiao Ying also remembered Yu Hai's words, just like his grandfather told him yesterday, asking him not to worry about the evolution of frog, whether it is weight training or the evolution of frog, it's too early for the current frog, so he also started morning exercises. The morning exercises ended quickly, and I don't know what happened. The little fat man didn't come this morning. After lunch, everyone took a nap. After waking up, Yu Hai was packing up and took back 10 elves. He was going to go to the department store to find a teacher for the armored rhino and the giant crab to teach the 2 elves new moves. After Xiao Ying learned that Yu Hai was leaving in the afternoon and looking for a teacher for the elf, he did not plan to train anymore. He also wanted to go to his grandfather to ask if his grandfather had bought him gems and elf props. Just when they were about to leave, the little fat man came to the villa and shouted to Xiao Ying before entering the door, "Xiao Ying, I also have a third elf." "Fatty, what kind of elf is that?" Xiao Ying, carrying a backpack, greeted the little fat man outside the door. "It's a mushroom. I asked my dad to buy it for me." The little fat man took out the mushroom and showed it to Xiao Ying. He knew that Xiao Ying also had a parasitic mushroom. His mushroom was the same as Xiao Ying's, the only difference was whether it was evolved. It turned out to be a mushroom. Xiao Ying lost interest when she saw the mushroom, because he had one, and it was an evolved version. "Huh? Where are you going?" The little fat man asked puzzledly when he saw the backpacks on Xiao Ying and Yu Hai's backs. "We are going to the city to do something. Do you want to go with us?" Xiao Ying asked. "Ah! I just got here." The little fat man was speechless. He just arrived, and he left before saying a few words. How could you play with the fat man like this? The fat man felt uncomfortable. In fact, if the fat man was not afraid of running, he would not have come as soon as he got the mushrooms in the morning, and it would not have been such a coincidence. "Okay, stop talking nonsense, let's take a taxi." Yu Hai locked the door, waved to the two, left the villa, and came to the highway to take a taxi. After the three got in the car, Xiao Ying and the little fat man started chatting in the car again. The two chatted all the way until they stopped at the sailor bar. Since Xiao Ying wanted to find her grandfather, the car stopped at the door of the sailor bar. Yu Hai got off the car and went straight to the department store. Before leaving, he told Xiaoying that he would come to the sailor bar later. Arriving at the department store, Yu Hai went straight to the third floor of the department store, entered the Move CD store, and went directly to the store owner. At that time, he just passed by in a hurry. I think the boss should not know him, a little unknown person. After all, there are many customers every day. Who has the time to remember everyone's appearance? Boss, I want to find a 100,000 horsepower armored rhinoceros and armored tyrannosaurus, as well as a giant crab or a big crab that can sword dance and iron wall. Looking for a teacher? Do you want the kind that guarantees teaching and learning, or the cheap kind? The boss asked. Guaranteed teaching and learning, the sooner the better. Yu Hai also put forward his own requirements. Guaranteed teaching and learning is a bit expensive, little brother, you have to think carefully, every experienced teaching master charges different fees. Money is not a problem, Yu Hai waved his hand, he doesn't have much else, but he has a lot of money. Here are 2 addresses, you can find them yourself. These 2 teaching masters charge relatively cheap, not expensive, and not random. Thanks, boss. Yu Hai took the address and left the Move CD store. The owner of the store did not charge an additional referral fee, but this fee is indispensable. Because he went to learn new moves, it meant business was coming to him. Even if there was no referral fee here, there would be one there. It was estimated that there was a mature set of hidden rules for fees. He guessed that it was probably calculated per person, and it seemed that it would cost a lot to introduce one person to learn. Yu Hai didn't care about the twists and turns. If it was too expensive, he would just not learn it. After leaving the department store, he followed the address on the note and took a taxi to ask the master to drive over, saving the trouble of looking for it himself. He first looked for the teacher of the armored rhinoceros. The car drove all the way to the northern suburbs of the city. This place was already very remote. There were basically no high-rise buildings. Only some low wooden houses were left, and it was close to the wild forest. The address on the note was a wooden house near the forest, but he didn't see anyone outside the yard door. He only saw 2 armored rhinoceros lying in the yard, sleeping. It seemed that he had found the right place. It should be here, so he walked up and knocked on the door. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. Who is it? An old, hoarse voice came from the wooden house. It should be an old man. I was introduced by Heron. Yu Hai directly reported the name of the store owner. The store owner told him to say so. Introduced by Heron? What moves does your elf want to learn? The grey-haired old man opened the wooden door and saw a young man standing outside the door, then asked. My armored rhino wants to learn 100,000 horsepower. I don't know how much the master charges, Yu Hai asked while asking. He was also thinking that if it was not expensive, it would be fine to pay for the learning, and it would save a lot of trouble. He had shown the CD to the Iron Rhino several times, but the fool had not yet learned 100,000 horsepower. It seemed that the video teaching alone was still a little lacking. Just like the high-speed movement of the giant claw crab, it took a long time to learn the high-speed movement. He didn't want to wait that long, so he used the alliance coins to open the way. 20,000 if you don't guarantee to learn, 50,000 if you guarantee to teach. The old man looked at Yu Hai and quoted the price. Okay, here is 50,000. Yu Hai took out 50,000 alliance coins, which was 50 times the price of the Move CD. Teaching is really a profitable business, and the profit is too big. I don't know if it is to force the trainer to find someone else to learn new moves, and the teaching video in the CD is just nonsense, just to make this profit. The young man is a straightforward person. I guarantee that your Iron Rhino will learn 100,000 horsepower this afternoon. The old man received the small amount of money, and smiled immediately, and asked Yu Hai to release the Iron Rhino. This is my armored rhino. Please teach me, master. Yu Hai released the silly armored rhino and introduced his Pokemon to the master. It was just that the armored rhino just came out and yawned, as if it hadn't woken up yet. It came to the water basin of the other two armored rhinos in the yard and drank water in big gulps. Because the noise of drinking water was too loud, the water stains were also on the other two armored rhinos, which attracted the dissatisfied glares of the other two armored rhinos. Haha, sorry, Yu-Hai saw this silly rhino snatching water from other rhinos, and hurriedly used the poke ball to collect the armored rhino again. It's this armored rhino. I'll try my best to teach you. If you can't learn it today, you can come again tomorrow until you learn it. After seeing the silly look of the armored rhino, the old man didn't dare to guarantee that he could learn 100,000 horsepower in one afternoon. It's okay, just watch and teach me. Yu-Hai scratched his head awkwardly at this moment. He didn't know why the talent of the armored rhinoceros was not in the brain, but in the muscles. Come out, Tyrannosaurus. The old man took out the poke ball and released his own Tyrannosaurus, and asked Yu-Hai to release the armored rhinoceros again. Tyrannosaurus, you can't make trouble this time, you must learn new moves from the seniors. Yu-Hai released the armored rhinoceros again and told the armored rhinoceros seriously. Hulu, hulu. The armored rhinoceros listened to Yu-Hai's nagging, nodded, and yawned loudly. Seeing that the armored rhinoceros didn't care, no matter how he looked at it, he was perfunctory, which made Yu-Hai speechless. He wanted to slap the armored rhinoceros twice to wake up the stupid one. Duo, the armored rhinoceros looked at the armored rhinoceros at his feet, and was actually sniffing around it. He looked up at his old man trainer helplessly. What should he do? It's okay. Just try your best to teach it, just like before. This time, teach the armored rhinoceros 100,000 horsepower. The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head, waving his hand to let the armored Tyrannosaurus take the armored rhinoceros to the woods to learn 100,000 horsepower. Duo, the armored Tyrannosaurus nodded gently and turned to the woods. Yu-Hai saw that the armored rhinoceros was not in a good mood, so he took out a mineral lure ball and coaxed the armored rhinoceros. Iron armored rhinoceros, why don't you follow your predecessor quickly? You must learn 100,000 horsepower, understand? If you can't learn it, you won't have food tonight. If you can learn it, I will reward you with this. Hoo, really? The armored rhinoceros rushed towards Yu-Hai as soon as it smelled something delicious, but the mineral lure ball was held high by Yu-Hai, and the armored rhinoceros pounced empty. Hurry up, you can only eat it after you learn it. Yu-Hai kicked the armored rhinoceros hard. Anyway, this guy was thick-skinned and didn't hurt at all. However, when the iron rhino thought about eating the mineral lure, it followed the iron Tyrannosaurus happily. After watching the two elves go away, the old man took out a teapot and poured a cup of tea for Yu-Hai. He sat on a stool under the eaves with Yu-Hai and chatted casually. Everyone was chatting about family matters. Yu-Hai also asked the old man indirectly, but if he went to personally teach the iron rhino, could he learn it? The old man told him to let the two guys get familiar with it first. Then, Yu-Hai sat under the eaves of the old man's wooden house and chatted with the old man for a while. There was no way not to talk about these things. The old man kept silent about the iron rhino. After chatting casually for a while, the old man got up and went to the woods, saying that he was going to check the learning progress of the iron rhino. When Yu-Hai proposed to go together, the old man refused Yu-Hai, saying that it was a secret for him to teach the iron rhino to learn new moves, and others could not watch. In this regard, Yu-Hai had to give up, but instead released the big-mouthed gulls and let them quietly follow the old man to observe the progress of the armored rhinoceros. 235 Chapter 229, Hot Things. 235. Next, he took out the elf cultivation book and read it out of boredom until 4 hours later, when the big-mouthed gulls came back. As soon as the big-mouthed gulls came back, Yu-Hai had no time to ask, and the old man came back with the armored Tyrannosaurus and the armored rhinoceros. Before the old man came back, he used the elf ball to take back the big-mouthed gulls. When he saw the armored rhinoceros running over, he stretched out his tongue and wanted to lick him, just to ask for the mineral lure. Master, has the armored rhinoceros learned 100,000 horsepower? Yu Hai saw the armored rhinoceros tongue, pushed the big tongue away, and asked the old man following Han Han. I have learned it. You can let the armored rhinoceros show you. The old man nodded slightly and gave Yu Hai a satisfactory answer. The armored rhinoceros looked stupid. In fact, it is quite smart. Finally, under his guidance and the repeated demonstrations of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the rhinoceros rhino learned 100,000 horsepower in one afternoon. He had already let the rhinoceros rhino use it in the woods, and the orange aura emanating from its body was the same as when the Tyrannosaurus Rex burst out 100,000 horsepower. After confirming it many times, he brought the rhinoceros rhino back and gave it back to Yu Hai. Learned it. Yu Hai took out the mineral lure ball and threw it to the rhinoceros rhino. After getting a verbal response from the master, he opened the rhinoceros rhino's proficiency panel. Iron Rhino. Attribute, ground plus rock. Gender, male. Potential, 58.03%. Level, 24.98%. Features, hard head / 21.15% hidden feature, sacrifice / 16.17%. Mastered moves, double return / 10.22%. Rocket headbutt / 15.31%. Rock grinding / 15.26%. Crushing / 15.82%. Thunder fang / 6.45%. Frozen fang / 12.94%. Flame fang / 11.91%. Rockfall / 6.21%. Stomp / 8.99%. Sacrifice charge / 18.14%. Shoot down / 7.37%. Stomp / 9.17%. Horn charge / 23.53%. Sleep / 22.81%. Impact / 23.21%. Dig / 8.73%. Rock climbing / 11.27%. 100,000 horsepower / 1.28%. I haven't looked at Han Han's proficiency panel for a week, and the changes are really big. The potential has increased a little bit, probably because of the gems. It seems that gems are very useful. If you keep feeding Han Han gems, I don't know if Han Han's potential can be piled up to 59.99%. Also, the level has increased by 3 levels, which is not much, and he is also very satisfied. After reaching the elite level, the level increase has slowed down. Also, the hard head feature has increased the proficiency by 3%, and the self-sacrifice feature has increased by 2%, which is not bad. If Han Han can keep hitting trees every day, these two characteristics can increase steadily. The final change in moves is: rock grinding increased by 5%. Crushing increased by 2%, which is specially used to crush hard food. Lightning fang increased by 1%, Han Han doesn't like to use this move to eat. Frozen fang increased by 4%, Han Han likes to use this move to eat. Flame fang increased by 2%, Han Han sometimes likes to heat it up before eating. Self-sacrifice collision increased by 2%, sometimes it is used when collision is not enough. Horn collision increased by 3%, and this move is often used when hitting trees. Sleeping increased by 3%, which is quite a lot. I guess I slept in a lot. Collision increased by 2%, and this move is often used when hitting trees. Rock climbing increased by 4%, it seems that running is still useful. Finally, there is Han Han's new ground-based move, 100,000 horsepower. The moment he saw this move, there was no need for Han Han to demonstrate it. Since it was already displayed on the panel, Han Han had indeed learned this move. The old man did not lie to him, so he said goodbye and left. Young man, come back next time if you need it, I will teach you until you learn it. The old man was reluctant to see Yu Hai leave. There were not many young people who were so willing to pay. When the old man said goodbye to Yu Hai, he was still promoting his armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, asking Yu Hai to come back next time if he wanted to learn any moves, and he would give the best price. Yu Hai did not take the old man's farewell too seriously. When Han Han needed to learn new moves next time, he didn't know where he was. Looking at the watch, it was past 5 in the afternoon. He did not plan to visit another teacher, and planned to visit the teacher of the giant crab tomorrow. When he came to an empty and deserted place, he released the big-mouthed gull and took the big-mouthed gull to the sailor bar. He didn't know if Xiao Ying was still in the bar after 4 hours. After flying for a while, Yu Hai landed at the door of the sailor bar. Yu Hai took back the big-mouthed gull and entered the bar alone. Since the right arm of the mosquito frog was still bandaged, there was no need to release it. When he arrived at the bar, Yu Hai went straight to the waitress and asked where the old man was. When the waitress saw Yu Hai, she recalled the mysterious man yesterday, who was the mysterious man in front of her, and knew her boss, so she told her where the boss was. After learning that there was a second floor, Yu Hai came to the second floor, knocked on the door and entered the private room. The old man in the bar was indeed inside. Seeing Yu Hai coming, the old man also waved his hand tactfully, drove away the waitress who was serving tea and water, and asked Yu Hai, "Why are you here again? I made an appointment with Xiao Ying to meet here, why didn't I see him?" Yu Hai sat on the sofa and said the purpose of his visit. Xiao Ying should be in the battlefield, fighting with others, the old man explained. Fight? Ha! Yu Hai smiled helplessly and asked curiously, what did that kid think? Those trainers couldn't find a way out, so they chose to challenge Xiao Ying. The old man didn't know what Yu Hai had misunderstood, so he explained for Xiao Ying. You allowed it too. After Yu Hai learned the reason, he realized that Xiao Ying was protecting him from disaster. This kid was thoughtful. I reminded Xiao Ying that it was just tens of thousands of dollars. The old man smiled helplessly and didn't care. Oh, when did you become open-minded? You almost lost your life for tens of thousands of dollars. What are you trying to do? Yu Hai didn't give the old man any face and directly exposed his true colors. Haha, don't mention it. The only thing I misjudged was you can really keep creating surprises. The old man sighed softly, feeling extremely helpless. Fortunately, he gave in at the beginning, otherwise the result would be unpredictable. Okay, I'll go over and take a look. Yu Hai stopped chatting with the old man. Knowing where Xiao Ying was going, he planned to say goodbye to the old man and go over. By the way, there are many people who want to find you, including trainers who offer millions of dollars, just to learn how to breed mosquito-repellent frogs from you. Do you want to meet them? Not interested, Yu Hai waved his hand to refuse, and told the old man, "Old man, I have given all the breeding methods of mosquito-repellent frogs to your grandson. You decide whether to pass it on." Yu Hai didn't know that the old man mentioned the breeding method just to test him, but he didn't care about it. Waterfall climbing seems powerful, but it is not so easy to practice. It will take several years to master it. He didn't believe that the young and energetic young people could endure such hard training, even training one move every day for a year. Young people who are eager for quick success and instant benefits, even if the magic skills are in front of them, just want to take shortcuts. After Yu Hai left, the old man also took out Xiao Ying's notebook from under the sofa. It was Xiao Ying who gave it to him just now. The notebook recorded the complete mosquito-repellent frog combined attack skills, with waterfall climbing as the core training skills. After reading this training method, he couldn't help but sigh that Yu Hai dared to think and do. Incredible. He thought this combined attack skill was very ordinary, but he didn't expect that it was really ordinary, but the research on waterfall climbing was not ordinary at all. At the same time, he also understood that the strange explosive power of the mosquito-repellent frog yesterday, what was it? Where does it come from? If there is such explosive power at 4 meters, what about within 1 meter? Xiao Ying just told him that the smaller the distance, the greater the explosive power. I can't imagine how explosive the mosquito frog will be after the waterfall is compressed to 1 meter. He is also a trainer who has had the mosquito frog for decades. It is just an ordinary waterfall. I didn't expect that the other party could play like this. He didn't expect it for decades. Maybe he is living a dog's life. The other party uses the waterfall to increase the explosive power of the mosquito frog. Each hit can cause that kind of explosive damage, which is several times the original damage. He didn't expect it. The waterfall is the feet, and the fist is the attack. It is still a good combination, and the combination can be switched at will. In fact, he has seen this combination before, but he has not studied it in depth. Others have also used it. He feels I felt it was very ordinary, so I didn't pay much attention to it. The training focus on the notebook is still on compressing the spacing and bursting continuously, which can overcome the weakness of waterfall climbing and increase its power. He has foreseen that once the breeding method of the mosquito frog is revealed, water-type Pokémon such as the mosquito tadpole will definitely usher in a wave of price increases. Even more than that, the strength that the mosquito frog bred in this way can burst out. He also saw it yesterday, and it will definitely subvert Pokémon such as the mosquito frog. With waterfall climbing and ice explosion, the mosquito frog can face electric moves on the battlefield and can directly confront electric Pokémon that use thunder and lightning fists. Because the opponent's mosquito frog defeated an electric beast yesterday, it can be said that this set of breeding methods is the best proof, and the upper limit of the mosquito frog has been raised by this breeding method. In addition to the mosquito frog, Pokémon that can learn waterfall climbing can also benefit from it. This is just the beginning. With the rise of the mosquito repellent frog, everything related to the mosquito repellent frog will be further affected, including elf cubs, food, props, battles, especially high-level water stones. Even elves who can learn to climb waterfalls will be affected. After realizing this, the old man found that he couldn't think too deeply. Once he thought more deeply and more carefully, he was suddenly shocked and sweated on his back. He found that this piece of cake was too big. Whether it was taking a bite out of the tiger's mouth or redistributing the cake of Hasa's city, he found that he couldn't hold it at all. The relevant interests involved were too big. He also found that this thing was not a good thing at all, but a hot potato that could attract countless people's jealousy and bring about a fatal disaster. Not only did he not dare to expose it now, he also had to find a way to help the other party and his grandson conceal the breeding method, and he also had to expose the defects of this breeding method to reduce the covetousness of others. So, this thing is really hot to the touch. He realized this after his grandson showed it to him. If he had the strength of a quasi-king now, he could still keep this cultivation method, but he is old and can't even maintain the strength of a senior level, not to mention that he is no longer young. It seems that he has to find an opportunity to remind Xiaoying to be careful. Before he has the strength of a quasi-king, he can't expose this cultivation method. Now he knows why the young man is so low-key. It turns out that he has to be low-key. According to the records in the notebook, as long as the mosquito-repellent frog dodges the first wave of attacks and charges with the backhand, the mosquito-repellent frog can decide the outcome with one punch. Because he also thought of a fighting-type move with the greatest power, the Chi Fist. Fighting-type attacks are ineffective against one attribute, resist 5 attributes, double restrain 5 attributes, and single restrain the remaining attributes. Once the opponent is hit, except for the ghost type and the other 5 resistance attributes, the remaining attributes of the elves can basically be decided by one punch. There are some training methods for waterfall climbing. This method is also terrifying for the mosquito-repellent frog, and it is not just the mosquito-repellent frog. As long as the elves can learn to climb waterfalls, this training method can be used. The changes to the elves can be said to be reborn. If it is not so powerful, he would not say that this piece of cake is not enough for the grandfather and grandson. Slowly closing the notebook, the old man sighed softly and fell into deep thought. This training method should be kept by Xiaoying. When Xiaoying grows up, let Xiaoying figure it out by herself. Whether to teach others or keep it in her heart for a lifetime, it is up to Xiaoying to decide. I believe that Xiaoying at that time can really stand on her own. I don't know whether he, the old man, will still be there at that time, and there is no need to worry about what will happen 5 or even 10 years later. It's useless to think too much. Who can predict what will happen 10 years later? Yu Hai, who left the sailor bar, didn't expect the old man to have so many little thoughts. Anyway, he didn't care. After all, the real core of the mosquito-repellent frog training method is the moisture perception he accidentally discovered in his proficiency panel. He didn't believe that after so many years of development in the elf world, no one had discovered that waterfall climbing could be used in this way. It was just that many people cherished it. However, for him, things that didn't matter, in the eyes of the old man, directly set off a storm in his mind, shocking the old man's life for the rest of his life. When he arrived at the 6 battle sites on the site of the elf center, he saw Xiaoying using the waterfall climbing that the mosquito-repellent frog had just learned in the battle. At this time, on the battlefield, Xiaoying's mosquito-repellent frog exploded under his feet and was fighting a monkey monster. There were many gamblers in the audience who were shouting with red faces and thick necks. Obviously, they bet a lot of money and cheered for their elves. It's just that Xiaoying's mosquito-repellent frog has just learned waterfall climbing, and it's still a little short of the heat. The footsteps are unstable, and the burst distance of each waterfall climbing is uncertain, sometimes 7 meters, sometimes 8 meters. Once the attack is dodged by the opponent, it needs to readjust the attack direction, and it can't use waterfall climbing continuously. Even if you want to burst in close, the opponent doesn't give you a chance. The frog was still in the burst of waterfall climbing, and the opponent seized the opportunity and knocked it down. 236 Chapter 230, Han-Han's First Battle. 236. The monkey monster took the opportunity to seize the weakness of the frog after the burst, dodged the frog's attack, grabbed the frog's punching arm, and threw it over the shoulder, defeating Xiaoying's frog. Alas, after all, it is still a little lack of proficiency, and the weakness of the burst of waterfall climbing was also seen by the opponent. This is also the reason why he said that you must use the backhand, must burst within 1 meter, and must be able to burst continuously before you can use this move. If Xiaoying's frog has learned all these, the battle will not be so troublesome, and he can just dodge and punch and end the battle. It still doesn't work. Frog, Xiaoying sighed slightly, took back the frog with the poke ball, and thought of Yu Hai's story last night. The 2 weaknesses of the waterfall burst came to his mind. The weakness of being unable to turn and dodge in the air after the burst can only be avoided by shortening the burst distance. No wonder Brother Hai emphasized within 1 meter. If you can't burst face to face, the flaw of this move is too big. He just saw the 2 flaws of the waterfall, and the mosquito frog was defeated on this. Brother, your mosquito frog also uses that kind of burst technique, but it's still a little short of the heat. The mosquito frog can't control this power. If you can be as powerful as the mysterious trainer yesterday, I might lose. Did you see it? Xiaoying sighed. He only used it 3 times and was seen by the opponent. Brother, do you know the trainer yesterday? I saw you together, I want to meet him, can you introduce him? I will tell him. Xiaoying nodded lightly, without talking to the other party for a long time, took out 10,000 alliance coins and threw them to the other party, and wanted to leave the battlefield. However, Xiaoying just turned around and saw Yu Hai standing behind him. It was obvious that Yu Hai had seen the whole battle. Brother Hai. Xiaoying, your grandfather said you were here. Yu Hai walked up and saw Xiaoying taking out money. It seemed that Xiaoying lost money. Brother Hai, are you back from studying? Xiaoying was caught again, and she was not as embarrassed as the first time. After all, Yu Hai said that winning and losing was normal. Yes, I'm going back, so I'll come to find you. Yu Hai just finished speaking, and was entangled by passers-by trainers who wanted to find him, and they all surrounded him. The trainer of Frog, you finally showed up, I want to challenge you. Don't cut in line, I was here first. Everyone, get out of the way, can you afford the challenge fee? Those who can't afford it, get out of the way. Everyone, be quiet, Frog can't fight today, Frog hasn't recovered from yesterday's injury, today's 100,000 per game, only 3 games, those who want to fight, go ahead. Yu Hai was also impressed by this group of lunatics. Are there really so many people who want to challenge him? The enthusiasm of this group of people rushing to give money, he was a little confused. After being reminded by Yu Hai, the trainers who wanted to challenge him went to the opposite trainers' platform to compete for the 3 challenge spots. There was another group of people who had already bet on Yu Hai to win again. Although the bet was a little smaller this time, Yu Hai's performance yesterday was still vivid in their minds. But there were still some trainers who didn't retreat, and Yu Hai also knew what these people were here for. Mosquito Frog Trainer, are you selling your method for breeding mosquito frog? I want the method for breeding with super explosive power. Tell me how much it costs, I'll buy it from you. Everyone, be quiet. Yu Hai was a little annoyed, and he couldn't help but press his palms to signal everyone to be quiet. After everyone quieted down, he explained to the crowd surrounding him, that kind of burst is just a move, it is the waterfall that every frog can learn, and many Pokemon can do it. Don't crowd around, I still want to fight. So it's the waterfall, I thought it was some new skill. But why are they all waterfalls, but they are different after bursting? Because this question is very stupid, no one answered the person who asked the question. The waterfall is different, which is naturally the result of training. If a Pokemon just learns it and wants to burst it like other Pokemon, it's just wishful thinking. However, when it comes to waterfall, many trainers think of the battle between the 3 starters not long ago. All of them are Pokemon that can climb waterfalls, and they have also burst waterfalls, and they are all very fierce. Now think about it, it's normal for Frog to burst waterfalls. It's just that Yu Hai didn't tell the real secret of waterfalls, not even Xiaoying. He only told Xiaoying what to do, what the effects are, what the shortcomings are, that is, the 3 core essentials of waterfall climbing, 2 weaknesses, and the routine of continuous burst. But he didn't say that compressing the interval of waterfall climbing also involves coordinating the whole body's strength, concentrating the whole body's strength, and bursting the whole body's strength at one point. Although he didn't say it, when learning, Mosquito Frog still taught the inch force technique, but Xiaoying didn't know it. By the way, there was an explosion yesterday. Can you tell me what it was? Yes, how did that explosion come about? Ahem, everyone be quiet. Yu Hai coughed again, suppressed the chaotic inquiries, and explained, isn't it normal for an elf battle to produce an explosion? Don't other elf battles have explosions? Yes, there are explosions in elf battles. What's there to be confused about? It would be strange if there were no explosions. Who asked these stupid questions? Can't you just ask the key points? Everyone, go away, don't interfere with other people's battles. At this time, the gamblers couldn't stand it anymore. What are they doing with all the hesitation? Are they still going to fight or not? Are they still going to open the market or not? Hi, Yu Hai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the crowd disperse. He finally got away with it. He was really afraid that this group of people would gather and not disperse, and would rob him openly. In fact, the technique of waterfall climbing is simple, but the difficulty lies in persistent training. There is also the armored Tyrannosaurus on the deserted island, which taught the mosquito-scented frog to learn to mobilize the power of climbing waterfalls, concentrate the power of the whole body, and concentrate the inch force technique of attacking on the fist, which is the most important thing for climbing waterfalls. Yu Hai didn't know how the mosquito-scented frog learned such a skill. He had previously guessed that it was on the deserted island. However, even if there was no deserted island, the mosquito-scented frog could master this skill. It was just a matter of time. After all, he also knew the burst technique of inch force, and he just needed to train according to it. It was just that the mosquito-scented frog mastered the burst technique in a confused way, which surprised him a little. As the crowd saw through the secret of the mosquito-scented frog, they all turned around and dispersed, no longer pestering Yuhai. After all, when you don't know, everything is a secret, and you imagine all kinds of awesome things, but when you hear that it's just climbing waterfalls, most people lose interest. After all, the waterfall climbing moves are there, and many elves can do it. If you are interested, you can also capture one and cultivate some fancy uses. It's also possible, and no one will stop others from doing so. When the audience dispersed, they did not leave the battlefield, but wanted to watch Yukai's battle. Yukai stood on the trainer platform again, and Xiao Ying followed. Yukai, who was not sure what Pokemon the opponent would send out, threw out the Pokeball of Rhino first, and it didn't matter what Pokemon the opponent sent out. It appears the mysterious trainer once again prioritizes sending out the battle Pokemon. This time it's Rhino. I don't know where this person gets his confidence from. Not only does he send out the Pokemon first, but he also lets the opponent attack first. Who knows? He gave up the right to attack first and the right to attack second. He was able to win 3 games in a row yesterday. I can only say that this person is very confident in himself. Here it comes. The first game is indeed a water Pokemon, which restrains Rhino 4 times. Let's see how this trainer responds. Seeing that the opponent sent out the water Pokemon Crab, Yuhai didn't care, but asked the opponent, "Are you sure you want to use Crab to fight?" "Sure," the strange trainer on the opposite side nodded, indicating that he would use Crab to fight Rhino. "Okay, pay," Yuhai stretched out his hand, indicating that the other party would pay first, otherwise he would not fight. "Here is 100,000, the strange trainer threw out 100,000. He had seen the battle yesterday and knew Yuhai's rules. He would not fight without paying. 100,000 alliance coins were thrown on the ground. Yuhai released the seagull to pick up the money. After getting the money, he counted that there were 10 coins. After he put down the 100,000 coins, he signaled the other party to start. "I let you attack first." Yuhai gave up the first attack right directly, just like yesterday. "Giant Crab, use water gun." The strange trainer got the first attack right and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Although the Iron Rhino was restrained by the water system 4 times, he didn't dare to be careless. After all, the opponent won 3 consecutive games yesterday. Seeing the opponent's Giant Crab using the water gun, Yuhai did not let the Iron Rhino dodge, but shouted to the Iron Rhino, "Iron Rhino, sacrifice yourself to charge." Huff huff, the Iron Rhino was hit by the water gun without dodging, and kept digging the ground with its 4 limbs. After a wheezing cry, it emitted a golden light all over its body and launched at the Giant Crab. Charge! Greek, get out of the way! The strange trainer saw that many water guns were useless, and immediately ordered the Greek to avoid the unstoppable charge of the rhinoceros. The rhinoceros ignored the Greek that dodged, and ran faster and faster. It silently used rock grinding while charging. After the Greek avoided it, the rhinoceros turned around and continued to chase the Greek. "Greek, dig a hole to get out of the way." The strange trainer ordered the Greek to get out of the way again, but it was already exhausted at this time. For some reason, the water gun hit the rhinoceros, as if nothing had happened, without any damage at all. Seeing the crab digging a hole, Yuhai felt it was funny. It actually dug a hole in front of a ground-type Pokemon. He immediately shouted to Rhino, "Rhino, stomp!" Hoo-hoo, thump, thump, Rhino failed to hit the crab twice, and had been holding back a rage for a long time. He raised his front limbs high and stomped hard on the ground, shaking the ground. Even the audience in the audience and Yuhai standing on the trainer's platform were shaken by the stomping. What's more, the crab was digging a hole and hiding underground. After the strange trainer realized this, he hurriedly shouted for the crab to come out. "Crab, come out quickly!" When the crab came out of the hole, it had already foamed at the mouth, and its eyes had turned into mosquito-repellent eyes. It could no longer support itself and fell to the ground. Who's next? Yuhai saw that the rhino won, and immediately used the poke ball to take back the rhino to prevent it from running around. He asked the trainer on the opposite side who should send out the Pokémon to challenge this time. Seeing that Yu-Hai won another game and the trainer on the opposite side stood up, another strange trainer stood up, threw out 100,000 alliance coins, and shouted loudly, "I'll do it this time. Go, Rhino!" Yu-Hai released the rhino again, and sent the owl to pick up the money. After counting 10 pieces in his hand, he raised his hand to signal the opponent to send out the Pokémon. "Go, Parasaurolophus!" The strange trainer saw that the rhino was not afraid of water after the previous battle, so this time he changed to another attribute, restraint, which could also restrain the rhino 4 times. Parasaurus! Yu-Hai sighed helplessly when he saw the opponent send out the grass Pokémon. It is true that the rhino is not afraid of water, but the rhino should be 4 times weaker than the grass type. Counting it all up, the ironclad rhino has many weaknesses. In addition to 2 attributes that are 4 times weaker, there are 4 attributes that are 2 times weaker, namely, fighting, ground, steel, ice. It's too miserable for a Pokémon with a combination of ground and rock attributes to be restrained by 6 attributes. But the ironclad rhino has already played, and it doesn't matter if it loses. Yu-Hai can afford to lose 100,000. He immediately shouted to the opposite side, "You attack first!" Parasite, seed machine gun. The strange trainer got the first attack right again and immediately ordered his parasite. As dense brown seeds were spit out from the mouth of parasite, like bullets, hitting the ironclad rhino. Yu-Hai immediately ordered the ironclad rhino to dig a hole to avoid. Ironclad rhino, dig a hole to avoid. After Yu-Hai's order was issued, the ironclad rhino was unmoved. He did not dig a hole to avoid it, but carried the seed machine gun and rushed towards the parasite. What happened? Is the iron rhino out of control? Is the iron rhino disobeying orders? Is this iron rhino not completely subdued yet? What a bummer! What's the use of an unsubdued Pokémon? I bet tens of thousands. Me too. I hope I can win this time. I won't bet on him next time. The iron rhino disobeyed the trainer's orders and rushed around on its own. The audience in the audience saw it all, and the strange trainer on the opposite side saw it clearly. The strange trainer immediately seized this opportunity and ordered his Parasaurolophus, Parasaurus, use parasitic seeds. The Parasaurus lightly kicked his feet to avoid the random charge of the iron rhino, and spit out a seed that would germinate at the iron rhino. When the seed touched the armored rhino, several slender vines quickly grew out, and there were leaves on the vines. The leaves and vines quickly spread to the whole body of the armored rhino. As the vines wrapped around the armored rhino was bound in place and could not move. Then the vines and leaves emitted red light and began to absorb energy from the armored rhino, turning into dots of green light and sinking into the body of the parasitic mushroom. The parasitic seeds were restoring the physical strength of the parasitic mushroom. 237 Chapter 231, Actor. 237. Seeing this scene, Yu-Hai threw out the pokeball directly and took back the armored rhino. Then he threw out 200,000 and threw it on the battlefield to show his surrender. The armored rhino that did not obey orders could not fight again. Before he figured out the situation, he would not let the armored rhino fight again. This was also the first time Yu-Hai lost, and it was because the armored rhino was disobedient. He really couldn't understand why the armored rhino had such an abnormal behavior. On the trainer's platform, Yu-Hai released the rhino again and asked it, "Rhino, why didn't you dig a hole to avoid it just now?" Who, the rhino shouted at Yu-Hai twice in dissatisfaction. Yu-Hai didn't understand what the rhino was shouting, but he could see that the rhino was very dissatisfied with his command just now. So he took out the ore-inducing ball. Han actually refused to eat it. He was angry, not tempted by the food, and not succumbed to the tyranny of the food. He was amazed by this scene. I didn't expect that this Han still had such a backbone. He immediately understood something, put the ore-inducing ball next to Han's mouth, and sorted out the parasitic seed vines on Han Han's body. Ironclad rhinoceros, I know, I shouldn't let you dig a hole to avoid it, Yu Hai sighed softly. He finally knew why Han Han didn't hide, why he stared at the seed machine gun and rushed forward. It's not that Han Han didn't want to hide, but Han Han disdained to hide, so he didn't listen to Yu Hai's command and rushed towards the opponent. At the same time, he was very dissatisfied with Yu Hai's behavior of asking him to hide, so he was angry with Yu Hai and refused to eat the ore-inducing ball that Yu Hai took out. Okay, don't be angry, I will never let you hide next time, you can rush however you want, Yu Hai smiled helplessly, gently stroked the angry armored rhinoceros head, and took the seed machine gun hard, but his head was not injured, it was really as hard as ever. In fact, he should have thought of it long ago. This fool likes to hit trees so much and is not afraid of counterattack. How could he dodge just because of a grass-type attack? However, there is still damage, but the fool doesn't care at all. He only realized this at this moment and realized that the fool is fearless. Brother Hai, what's wrong with the armored rhino? Xiao Ying was right beside him, watching Yu Hai massaging the armored rhino, and asked curiously. It's okay, they are all small problems, Yu Hai shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't care. Seeing that Yu Hai didn't say the reason, Xiao Ying didn't ask any more questions. This was the first time he saw Yu Hai lose, and the disobedience of the armored rhino surprised him a little. Usually, this fool seems to be very docile, not noisy, and well-behaved. I didn't expect that he would not listen to the trainer's command in the battle. I don't know what Brother Hai will do. Unlike Xiao Ying, when Yu Hai lost the battle for the first time, the gamblers went crazy because they bet on Yu Hai to win. Now that Yu Hai lost, they all became possessed by Ziyuan people, swearing and cursing Yu Hai, saying bad things to him, and never saying a good word. This is the daily operation of gamblers. The passerby trainers who saw Yu Hai lose the battle also realized that Yu Hai was not as strong as they thought, but that frog was very strong. There may be many coincidences in winning against Electabuzz yesterday. Other passerby trainers also found that Rhino seemed uncontrollable. The halo after the 5 million victory faded, and they gradually found that Yu Hai was not as powerful as he showed yesterday, just a slightly stronger trainer. The passerby trainers who have seen Yu Hai's 3 Pokémon feel that Yu Hai is at most a senior level, but Frog is better cultivated, and this Rhino is cultivated in a mess. It was not as good as the Frog yesterday, nor was it eye-catching. It was best described as mediocre. So far, most of the passers-by trainers have lost interest in Yu Hai, and only the trainers who want to challenge Yu Hai are still eager to try. After all, they saw that the Parasaurol office trainer made money, which was 100,000 yuan. If the opponent sends out the uncontrolled rhinoceros to fight, 100,000 yuan is not just a small amount of money picked up for free. The trainer over there still has a game, and there is no hook. Fight, why not fight? Yu Hai came here today to let rhinoceros adapt to the battle. The disobedience just now was just a small episode. After knowing the reason, he can avoid it. It's just that rhinoceros's stupid habit of rushing is not something that can be solved in a short time, and it needs to be corrected slowly. Iron Rhino, be obedient and eat the mineral ball. Let's fight. I will never let you hide this time. Trust me again, okay? Yu Hai held the big mouth of the Iron Rhino, which was tilted to the other side, and stuffed the mineral ball directly into its mouth. After feeling the fragrance of the food in its mouth, the Iron Rhino chewed it slowly and reluctantly. With Yu Hai's comfort, the Iron Rhino was not so angry anymore. After eating the mineral ball, it even licked Yu Hai's palm with its tongue. Yu Hai coaxed the Iron Rhino like a child, and then took the Iron Rhino back into the Pokeball and put it back on the battlefield. Hey, here it comes again. It's Rhino again this time, I'll take the 100,000. This time, bet on the other side, not Rhino. That guy didn't even subdue Rhino, what's the point of using him to fight? Yeah, it made me lose a lot of money, it's hateful. Go, Venusaur. On the opposite trainer's platform, after a group of people discussed for a while, a trainer sent out the grass-type Pokemon, Venusaur. After all, the last game was the grass-type Pokemon Parasaurolophus, who won 100,000, and he wanted to do the same this time. Venusaur, Yu-Hai saw Venusaur and thought of the chlorophyll characteristics of Venusaur. Now it was a sunny day, and it seemed that the opponent had a speed advantage. However, these were all minor problems. He raised his hand and shouted to the opposite trainer, "Pay the money, you attack first." As the stranger trainer on the opposite side paid the money, the owl took away 100,000 alliance coins, and Venusaur also launched an attack. Vulture Flower, Flying Leaf Blade. Iron Armored Rhino, charge at the cost of your life. Yu-Hai said that he would not dodge, so he would not let the Iron Armored Rhino dodge. It didn't matter if he lost, it was just 100,000 alliance coins. The most important thing was to let the Iron Armored Rhino learn a lesson. No matter how stubborn the Iron Armored Rhino was, he would naturally know how to dodge after being hit many times. As his order was issued, the Iron Armored Rhino charged again, with golden light bursting out of his body, and rushed towards the flying leaf blade of the Venus flower. The Iron Armored Rhino's the momentum continued, knocking away the attack of the flying leaf blade, and crashed heavily into Venusaur, directly knocking Venusaur out. This scene happened so fast that Venusaur's trainer didn't react. The momentum of the rhino was so fierce that he forgot to let Venusaur avoid it, and Venusaur was knocked away. Virgo, Freeze Fang. Yu-Hai saw that the opponent's trainer didn't react, and immediately let Venusaur pursue the victory. To deal with Venusaur, of course, you have to use Freeze Fang or Flame Fang, but the proficiency of Freeze Fang is higher, so he chose to use Freeze Fang. Huff, the fangs on the side of the mouth of the rhino instantly became thicker and longer, covered with a layer of ice crystals, emitting a trace of crystal cold light, and the whole mouth was emitting cold white mist, and it opened its mouth and bit the Venusaur that hit the iron net. This bite was so fast that Venusaur didn't react. Venusaur just came back to its senses from the dizziness, and its whole body was frozen in the ice by the frozen fang. Unexpectedly, Venusaur was hit by the 10% frozen state. It can only be said that Venusaur was unlucky. "Venusaur, break the ice and rush out," the strange trainer shouted loudly to Venusaur below, wanting Venusaur to fight back. If it weren't for his negligence just now, how could Venusaur be frozen? However, Venusaur also rushed out of the ice in the shouting of the trainer, but it was so cold that it shivered. Seeing Venusaur escape from the trap, Yu-Hai would not miss such a good attack opportunity, and shouted to the rhino, "Rhino, horn hit it to end it." Hoo-hoo, the rhino stomped on the ground with its limbs, knocking the Venusaur that had just escaped again. This time Venusaur was not so lucky. It was knocked off by the rhino and hit the iron net, and fainted directly. Rhinoceros won another round, and won again with the leaf blade. Yu-Hai saw that Venusaur was unconscious, so he used the pokeball to retrieve Rhinoceros and released it on the platform to see if Rhinoceros's hard head was injured. Reaching out to touch it, Rhinoceros's head was only slightly dented, and it was not injured. Rhinoceros actually withstood the leaf blade's attack, which really surprised him. I don't know if it was because Han Han was too stubborn and rushed too fiercely, but leaf blade couldn't break through the defense. It was resistant to water, but Han Han was also resistant to grass. This was really a pleasant surprise. Rhinoceros's two biggest weaknesses were no longer weaknesses to Han Han. After retrieving Rhinoceros on the platform again, Yu-Hai called Xiao Ying to prepare to leave the battlefield. He made a small profit of 100,000 in the 3 battles today. He was happy to make a small profit of 100,000, but the gamblers who bet on Venusaur to win were miserable. After all, they lost 2 games in a row. But what does all this have to do with Yu-Hai? The simple truth that you won't lose if you don't gamble. Don't gamblers understand it? Since you still have to gamble, who can you blame? These are not the most important things. The most important thing is that he has explained clearly that the powerful performance of Frog yesterday was mediocre by him, and the disobedient Han Han today has avoided being targeted by many people, saving him a lot of trouble. This is the trouble standing in the open. Unless he stays in the dark and doesn't fight any battles, as long as he comes out to fight, there will be all kinds of troubles. He has long realized this and is ready. When Yu Hai took Xiao Ying away from the battle site, no outsiders stopped him this time. After they left, the trainer platform was occupied by others. A group of gamblers just looked at them hatefully, and surrounded a new Pokemon battle. They didn't want to waste time and continued to bet with money. Xiao Ying, where is Fatty? Yu Hai asked about Fatty curiously. After all, they were together at noon. Fatty just went home. Fatty was still watching when Xiao Ying was playing, but when Yu Hai's game was only halfway through, Fatty went home early. It was already past 6 in the evening, and Fatty would be scolded if he didn't go home, so he went home. Yu Hai didn't care when he heard that Fatty had gone home, but asked Xiao Ying to lead the way. He was going to go to the club to sign up and participate in the club league in 5 days. Brother Hai, I thought you wouldn't participate. Xiao Ying shouted happily when she heard Yu Hai asked her to lead the way. We can have fun in this league. Yu Hai didn't say that he didn't want to win the championship, and it was estimated that it would be difficult to enter the knockout stage. He was not sure, after all, he didn't want to burst out all his strength to participate in this kind of competition, because it was not worth it. But before they reached the club, something unexpected happened. A strange fat man in a small suit suddenly appeared on the street, with a bright big back hair, a wide body, and a greasy look, and blocked their way. Seeing the fat man blocking the way, Yu Hai and Xiao Ying looked at each other, and they could see the doubt in each other's eyes. Obviously, they didn't know this middle-aged fat man. Haha, I'm sorry, my appearance is a bit abrupt. You can call me Lao A. This is my business card. I found you two to discuss a deal. Not interested. Yu Hai generally didn't want to deal with such strangers who came from unknown places. Xiao Ying took Yu Hai as the leader, and he did what Yu Hai did, following Yu Hai to cross the strangers. You two, this deal is very simple. You just need to lose the game according to my wishes during the game. Recently, there are many customers betting on you two. Hearing this, Yu Hai suddenly stopped, staring at the middle-aged fat man in front of him wearing a small suit and combing a big back hair, and asked in a deep voice, playing a fake match, right? Haha, are you kidding? How can it be called fake? It's just to make a little money. The greasy fat man rubbed his hands gently, and immediately revealed his true nature as a profiteer, with the fat on his face all smiling. How much is around? Yu Hai hated gamblers the most in his life, especially those who smiled and looked treacherous. 1 layer, what do you think? Old A raised a finger, that is, the profit of opening a game, and divided it into 1 layer for Yu Hai. Too little, Yu Hai shook his head, not intending to participate in it. The risk is not proportional to the return. Don't go, 3 layers, at most 3 layers, this is my limit. Old A stopped Yu Hai and continued to increase the stakes. Forget it, the specific amount is up to you. Yu Hai shook his head and refused. Old A, this thing is not transparent at all. How much can be divided is up to others, and he has to bear the blame for match fixing, which is not worth the loss. Hey, don't worry, little brother, you can only share this if you make money. If you don't make money, how can you share this? Old A rubbed his hands and deliberately winked at Yu Hai. He believed that Yu Hai would understand. I only play 3 games a day. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Yu Hai waved his hand to indicate that he needed to think about it. He once again passed the greasy fat man and let Xiao Ying lead the way to the club. This time, Old A did not chase him because he could feel that Yu Hai wanted to make some money and his attitude had softened. He should be able to negotiate the deal tomorrow if he talked to him. 238 Chapter 232, Principle. 238. The reason why they would look for these newly emerged trainers to play fake matches is because gamblers like to bet on these unfamiliar trainers so that they can make a profit from it. Gamblers don't know that once newcomers appear, they will contact these newcomers. These newcomers will often leave Hasa's city after a few battles and will not arouse suspicion at all. Although they can guess one or two, as long as no one admits it, it doesn't exist. He also saw that the mysterious trainer proposed to play only 3 games a day, and no one knew his identity yet. He was a good partner for playing fake matches. As the two left, Lao A also left the street. He also had to contact other newly emerged trainers to ask if they had any intention of cooperation. He was only responsible for negotiations and would not appear at the battle site of the Pokemon Center. There was another person in charge there. After walking a long way, Xiaoying witnessed the entire negotiation process and asked curiously about what had just happened. "Brother Hai, are you going to play a fake match?" After hearing this question, Yu Hai did not answer Xiaoying, but mentioned another thing. "Go back and ask your grandfather later, can we make a little money from it, will it cause any trouble?" "You mean betting on yourself?" Xiaoying heard about making money and immediately thought of betting on herself. "Of course, they want to control the win or loss, so what's the problem with me betting on myself?" Yu Hai smiled darkly. Someone gave money and didn't make money, but he could help gamblers quit gambling addiction. Gamblers should thank him. It's just that as the parties involved, they can't be the traitor, but they can let Xiaoying's grandfather come. The old fox is very cunning, just a traitor, and it can't be difficult for the other party. "Okay, I'll ask Grandpa later." Xiaoying nodded silently, thinking of her own savings, and she could ask Grandpa to help her make a little money at that time. The two walked and talked, and soon came to the club to sign up. After registering an elf, Yu Hai received a competition number. His number was more than 3,333, or a consecutive number. His level of Pokemon is Crab. However, the competition does not stipulate that only Crab can participate, as long as it is a trainer's Pokemon. This is a loophole, and trainers who can borrow powerful Pokemon can take advantage of this loophole. From the fact that there is no limit on the number of participating trainers and Pokemon, the club league has never thought of letting others win the prize, and it is estimated that it has been decided long ago. There is also the number 3,333. Yu Hai did not expect that so many trainers would sign up for the competition. It is estimated that the preliminary round alone will take several days. However, the preliminary round is also very fast. Basically one round lasts 10 minutes, and the 6 clubs randomly pick 4 to compete. There are 24 battle arenas. One battle arena has 6 rounds per hour. 24 rounds per hour means more than 100 rounds, 1,000 rounds per 10 hours, more than 1,000 trainers can be eliminated that day. No wonder the regional competition of the league has badge restrictions. If every trainer can participate in the competition, there will be more than 100,000 trainers, and the preliminary rounds will take several months. It's really scary. After registering, Yu Hai collected the competition number and left the club with Xiaoying. They separated in front of the department store. He wanted to go to the department store to buy things, and Xiaoying wanted to ask her grandfather about the match fixing. The two agreed to meet at the entrance of the department store. Yu Hai's purpose of coming to the department store is actually to buy training weights for Frog and honey for Butterfree. The honey is on the 2nd floor. As soon as he entered the elf food store, Yu Hai took away 10 bottles of honey. The bottles have the same capacity as Moo Moo milk bottles, and the unit price is 3,000 per bottle, which is much more expensive than Moo Moo milk. 10 bottles of honey are 30,000 alliance coins, which should be enough for Butterfree to drink for a long time. After buying honey, Yu Hai came to the 3rd floor, which is the prop floor. The weights for frog training can also be bought here. Entering the training equipment store, there are many kinds of training equipment inside, including barbells, dumbbells, treadmills, skipping ropes, etc. all of them. However, these are not the training equipment he wants. What he wants is wearable training equipment, which is divided into 3 types in the store: weighted vest, weighted bracelet, weighted foot ring. Little brother, what kind of fitness equipment do you want to buy? If you want to train your muscles, I recommend. Boss, I'm not training, I'm buying it for the elves, Yu Hai hurriedly interrupted the muscular boss. He didn't want to train all over his body, because then he couldn't hide his identity and it would be very troublesome. What elves are you buying it for? When the muscular boss heard that it was not Yu Hai who wanted to exercise, he immediately asked Howley beside him to show his muscles. Mosquito frog. Yu Hai released the mosquito frog and looked at Howley's muscles. It was still pretty good looking and strong, but he didn't know how strong the battle was and whether he could fight on the battlefield. Mosquito frog, I recommend. Stop, boss, I want a weighted vest, weighted wristbands and leg bands, bring them to Mosquito frog to try on, I'll buy them if they fit. Yu Hai waved his hand to interrupt the store owner's recommendation. This store owner is very nice and enthusiastic, but he just likes to show off his muscles, which makes him speechless. The muscular boss saw Mosquito frog, stepped forward and stretched out his hand to pinch Mosquito frog's muscles, which were quite tight, and it seemed that he had also trained. In response, he recommended to Yu Hai again, little brother, your Mosquito frog is very strong. I recommend that you directly use 50 kilograms of weight. Each of these weighted wristbands is 25 kilograms, which is 50 kilograms together. There are also these leg bands, which are also 50 kilograms, which is 100 kilograms together. This weighted vest is a bit heavy. The vest alone is 100 kilograms, and the total is 200 kilograms. Yu Hai nodded gently, took a weighted wristband from the muscular boss, buckled it on the unbandaged arm of Mosquito frog, and let Mosquito frog try the weight. As a result, the mosquito-repellent frog can easily swing its arms after wearing a 25-kilogram bracelet. It seems that 50 kilograms is still a bit light. You should know that the full burst of the mosquito-repellent frog can break a tree with one punch. Yu Hai can lift a mere 50 kilograms with one hand, let alone the mosquito-repellent frog. Boss, the weighted bracelet is too light. Do you have a single bracelet of 50 kilograms? Yu Hai took off the bracelet and returned it to the boss, asking the boss to change it for a heavier one. Little brother, this is just a single weighted bracelet. If you wear it on your hands and feet, it will be 100 kilograms. If you count the vest, it will be 200 kilograms, which is enough for the early training of the mosquito-repellent frog. The muscular boss saw that Yu Hai was too ambitious, so he persuaded him kindly. Boss, I understand, you change it. Yu Hai will definitely not wear the 5-piece weighted suit right away, but slowly adapt to it. At the beginning, he can only wear the leg ring, and then add the bracelet after adapting. If he bought a 25 kilograms weight, he would have to change it to a new one when he got used to it. It would be better to go straight to 50 kilograms. In fact, he wanted to go to 100 kilograms. If it was 100 kilograms, 5 weights would be 500 kilograms. If it was 50 kilograms, 5 weights would be 300 kilograms. If he wanted to go to 500 kilograms, he had to wait until Mosquito Frog became the king of heaven. 1,000 kilograms is nothing for an elf. You know, Zai can easily lift Yukara, who weighs 72 kilograms, catch Rocket Sparrow, who weighs 16 kilograms with one arm, and lift Fried Pork, who weighs 55 kilograms, with both hands. Don't doubt whether 1,000 kilograms is possible for an elf. In his previous life, he had seen some elves fight, where they dug a large rock out of the ground and smashed it against their opponents. Judging from the weight of the rock, it was more than 1,000 kilograms. Okay, as you wish, here are a 100 kilogram weighted bracelet, a 100 kilogram weighted leg ring, and a 100 kilogram weighted vest, totaling 300 kilograms, and the price is 100,000 per set. Mosquito Frog, put the things in the backpack. Yu Hai took out the backpack with the food for the armored rhinoceros, opened it and let Mosquito Frog load the weight. It's better to let Mosquito Frog take a 50 kilogram iron lump, especially the last 100 kilogram weighted vest. As for why he didn't take it, don't ask. If you ask, he can't lift it. After packing the things, Yu Hai paid 100,000 alliance coins, and Mosquito Frog carried the backpack. They left the training equipment store and came to the door of the department store, where they saw Xiaoying waiting there. "Brother Hai," Xiaoying raised her hand and greeted Yu Hai immediately when she saw him. "Talk as we walk," Yu Hai asked Xiaoying to follow him, as it was not appropriate to talk about match fixing here. When they came to the sparsely populated street, Yu Hai asked Xiaoying about the attitude of the old man in the tavern. "Xiaoying, what did your grandfather say?" "My grandfather said that as long as Brother Hai is not afraid of being approached, he is willing to join." Xiaoying got a positive answer from her grandfather and told Yu Hai everything. "Come to my door." Yu Hai thought about it. As long as the person is not very strong, he is here to give money. He immediately took out 1 million and gave it to Xiaoying. "I will give you 1 million as capital. Let your grandfather bet slowly. Don't let others see it. It doesn't matter if you earn less." Xiaoying silently took the 1 million and put it together with his own small treasury. Tomorrow he will also give his grandfather 1 million as capital to let his grandfather help him make some money. "Xiaoying, I will give you a secret code. If I tap the railing of the trainer platform with one finger, this game will be a loss, and the odds will definitely be raised. If I tap the railing with 2 fingers, this game will be a win." "I remember it, Brother Hai." Xiaoying was a little excited because it was the first time to do such an exciting thing. "By the way, you can also bet when the time comes. Just bet 10,000 or 20,000. Therefore, the maximum cannot exceed 50,000, and you must bet on me to win every time," Yu Hai reminded. "Why?" Xiaoying didn't quite understand. After all, once a match is faked, there will definitely be a loss, just like today. If you bet on Yu Hai to win every time, then he will lose. "Because you know me, betting on me to win is for some people to see. It's just tens of thousands of dollars. Don't feel bad. The real big head is with your grandfather. Once your grandfather places a bet, it will not be tens of thousands. It may be hundreds of thousands, or even millions. You have to tell your grandfather and let your grandfather bet separately." He didn't worry about the old fox's work. It would be best if he could help those gamblers quit gambling. After all, this thing is a routine. 9 out of 10 bets lose. Don't believe it, don't believe it, don't believe it. Anyway, they will definitely win this time, and he also believes in the old fox's ability to operate the market. Even though the other party may not show up, he still placed the bet. "I don't know how much he can earn this time. It is impossible to meet 3 stupid and rich Krypton Gold brothers who don't know his details like last time." In the challenge list given by the old man, there is no trainer who bids 1 million. After all, everyone has seen the Battle of Frog. Everyone is not a fool. Knowing his strength, they still rush to give money. However, the $1 million bet is gone, but there are still small amounts of 100,000. Of course, he is not afraid of someone coming to his door. After all, the strength of gamblers is generally not very strong. It is estimated that they can't even beat Xiaoying. If the strength of the gambler is very strong, it will not be a gambler, because the master is not short of money. Yu Hai and the other man walked and talked, adding some details, and then came to the small courtyard of the craftsman master in the south of the city, and asked the master to customize wristbands for the giant crab and Xiaoying's mosquito-repellent frog. Xiaoying also got the props prepared by his grandfather today. Yu Hai took a look at them. They were all elite-level props. He could only use them for now and change them when he needed them later. After both of them paid the deposit, they agreed to pick them up tomorrow, and then returned to the villa together to make dinner for the elves. After dinner, it was already dark. It was dark when they returned to the villa. Today, they would not go to the seaside woods for extra training. After Xiaoying scrubbed the armored rhinoceros, it fell asleep comfortably and didn't want to hit the tree. Today, there were only 3 consecutive battles, and the armored rhinoceros was already exhausted. The mosquito-repellent frog had to study at night. The new move guard is also learned in the yard. The giant crab is also learning to guard, also learning in the yard. The rest of the elves have no training at night, so they don't have to go out. Only the round silk spider needs to be alert to prevent strangers from approaching the villa. Xiao Ying's mosquito frog is also learning the skills of climbing waterfalls with his mosquito frog. The parasitic mushroom is training the accuracy of the moves, the long-winged gull is also training the accuracy of the moves, and the electric monster is not training, playing with other elves in the yard. Seeing that everyone has their own things to do, Yu Hai also took out a small notebook to count. After all, he spent a lot of money today. The taxi cost 1,000, the custom wristband cost 10,000, the honey cost 30,000, the Han spent 50,000 to learn new moves, and the 5 weights cost 100,000, giving Xiaoying the capital of 1 million for the fake match. Total, 1,191,000, more than 1 million. Today, he played 3 games with Han, and he also understood Han's temper. He won 2 games and lost 1 game, so he made a small profit of 100,000. The previous balance was 16,898,000, more than 16 million. After counting 100,000, the remaining balance is 15,807,000, more than 15 million. After calculating the account, Yu Hai closed the small notebook, looked at Xiaoying who was accompanying the elves in training, and went to the living room to make the bed. The living room was spacious enough, and he found a few large mats, which were enough for him and all the elves to sleep. In addition to his own floor mat, he also made a floor mat for Xiaoying. After making the floor mat, he prepared a midnight snack, and when the elves finished training at night, everyone gathered together for a midnight snack. After eating the midnight snack, everyone lay on the floor and fell asleep. Yu Hai was still holding the soft slowpoke in his arms and fell asleep comfortably. I can finally stretch my limbs and have a good sleep tonight. 239 Chapter 233, Drama. 239. It was cloudy on the 13th day after arriving at Hassa Island. The weather was good today, not as hot as yesterday. Yu Hai got up from the oversized floor mat, surrounded by elves. He gently raised his hand and stretched his waist. He got up quietly to prepare breakfast for the little ones. Xiaoying, who was awakened by the sound of him getting up, also quietly followed him to the kitchen. The sound of the two getting up in succession still woke up the elves. As they prepared breakfast, the elves also got up and served breakfast to the elves. Yu Hai and the others also wanted to make their own breakfast, so they just ordered 2 bowls of noodles and ate them. When they were eating breakfast, the little fat man happened to run into them eating noodles. Xiaoying asked the little fat man if he had eaten breakfast. Finally, Xiaoying went to the kitchen to cook noodles for the little fat man amid the hungry sound of the little fat man. After everyone had breakfast, they started morning exercises. Today, Frog wanted to join the training, but Yu Hai did not give Frog any weights. Instead, he let Frog run as usual. After Frog's injury healed and the bandage on his right arm was removed, he would give Frog any weights. As the elves started their morning exercises, he also started to do them. When they were jogging, Fatty also jogged behind Xiaoying. Morning exercises were over quickly. Yu Hai had to prepare lunch with Xiaoying, not to mention Fatty. Fatty could not even take care of himself and had already collapsed from exhaustion. At lunchtime, the little fat guy ate bowl after bowl of rice crazily. Yu Hai felt that the food he had prepared for the 2 of them was almost not enough. After the 3 of them finished lunch, they began to take a nap. Yu Hai, who had just woken up, had to pack up and prepare to visit the teacher of the giant crab. The reason why he had to pack up was actually because every time he left the villa, he prepared as if it was the last time and was ready to run away at any time. After all, he would have to play a fake game later. If he was chased by someone, he could also run away. If the trainer who was chasing him was not strong, it would be a gift of money, and he would accept it without hesitation. After packing up, Yu Hai looked at the address on another note. Unlike the previous address in the north of the city, this address was closer to him, which was why he put it on today to visit. This address was in the south of the city, and they were in the west of the city. He could walk directly there, and it was not far away. However, considering the difficulty of finding a house with an address, he finally chose to take a taxi. Xiao Ying and the fat guy took another car and went to the sailor bar. Xiao Ying had to give the principal to her grandfather and leave time for the operation. Yu Hai took another car and asked the master to drive to find the address directly, which could also save time. This time he got off at the beach. The address was also at the south seaside of the city. It was a wooden house built on the beach. It was not far from the coconut beach and the workshop of the craftsman master. This time the person he was looking for was not an old man. He knocked on the door but didn't see anyone. After asking the neighbors around, he learned that the other party was a middle-aged uncle and a lifeguard, but the lifeguard was not at home. It was said that he was on the beach. In response, Yu Hai went to the coconut beach again and saw the middle-aged lifeguard after asking. Mr. Kita, I was introduced by the boss of Hai Ren. Yu Hai released his giant crab before seeing the lifeguard, and then greeted the lifeguard wearing bright red beach pants on the observation deck. It was Heron who introduced you. I know why you came. What moves does your giant crab want to learn? Kita sat on the observation deck and looked down at Yu Hai, who was calling him from below, and the giant crab next to Yu Hai. He also had a giant crab like this. I want the giant crab to learn iron wall, sword dance, and instant amnesia, Yu Hai said directly. Well, Kita raised his hand to stroke the stubble on his chin, and thought for a moment before asking, my giant crab knows these 3 moves, but my fees are not cheap. Money is not a problem, as long as the giant crab can learn these 3 moves as quickly as possible. Yu Hai's rich nature was fully revealed. Compared with tens of millions, hundreds of thousands of tuition fees are just a drizzle. Okay, Kita felt that it was inconvenient to talk while sitting on the observation deck, so he jumped down from it and landed on the soft sand next to the giant crab. Let me ask you a question. Can the giant crab use hardening and high-speed movement? Yes, what's the problem? Yu Hai was a little confused. Why did the other party ask such a strange question? It's good to know how to use it. Hardening and high-speed movement are related to the iron wall and instant amnesia. With these 2 moves as a foundation, learning the iron wall and instant amnesia can be faster, Kita explained softly. I don't know how Mr. Kita charges. Yu Hai is rich, but he is not a fool. If the fee is unreasonable, he will just leave. Since you have some basics of the giant crab, I will charge you 50,000 for these 2 moves and 100,000 for the sword dance, a total of 200,000. Okay, Yu Hai heard the offer and immediately understood the purpose of the other party asking that question. It turned out that the other party also cut him. Except for the old man who sells fake wine, the owner of the fake goods store, and some gangsters, most of the residents are still very simple. Mr. Kita can start teaching now. Yu Hai took out 200,000 and gave it to the other party, then turned to the crab and said, Crab, you have to learn from Mr. Kita's crab, okay? Try to learn these 3 moves as soon as possible. Leave it to me, I promise to let your crab learn these 3 moves as soon as possible. Kita saw the tuition fee, and immediately patted his chest and promised Yu Hai. My crab is in the hands of Mr. Kita. What time does Mr. Kita get off work? I will come to take the crab away. I get off work at 10 o'clock in the evening. Unless there are special circumstances, I will not leave here. Kita looked at his watch and mentioned the time to get off work. After all, he is a lifeguard, and he will not leave his post unless he goes to the toilet. I will take the giant crab away at 6 or 7 p.m. If the giant crab has any objections, Mr. Kita can tell me. Yu Hai explained some things to Kita, and then said to the giant crab, I will pick you up in the evening. You have to study hard, okay? Kuke, the giant crab raised its giant claws to show that it knew and it would study hard. Don't worry, I still provide meals here. Kita waved goodbye to Yu Hai and made a joke to Yu Hai. Haha, thank you Mr. Kita. Yu Hai said goodbye with a smile and turned to leave the beach. Until he completely disappeared from Kita's sight, he released the gull and prepared to let the gull monitor Kita. How could he hand the giant crab to a stranger? He didn't leave any backup plan. After all, he didn't trust the other party, and he wouldn't be so careless as to abandon the elves and leave them alone. The big-mouthed gull, the giant crab, is on the beach, learning new moves from a lifeguard wearing red pants. I want you to keep an eye on them for me and protect the giant crab. Bailey, Bailey, the big-mouthed gull nodded gently, indicating that he understood. Go, remember not to be discovered by the lifeguard, find a place to hide and observe secretly. Yu Hai was still a little worried, so he gave the big-mouthed gull a few more words of advice. Bailey, Bailey, the big-mouthed gull nodded again, flapped its wings and flew to the beach. Yu Hai had already pointed it in the direction. Watching the big-mouthed gull fly away, Yu Hai took a taxi again and prepared to go to the sailor bar. Since the big-mouthed gull needed to stay to protect the giant crab, he had no flying mount, so he could only take a taxi. The car stopped at the door of the sailor bar. Yu Hai got off the car and went straight to the second floor of the bar. The old man was probably still in the previous private room, so he didn't have to bother the waitress anymore. He came to the private room on the second floor and knocked on the door. When he heard someone inside the door shouting "Come in," he opened the door and walked into the room. There were only Xiao Ying and the old man in the room, and they were obviously discussing something. "Brother Hai, why are you here?" Xiao Ying asked in surprise when she saw Yu Hai. "The matter of the giant crab has been dealt with. I just came here when I had nothing to do." Yu Hai sat down on the sofa and raised his eyes to ask the old man what they were talking about. "You came at the right time. Xiao Ying just gave me the money. We are also discussing the issue of distribution. Since you are here, I just want to talk to you." The old man nodded silently. He understood Yu Hai's eyes and asked, and he knew Yu Hai's intention. "Tell me, what are you going to do?" Yu Hai was ready to listen attentively. "Counting your 1 million, Xiao Ying's 1 million, and my 1 million, the 3 million principal will be bet separately, and each bet will not exceed 500,000. In order to avoid suspicion, I will not show up. Before your battle, this principal will start to bet on other trainers. After your battle, this principal will also bet 1 or 2 times, and then it will be out of the gambling game, and continue the next day. Xiao Ying told me that Xiao Ying will also bet on you to win. I think it's okay. Anyway, it's only tens of thousands of yuan, not worth mentioning. When you want to quit, take the total profit minus the principal and divide it into 3 parts, 1 for each of us. What do you think?" "Okay, you are very thoughtful." Yu Hai thought for a moment and nodded slightly. The old man thought this plan was very good, so he reminded the old man, "There is no time to waste, we can start planning now. Remember, 1 finger means defeat, 2 fingers means victory." "I remember." The old man smacked his lips, slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke, and said to Yu Hai, "Under the gaze of so many people, the person in charge of the handicap will definitely not be able to give you instructions on winning or losing on the spot, even if it is a hint. If you carry a communication device with you, you will definitely be suspected. There should be someone to tell you the win or loss before the game. This is also the reason why they can't leave the handicap and work alone, because once the handicap loses money, it is easy to suspect them, especially Yu Hai, the person involved. Cooperating with the handicap, they become their own people, and the handicap is also in control of the win or loss, so there is no need to suspect the person involved. And Xiao Ying always buys Yu Hai to win, which is also to paralyze the handicap, and to show the person in charge of the handicap, that is, to tell the other party that Xiao Ying doesn't know the win or loss, and even if she knows, she will buy him to win. Finally, both sides joined forces to paralyze the gamblers. After the money was in hand, the gentry's money was returned in full, and the people's money was divided into 30% and 70%. This sentence is really appropriate. As for who the gentry who manipulated the market is, there is no need to say more, those who understand will understand. And there are no people here, only gamblers, a group of gamblers with a rich life. Except for a small group of people in the orphanage, he found that people in this world really live a rich life, and food and clothing are not a problem, otherwise there would not be so many gamblers. There is also 30%, which is hard to say. Yu Hai doesn't care about this 30%, after all, how much he can get is determined by the handicap. When the time comes, he will be angry, because when he is unhappy, some people will be very happy, so happy that they can't sleep. Similarly, when some people are happy, when they don't know, he is also very happy, the kind of happiness that can wake up with laughter in dreams at night. The three finally finalized the plan and started the action. Yu Hai and Xiao Ying came to the counter in the bar lobby. He ordered a glass of white water and Xiao Ying ordered a glass of juice. The two waited for the destined person to come. It didn't take long before they met a stranger with whom they had a destiny. They slipped a note to him and asked him to meet at the back door of the bar. In response, the corners of his mouth behind the face towel rose up unconsciously. He pulled up the hood behind him, and asked Xiao Ying to follow him. They came to the back of the bar and saw the greasy middle-aged fat man who blocked the road last night. "What do you think?" Old A saw Yu Hai and the others appear and immediately asked about the answer he didn't get last night. "Okay, 3 layers, I only play 3 games a day." Yu Hai raised 3 fingers, indicating that he would take 3 layers and only play 3 games. When Old A heard Yu Hai nod in agreement, he was immediately delighted and secretly praised himself for making another business deal, and he could also get a commission from it. However, his remuneration was fixed. Yu Hai's 3 layers were just what he cheated Yu Hai. He was just a broker and didn't have that much power to affect the distribution of the profits of the market. But he also wanted to reassure the other party, calmly saying that everything was as planned and not to worry about not getting the money. "Don't worry, our the operation is very relaxed. You can pay after the game. You can quit at any time if you want. Just refuse the person who handed you the note before the game. Okay, what should we do next?" Yu Hai didn't understand their operation and didn't know how they manipulated the win or loss. "This paper shows your winning and losing arrangements for today. Someone else will give it to you on my behalf. Don't worry about it. Just do it. Someone will also send the money to this bar after the game. You only need to wait for half an hour to get the money." Old A took out the note and stuffed it into Yu Hai's hand, and then whispered, "You look pretty good. I have to remind you of one thing, the losing game on the note is very simple. You have to be careful about the winning game. Once you lose the game you want to win, they will ask you for compensation." Haha, Yu Hai knew that things were not that simple. It turned out that the pit was here. He also knew who Old A was talking about. They were the people at the handicap. He didn't know how strong the thugs they hired were. They must be at least senior level. This reminded him of the strongmen brothers before. He suspected that the 2 strongmen brothers were the thugs who did this kind of dirty work. Just when he was thinking, Old A had left. Yu Hai opened the note given by Old A. It said that he lost the first game, lost the second game, and won the third game. After reading the note, Yu Hai tore it up and threw it into the trash can. Xiao Ying always bet on him to win, so it didn't matter whether she read it or not. The old man had his hint, so it didn't matter even more. In fact, there was another reason for not showing it to Xiao Ying. He suspected that he was being monitored, and this kind of monitoring should end after the battle. He didn't care about this. After all, actors perform for others. Life is like a play, and a play is like life. It's a play inside and outside the play. Life is a play directed and performed by oneself. 240 Chapter 234, Harmony Brings Wealth, More. 240. This time, Yu Hai and his companions came to the battlefield, but they did not attract much attention from passers-by. Only those who had seen Yu Hai fight would secretly take a look. The main reason was that Yu Hai's performance yesterday was too bad, which made many people lose interest in Yu Hai, the mysterious trainer. Yu Hai was happy to see this happen, and he watched the battle at ease in the battlefield, and was not in a hurry to play the 3 battles today. While watching the battle, he remembered that there seemed to be one person missing. By the way, Xiaoying, why don't you see Fatty? I have something to say to Grandpa, so I sent Fatty back. I don't know if Fatty is here. Xiaoying came to the sailor bar with Fatty. He had something to do with Grandpa, so he asked Fatty to wait outside and find a place to play. When he came out, Fatty was gone, and he didn't know where Fatty had gone. Forget it, don't tell Fatty about this. We'll start planning soon. Don't be nervous. Just be as usual. I understand, Brother Hai. Yu Hai didn't care about Fatty's departure. As he and Xiaoying watched several battles, they recognized their passerby trainer. More and more people wanted to challenge him. He did not refuse the challenge from the strange trainer. He took the opportunity to complete the 3 battles today, and once again stood on the battlefield and released his own Pokemon, Butterfree. This was Butterfree's first battle. He had already told Butterfree that he would need to act later, that is, lose the battle, and there was no need to fight seriously. It's that mysterious trainer again. This time he sent Butterfree. I didn't expect him to come again. I can make money again this time. I don't know if the other party will send Frog. Who knows? But that rhinoceros is not obedient, and I don't know if this Butterfree can do it, so we can bet on others first. With the arrival of Yu Hai, the battle site also gathered a crowd, and the challengers began to be eager to try. Because challenging Yu Hai, the challenger can have the advantage, with the right to play second and the right to attack first, so many passers-by trainers want to challenge this confident and mysterious trainer to make some money. When many challengers saw Yu Hai send out a bug-type Pokemon Butterfree, they thought that the money was already waving to them, and they just needed to reach out to take it. After all, Pokemon like Butterfree have almost no combat power. Among the group of trainers who like to fight, it is synonymous with weakness, but they didn't expect that the opponent would also use it. Seeing that the opponent was Butterfree, the passerby trainer who had decided to challenge released his flying Pokemon, Pidgeot. 50,000 per game, pay first to attack. Yu Hai saw Pidgeot and thought to himself that the opponent would really use the natural enemy of the bug-type Pokemon to fight Pay the Bug system, and immediately raised his hand to make his request. Hearing this request, the challenging trainer had no doubts. After all, they all knew the rules of Yu Hai, and they had to pay first if they had the right to play second. Just a little confused about Yu Hai's lowered bet, only 50,000 per game, after all, it was 100,000 yesterday. The challenger didn't think much, took out 50,000 and threw it to the battlefield. Butterfree flew over obediently, picked up the money and put it in Yu Hai's hand, and returned to the battlefield. When Butterfree returned to the battlefield, the challenger also ordered Pidgeot to attack. For Pidgeot's attack, Yu Hai did not command Butterfree to fight, but let Butterfree play freely. He just reminded Butterfree that the final result was to lose the battle anyway, and the process was no longer important, but in order not to arouse suspicion, he would also pretend to command Butterfree. He now has a more important thing, which is to pass on the information of losing the game and let the old man know. As they started to fight, the betting office outside the fighting field was a small shop similar to a canteen. There were also 6 TVs here, which could show the live broadcasts of the 6 fighting fields, and the gamblers began to place bets. It was only Xiaoying's arrival that made all the gamblers quiet down, because they all knew that Xiaoying knew the mysterious trainer, so whoever Xiaoying bet on would most likely win. After all, according to common sense, one's own people would definitely only bet on winning and not losing. The person in charge of the betting office who saw Xiaoying coming wanted to stop Xiaoying from betting. After all, they were not sure whether Xiaoying had read the note, so they had to prepare for the worst, which was to stop Xiaoying from betting. Xiaoying's bet might affect the judgment of the gamblers, and the previous hype would also fail. But Xiaoying was faster, and directly bet 10,000 on Yu Hai's side, clearly supporting her big brother. When Xiaoying saw the person she bet on, the person in charge of the handicap immediately stopped trying to stop her, because according to the note, Yu Hai's first game would be a losing game, so Xiaoying made the wrong bet. However, Xiaoying didn't think so, because right or wrong didn't matter, it was more meaningful to bet on someone. Seeing everyone looking at him, he felt that if he didn't explain, he would probably be beaten to death. I just want to support my big brother. After saying this weakly, Xiaoying withdrew from the handicap and stood far away to watch the live battle on TV. However, when the gamblers heard this, they naturally didn't believe it, and they all bet on Yu Hai and watched the battle. The battle between Butterfree and Pidgeot on TV soon decided the winner, and in the end it was Pidgeot's win that solved Butterfree. It can't be said that it solved it, it can only be said that Butterfree's acting skills are very good, and she took the opportunity to pretend to faint. After using the Pokeball to retrieve Butterfree, Yu Hai comforted Butterfree softly. Butterfree, lying in the Pokeball, pouted at him quietly and asked how he acted. Yu Hai also praised Butterfree's acting skills, but no one else could hear it. Then he took out 100,000 alliance coins and threw them to the battlefield. After the Pidgeot trainer took the 100,000, Yu Hai released the next Pokemon, a Slowpoke. He also told Slowpoke to find an opportunity to pretend to faint. The trainers who made money wanted to fight again, but how could such a rare opportunity to make money be given to one person? They all rushed to challenge Yu Hai. The second battle started soon, and the opponent sent out the grass Pokemon, Slowpoke. Seeing that the second battle was about to start, the gamblers who bet on Pidgeot to win continued to bet on Slowpoke, and those who bet on Yu Hai to win were all glaring at Xiaoying. Of course, Xiaoying would not indulge these gamblers. He helplessly spread his hands to show that he had made it very clear. Who could these gamblers blame if they didn't believe him? Seeing that the second match was about to begin, Xiaoying took out 10,000 again and bet on Yu Hai without thinking. This time he didn't explain. Because Brother Hai had told him that they were helping gamblers quit gambling, he had no psychological burden at all. As Xiaoying placed the bet for the second time, some gamblers began to hesitate. In the end, only a few gamblers chose to bet on Cao Dai Hua, and a large number of gamblers still bet on Dai Dai Xiao. They chose to believe Xiaoying again, who told the handicap to raise Yu Hai's winning rate, and many people continued to bet on Yu Hai. The result of the match on TV soon appeared. Cao Dai Hua, who had the advantage in attributes, won without a doubt. Those who bet on Yu Hai to win directly lost their underwear and glared at Xiaoying. Xiaoying was not a child who would be bullied. She immediately released the mosquito-repellent frog to cheer herself up and scolded the gamblers, "What are you looking at? I lost money too. Didn't you see it?" Xiaoying scolded to give herself courage, and took out another 10,000 yuan to continue betting on Yu Hai to win. The gamblers watching could see that Xiaoying had no inside information at all, and was simply blindly supporting her big brother, regardless of winning or losing. With Yu Hai sending out the armored rhinoceros, the third match was about to begin. The odds of Yu Hai were raised again, but not many gamblers were willing to bet on Yu Hai. All bet on Yu Hai's opponent, a parasitic mushroom. The reason for betting on the parasitic mushroom was that the armored rhinoceros had been defeated by the parasitic mushroom, and the armored rhinoceros was still uncontrollable, and the parasitic mushroom could defeat the parasitic mushroom again the second time. As the battle between Parasaurolophus and Ironclad Rhino began, all the gamblers stared at the live broadcast on the screen until Ironclad Rhino knocked Parasaurolophus away and the battle ended. This time Ironclad Rhino won, but the gamblers were all crazy. Because they all bet on Parasaurolophus to win, but Parasaurolophus lost. Some gamblers even lost 3 games in a row and were so angry that they wanted to curse. Since Xiaoying bet on Ironclad Rhino to win, she became the biggest winner. The odds of Ironclad Rhino were also pulled to 1 to 3. Xiaoying not only recovered her capital in one wave, but also made a small profit of 10,000. She happily collected the money and left the betting site. Of course, the old man who bet secretly was also laughing so hard. You should know that there is more than one betting site in the battle site. There are betting sites around the battle site. And the person in charge of the betting site was also laughing so hard. He didn't expect that he would make a small profit of several million after opening 3 betting sites for the first time with Yuhai. If he came a few more times, it would be a business that would make a profit without loss. Everyone was laughing till they were numb, except for the gambler who felt that he had been fooled. He took out all his anger on Xiao Ying and spoke badly to her. But all the gamblers just looked at Xiao Ying with hatred as she left. They couldn't possibly fight here. Xiao Ying left the betting site and met Yuhai outside the battle site. Yuhai had to leave the battle site after playing 3 games. "Brother Hai, I made 10,000 yuan by betting on you. The odds of the last game are 1 to 3, Xiao Ying excitedly told Yuhai the news when she saw him. After all, it was his first time to win money. "You still won, and I still lost 50,000 yuan, Yuhai smiled bitterly. For this fake match, he still lost 50,000 yuan. If the share was not much, he would refuse to cooperate next time, no room for negotiation. After all, when has he ever done a loss-making business? Only he can cheat others. If others want to cheat him, there is no way." After leaving the battle site, Yuhai and the others came to the sailor bar. The next step was to wait for someone to give money. Entering the sailor bar, Xiao Ying went to the toilet and didn't come back for a long time. No one knew where she went. It was very likely that she went to see the old man. Yuhai did not look for Xiao Ying, but just sat at the bar alone, waiting for the money sender mentioned by the greasy fat man. It didn't take long for the money sender to come and sit next to him. Before he noticed, a yellow envelope was quietly pushed in front of him. Seeing the envelope, Yuhai turned his head to look at the person who came. He was also masked, a young man, with a glass of water in front of him, which he had not touched like him. Reaching out to pick up the envelope, Yuhai instantly realized that the other party was the money sender, but when he picked up the envelope and felt the thickness of the envelope, he felt something was wrong. There was too little money in the envelope. He opened the envelope and gently rubbed the alliance coins inside with his thumb. He counted the banknotes that flew by silently, and he roughly estimated that there were about 20 to 30 banknotes. In other words, the reward this time was only 200,000 or 300,000. "Is this to send away beggars? What's your surname?" Yuhai put down the envelope calmly and asked the masked man beside him in a low voice. "What?" Unsatisfied. The masked man's tone was slightly contemptuous. "It doesn't matter, the cooperation is over," Yuhai said in a low voice, and stood up and left the bar. Faced with Yuhai's sudden departure, the masked man panicked. He thought Yuhai would be angry and would argue with him. He thought the other party would not dare to make a big deal, and then he would threaten the other party with a fake match and force the other party to cooperate with them. However, what he didn't expect was that Yuhai was not angry or angry. He didn't say anything. He just said that the cooperation was over and left. He didn't have time to use his tried and tested methods. The cooperation ended, which caught him off guard. Seeing Yuhai leaving the bar, he hurriedly got up and chased after him, stopped Yuhai outside the door, put his hand on Yuhai's shoulder, and threatened in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid that I will expose the fake match? Are you deaf?" Yuhai didn't even turn his head, shook his shoulders and shook off the other party's arm, and quickly disappeared from the other party's sight. Seeing this scene, the masked man was dumbfounded. He had never met such an arrogant partner who was not afraid of any threats. Even if the match fixing was exposed, the other party did not care. However, he cared a lot. The person in charge of the handicap told him to talk nicely. As long as they could continue to cooperate, money was not a problem. But the other party did not give him a chance to talk and just walked away. If he had not secretly deducted some money and paid too little, the other party would not have walked away like this. Once the cooperation could not continue, he could not explain to the person in charge of the handicap. If someone traced it down and found that he had withheld part of the reward, he would die very ugly. Thinking of this, the masked man looked very ugly and hurriedly chased in the direction where Yu Hai disappeared. He had to keep this mysterious trainer no matter what. After chasing for several streets, the masked man finally took a shortcut and stopped Yu Hai in the alley. He raised his hand and asked Yu Hai to wait. He had something to say, but he needed to take a breath. When the masked man took a breath, he saw that Yu Hai had released the Pokémon, and it was the frog he had seen before. He immediately realized that Yu Hai might have misunderstood something, and hurriedly explained, "Don't be impulsive, we can discuss it. If you are not satisfied with the reward, we can also talk about it." Not interested, Yu Hai greeted Frog, and walked straight past the masked man, not wanting to pay attention to him at all. "Tell me, how much reward do you want to be satisfied?" The masked man knew that this mysterious trainer was determined not to cooperate, so he could only go back to the original question, but this would make him very passive. 1 million, Yu Hai heard the other party give in, and immediately said a number. Since the other party would chase here, it means that it is important to let him stay, and he knows how to quote. 1 million is too much, the masked man wanted to say something, or bargain. But before the masked man said anything, Yu Hai walked straight past, not wanting to talk nonsense with the masked man at all. Now he knew that he had no room for bargaining. Yu Hai was the one who really controlled him, just like he thought he could control Yu Hai just now. The initiative was transferred. But the problem now was that he couldn't refuse the other party at all, and he couldn't refuse the other party, otherwise he would die ugly. The people at the plate would never let him go. Who told him to drive away the tool that could make money for the boss? Okay, the masked man finally gritted his teeth and was forced to agree to Yu Hai's request. Give money. Yu Hai heard the masked man's straightforward agreement, and he didn't give the other party a chance to struggle. He immediately turned around and asked the other party to give money. He didn't know why the masked man agreed, but the masked man must have been forced into a desperate situation, otherwise he would not agree to such a harsh request. After all, the reward was 3 times the original one. Preliminary statement, cooperation continues, the masked man said angrily. Okay, Yu Hai nodded gently. If there is 1 million every time, it is not impossible to continue cooperation. Also, your reward this time is only 500,000, and the remaining 500,000 is mine, the masked man must make it clear. If it is 1 million every time, and he loses 500,000, he might as well run away early. He will not do this loss-making business. What do you mean? Yu Hai frowned subconsciously. He thought that his reward was embezzled by this guy for 700,000, but he didn't expect it to be only 200,000. As for whether the other party is lying, it is difficult to judge, but the cooperation relationship between the two has reached a freezing point, and the other party probably did not lie. Because after the other party said 500,000, he could clearly feel that the other party seemed to be relieved and regained the confidence to negotiate. It feels that even if he refuses the next thing, the other party can go back and report, and is not afraid of his nonsense at all. Interesting, really interesting. Yu Hai could see that the relationship between Peng Kao and them was really a cooperative relationship, and it would not rise to personal attacks. The relationship between the other party and Peng Kao should be a superior subordinate relationship, the kind of relationship where even if they did something wrong, they would still lose a layer of skin. After understanding this, he felt more confident. Anyway, no matter how he behaved, it was the same attitude. The real money was made by the old man, but he could not accept it because the reward was too little. If he endured oppression without getting angry, it would arouse the other party's suspicion. Only a lion's mouth would be in line with the current personality. It's meaningless. The future reward will be about 500,000. If you agree, continue to cooperate. If you don't agree, take your 200,000 and leave. The masked man had the confidence to negotiate again, and he became tough again in front of Yu Hai. Before, he was afraid of being complained about withholding the reward. Now he made up the remaining 200,000, and the other party had nothing to say. As for complaining after receiving the money? Haha, this is the unspoken rule. It's bad luck for him to meet this stubborn kid. If the other party doesn't want to get involved, he will understand the principle of keeping his mouth shut. If the other party dares to talk too much and mess up his work, he can do it secretly. The same is true. 700,000, give it to him. Yu Hai looked at the other party with a smile, stretched out his hand with a black glove, and waited for the other party to pay. What the other party is thinking, what plan, and how much money he secretly embezzled, it has nothing to do with him. After all, he and Xiao Ying also have their own plans, and both sides just take what they need. There is no need to be hard on money. Here is 700,000, everyone makes money in harmony. The masked man took out 700,000, and it was only a little painful. After all, he embezzled 200,000 at a time. After so long, he has made a lot of money. Happy cooperation. Yu Hai accepted the 700,000, turned around and waved his hand and left the alley, not wanting to say too much nonsense to the other party. If the other party hadn't deducted his reward, there would be no conflict of interest between the two parties. It can only be said that some people are just cheap. Watching Yu Hai go away, the masked man engraved Yu Hai's back deeply in his eyes, and secretly swore in his heart that he would make up for the loss this time. The 500,000 yuan is the hush money he put on the other party. Once there is a chance, he will get it back with interest. This is why he still has to pay 500,000 yuan in the end. He is not a person who is willing to suffer losses. It is really a coincidence that Yu Hai is not such a person. It's just that the mosquito-repellent frog is a bit troublesome. He must think about it in the long run. It doesn't matter if he can't get it back. Only then can the work of the handicap be long-term. He can still tell the difference. When he came to the south of the city, Yu Hai first went to pick up the customized wristband, and the wristband that Xiao Ying customized for the mosquito-repellent frog. Xiao Ying's mosquito-repellent frog wristband is blue, and the giant crab's wristband is white, both of which are the colors of elf skin. He paid the balance, took the two wristbands and left, ready to take the giant crab home. When he came to the beach again, Yu Hai saw two giant crabs resting under the observation deck, one of which was his. Only when he came here did he shout to Kita on the observation deck, "Mr. Kita, I'm here to take the giant crab away." "It's you. Your giant crab has learned Iron Wall. There are 2 moves left. Bring it here tomorrow and I will teach it the remaining 2 moves." Kita saw Yu Hai and explained today's teaching. Hearing that the giant crab had learned Iron Wall, Yu Hai immediately opened the proficiency panel of the giant crab and saw the Iron Wall move appear at the end of the panel, so he closed the panel. Then he used the poke ball to take back the giant crab, said goodbye to Kita, and left the coconut beach. Watching Yu Hai go away, Kita felt that Yu Hai was a strange person, but he didn't think much about it and waved goodbye to Yu Hai. After all, the other party had paid, so he was only responsible for teaching, doing his own job, and not interfering or asking about other things. After Yu Hai left the beach, the gull followed behind and also landed. He shook his head at Yu Hai, saying that there was no special situation this afternoon, and the giant crabs were learning new moves from each other. Seeing this, Yu Hai was relieved. It seemed that this middle-aged man was not bad, not as dark as he thought. Then he sat on the gull, and the mosquito frog had been collected by him long ago. He sat on the gull and returned to the villa. When he returned to the villa, Xiao Ying had not come back yet, and he did not plan to wait any longer, but made dinner for the elves. After dinner was ready, Xiao Ying came to the villa just in time and had dinner with him. "Brother. Hi, I'm going to get the wristband." "The master said you took it away," Xiao Ying asked at the dinner table. "Yes, this is for the mosquito-repellent frog." Yu Hai took out a blue wristband and threw it to Xiao Ying, asking Xiao Ying to keep it and put it on the mosquito-repellent frog later. "Brother Hai, the balance. I paid you, it's only 8,000, not much money, wash the dishes after dinner. Yu Hai waved his hand, stood up, put down the dishes and left the table. He was full and was ready to lie in the yard to watch the moon. After Xiaoying finished eating, she cleaned the table, washed the dishes and wiped the water stains on her body, and then took out the wristband to put on her mosquito-repellent frog. Yu Hai also put a wristband on the giant crab, which contained the mysterious water drop of the elf hunter. It was an elite item, enough for the current giant crab. Everyone rested for a while after dinner, and the evening training began again. There is still no need to go out for training tonight. The armored rhino has thick skin and flesh, and was not injured in the battle. Xiaoying also solved the old problem of itching all over the body by cleaning it with a brush. After all, it is useless to use a tool man who is free. The mosquito-repellent frog and the giant claw crab are still the same. They are learning new moves, but these two guys have learned to defend and are using water guns to train each other to defend. There are also Butterfree and Slowpoke. They played 2 fake games today. Yu Hai is treating the injuries of the 2 little guys. The 2 little guys pretended to faint too quickly. They are basically minor injuries and can be cured with wound spray. Okay, Butterfree, you still have to act tomorrow. Remember to faint quickly and get beaten less. Yu Hai rubbed Butterfree's little head and whispered while treating Butterfree's injuries. Butterfree nodded gently, lying in Yu Hai's arms to enjoy Yu Hai's touch, biting a straw in his mouth and sucking sweet honey. It felt so happy and Yu Hai's arms were so warm. When treating Slowpoke's injuries, Yu Hai also took the opportunity to stroke Slowpoke, enjoying its soft and comfortable fur, secretly sighing that Slowpoke is indeed not suitable for fighting, but is very suitable for being used as a pillow, and it feels so comfortable to touch. After treating the injuries of the 2 elves, the remaining elves have no training and are playing in the swimming pool. Yu Hai lay back on the folding bed and looked at the moon in the sky quietly. He did not ask Xiaoying how much money the old man made, and now is not the time to divide the money. As for whether the grandfather and grandson will team up to embezzle money, he is not afraid. After all, Xiaoying is his person. What is the meaning of money? He is looking at Xiaoying's future. 241 Chapter 235, Fatty is upset. 241. It was the 14th day of arriving at Hassa Island, and it was drizzling. When Yu Hai got up early this morning, he saw the drizzling outside the door. After so many days in Hassa Island, the temperature finally dropped. After getting up and stretching, he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the little ones. Xiaoying also got up and came to the kitchen to help. The 2 quickly prepared breakfast. This morning, the little fat man got up early and just happened to catch breakfast. During breakfast, the little fat man also mentioned the training. Brother Hai, can my big crab train with the giant crab? Yes, Yu Hai thought about it, and recalled that the little fat man's big crab panel seemed to have no high-speed movement moves, so he reminded the little fat man, let the big crab and the giant crab learn high-speed movement first. High-speed movement? The little fat man immediately thought of the previous giant crab battle, which used high-speed movement to defeat the Jolteon. It seems that high-speed movement should be very important. Everyone chatted casually for a few more words, and after breakfast, they all started the boring morning exercise. In today's morning exercise, Yu Hai still didn't put weight on the mosquito-repellent frog, just run normally, because the mosquito-repellent frog's fist has not healed yet, and the ice explosion's counter-injury is too serious. Even if you want to use it next time, you have to use it with caution. The morning exercise was over quickly. Yu Hai took a shower, changed clothes, and prepared lunch, and Xiaoying also came to help. After several days of exercise, the little fat man finally got better today and was no longer exhausted and collapsed on the ground. It means that the little fat man's physical fitness has been exercised. As long as he keeps exercising every day, the little fat man will not be so fat. After lunch, everyone took a lunch break, and then the 3 of them went out together. Yu Hai wanted to send the giant crab to learn the remaining 2 new moves, and there was still a lot to do for today's fake match. However, Xiao Ying was not in a hurry this afternoon, so she went to the coconut tree beach with Yu Hai, and the little fat man followed. The three of them came to the coconut tree beach, and Yu Hai asked the two to wait, and he went to release the giant crab. "Mr. Kita, good afternoon." Yu Hai went up to greet Kita, who was wearing blue shorts on the observation deck. "You're here." Kita just glanced at Yu Hai, then turned back and continued to stare at the sparkling sea, fearing that he would miss the tourists' cries for help. "Mr. Kita, please take care of the giant crab today." Yu Hai released the giant crab and was about to tell the giant crab about what to learn. Kita suddenly stretched out his hand to signal Yu Hai to be quiet, and quickly jumped off the observation deck, threw out the poke ball, released his own Pokemon, the gull and the giant crab under the observation deck, and followed his footsteps and ran to the seaside. Yu Hai saw that the other party was so anxious, turned around and looked up, and saw someone drowning on the sea. He had just seen someone drowning when Kita rushed into the sea, with the giant crab guarding beside him, and the gull had already picked up the drowning tourist. He also saw a surfboard washed up on the shore. It should be that the drowning tourist failed to surf and was swept into the waves, so he called for help. When Kita rescued the person was still breathing. He just told him to be careful and returned to the observation deck. Yu Hai mentioned the matter of the giant crab again. "Mr. Kita, is that person okay?" "It's okay." Kita took the towel next to the observation deck to wipe his face, looked at the giant crab at Yu Hai's feet, and waved his hand, saying, "The giant crab is here, you can take it away later. I will teach the giant crab to learn the last two moves. Then I'll trouble Mr. Kita." Yu Hai said goodbye and left the coconut beach after confirming that the other party would teach the giant crab. When he turned around to find Xiao Ying, he found that the coconut tree where Xiao Ying and the others were standing had been surrounded by people, and there were people shouting to cheer. He walked over and followed the crowd to watch, and found that it was a passerby trainer who was challenging Xiao Ying, and he must have recognized Xiao Ying. After all, Xiao Ying had won 5 consecutive games on the beach before, which was quite famous. This battle on the sand was between frog and frog. Judging from the performance of the two frogs, Xiao Ying's frog was better. Both the accuracy and power of the moves were much higher than the opponent. Recently, he also found that there seemed to be more Pokemon like frog, and he didn't know if it was his fault. After watching the battle for a while, frog decided the winner. Xiao Ying's frog won and won 10,000 alliance coins. After losing money, a strange trainer who owned frog found Xiao Ying and wanted to ask how Xiao Ying's frog was cultivated and why it was so powerful. He wanted to learn. In response, Xiao Ying only told the other party that he had to train the accuracy of the moves. If the moves were not accurate, no matter how powerful they were, it would be useless. Seeing that the other party did not ask about the waterfall climbing, Xiao Ying was secretly relieved, because his grandfather had told him that the training method of waterfall climbing should not be leaked before he has strength, otherwise it would bring disaster. He also remembered his grandfather's advice. If someone asked, he would use waterfall climbing as Brother Hai said before, and the mosquito-repellent frog originally used waterfall climbing. As for how to train the waterfall climbing, it would be impolite to ask again. As the battle ended, someone still wanted to challenge Xiao Ying, but Xiao Ying saw Yu Hai coming and rejected the challenger, saying that he would not fight. He also said that he would fight in the battlefield, but he would not fight here. He had something else to do. If he wanted to challenge, he would go to the Elf Center to challenge, and he would not fight here. He had not forgotten the main business of today. 10 or 20,000 was a small amount of money. He could fight at any time. Cooperating with Brother Hai and Grandpa to help the gambler quit gambling was the main business. Xiao Ying, not bad, congratulations on winning the battle. Yu Hai came over and applauded. Brother Hai, I'm still far from it. Xiao Ying saw Yu Hai clapping, scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. You know, Yu Hai gets 5 million for one game, let alone playing against each other, just standing on the battlefield, his legs are weak. Wow, Xiaoying, your mosquito-repellent frog has become stronger again. The little fat man saw Xiaoying win again, and rushed towards Xiaoying with a shout. Fatty, keep your voice down. Xiaoying really couldn't stand the fat man's exclamation, and he was startled by everything he did. After all, they train every day, morning, afternoon, and night. If they can't get stronger, why do they train so hard? Okay, we still have to go to the battlefield. When Yu Hai said this, only Xiaoying understood. Xiaoying understood that he had to go to play a fake game again, but the fat man was still with him, and he didn't know whether to get rid of him. He also asked Yu Hai with his eyes what to do. No need, Yu Hai saw Xiaoying's eyes and shook his head gently to show that he didn't care. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? The little fat man saw Xiaoying and the other girl flirting with each other, and he was immediately anxious. Did they have something good but didn't take him to play? Xiaoying will tell you, you go get a car and wait for me. Yu Hai waved his hand and asked the two to leave first, because he was going to release the big-mouthed gull. Bilibali, the big-mouthed gull just came out and saw the beach in the distance, and knew that it was yesterday again, so it flew towards the beach. Big-mouthed gull, I'll leave the giant crab to you, Yu Hai shouted to the big-mouthed gull that flew away. Bilibali, the big-mouthed gull did not look back, but responded with a cry. Watching the big-mouthed gull leave, Yu Hai got into the car that Xiaoying stopped, and the little fat man in the car kept chatting with Xiaoying. Xiaoying, you made 10,000 yesterday? I also want to try it. The little fat man heard that Xiaoying made money by betting, and he also wanted to play a few games with Xiaoying. Don't try. When your mother comes, I'll be scolded again, saying that I'm a bad influence on you. Xiaoying felt that this still couldn't dispel the little fat man's idea. He didn't want to see the little fat man become a gambler, so he hurriedly explained, 10,000 is the minimum standard. Do you have so much pocket money? 10,000? The little fat man hesitated for a long time, obviously not having that much money, and hurriedly looked at Xiaoying. He really didn't have that much money, but Xiaoying did. Don't even think about it. Xiaoying saw the little fat man looking at her, and knew what the little fat man was thinking. After all, the two were childhood friends. As soon as the little fat man stuck out his butt, he knew what the other party would say. Okay, the little fat man had no choice but to shut up. It was impossible to borrow money, so he could only look at Xiaoying and play. As the three came to the sailor bar, Xiaoying and the little fat man went to watch the game first, and Yu Hai sat alone in the bar, waiting for the contact person. Soon, the masked man from yesterday when he came, he ordered another glass of water, and the white paper was pressed under the cup and pushed towards Yu Hai. Yu Hai picked up the white paper, the masked man had disappeared, and he also left the bar from the back door with the note. After reading the note outside the bar, he destroyed the note. Today, he had 2 wins and 1 loss in the middle, which means that he would lose the second game. Not bad, he didn't lose money at last. Then, he went straight to the battlefield, and the passerby trainer saw him and challenged him. When there was an empty seat in the battlefield, he stood on the trainer platform. Today was the same routine, but he sent out Rhino in the first game. It was safer to use Rhino in the winning game, and he basically wouldn't lose. There were more Pokemon to choose from in the losing game, and it didn't matter which one he used, but he couldn't use Frog. He wouldn't send Frog to fight, because once Frog was sent out, no one would fight him. Frog had defeated the club's senior coach before, and it was an electric Pokemon. The trainers who had seen him fight were not fools. As he started the fight, Xiaoying started betting. Fatty was watching from the side, watching Xiaoying bet and win money, and he could only watch. Xiaoying couldn't explain to Fatty that betting here was a routine, so he could only tell Fatty not to gamble. The last 3 fake matches ended with Yu Hai winning 50,000. Xiaoying also won money this time, and happily came to meet Yu Hai with the money. "Brother Hai, I won again," Xiaoying shouted excitedly. "Xiaoying, I have something to do next," so I have to go back first." Yu Hai smiled and patted Xiao Ying on the shoulder, hoping that Xiao Ying would not get involved. "Fatty, I'll treat you, let's go to the buffet restaurant and eat whatever you want." Xiao Ying also knew that Yu Hai was going to get his reward, so she took Fatty away and planned to treat Fatty to a buffet. The little fat man was excited when he heard about the big meal. The buffet here costs 2,000 per person, and he usually doesn't want to eat. After saying goodbye to Xiao Ying and the others, Yu Hai came to the sailor bar and waited for the masked man who sent money yesterday to come. Soon, the masked man came and pushed an envelope to him on the bar, and turned around and left the bar. Seeing this, Yu Hai took the envelope and put it in his pocket, without looking at how much money was in it, and left the bar. If the money is less than 500,000, he will refuse to cooperate next time. This is a matter of showdown, and there is nothing to say. When he came to the outside of the bar, he opened the envelope and counted the alliance coins in the envelope. It was exactly 500,000, so he threw the envelope into his backpack and went directly to the coconut tree beach. When he came here, he did not disturb the giant crab who was studying, but released the mosquito-repellent frog to watch the sea with him here. "Okay, showdown, he is here to see the swimsuit girls." Fortunately, this is the elf world, otherwise it would be illegal to watch. He didn't go to pick up the giant crab until the sun was about to set in the sea. Today, the giant crab didn't learn instant amnesia and sword dance, and will continue tomorrow. However, according to Kita, his giant crab is almost mastered. Yukai is not in a hurry about this, he has plenty of time to learn slowly. After leaving the beach, the big-mouthed gull landed and shook his head to indicate that there was no abnormality today. He sat on the big-mouthed gull and returned to the villa to prepare dinner for the elves. When dinner was ready, Xiao Ying also came back, but Xiao Ying had eaten dinner outside and didn't eat dinner when she came back. After feeding the elves dinner, the evening training began. Yukai's elves also started the evening training. The mosquito-repellent frog and the giant crab trained each other to guard each other. After a few days of training, the proficiency reached more than 10, and they could be used in actual combat. The armored rhinoceros was bathed and massaged by Xiao Ying at night, and fell asleep. The remaining elves, except for the alert round silk spider, had nothing to do and were playing. In addition to Magikarp and Squidward, Yu Hai also has to arrange things for these guys. Butterfree, Slowpoke, the remaining 3 Pokémon are all very leisurely. He plans to let these 3 guys learn the Shadow Clone move from Xiao Ying's Parasaurolophus. Wait until one of the 3 guys learns it, and then teach the other Pokémon. Butterfree, Slowpoke, you 2 learn Shadow Clone from Parasaurolophus. Yu Hai waved his hand, called the 2 little guys over, and explained to the 2 little guys what Shadow Clone is. Butterfree had seen Shadow Clone on TV, it immediately understood what Yu Hai was talking about, picked up Slowpoke by the swimming pool, and went to learn from Parasaurolophus. There was also Slowpoke. He saw Slowpoke was training to pray for rain. Slowpoke didn't need to learn new moves, and it would be the same in the future. Finally, there was Farfetch. He didn't arrange anything, and he didn't know if Farfetch would still be in a bad mood, so he didn't arrange anything. After arranging training tasks for the elves, he lay on the folding bed and wanted to look at the moon for a while. Unfortunately, there were dark clouds all day and nothing could be seen in the sky. He fell into deep thought again. There were still 3 days before the club league, so he could go and join in the fun. As he was thinking, he fell asleep. Since he was in the courtyard this time, no one woke him up, and he slept until the next morning. The elves who trained at night were called to stop by Xiao Ying at 11 o'clock. After the elves stopped training, some fell asleep by Yu Hai's bed, some in the water, and some in the living room. It was cloudy on the 15th day after arriving at Hasa Island. It was another cool day, and Yu Hai's life today was both fulfilling and monotonous. Make breakfast after breakfast, morning exercises, lunch. I sent Giant Claw Crab to study in the afternoon, and played a fake game. I made another 550,000 today. I have to pick up giant claw crab later, and prepare dinner when I return to the villa. After dinner, I continue training in the evening. The day has passed, and there are still 2 days before the club league. 242 Chapter 236, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. 242. The 16th day after arriving at Hassa Island, sunny. Waking up on the folding bed in the morning, Yu Hai looked at the time on his watch and found that it was already past 7 in the morning. The sun was out and the sky was clear. Today is still 1 day away from the club league, which means the league will start tomorrow. He has nothing to prepare, and life is still going on as usual. When he was preparing breakfast, Xiaoying also got up. Xiaoying slept in the living room last night. After breakfast, everyone started morning exercises, but this morning was different from the past. The fat man didn't come. He didn't see the fat man the whole morning. After lunch, he and Xiaoying were going to go out again to play today's fake match, which was also the last one. After today's fake match, he didn't plan to play again. After all, he had to participate in the club league, and it was inconvenient to participate in fake matches. Once the club league starts, it will attract a lot of people to watch. At that time, few people will bet on them. Most people will bet on the players participating in the league. At that time, a fighting competition will be held at the same time. Who will watch street fights, such meaningless battles? However, before playing the fake match, he has to go to the coconut tree beach, hand over the giant crab to the lifeguard Mu Tian, and leave the big-mouthed gull to protect the giant crab. Finally, he took a taxi with Xiaoying to the battle site. This time he didn't go to the bar to wait. As soon as he came, someone bumped into him and put a note in his pocket. Finding a place where no one was, he opened the note and saw that there were still 2 wins today, both of which were in the front. It is estimated that he wanted him to win 2 games in a row, paralyze the gamblers who placed bets, and finally raise the odds, so that the gamblers would spit out all their capital and interest. After destroying the note, he patted Xiaoying on the shoulder and signaled Xiaoying with his eyes that the battle was about to begin. Go, Xiaoying, the 3 battles will be over soon. Yu Hai said goodbye to Xiaoying and walked to the battlefield. Seeing him appear, many passers-by trainers were also eager to try, and were discussing who should go up to challenge. Although fighting with Yu Hai is more likely to lose than win, fighting with Yu Hai has the right to play second and the right to attack first, which is a great advantage, but every time there are fewer wins and more losses, it is very painful. With the appearance of the challenger, Yu Hai's battle also began, and Xiaoying still cooperated with the betting. The 3 battles ended quickly, and Yu Hai did not make any mistakes in the game. In order to avoid trouble, he won the games he should win and lost the games he should lose. Today is also the last day. He will not participate in this kind of fake match next time. It is simply a thankless task. After the fake match, he also played fake matches for 4 days. He was going to wait for the money sender with Xiaoying in the bar, and then go back to train the elves. It was only past 3 in the afternoon, and it was still early. It would be a pity not to train the elves in such a good time in the afternoon. Not long after, the masked man who had been sending money came to the bar again and pushed the envelope towards him. This time was different from the past. Yu Hai spoke up about the end of the cooperation before the other party left. The club league will start tomorrow, and the cooperation is over, Yu Hai said, put the envelope in his pocket, and took Xiaoying out of the bar. The masked man did not stop the 2 from leaving. He sat on the bar calmly and watched Yu Hai and the others leave the bar. Then he also came to the outside of the bar and saw the 2 disappeared at the corner of the street. He immediately waved to the men who stayed outside the door. When the men came over, he whispered a few words in their ears. The men immediately understood and turned to enter the bar. After the masked man finished his explanation, he did not participate in the next thing and left the bar directly. After the masked man's men entered the bar, they quickly found their targets and walked towards the 3 drunks. When he came to the three drunks obviously knew him. He didn't say anything nonsense. He whispered a few words in the ears of the drunk brother and told the three drunks everything the masked man asked him to do. "Asshole, are you sure you are not lying to me? Bore, we have known each other for several years. How could I lie to you? Then you clearly knew it was fake, why didn't you remind me?" The drunk was very angry and vented his anger on the other party on the spot. "Hee, Ball, did I remind you? Did you listen to me? You told me not to meddle in other people's business." The drunkard sobered up a little after hearing this. He vaguely remembered that the other party did remind him, but he just didn't listen. Thinking of this, the drunkard's face flushed red, and because he was drunk, his face flushed even redder, and he was embarrassed to look at the other party. The masked man's men saw that the drunkard didn't say anything, so they took out Yu Hai's photo and handed it to the drunkard. It was when Yu Hai opened an envelope and counted money, someone took a picture of him. "Damn liar, we were all deceived." The drunkard saw the photo of Yu Hai counting money, and sobered up a lot. The bottle in his hand fell to the ground because he wanted to take the photo. At this moment, he was a gambler who had lost all his money. Any spark could ignite his anger. The other two drunks also stood up staggeringly. They were furious when they heard the eldest brother's scolding and the masked man's men fanned the flames. It just so happened that the three drunks were emboldened by the wine. They wanted to settle accounts with Yu Hai. He dared to cheat them by playing a fake match and made them lose a lot of money. Seeing that the angry drunks were getting more and more angry, the masked man's men took out a map with Yu Hai's rented villa marked on it. He had been monitoring Yu Hai for the past few days and had already found out where Yu Hai lived. He gave it to the drunk boss. The three drunks got the map and immediately left the bar angrily and got in the car to drive towards Yu Hai's villa. But the three were so drunk that everyone who saw them was wondering if they would be caught drunk driving by Miss Juncha on the road. In the private room on the second floor, the old man who witnessed everything took out a piece of paper and wrote something on it. He put the note in the mouth of a big-mouthed gull. This big-mouthed gull was his spirit, so it was no problem to use it to pass a message. He also told the big-mouthed gull to deliver the note to Xiao Ying and fly to the road to the villa in the west of the city to find it. He just hoped that the note could be delivered before the drunkard. The reason why the old man was so anxious was that he was sitting in the private room on the second floor. He saw someone smashing wine bottles through the French window and thought someone was making trouble. He happened to see the photo taken out by the masked man's men through the telescope. He recognized the masked man in the photo. It was Yu Hai who covered his face. Now Xiao Ying was with Yu Hai, and he had to warn Yu Hai. In fact, he was not worried that Yu Hai and his partner would not be able to defeat three drunkards, but he still reminded them so that they could be prepared and not be caught off guard. He would investigate the identity and origin of the drinkers who often drank at his place. This was not difficult, otherwise how could he be a local snake? These three drunks were not powerful characters, but just some small hooligans. They came to the store to tease his waitress because they had some dirty money. He believed that Yu Hai and Xiao Ying could easily deal with these three people. In addition, Xiao Ying also had experience in fighting, and Yu Hai was watching by the side, so he was even less worried about Xiao Ying. However, he didn't understand why Peng Kao wanted to deal with Yu Hai. If he just refused to cooperate, it would be a bit of an exaggeration. Once he became enemies, he would offend a powerful trainer, which would be more trouble than gain. In fact, the reason was very simple. The masked man just wanted to teach Yu Hai a lesson and take revenge on Yu Hai for 500,000. However, the old man didn't understand Peng Kao's purpose. He guessed that the other party should have made a personal decision in private, and he knew the person who instigated the drunk, but he was just the subordinate of the person who sent the money. He didn't know who the person who sent the money was, and he needed to investigate it carefully. When the identity of the person who sent the money is found out, it will be handed over to Yu Hai at that time. Yu Hai can do whatever he wants. Thinking of this, the old man gave instructions. He had been running the business here for many years and had several capable subordinates. The money deliverer's men saw 3 drunks leaving the bar and got in the car to chase them. He picked up the photo thrown away by the drunks from the ground, looked around, and saw that no one was paying attention to this side. Everyone was drinking, so he quietly left the bar. However, the money deliverer's men did not know that there was a pair of cunning eyes on the second floor from beginning to end, quietly watching his every move. Yu Hai and Xiao Ying, who left the bar, did not take a taxi back to the villa. He found that the ingredients in the refrigerator were almost gone this morning, and there were still enough for 1 or 2 meals. Now he was going to go to the supermarket to replenish some ingredients and then take a taxi back. It was just that the big-mouthed gull flying in the sky found them first. Bila Balai, the big-mouthed gull saw Xiao Ying and landed directly in front of Xiao Ying and spit out the note in its big mouth. "What is this?" Yu Hai looked at the big-mouthed gull with a blue scarf around its neck. It was obviously a Pokemon with a trainer. "I don't know why they blocked their way." "Don't worry, Brother Hai, this gull belongs to my grandfather." Xiao Ying had seen his grandfather's gull, which had a blue scarf around its neck. Xiao Ying picked up the note on the gull's tongue and touched it. The gull flew away, and he got up to open the note to see what his grandfather wanted to inform him. When he opened the note, he saw that it said that someone in the handicap had borrowed a knife to kill someone, and had already bewitched 3 drunks to find them. It should be for the fake match, reminding them to be careful. "Brother Hai, look," Xiao Ying read the content on the note, his face suddenly changed, and a layer of haze covered him in an instant, his brows were tightly knitted together, and his expression was a little solemn. Could it be that the fake match was exposed? Yu Hai took the note and quickly read the content on the note. It also had the identities and strengths of the 3 drunks, what kind of elves they used, and how strong the elves were. When he saw that the elves used by these 3 people were all grass-type and insect-type elves, he tore the note into pieces and threw it into the trash can. He was not as nervous as Xiao Ying. After all, the old man had investigated the 3 people. They were just gangsters and were not strong enough. They were not to be feared and could be easily dealt with. It was just that the trip to replenish the ingredients was going to be ruined. Even if he wanted to buy ingredients, he had to deal with the 3 people first. The most important thing was that the masked man broke his promise after all. In that case, don't blame him for being ruthless and looking for him to settle accounts. Originally, everyone broke up with money and made money in harmony. Why did he have to be so smart and play a trick with him? He would let the other party know how sharp his knife was. "Don't panic, follow me," Yu Hai gently comforted Xiao Ying, who encountered this kind of thing for the first time, and walked straight to the villa. The note mentioned that the 3 drunks had the address of the villa, so the drunks would definitely drive there to ambush them. There was no need for them to rush back, they could just walk back slowly. However, just after they walked 2 streets, they found a black car following behind them. Not only Yu Hai found it, but even Xiao Ying found the car following them. The car behind them was too obvious, Xiao Ying could find such a clumsy tracking. Seeing Yu Hai and the other 2 stop, the 3 people in the car also realized that they were discovered, and the 3 drunks did not pretend anymore, and immediately got out of the car and walked towards Yu Hai and the other 2. Seeing this, Xiao Ying was a little panicked. After all, there were 3 people on the other side, and they were aggressive and obviously came with bad intentions. He immediately looked up and asked Yu Hai with his eyes what to do now. Yu Hai did not see Xiao Ying's eyes asking for help, he said nothing, and did not care how the other party found them. Instead, he raised his hand to stop a car, stuffed Xiao Ying into the car directly, got in the car himself, closed the door, and told the master to go to the port. When he saw the 3 drunks, he changed his mind. He didn't plan to deal with them in the villa, but at the port. After Xiao Ying got in the car, she wanted to ask something, but Yu Hai just put his index finger to his mouth, signaling Xiao Ying to be quiet and wait until they got there to explain. Seeing Yu Hai running away, the three drunks became even angrier, and the three exasperated people also got in the car and chased after him. After chasing all the way, the alcohol was still affecting the judgment of the three people's brains, and they had not yet completely sobered up. When Yu Hai and the other two got off the car at the port and attracted the three strong men into the dim alleys of the port, the three drunks realized that something was wrong and how they had chased here. It was too late to react at this time. There were only two ends of the alley, one was blocked by him and the other was blocked by Xiaoying. The three people could not escape. Although it was still evening, the port was full of deep alleys, and the sun could not shine in at all. Besides, the alley that Yu Hai chose was an alley with tall buildings blocking the sunlight. If these three people could get out alive, he would be too soft-hearted, but is it possible? Sorry, it's all misunderstanding. The three drunks were surrounded and realized the seriousness of the problem, and they sobered up. They only remembered now that according to Yu Hai's performance on the battlefield, he was not an existence that the three of them could provoke. Let alone the mosquito-repellent frog, even the giant crab and the armored rhinoceros, they couldn't beat them. Thinking of this, the drunk's back was already wet with cold sweat, and it was hard not to sober up. As for the misunderstanding, Yu Hai didn't bother to talk nonsense with the three people. He raised his hand to signal the mosquito-repellent frog standing in front of him and pounced on the three people. Damn, let's fight! The drunk brother finally realized that he was being used as a gun by that bastard. It was too late to regret now. All three of them released their own Pokémon. The strongest drunk brother had three Pokémon, namely Beedrill, Scylla, and a bug Pokémon, Armored. After releasing the Pokémon, the drunk brother shouted to the two brothers beside him, "You hold him back, I'll deal with the weaker guy, open a path first, and escape first." 243 Chapter 237, Spider Robber Invest. 243. Okay, brother. The two brothers had also seen Yu Hai's battles and knew that Yu Hai's frog was very strong. Even if the two of them faced the frog together, they didn't have the confidence to defeat it. They could only hold it back as much as possible to buy time for the brother. Go, Beedrill, Scylla! Go, Beedrill, Scylla! The Pokémon released by the two brothers were the same as the Pokémon configuration of the drunk brother, and they were the two most easily captured Pokémon in the forest. Facing two Beedrills and two Squirtle, Frog rushed up directly with a waterfall, and punched through the two Squirtle with a frost punch, knocking out the two Squirtle. The two brothers saw that their Pokémon lost their ability to fight after just one encounter, and they couldn't even take Frog's attack. The two brothers swallowed their saliva subconsciously and shouted to their Beedrills in unison, "Beedrill, take us out of the alley." With such a big flaw at the entrance of the alley, how could Yu Hai not have an ambush? The two Beedrills just took off after catching the trainer and hit a big white web. It was dark before and didn't notice it. Now when they wanted to escape, they saw that the alley was full of spider webs. The Beedrills were stuck in the spider web as soon as they flew up. The Beedrills wanted to struggle, but the white spider web became tighter and tighter during the struggle, and the Beedrills were forced to throw the trainer off their hind legs. When the orb silk spider saw the Beedrills caught in the web, it quickly jumped up and wrapped the two Beedrills into a ball. The two drunks who fell to the ground were knocked unconscious by the mosquito frog, and the round silk spider jumped down and continued to wrap the two men like dumplings. After knocking out the two drunks, the mosquito frog looked at the drunk brother who was the only one left, and continued to rush towards him. When the drunk brother realized that the two younger brothers had been dealt with and there was still a spider web in the air, he knew that he was doomed. He hadn't even dealt with Xiao Ying's mosquito frog completely, let alone opening a way to escape. He overestimated himself, overestimated his younger brothers, and underestimated Yu Hai and Xiao Ying. I thought the two younger brothers could hold out for a few minutes, but they were dealt with in less than a minute. He could only fight on two fronts, and Dejia continued to deal with Xiao Ying's fierce attack. Frog, Beedrill, and Squirtle were used to intercept the charge of Frog. These two Pokémons that intercepted Frog were knocked away by Frog as soon as they met, and they hit the wall and fainted. The orb silk spider continued to wrap Beedrill and Squirtle into 2 dumplings. At this point, the battle of Frog was over. Frog, let Xiaoying deal with the remaining big armor by herself. Be careful, don't let this guy run away. After Yu Hai stopped Frog, he shouted to the orb silk spider, "Orb silk spider, take out all the things on these 2 people." The orb silk spider had seen Yu Hai licking the bag, and it also learned to lick the bag, lying on the 2 drunks and touching their whole bodies. Wallet, alliance coins, ID card, lighter, cigarettes, jewelry, necklace, watch, folding knife, keychain, sunglasses, poke ball. A lot of messy things were found by the orb silk spider. Yu Hai just took a look and found nothing valuable. He squatted down and searched for a while, only picked up the alliance coins and ID card, and did not touch the rest of the things. He only got 5,000 alliance coins. They were really 2 poor guys. The 2 of them only had 5,000 alliance coins in total. No wonder the Pokémons were so bad. Obviously, they didn't cultivate Pokémons at all. After counting the money, Yu Hai picked up the Pokeballs on the ground and took back the 2 people's Smurfs. This kind of Pokémon is not valuable, only a few 100,000, and it is not certain that someone will buy it. Unlike Parasaurolophus, Pokémons like Smurfs are not wanted even if they are bred. They are not the final evolved Venus Fry and are not uncultivated Pokémon cubs. With the traces of trainers, their value will be greatly reduced. And these 2 Smurfs have been raised to waste, their potential is still low, and their value is infinitely lowered. There are also the 2 giant beepers. No one wants them, even if they are given away. When he collected the 5,000 alliance coins and the Pokeball of the Smurf, Xiaoying also finished the battle. With the help of the orb silk spider, the great armor and the drunkard brother were also wrapped up like dumplings. Xiaoying also used the Pokeball to retrieve the great armor. This bug Pokemon still has some value and is the Pokemon that can be sold at the highest price among these Pokemon. Xiaoying also retrieved the drunkard brother's Smurf and threw the Pokeball to Yu Hai, because Yu Hai had solved the Smurf and the spoils belonged to Yu Hai. There were also more than 10,000 alliance coins on the drunkard brother, which Xiaoying collected himself. In addition, the drunkard brother had no valuable things on him, not even the energy blocks for cultivating Pokemon. He did not touch the jewelry and watches because Yu Hai did not touch these things either. Finally, he picked up the ID card and put it in Yu Hai's hand, and ended the looting. In this battle, he gained more than 10,000 alliance coins and a large armor. Yu Hai gained 5,000 alliance coins and 3 idiots. There were 3 giant beepers and 3 drunkards left. Xiaoying asked Yu Hai with her eyes what to do with them. Orb silk spider, paralyze these 3 people with toxins and throw them all into the sea, Yu Hai said the result in front of Xiaoying's eyes. Xiaoying did not object to the result, but carried the drunkards with the mosquito frog. Yu Hai also carried the drunkards with the mosquito frog. They were not far from the sea. The 3 drunkards were quickly thrown into the sea. The paralyzed drunkards could not struggle in the water and could only drown. In the sea water, the spider silk on the drunkards would also dissolve. Coupled with the alcohol on the 3 people, they could pretend to be drunk and fell into the sea. After dealing with the 3 people, Yu Hai and Xiaoying returned to the alley again. He asked the orb silk spider to release the beadrill that was entangled in the silk. In front of the 3 beadrills, he stepped down a few times and crushed all the poke balls. The beadrills should understand what he meant. Seeing that the poke balls that bound them were gone, the drill's scarlet compound eyes were not sure what to think. Finally, the 3 beadrills looked at each other, said nothing, and flew out of the alley. Watching the beadrills fly away, Yu Hai asked the orb silk spider to clean up the spider silk in the alley, and then took Xiaoying out of the alley. The 2 came to the beach again. Yu Hai took out the ID cards of the 3 people and threw them into the sea, as far as he could throw them. As for the mess left in the alley, strangers passing by would help pick them up. Ports are a place where all kinds of people are mixed. It doesn't matter who picks them up. It can also be disguised as the three people being robbed after being drunk. The reason why he dealt with the three drunkards and only let the beadrill go was because the beadrill could not speak. Once he let the three go, they would definitely retaliate against them secretly and spread the news that he had played a fake match, which would cause more trouble. In order to avoid more trouble, he solved the trouble once and for all and dealt with the three people. Not only did he have to deal with the three people, but he also had to deal with the masked man who gave him money. After all, the other party broke the appointment first, so he couldn't be blamed for secretly attacking. After throwing away his ID card, he looked at the darkening sea surface, and did not look at Xiaoying, but asked about what happened just now. Xiaoying, how do you feel the second time? Fortunately, I'm not as nervous as the first time, but I didn't expect those three people to be so weak. Xiaoying read the note and knew that these three people were not good people either, so they died. If they were weak, their fate would not be much better, so when he attacked, he did not hesitate at all. Anyway, it was not the first time. If he hesitated during the battle, causing the elves to be injured and himself to be sunk into the sea, he would have no place to cry, and he would also regret being soft-hearted. The trouble is not over yet, it's the masked man who sent the money. Someone has bewitched these three people to hunt us down, and we still need to deal with the masked man. Now, when Xiaoying asked Yu Hai, she found that she was becoming more and more indifferent, and she was no longer nervous at the beginning, and gradually became eager to try. This is a sign that the violent gene hidden in human genes is reviving. As for Yu Hai, he feels good about himself. He knows what he is doing from beginning to end, has a clear goal, and will not lose his way. It's just that he was suppressed for too long in his previous life. This world can release it without any scruples. When he killed the elf hunter for the first time, he didn't have any mercy or any psychological burden. Don't worry, I'm going to the black market to see, do you want to go? Yu Hai didn't have the idea of solving the masked man who sent money now. After all, he knew nothing about the masked man. Even if he wanted to take action against the masked man, he had to find out the details first. This matter can be asked to the old man. After all, he can give them a heads up in advance. The old man should know the identity of the masked man. Black market? I haven't been to the black market yet. Xiaoying heard that Yu Hai was going to the black market, and she also became curious about the black market. Grandpa had always stopped him from going to the black market, but tonight he could go with Brother Hai to take a look. And he didn't know how much the big armor in his hand could be sold for in the black market. Brother Hai, how much is the big armor worth? The big armor can be sold for 1 or 2 million, and let your grandfather deal with it when the time comes. Let's go to your grandfather's tavern here first. Yu Hai saw the curiosity in Xiaoying's eyes, turned around and entered the alley again, and asked Xiaoying to lead the way to the tavern. The big armor is indeed more valuable than the mouth flower, but his purpose of going to the black market is not to sell elves, but to see if the black market is still there. Has the rockets taken over the black market? He killed 3 drunks here, and it was just right to go to the black market to see the situation. If there is a chance, it is not impossible to sell the 3 mouth flowers in his hand. Not long after, they came to Xiaoying's grandfather's tavern. This tavern has not been open for a long time, and the tables and chairs on the bar are covered with dust. They entered from the back door. There was an underground passage leading directly to the black market. The wooden door was also open. They came to the door but did not enter the passage. In order to prevent an ambush at the exit, he first checked his whole body. He was now dressed in black, with 2 backpacks, a black mechanical watch, a black face scarf on his face, and a black hood. There was no problem hiding his identity, and the backpack pendant was also taken off. After looking at himself, he looked at Xiaoying and found that Xiaoying had almost no disguise. She was wearing shorts, and her shoes were also white. If she continued like this, she would be too conspicuous in the black market. Thinking of this, he took out his black stab-proof jacket, handed it to Xiaoying and urged, "Xiaoying, put on your clothes." You have to hide your identity when you go downstairs. Brother Hai, I have it. Xiao Ying saw the black jacket and hurriedly took out her black suit from her backpack. His clothes were exactly the same as Yu Hai's, but one size smaller. They fit him perfectly when he put them on. He also had a black face scarf, and when he put on the hood, he was a smaller Yu Hai. Is it a stab-proof suit? Yu Hai looked at Xiao Ying's black clothes and black pants. No, Xiao Ying shook her head. He had seen Yu Hai often wearing black clothes before. He had bought them secretly before, but never had time to wear them. Next time, change to stab-proof clothing, and ask your grandfather to buy you a few more sets. Yu Hai thought it was prepared by the old man, and didn't think much about it. He just wondered why he didn't buy stab-proof clothing. Did he not want his grandson? After Xiao Ying put on her clothes, they were ready to go down, but just as he was about to enter the passage, he saw the mosquito-repellent frog walking in front of him, and he took the mosquito-repellent frog back with the poke ball. Brother Hai, don't you need to bring a Pokemon with you when you go down? Xiao Ying saw Yu Hai taking back the mosquito-repellent frog, so should she also take back the mosquito-repellent frog? It's not that we don't need to bring the Pokemon, Orb Silk Spider, you go explore the way first, Yu Hai explained, while letting Orb Silk Spider explore the passage first. After confirming that there was no danger, they went down and continued to explain, Xiao Ying, we use mosquito-repellent frogs in public and in the black market. It's easy for people to guess our identities. Especially our mosquito-repellent frogs are very unique. The kind of combined attack skills that burst out other mosquito-repellent frogs don't have, and others can recognize us as soon as they see us. I understand. Xiao Ying also took back the mosquito-repellent frog with the poke ball, and asked curiously, Brother Hai, is it true that the Pokemon used in public cannot be used in the black market, so that we don't have to worry about our identities and Pokemon being guessed by others? Yes, Yu Hai nodded secretly. Xiao Ying is quite smart, so he doesn't need to explain too much nonsense. No wonder Brother Hai rarely lets Orb Silk Spider show up. Is Brother Hai planning to use Orb Silk Spider in the black market? Xiao Ying seemed to have guessed something. Looking at the dark passage, the Orb Spider had already gone down to explore the way. You are right to understand it this way, especially for the kind of thing just now, you should use the mosquito-repellent frog less in the future, so as not to be recognized. You need to change your identity or get rid of the person before doing it. I understand, Brother Hai. Xiao Ying pulled up the face towel and hood, slightly adjusted to the breathing rhythm, and silently remembered Yu Hai's instructions. No wonder Brother Hai has 10 elves, it turns out that he is using 2 identities. Then, the mosquito-repellent frog, the giant claw crab, and the armored rhinoceros should be the elves used in the open. The orb spider is the elf used by another identity. It seems that he also needs to prepare elves for 2 identities, the mosquito-repellent frog, the long-winged gull, the parasol mushroom, and the electric shock monster, which are used in the open. The elves that can be used for another identity are not available yet, and you need to find a few carefully. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to do the kind of thing just now, and it will be very troublesome once the enemy escapes. Speaking of elves, you can also ask Brother Hai to give some suggestions on taming and cultivating. Thanks. Many chapters of yet, 500 book coins. Fooling for a lifetime, 500 book coins. Can't play, 100 book coins. Thanks to everyone for the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day blessings. I was too busy during the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day, so I didn't check the backstage and didn't see the blessings of book friends. Sorry, I just saw it yesterday. I will try my best to add more. 244 Chapter 238, Monkey Monster. 244. Since Xiao Ying didn't have a suitable elf to release, Yu Hai only had 1 round silk spider. It can be said that the 2 are really poor. It's not good to use the elves in the open to do bad things. This loophole must be repaired as soon as possible. After the 2 were ready, the round silk spider also came back from exploring, jumped onto Yu Hai's shoulder, and tapped his shoulder with its furry front feet, indicating that there was no danger below. Then they slowly walked into the dim passage, he in front and Xiaoying behind. Since Xiaoying had no elves to protect her, she could only follow him closely. Not long after walking, the view suddenly became bright. They had reached the exit. As soon as they reached the exit, they heard the cheers of the mountains and the sea, mixed with the rolling heat waves. As soon as they came down, they felt a stuffy heat, as well as the smell of sweat and perfume mixed in the heat waves. They didn't know if the underground ventilation system was broken. They looked carefully and found that it was the fighting elves on the ring who had decided the winner. Seeing this lively scene, Yu Hai was secretly relieved. The black market was still so lively, which meant that the black market had not changed its owner and was still under the control of some people in the city, and people could still buy things normally. I don't know what Team Rocket has been doing for so long. They didn't occupy the black market in Hasa City. Could it be that Team Rocket's goal was not the black market, but something else? Standing by the iron railings in the aisle, Yu Hai looked at the ring below and the enthusiastic audience seats, thinking about what would happen after discovering Team Rocket. He really couldn't think of anything else that could attract Team Rocket in an island city except the black market. Brother Hai, is that a fighting type Pokemon I've never seen before? Xiaoying saw a Pokemon with a long, burning flame on its head. Its body was mainly reddish-brown, with white fur on its head, chest, calves, and feet. There were golden swirl-shaped scales on its shoulders, chest, back of hands and knees, and red facial patterns on its face. Its eyes were bright and its blue eyeballs were embedded in yellow sclera. The Pokemon had long limbs, blue fingers and toes, 5 fingers and toes, and flames wrapped around its hands and feet. It was a handsome monkey with a long tail behind it, Infernape. Infernape won the ring, and Xiaoying looked at the handsome monkey below and couldn't help but envy him. That's Infernape, one of the 3 fire-type Pokemons in the Sinnoh region, with a fighting attribute as its secondary attribute. It's a very good Pokemon. Yu Hai couldn't figure out Team Rocket's purpose, and was interrupted by Xiaoying again. He simply stopped thinking about it, raised his hand and put it on Xiaoying's head, motioning Xiaoying to follow him. If necessary, it will not be difficult to get a starter Pokemon in the future. It is only difficult for them now, but it is not difficult for trainers with Quasi-King strength. Walking in the crowd, Xiaoying was still thinking about the Monkey King just now. He actually had fighting attributes. He also wanted to subdue a Monkey King. But when he thought that Monkey King was a starter Pokemon, he frowned slightly. No matter which type of starter Pokemon selected by the Alliance, it is not easy to get it. It is also difficult to get a high-potential cub. There are many ordinary ones. Xiaoying was thinking about Monkey King, while Yu Hai was eavesdropping on the conversations of passers-by. All the way, he vaguely heard the most names, Dratini and Quasi-God. Is there a Quasi-God in the black market? Or at the critical moment when Team Rocket appeared, the news of Quasi-God appeared in the black market. It doesn't seem right no matter how you think about it. After all, it is a Quasi-God. He dreams of having a Quasi-God, but it's a pity that the interests involved in Quasi-God are too great. If he participates in it, he will be crushed before he gets the Quasi-God, and become a cold corpse on the roadside that no one cares about. Quasi-God is not something he can touch now, so he must not participate in it. Don't doubt the value of Quasi-God, and don't doubt the madness of the trainer. After all, it is a Quasi-God. As long as you have a Quasi-God, you can become a king-level trainer. This is the horror of Quasi-God, and it is also a synonym for being powerful. Sometimes you will tremble just by hearing the name of Quasi-God, which shows the value of Quasi-God. If you want to participate in the competition for Quasi-God, you must have at least the strength of Quasi-King to be qualified. Quasi-God may even lead to a king-level trainer. It is all possible. Take the theft of the electric monster as an example. The electric monster is nothing in front of the Quasi-God. It's not that no one has investigated the matter of the electric monster in the past few days, but he has told Xiao Ying not to release the electric monster in front of outsiders and wait until the limelight is over. Anyway, Xiao Ying's electric monster has a clean origin, so she is not afraid of being investigated. She is just afraid that some people will be angry and attack all trainers who have electric monsters indiscriminately, and it will be bad if they are accidentally injured. Not exposing the electric monster does not mean hiding it forever. You can find a suitable time to expose the electric monster. The league that will start tomorrow is very suitable. With so many eyes watching, the breeding house will have some shame and will not snatch a child in front of everyone. After thinking about some things, Yu Hai also put his worries aside and walked in the street stall area of the black market. His trip was not in vain. At least two things were confirmed. First, the black market has not changed its owner. Second, there are quasi-gods in the black market. Next, the black market will definitely be the vortex center of the whole incident, but I don't know when this powder keg will explode. The key point should be the quasi-god, and the quasi-god should be the key to detonating this powder keg. At that time, what role will the black market, quasi-gods, rocket team, club league, fighting competition, Hasa city, and trainers competing for quasi-gods play in it? Thinking of this, Yu Hai suddenly felt that the entire black market was controlled by an invisible big hand. All the people in the black market, trainers, stores, including him who entered here, were chess pieces controlled by that invisible big hand. After realizing this, Yu Hai suddenly stopped and Xiao Ying bumped into him. He didn't care. He only felt a sense of suffocation and a deep malice surging towards him. It's not just him, the malice is not only directed at him, but everyone here. Thinking of this, he now wants to leave the black market as soon as possible. He has a bad premonition, which is getting stronger and stronger. It should be from the countdown to the sale of the quasi-god. He also heard that the auction time of the quasi-god is tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. That is to say, it is likely to be safe today, but they must be careful. Just after he figured it out, he continued to move forward. As soon as he raised his foot, he was bumped by someone, and he passed by the other person. The other person was also covered in a black hood, and his face could not be seen clearly. He only saw the sharp eyes under the hood and a touch of red bangs on his forehead. Red. Yu Hai stared at the red in a daze. He didn't react when he was knocked to the ground. He was still thinking about the red. It was Xiao Ying who pulled him up before he came back to his senses. "Brother, are you okay?" Xiao Ying pulled Yu Hai's arm and asked Yu Hai anxiously, fearing that something had happened to Yu Hai. Yu Hai's reaction just now was too abnormal. He suddenly stopped and was still in a daze after being hit by someone. He felt very strange. Did Yu Hai see something scary? "It's okay," Yu Hai waved his hand to signal Xiao Ying to let go. He could stand up by himself. It was just that the gaze of the masked people around him made him feel uncomfortable. After getting up, he quickly pulled Xiao Ying into the crowd, avoiding the gaze of the masked people, and found a corner with few people. He panted slightly and recalled the red just now. He was not sure if it was what he thought. After all, he had just come to human society and had not seen the familiar animation characters in his previous life. Even Xiao Ying, he was not sure if she was a passerby in the animation in his previous life. He really didn't dare to think about the stranger figure who passed by, whether it was that person. Whether it was or not, he had been exposed to these things too early, and he didn't feel excited to meet acquaintances at all. If it was, the other party was now one of the 4 heavenly kings, and he was just a small shrimp. Others had no interest in knowing him, let alone going up to say hello, get close to him, and say some messy things. If he accidentally reveals some of the family secrets of others, he will definitely go to jail. If it is true as he thought, the other party is that person, and coming here at this time must be related to the rocket team, or even for the quasi-god. Putting the speculation behind him, he adjusted his mood and stopped thinking about it, and took Xiaoying into the street stall area again to see if there are any good things. Since he is here, even if he wants to leave, he has to take a walk before leaving, otherwise he always feels that this trip is in vain. Xiaoying is also very sensible, following him without saying anything or talking too much. Before he came down, he told Xiaoying to follow him closely and not run around or talk nonsense, and Xiaoying followed him closely. "Brother, where are we going?" Xiaoying did not ask more about Yu Hai's abnormal behavior. Yu Hai did not tell him for a reason. If he felt confused, he could still ask. "Just take a walk and see if there are any good things," Yu Hai replied to Xiaoying while walking. "Good stuff." Xiaoying thought of Brother Hai's special ability, which was told to him by his grandfather. When he heard good stuff, he thought of elves. When he thought that Yu Hai could see through the talents of elves, he was immediately excited. If he could meet 1 or 2 elf cubs with good talents here, it would be worth the trip. As they walked through the stalls one by one, they really found such an elf cub, but this elf cub had some defects, resulting in no one in front of the masked stall owner's stall. Most masked people passing by the stall would ask why the price of elves was so cheap. When they learned about the defects of the elf cubs, they shook their heads and left. Yu Hai and Xiaoying also stopped in front of the stall and looked at the elf ball on the stall. The masked stall owner offered 1.5 million, which was a monkey monster cub. "Can you take a closer look?" Yu Hai was also curious about why the monkey monster was so cheap. "Okay," the masked stall owner nodded gently. There was only 1 elf cub on his stall, and the other things were wild fruits and honey picked when catching monkey monsters. After Yu Hai got the consent of the masked stall owner, he reached out and picked up the poke ball, looked at the monkey monster lying in the poke ball, and immediately got the monkey monster's proficiency panel. Monkey monster. Attribute, fighting. Gender, male. Potential, 56%. Level, 4.33%. Characteristics, energetic/1.28%. Characteristics, unyielding /1.61%. Mastering the moves style, fire punch /1.34%. Lightning punch /1.22%. Ice punch /1.31%. Fitness /0.61%. Grab /2.31%. Stare /2.76%. Gathering chi /1.26%. Wow, the potential is good. Yu Hai looked at the proficiency panel and quietly sighed at the potential of the monkey monster. When he saw that the monkey monster had a potential of 56 points, he was also secretly surprised. This monkey monster must be worth tens of millions, so why would the masked stall owner only sell it for more than 1 million? In addition to potential, there are hidden characteristics. It inherited the farmer's 3 punches and fitness. It can be said that the talent is very strong. Why is this fighting type Pokemon so cheap? Yu Hai put down the Pokemon's Pokeball and asked the question that most masked passers-by wanted to ask. This, the masked stall owner was asked, and he was still a little stuttering, hesitating for a long time and couldn't say it. He had said it too many times today, but the people who asked would leave after hearing it. No one would buy the monkey monster. Now that someone is interested, he doesn't want to mention the monkey monster's flaws anymore. He just wants to sell it quickly. It's just that the masked stall owner didn't want to say it, and someone spoke for him. The monkey monster is lame, and lameness is fatal to a fighting elf. Asshole, the masked stall owner glared at the masked man who spoke, furious. He hated this kind of bastard who sabotaged at the critical moment the most, and he would definitely teach him a lesson when he found an opportunity. So that's how it is. Yu Hai stood up, touched his chin and thought about it. He was about to turn around and leave, but as soon as he raised his foot, the masked stall owner hugged his thigh and stopped him from leaving. Don't go. How much can you offer? You can also give it a lower price. I'll give you a tax umbrella. This. Yu Hai looked at the masked stall owner who was hugging his thigh. How eager was the other party to sell the monkey monster? He was just pretending to leave. After all, he couldn't bear to leave with the potential of a quasi-king. Although he was lame, it was a minor problem. He just didn't expect the masked stall owner to be so serious. He had no choice but to ask, "How much cheaper can you offer?" 100,000. The masked stall owner said a number tentatively. Hearing that it was only 100,000 cheaper, Yu Hai turned around and wanted to leave, but his calf was still held by the masked stall owner, and he couldn't pull it out at all. "Don't go, 20, 30, or 40 are all fine," the masked stall owner had no choice. If he didn't sell the monkey monster, he would be laughed to death. It would be a miracle if he could sell a lame monkey monster. "Okay, 1 million, I'll buy it," Yu Hai bargained when he saw that the masked stall owner was in a hurry to sell it. "Really?" the masked stall owner burst into tears. He didn't expect that someone would really be willing to buy the lame monkey monster. Before, no one bought it even if he said 1 million. Even if it was bought for breeding, the breeding house was afraid that the elf cubs would be lame. Just as the man said before, a lame leg is fatal to a fighting-type Pokémon. This can never be made up for in a lifetime and will always be a weakness in the ring. "Of course it's true, get up quickly," Yu Hai raised his foot to shake off the masked stall owner. This guy's snot and tears were flowing, which was really disgusting. "Okay, this is a poke ball," the masked stall owner quickly handed the poke ball to Yu Hai, and couldn't wait to stuff it into Yu Hai's hand, as if he was afraid that Yu Hai would regret it. 245 Chapter 239, Bad Frog. 245. Yu Hai took the poke ball of the monkey monster and opened the proficiency panel again to check whether the masked stall owner had swapped the monkey monster. After finding that it had not been swapped, he pulled Xiaoying over and asked Xiaoying to pay quickly. "What?" Xiaoying was just a bystander. At this moment, she was pulled over to pay, and she was still confused. "Isn't Brother Hai buying Pokémon? Why should he pay? What nonsense!" Yu Hai was about to raise his hand to pat Xiaoying on the head when he heard the masked man who had reminded them before, reminding them again. "You really want to buy it? Lameness is a hard injury and can't be cured. Don't be cheated. Here is 1 million, Xiaoying ignored the masked man's persuasion. Brother Hai asked him to pay, so he took out 1 million and paid. The masked stall owner heard the masked man behind him talking too much again, and turned his head and glared at him again. But when he saw 1 million, he happily accepted the money and didn't bother with the masked man. After Xiaoying paid, Yu Hai took Xiaoying away, threw the monkey monster's poke ball to Xiaoying, and put his arm around Xiaoying's shoulders, whispering in Xiaoying's ear, "Don't ask, talk about it when we get back." Seeing Yu Hai and the others go away, the masked man sighed that there are so many fools, and quietly left, silently following behind Yu Hai and the others, quietly watching these two fools who have a lot of money and even buy lame monkey monsters. The two did not notice the tail behind them. Xiaoying followed Yu Hai and continued to stroll in the street stall area, holding the poke ball of the monkey monster gently in his hand. He knew that this monkey monster was not simple, and his talent was likely to be a monkey monster at the level of the treasure of the store. After carefully looking at the monkey monster, he carefully put the monkey monster into the backpack. Although this monkey monster was lame, the talent of the treasure of the store could make up for the shortcomings of the lameness. When it grows up in the future, it will be another king-level inferno monkey. In fact, lameness is nothing. Yu Hai did not despise the monkey monster because of his lameness. They were also fighting with lameness. He had seen the Paralympics in his previous life, which was really shocking and admirable. That is no longer something that lameness can deny. After all, many normal people cannot complete the sports events on the field. Every athlete is a person with great perseverance. As for this monkey monster, he has a good talent. If his will can be tempered, it is a king-level main elf. It's not too late to tell Xiaoying about these things when they get back, because they found another good thing. It was a stall surrounded by many masked people. The stall also sold a fighting elf, a poison and fighting type devil frog. It was also a new type of elf that just appeared on Hasa Island. The characteristics are danger prediction, dry skin, and a hidden characteristic poisonous hand. The dry skin among these three characteristics is very suitable for rainy days. He likes the elf of devil frog very much. If the talent is good, he can consider accepting it. Seeing that everyone was talking around the stall, he also quietly moved over and quietly eavesdropped on the conversation of the onlookers. 7 million? Isn't it too expensive? I see your Pokemon is a little thin and small. It should be underdeveloped. It's a premature baby. Did something go wrong when you hatched it? It must not have hatched well, otherwise it wouldn't be sold. You know, this is a Pokemon from the Sinnoh region, and it has fighting attributes. It's a new Pokemon that has only appeared not long ago. 7 million is a bit expensive. If it weren't a new Pokemon, it wouldn't be overpriced so much, and this premium is too much. Yes, ordinary ones in the store are only 4 or 5 million, and Pokemon eggs are much cheaper. This Pokemon's talent is not yet determined, but you dare to ask for 7 million. I have to spend money to take care of it after buying it back. It's not worth it. Listening to the discussions of the onlookers, Yu-Hai heard complaints like it was too expensive. A premature baby with uncertain talent, the only advantage is that it is a new fighting Pokemon from other regions. As long as you wait for half a year or a year, the price will drop. The breeding house also has quality assurance. The blank version is only sold for 4 or 5 million, but it costs 7 million here. No wonder so many people think it's expensive. According to his psychological estimation, this bad frog can be sold for a maximum of 4 million. If he buys it, he will definitely bargain it down to 3 million. This is the price of this bad frog when the talent is uncertain. Since the talent is unknown anyway, it is better to buy an elf egg, which is only 2 to 3 million, much cheaper than the hatched elf cub. If the talent is guaranteed, it is hard to say. It is possible to sell it for tens of millions with good talent. The store will sell it for a minimum of 4 million. The most helpless thing now is that the talent of this bad frog cub cannot be determined, so it can only be sold at the blank price. But this masked stall owner wants to sell it at a price lower than the store treasure, which is really a bit whimsical. 7 million is just a little more expensive than the blank and cheaper than the store treasure. The masked stall owner wants to sell it at a middle price. Yu-Hai watched for a while. There were many people bargaining. The masked stall owner was unwilling to lower the price. In the end, everyone left helplessly. After waiting for fewer people, he walked up to the stall owner and asked, "Can I see the Pokemon up close?" "Yes, but you can't touch it." The masked stall owner did not refuse Yu-Hai's request. He was still on guard. He held his Pokeball tightly in both hands and handed it to Yu-Hai. Yu-Hai pretended to get closer and observed Frog through the transparent shell of the Pokeball. Suddenly, he reached out to touch the Pokeball, and the masked stall owner quickly retracted the Pokeball. In just a moment, he also got Frog's proficiency panel. Bad Frog. Attribute, Poison plus Fighting. Gender, Male. Potential, 55.5%. Level, 3.43%. Feature, Danger Prediction /0.68%. Hidden Feature, Poison Hand /8.88%. Mastered Moves, Explosive Fist /1.47%. Bullet Fist /1.27%. Poison Attack /6.11%. Mud Throwing /1.31%. Poisonous /10.55%. After roughly scanning the bad frog's proficiency panel, Yu-Hai's eyes stopped at the potential. When he saw the potential of 55 points, his heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate, and then quickly calmed down. Then he continued to look down, and his heartbeat began to accelerate again, because he saw that the bad frog also had a hidden feature, Poison Hand. It's just that the proficiency of the Poison Hand feature seems a little abnormal. Is the proficiency a little too high, much higher than the level? For a level 3 elf cub, this proficiency is unreasonable. Continuing to look down, he found 2 inherited moves, Explosion Fist and Bullet Fist, both of which were very common, which only proved that the bad frog had a good talent in fighting attributes. When it came to the poison attribute moves, the proficiency was very high, especially the proficiency of the poison, which was 10%. Could it be that there was a bug in the proficiency panel? How could there be such an outrageous proficiency? If there was no bug in the panel, there was another possibility, that is, the poison talent of this bad frog was too good, which exceeded the body's endurance limit. The weak body could not control such a poison talent, and the body would become thinner and thinner, which led to stunted development. After realizing this, Yu Hai's heart beat fast. This talent was too amazing. He could not let go of such a talented elf, and he could not show it. Whether it was his heartbeat or facial expression, he controlled it very well and quickly regained his calm. He looked back at the characteristics, looking at the characteristic of danger prediction, not dry skin, and felt a little regretful. The regretful expression was all revealed on the face behind the face towel, just for the masked stall owner to see. However, the danger prediction is also quite good. It is just right to bring it around as a guard and can detect danger at the first time. Seeing that the potential is 55 points, the poison talent is superb. The characteristics can only be regarded as icing on the cake for this elf. No matter what the characteristics are, they cannot cover up the powerful talent of this elf, which is so dazzling and fascinating. The use of dry skin is only to restore physical strength on rainy days. It is invalid to be attacked by water attribute moves, and it can also restore physical strength. Facing a sunny day, being attacked by fire attribute moves will cause 1.25 times the damage, and the maximum physical strength will be lost on a sunny day. This characteristic is relative, like a double-edged sword, hurting the enemy and yourself. When fighting with the bad frog, you must seize the weather. Without the weather, you will be very passive. There are 365 days in a year, and there are more sunny days than rainy days. If the stadium happens to be sunny, the opponent does not need to open the weather, but he needs to seize the weather. In general, the more he looks at this bad frog, the more he likes it, but it is too expensive. After closing the proficiency panel, the first thing he said was the same as what the masked men said before, which was to bargain. The bad frog is indeed a little underdeveloped. Do you know why? I don't know. The bad frog has just hatched. I haven't been to the Pokemon Center. The masked stall owner lowered his head slightly, unwilling to look directly at Yu Hai. When Yu Hai saw the other party like this, he knew that the other party was lying. The other party must have gone to the Pokemon Center for a checkup, but the other party was unwilling to say the reason, which might affect the high price of the bad frog. Except for the need to spend a large amount of treatment fees, or the bad frog's disease can't be cured at all, what else can affect the high price of this bad frog? There shouldn't be any. But what exactly is the disease? He guessed that it might be that the poison talent was too strong, which backfired on the young body of the bad frog. After all, the bad frog had just hatched. Although it had poisonous properties, its undeveloped body could not withstand such a strong poison talent. I don't know if the other party found this out during the checkup. With this outstanding talent, the other party should be unwavering in selling at a high price. Looking at the other party's evasive expression, he probably didn't know how amazing the bad frog's poison talent was, but now he chose to keep silent, and even didn't want to mention it. Could it be that the masked stall owner thought that the poison talent was an ominous sign and the culprit that caused the bad frog's stunted development, so the masked stall owner didn't want to mention it? After analyzing the stall owner's mental activities, Yu Hai felt that his guess was almost right, and he had a good idea about this bad frog. With 55 points of potential and superb poison talent, he was really tempted. But if he spent 7 million to buy it back and found that it was not what he thought, not malnutrition caused by the poison talent, or a disease that would cost tens of millions to cure, then he would lose money. Everyone can see that this bad frog has a problem. I just want to ask for the lowest price. Yu Hai thought about it and decided to take a gamble. Whether it can't be cured or it costs money to cure, there is always a reason. If it can't be cured, just think of it as spending several million to buy a useless elf. If the treatment fee is too much, it depends on how much it costs. If it is only a few million, he can still afford it. If it is tens of millions, forget it. He doesn't have that much money. High potential elves are hard to come by, and the poison talent is so strong. He really doesn't want to miss this bad frog. If this bad frog is normal, the price must be tens of millions. He won't spend tens of millions to buy an elf. He still prefers to get it for free. Do you really want to buy it? Seeing that Yu Hai was not so aggressive, the masked stall owner asked the price in a soft voice. He did not refuse Yu Hai outright, but fell into silent contemplation. Then it depends on how much you bid. Yu Hai did not give a positive answer. He would not buy it if it was too expensive. The masked stall owner thought for a while, took a deep breath, and decided to sell the bad frog as soon as possible. He had attracted the attention of many people before. If the bad frog cannot be sold, it will be very troublesome in the future. It is safest to deposit the money into a bank card. Follow me. The masked stall owner put away the stall and carried it on his back, guiding Yu Hai to leave the crowded street stall area. Hearing this, Yu Hai immediately followed him, and Xiao Ying followed behind him. Following the masked stall owner, Yu Hai felt that the price should be negotiable. Even if it was not negotiable, he was determined to get this bad frog. After the three left, a large group of small tails followed behind them, slowly hanging behind them, and not following too closely. The three came to a less crowded area and hid in a corner to talk quietly. The masked stall owner took out the poke ball of the bad frog and told the reason why the bad frog was underdeveloped. This bad frog is not underdeveloped, but too toxic. Almost the whole body is poisonous. You can't touch it. If you touch it, you will be poisoned. It is extremely toxic. If you are not careful, you will die. Too toxic. Yu Hai understood, but pretended not to understand on the surface. In fact, he knew in his heart that the toxicity should be similar to the data shown on the proficiency panel. Besides, the toxicity is too strong, so it's not stunted development. It's obviously too good of a poison talent. The weak body of the bad frog can't stand such a strong toxicity. It is often poisoned by the toxicity, which leads to stunted development. It is necessary to take the bad frog to the Pokemon Center for treatment frequently. The masked stall owner saw the doubt in Yu Hai's eyes and explained to the bad frog further. This. Yu Hai seemed to understand a little bit, the reason why the other party wanted to sell this bad frog. The whole body is poisonous, the toxicity very strong, it will kill you if you touch it, and it can poison itself. Treatment costs a lot of money, and it will die if you are not careful. Such a bad frog seems to have all the disadvantages, and has no advantages at all. If it has high potential and is too toxic, so strong that it can poison its own trainer, then it can be considered an advantage. Do you still want such a bad frog? The masked stall owner said everything he should say. If Yu Hai insisted on buying it, it would not be considered a scam. Just buying a bad frog, there is no after-sales service, and he will not provide any safety guarantee. If you are poisoned to death, you can only blame yourself and blame others. 246 Chapter 240, Ditto. 246. Give me the lowest price first, and I will consider whether to buy it or not. Yu Hai did not think that the toxicity was too strong, but it was a proof of the strong poison attribute talent. It's just that the physical fitness of the bad frog cannot control such toxicity. This can be changed after birth, and it is not a very troublesome incurable disease. 5 million, what do you think? The masked stall owner wanted to say 6 million, but he only had 5 fingers on his palm, so he said 5 million. In fact, he was afraid that Yu Hai would not buy it, and he would have to go back to the stall and continue to wait. He had waited for 2 days for this bad frog, and he didn't want to wait any longer, so he simply lowered the price. 5 million. Yu Hai just snorted softly and fell into deep thought. He was wondering if he could continue to lower the price, and whether he would scare the masked stall owner away. But the masked stall owner seemed to have misunderstood something, thinking that he thought it was too expensive, and whether the 5 million could be reduced further. Finally, after weighing the pros and cons, he was also afraid that the other party would run away, so he answered faster and directly agreed to the masked stall owner. How about this? I have 3 elves here, I wonder if the bad frog can be reduced in price. Yu Hai took out 3 mouth-stupid flowers, intending to make use of the waste. Anyway, they are all worthless elves, so it is just right to lower the price. 1 for 3 and then add money, which can also give the other party psychological comfort and cover up the talent of this bad frog. Are you 3? The masked stall owner just breathed a sigh of relief, but when he saw 3 of them, he felt bad. He thought Yu Hai would continue to lower the price, but he didn't expect him to sell elves to him. He wanted to ask, brother, who is doing the business, am I selling to you, or am I buying elves? However, he also thought seriously and looked at the 3 Squirtle in his hand. He often hangs out in the black market and knows that this kind of Pokemon is not worth much, but at least it is 3 Pokemon. Finally, he repriced the price for the frog, 3 Squirtle, at most you can reduce the price by 500,000. What do you think? 500,000, Yu Hai struggled for a while, pretending to be very difficult, and then nodded reluctantly, okay, here is 4.5 million, you can count it first. Okay, the masked stall owner saw a large bag of cash, threw the pokeball of the frog to Yu Hai, and then took out the money detector from his backpack and counted the money. After all, it was too troublesome to count slowly. After counting the 4.5 million and confirming the correct amount of cash, the masked stall owner nodded to Yu Hai and turned away silently. Yu Hai finally got the frog he had been thinking about, a frog with 55 points of potential and a strong poison attribute talent. Now he has 2 frogs. Xiaoying followed and witnessed Yu Hai's transaction process. He also knew that Brother Hai spent 4.5 million to buy the bad frog, so the bad frog's talent must be extraordinary, and it must be no worse than his own monkey monster. However, he only spent 1 million, which was a huge bargain. Following Brother Hai would not suffer any loss. This was the truth he had explored during this period. Yu Hai glanced at the bad frog in the pokeball before putting it in his backpack. Now was not the time to deal with the bad frog. He would deal with it after leaving the black market. He and Xiaoying continued to stroll around the street stalls, wanting to see if they could still find 1 or 2 high-potential Pokemons. He didn't even care about the tail behind him. After strolling from beginning to end of the street stalls, they didn't find any high-potential Pokemon cubs that could be found, so they had to give up in the end. The first time they found a leak was because the monkey monster was lame, and the second time they found a leak was because the bad frog was underdeveloped. Both times, there were Pokemon cubs with problems. It is not so easy to find a bargain. Only the remaining elves have a chance to find a bargain, and almost all of them are defective elves. The healthy elves have been bought long ago. The ruthless people who can survive in the black market are not fools. They are as smart as foxes and are not easy to deceive. Later, they also encountered several defective elves, but the potential of these elves was too low. Not every elf had the potential of the previous 2 elves. They had already picked up 2 high-potential elf cubs in the street stall area. It would be impolite to have more high-potential elf cubs. After walking around the street stall area, they were ready to go back, but when they noticed the tail behind them, Yu Hai stopped again, just in front of the electric breeding house. The breeding house that sold electric beasts last time was this store. He took the opportunity to pull Xiaoying into the electric breeding house to hide from the little tail. He also wanted to buy some self-defense weapons, and saw the black silk shopping guide last time. Gentlemen, What would you like to buy? The saleslady asked politely to Yu Hai and his partner, who had just entered the store with a smile on her face. Do you have any self-defense weapons? Yu Hai also wanted to see if there were any small items in the store that could be used to get rid of the little tail behind him. Yes, please follow me. The saleslady took Yu Hai and his partner to the store. He came to the shelf where weapons were sold, raised his hand and pointed at the weapons on the shelf, which were basically cold weapons. Seeing these cold weapons, Yu Hai had them himself, so he didn't need them, but these cold weapons attracted Xiao Ying. His attention was attracted by the cans one by one. Just when he was confused, the shopping guide hurriedly introduced, "Sir, this is a smoke bomb, this is a tear gas bomb, and this is a pepper bomb, all of which are non-lethal interference bombs." Good stuff, I want this. Yu Hai took 10 of each, which is 30 interference bombs, and one interference bomb costs 2,000 alliance coins, which is 60,000 alliance coins. After letting the shopping guide pack the 30 interference bombs, he suddenly thought of something and asked the shopping guide, "Is there a discount in the store?" "Sorry, sir, there is no discount if you are not a member of this store," the shopping guide smiled and explained softly. "How much is a box of the boutique insect energy cubes?" Yu Hai asked the shopping guide again. "The premium insect energy cubes are 4,000 per box in our store." The saleslady thought Yu Hai wanted to apply for membership, and quickly recommended, "Sir, you only need to spend 1 million in our store to become a member of our store and enjoy a discount of 500. A box only costs 3,500. Hehe." Yu Hai did not respond, but secretly sighed that this place is really shady, worthy of being called a black market. However, it is much cheaper than the department store. The price of the department store is 5,000 per box, and here it is 4,000 per box. The member purchase is 3,500, and the gold card is 3,000 per box. Where is the gold card? Yu Hai's gold card was burned, and he didn't know how much it would cost to apply for another gold card. "Sir, the gold card requires a consumption of 10 million, and you can enjoy a discount of 1,000. The saleslady was a little excited when she heard Yu Hai asking about the gold card. After all, every gold card guest is rare, just like the last one, who has never appeared until now, and she doesn't know where he went. She still misses that rich man. Forget it, I don't have that much money. Take me to see the elf food. Is there any food for fighting elves?" "Yes, sir, please follow me." The energy cubes eaten by fighting elves are more expensive than those of insects. The shopping guide led the way in front. When they came to the energy cube shelf, she picked up the fighting energy cube and introduced it to Yu Hai. "Sir, this is a high-quality fighting energy cube, 5,500 per box." "Damn, this is too expensive," Yu Hai complained wildly in his heart. Fighting elves must eat gold. Looking at the appearance of the energy cube, it is just a brown wooden cube, which is actually 1,500 more expensive than the water energy cube. "What about ordinary members?" Yu Hai asked again. "The purchase price for ordinary members is 5,000 per box, and you can get a discount of 500 alliance coins." The shopping guide saw Yu Hai's surprise and quickly explained, "Sir, this is a fighting energy block, so it is more expensive." Haha, Yu Hai sneered twice silently, and he couldn't deny the shopping guide's offer. Who knows if the 500 was added by the black shop itself, and then the customer was deceived into becoming a member and then deducted 500. Before this, Yu Hai also knew that the food of fighting elves was very expensive, but this was too expensive. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a tourist city, and everything must be imported. And this is a black shop. He can see that the black market sells so expensive without paying taxes. It is really black. If there is still a gold card, it will be better. The service attitude is different. Now that the gold card is gone, he finds that the black silk shopping guide has become realistic and does not tempt him. However, if he can make a decision again, he will still choose to burn the gold card. Small bargains should not be greedy, especially life-threatening small bargains. He asked about the price of another attribute energy cube. How much is the poison energy cube? Sir, the poison quality is 4,000 per box, the shopping guide patiently explained. Yu Hai took a deep breath and felt that the price was acceptable. Each cube cost 400 yuan, which was equivalent to 20 yuan per meal in the currency of his previous life. It turned out that it was not that the fighting food was outrageous, but that the fighting food was very special here. It was all because of the special fighting competition that drove up the prices. He had to buy it because the bad frog he just bought was too poisonous and could not eat poison energy cubes. If he continued to eat poison, he would die suddenly from the poison. He could only eat fighting energy cubes and slowly recuperate. However, the price of 5,500 per box was forgotten. He bought 5,000 per box and got a membership card. He asked curiously, "Is there a discount if I buy 1 million? Sir, if you spend 1 million, you will get a discount of 500 per box as a member." "No, I mean after the discount of 500, is there any discount?" Yu Hai bought energy cubes last time, and there was a 10% discount after the gold card discount. There should be one this time. He felt that the shopping guide was deceiving him. "Sir, I can make the decision and give you a 95% discount. Are you satisfied?" "Okay, I'll take 200 boxes," Yu Hai did a little mental calculation. 200 boxes are exactly 1 million. 95% discount means 50,000 alliance coins are cheaper, which is better than nothing. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The shopping guide saw that Yu Hai spent 1 million at once, and immediately asked her subordinates to get the goods. She turned back to sell Yu Hai the things in the store. "Sir, if you spend 1 million, you will automatically get our store membership card, and if you spend 10 million, you will automatically get our store gold card, which can enjoy a 10% discount. I wonder if sir wants to buy something else." After buying these two items, Yu Hai didn't have anything else to buy. He waved his hand at the gold card mentioned by the sales lady, and rested on the sofa in the store, waiting for the sales lady to bring the goods, and also waiting for Xiaoying to finish shopping. While waiting for Xiaoying, he thought about increasing the difficulty of training the elves. Now he could cultivate elves that can use gravity moves, and then use them directly when they are needed, instead of thinking about cultivating them when they are needed. He immediately asked the sales lady beside him if there were any elves that could use gravity in the store. "Are there any elves that can use gravity moves in the store?" Gravity? The sales lady thought about it, but couldn't think of any, so she used the intercom to ask the breeder if there were any Pokemon that could use gravity in the store. After half a minute, the sales lady got the answer, and asked Yu Hai with a smile, "Sir, there is a Pokemon that can use gravity in the store. It's Magneto. Do you want to go over and take a look?" "Sure, let's go." Yu Hai bought a Pokemon that could use gravity moves to assist in the training of Frog, and it's okay to spend some money to raise an auxiliary Pokemon in advance. But as he was walking, Yu Hai thought of the more useful Ditto, which can hide its identity and disguise, and is a very useful Pokemon, so he asked the sales lady, "Do you have Ditto in the store?" "Yes, sir." "Do you want one that is good at transformation? Or one that is not good at transformation? Is there a difference?" "Of course there is a difference. Those who are good at transformation are more expensive, and those who are not good at transformation are very cheap. Let's look at those who are good at transformation first." Yu Hai talked with the salesgirl as they walked and came to the artificial ecosystem of the store, and looked at Magnemite first. "Sir, there are only 5 Magnemites that can use gravity." "Let me see." Yu Hai took the Pokeball of Magnemite and opened the proficiency panel of Magnemite one by one. After roughly scanning the proficiency panels of the 5 Magnemites, as well as their potential and moves, the potential of these 5 Magnemites is around 30, which can be said to be very bad. They do have gravity moves, but the potential is too low. At least 40 or 50 potentials are acceptable to him, but 30 potentials are too low. Gravity is a superpower move, and he prefers superpower Pokemon, such as Casey, Eggman, etc. Egg, Starfish. However, He felt that it was unlikely for Casey, because this kind of Pokemon was too rare, and he had no superpowers, so it was difficult for Casey to recognize him. Finally, he still had to go to the grass breeding house or the water breeding house to see if there were any high-potential egg or starfish. Putting down Magnemite's Pokeball, he said to the shopping guide, "I still need to think about it, we can look at Ditto first." "Okay, sir, follow me." The shopping guide saw that Yu-Hai was not satisfied with Magnemite, and took Yu-Hai to another artificial ecosystem. This ecosystem was completely closed, with a transparent glass cover full of lilac Dittos like soft candy, but these Dittos jumped up and down, and he couldn't tell them apart at all, so he couldn't help but ask the shopping guide, "Are there any in Pokeballs? I need to put it in a Pokeball to see." "Yes, the ones in Pokeballs are on this shelf. These Dittos will be released for a period of time to keep the Dittos active." The shopping guide pointed to the Ditto shelf and introduced Ditto to Yu-Hai. There were neatly arranged Dittos on the shelf, at least hundreds of them. Yu-Hai walked over and looked at them carefully one by one. He opened the proficiency panel of Ditto one by one, and in order to avoid arousing suspicion, he looked at it slowly. At the beginning, the potential of Ditto was between 20 and 30. He finally found one with 40, but he didn't like it. After all, there were too many Dittos to choose from here. If he didn't choose the one with the highest potential, he would feel uncomfortable. Finally, he chose 70 or 80 Dittos before he chose a Ditto with a potential of 53 under the shelf. There were still Dittos under the shelf, but he was not in a hurry and continued to look at them one by one. 247 Chapter 241, Starfish. 247. After looking at all the Ditto on the shelf, except for the Ditto in the cage, the Ditto with the highest potential is the Ditto with potential 53. Pick up the Ditto with potential 53 and tell the shopping guide that he wants this Ditto. Ditto. Attribute, General. Gender, None. Potential, 53%. Level, 3.53%. Features, Soft/2.38%. Mastered moves, Transformation/2.47%. The proficiency panel of this Ditto, in addition to the potential, can also be seen, and the features do not have hidden features, it only has one move, Transformation, which is pretty lame. Ditto is strong only after transformation. It can use all the moves of the transformation elves, but it also needs to brush up its proficiency. There is no rush for this matter. We can talk about it later when we have time. Anyway, he has many elves and many people he can imitate. Sir, the Ditto that is good at transformation is priced at 3 million each. The sales lady saw Yu-Hai turn around and leave, and hurriedly chased him to introduce the price. Okay, Yu-Hai nodded in agreement. 3 million is 3 million, after all, it is a Ditto with 53 potential. At the same time, he also curiously asked the sales lady, how much is a Ditto that is not good at transformation? A Ditto that is not good at transformation needs to be trained by yourself, so it is only sold for 1 million. The sales lady was afraid that Yu-Hai would have a psychological gap, so she said a little higher. In fact, you can buy a Ditto that is not good at transformation for 500,000. Can this Ditto also be discounted by 95%? Yu-Hai did not care about the sales lady's little thoughts, but asked that discount was mentioned. Okay, the sales lady swallowed her saliva secretly and agreed. After all, it was a business worth millions, and she also had a commission. She secretly sighed that this mysterious trainer was really good at asking for discounts and would not miss any discount opportunities. Give me another 1,000,000 energy cubes, I want Ditto to eat. Yu-Hai saw that the sales lady was so straightforward, so he simply bought Ditto's food and Farfetchen. After all, they were all normal Pokemon. Okay, sir, the sales lady arranged for her subordinates to get the goods, and then turned back to explain to Yu-Hai, sir, the energy cubes that Ditto eats are general type, and the attribute energy is relatively peaceful. Other elves can also eat them. It will fill your stomach and help you learn general type moves. The member-priced boutique is 3,500 per box, and 1 million is 286 boxes. I'll round it up to 290 boxes for you, and give you 4 boxes. Are you satisfied? Okay, Yu Hai nodded and agreed to the saleslady's arrangement. Anyway, everyone can eat it after buying it, and there will be no leftovers. What else does Sir need? The store has everything, and we will give you the most affordable price. The saleslady saw that Yu Hai didn't speak, and began to take the initiative to find a topic. Because of Yu Hai's several purchases, the shopping bill was 5 million, and her commission was not small. Naturally, she wanted to sell more things. She also wanted to strive to make $1 million order. After all, who would complain that the commission was too much? No, pack the things and send them to me, and calculate the price. Yu Hai waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need it. In fact, he still wanted to buy a Pokemon that could use gravity moves, but the potential of Magnetron here was too low, so he could only go to other breeding houses to have a look. Okay, sir, your shopping bill is here, please check if there is any problem. Yu Hai sat on the sofa for guests to rest, and reached out to take the shopping bill handed over by the shopping guide. It had all the things he had bought since entering the store. 30 jammers, 2,000 each, 60,000. Fine fighting energy cubes, 5,000 per box, 200 boxes, 1 million. Fine general energy cubes, 3,500 per box, 290 boxes, 1 million. Ditto, 3 million. Total, 5,060,000, 5,060,000. Total after 95% discount, 4,807,000. Final total, 4,800,000, 4,800,000. A membership card is included, which can enjoy membership discounts in this store, 95% discount. After Yu Hai looked at the bill, he saved more than 200,000 after 95% discount, and he also gave 4 boxes of general energy cubes, and even eliminated the decimals. He felt pretty good. The shopping guide knew how to do business, and there was a membership card, so he could get discounts next time he bought. The bill is fine, here is 4.8 million, Yu Hai looked at the bill, returned the bill to the shopping guide, and took the money with him. After receiving the money, the shopping guide immediately gave it to her subordinates to check it with a money detector, and urged her subordinates to send all the things over as soon as possible. After a while, as the things were packed and delivered one after another, Yu Hai also packed more than 400 boxes of energy cubes, as well as a membership card and Ditto's poke ball. When he finished shopping, Xiaoying also finished shopping. There was another saleslady in charge of Xiaoying. Judging from Xiaoying's appearance, she should have bought a lot of things. Have you finished shopping? Yu Hai asked Xiaoying. Yes, I also bought 2 sets of stab-proof suits, Xiaoying replied happily. Okay, let's go, Yu Hai called Xiaoying, and left the electric breeding house, ready to go to the grass and water breeding houses. Brother, aren't we going back yet? Xiaoying asked curiously when she saw Yu Hai just came out and ran to the next door. I also need to buy a Pokemon that can use gravity to assist Pokemon training. Let's see if there are any in the other 2 stores. Yu Hai saw Xiaoying was confused, so he whispered to explain why he didn't go back. There are still many tails behind him, and it would be best to cool down these tails. With the jammer, he also has the confidence to deal with the tails behind him. Then I want to buy one too. Xiaoying heard the gravity move, and immediately thought of gravity training, and immediately said she wanted to buy it. By the way, I just bought a Ditto. Do you want to buy one for disguise? Yu Hai reminded Xiaoying of the use of Ditto. Is that so? Then I want one too. Xiaoying thought of the dual identity mentioned by Yu Hai. With Ditto, it doesn't matter if her face is seen. Ditto can disguise her face, so she can use a vest. As Yu Hai explained, Xiaoying followed him into the water breeding house again. The tails behind her still followed, and there were more and more tails. As soon as the 2 entered the water breeding house, the shopping guide came up and asked with a smile, "Gentlemen, what do you want to buy?" Are there any Pokemons in the store that can use gravity moves? Yu-Hai asked directly. They were in a hurry and had to ambush the tails behind them after buying. Yes, please follow me. The shopping guide heard that they were buying Pokemons. This was a big business, so she quickly led Yu-Hai and the others to a place similar to an aquarium. Yu-Hai and Xiaoying who came here saw many water-type Pokemon in the water tank, among which there were many starfish that could sense gravity, unlike the Magnemite over there who only had 5. The Pokemon that can sense gravity, starfish has the most in the store. There are also some Eggman, and there are also a few Magnemite. It seems that Magnemite is not very popular, and not many people buy it. It is probably because it doesn't look good, and no one is willing to buy this kind of Pokemon. Who said that starfish with 5 horns and a ruby in the middle is so cute? Love it a little more. If it were him, he would also prefer starfish instead of Magnemite. Magnemite is too prickly, he doesn't like it, and the egg is unstable and will explode, which is very troublesome. Take out starfish. Let's look at starfish first. Yu-Hai looked at the yellow 5-pointed star lying on the white fine sand in the aquarium. It looked quite comfortable and should be very soft to the touch. Okay, please wait, the shopping guide asked the breeder to fish out starfish and put it in the poke ball for Yu-Hai and the others to choose. Yu-Hai took the poke ball, opened the proficiency panel of starfish, and after looking at the potential of starfish one by one, only 2 starfish were left, with potentials of 48 and 47, and both of them could use gravity moves. Among so many starfish, only these 2 have the best potential, and there is no need to consider the other starfish. Starfish is a Pokemon for auxiliary training, so there is no need to pursue the ultimate potential. For these 2 starfish, he took the starfish with potential of 48, and gave the starfish with potential of 47 to Xiaoying. Starfish. Attribute, water. Gender, none. Potential, 48%. Level, 5.55%. Feature, natural recovery /1.66%. Mastered moves, gravity /2.47%. Telekinesis /2.24%. Impact /1.41%. Hardening /0.51%. Water gun /2.54%. Starfish's feature is natural recovery, which is not bad. It is an auxiliary Pokemon, so it doesn't matter what the feature is, as long as starfish knows gravity moves. After turning off starfish's proficiency panel, they went to select Ditto. There were also many Ditto here. This time, they only selected more than 10 and encountered a Ditto with a potential of 51. After taking this Ditto, Yu-Hai didn't plan to select any more. If he selected too many, it would be easy for people to see. However, he didn't know that his behavior of selecting Pokemon had been recorded by the shopping guide, and was reported to the mustache manager, Fatty Jin. Manager Jin, there is a mysterious trainer with a round silk spider who spent 4.8 million in our store. I issued 2 membership cards. This is the bill. The mustache manager was stopped by the shopping guide on the road. He took the bill from the shopping guide and looked at it carefully. Seeing the discounts handled by the shopping guide, he didn't say anything. This was a discount that the store had set long ago. If consumers don't ask, there will be no discount. Only if they ask, they will get it. After reading the bill, the mustache manager gently put it down and asked about some shopping details. Manager Jin, when this mysterious trainer bought Pokemon, he looked at almost every Ditto and finally chose one. It's a small matter. All trainers are like this. You will get used to it slowly. The mustache manager didn't care about Yu-Hai's behavior of selecting Pokemon, because many trainers are not sure about the talents of Pokemon when selecting Pokemon, and they all think that the Pokemon that resonates with them is the best. This thing is very mysterious. To put it simply, when the trainer is choosing the elves are also choosing the trainer. It's just that the elves are all locked in the elf balls, and the elf balls are locked. It's impossible to get the elves in the elf balls to give feedback. Then there's nothing to do. In addition to the big order of 4.8 million, there is also a small order, which is with that mysterious trainer, another mysterious trainer. Okay, I know. The mustache manager took the bill, compared the numbers carefully, and returned to his office. As soon as he sat down, the landline next to his arm rang. Ding-ling-ling, ding-a-ling-ling. Moses. Fatty Jin, you don't need to open the store tomorrow. Store all the goods in the warehouse and reinforce the warehouse door. You are responsible for taking people to guard the goods in the warehouse. I will send people to strengthen security. What happened? General manager. The mustache manager did not get the inside information and was still a little confused. Tomorrow we will auction the quasi-god Dratini. Just do as you are told. Don't ask too many questions. Okay, general manager. I will stay in the warehouse for food and lodging. The mustache manager heard about the Dratini and realized the seriousness of the matter. He quickly responded and promised to keep the goods safe. By the way, have you seen the quasi-king trainer from last time? Have you used the gold card and the anonymous bank card issued last time in the store or anywhere else? General manager, I haven't seen the mysterious trainer from last time since he disappeared last time. I have been tracking the two cards during this period. The last consumption record of the gold card was in the store, only once and the last time. The anonymous bank card was used in the casino above that night. It was transferred out several million yuan in several times. In the end, there was no consumption record of the bank card. Forget it. Don't worry about it. It must have been changed. The general manager on the other side of the phone sighed softly, and his tone of voice was a little regretful. Fatty Jin, I asked you to investigate the stolen electric monsters in the black market. Did you find any clues? General manager, there are no clues in the black market. I don't know who spread the news. I haven't seen any electric monsters for sale in the black market recently. Maybe they are afraid of being tracked down by us. Little manager Husa did not dare to hide anything and told him all the results of his investigation. After all, he was the general manager's man, so even if he could not find any clues, he would not have to take the blame. Forget it if you can't find any clues. Suspend the investigation and wait for the quasi-god to come. The club league will start tomorrow. I will be very busy. You should also be prepared. The layout of the main store has been completed. When the electric shock monster completes its first battle in the league, it will be your turn to contribute. Don't let me down. I promise I won't let you down. Please rest assured. I have been prepared for a long time. Manager Xiao Mustache repeatedly assured that he would never let down the chain, because he knew what the consequences of letting down the chain would be. Okay, you must carefully connect with the security guards I sent later, and don't let anyone sneak into the warehouse. Yes, I will definitely verify the identity of each security guard. The call was hung up after Manager Xiao Mustache repeatedly assured him. After hanging up the phone, Manager Xiao Mustache breathed a sigh of relief. He found that the general manager's momentum was getting stronger and stronger. The two sides were separated by the telephone line, and he was questioned repeatedly by the general manager, and he was a little breathless. It seems that he must be more careful in the future. If he makes a mistake, he may be regarded as a discarded pawn. However, he still has to enjoy it now. He made another call, and a beautiful woman wearing a shopping guide uniform and with a curvy figure walked into the office. Good guy, I searched for a long time, but I couldn't find that Hai Xing Xing could use telekinesis. It stands to reason that for psychic elves, telekinesis is a basic move, just like a water gun. Water elves basically have water guns, and humans can use water guns, so telekinesis was added. There is another thing. Some elves are genderless. Some of the previous panels may have errors and cannot be changed. I will pay attention to it later. If I miss it, I will remind you. Thank you. 248 Chapter 242, Feng Shui Turns, Additional Update. 248. Back to the water breeding house, the Hai Xing Xing chosen by Yu Hai is sold for 4.5 million here, which is more expensive than the department store. The reason is simple. Because of this gravity move, the price of starfish is increased by 500,000. Starfish with some genetic moves also costs 4 million, which is about the same as the price of egg. It's just that one is a grass type and a psychic type, and the other has a psychic type after evolution, a water type and a psychic type. Fortunately, there is also a discount here. After a 95% discount, it is 4,275,000, more than 4.27 million. Xiaoying's starfish is also 4.5 million, and ditto is 3.2 million, which is 200,000 more expensive than the one next door. Total, 7,700,000, 7.7 million. Total with a 95% discount, 7,315,000, more than 7.3 million. After paying, Yu Hai and the others packed their elves and left the water breeding house together. When they arrived outside the store, they noticed the vague gazes around them, and they didn't dare to stay in the black market for too long. They followed the path they came from and prepared to return to the tavern. As he went up the passage, Yu Hai planned to set up an ambush in the passage to ambush the little tail behind him. For this reason, he asked Xiaoying to go out first. After Xiaoying left for a while, he entered the passage and asked the round silk spider to spit silk. Round silk spider, block the passage with spider webs. Eetwo, hiss, hiss, the round silk spider turned around and spit out spider webs towards the tunnel behind Yu Hai, blocking the upward passage. But the tails were not without a way. They directly released their fire spirits and burned all the blocking spider webs in the passage with jet flames. Seeing this, Yu Hai also quickened his pace. When he came to the exit and saw Xiaoying, he urged her repeatedly, "Quickly leave the tavern, we will meet at the beach." Bang bang bang! As Xiaoying left the tavern, Yu Hai immediately took out 3 jamming bombs, smoke bombs, tear gas bombs, and pepper bombs, and threw them all into the passage. Then he dropped 3 jamming bombs in the tavern at the exit, and then left the tavern from the back door, and blocked the back door of the tavern to prevent the tail inside from coming out. Before he left, he vaguely heard a cough and curse from the house. He didn't care much, but just wondered why Xiaoying was still outside the door and didn't leave first. Didn't he tell Xiaoying to meet at the beach? When he asked Xiaoying why she didn't leave, Xiaoying didn't answer, but just looked at both ends of the alley silently. There were people blocking the intersection. They just blocked others this evening, but they didn't expect to be blocked by others now. It's really a matter of time. The tail under the passage has been solved temporarily, but the tail waiting on the ground is not so easy to solve. When he saw that the alley was blocked by people, it was obvious that they had been waiting here for a long time. He looked at Xiaoying and whispered to Xiaoying, "Come with me to rush out later." After telling Xiaoying to prepare for the charge, Yu Hai threw a smoke bomb directly to the masked man who was far away, blocking the sight of the masked man behind him, and then released the mosquito-repellent frog. Seeing that the masked man blocking the intersection had 2 elves, Xiaoying also released the mosquito-repellent frog. As the smoke filled the alley and blocked everyone's sight, Yu Hai moved instantly and rushed towards the masked man closest to him, while letting the round silk spider set up a spider web behind him. The masked man blocking the entrance of the alley saw Yu Hai and the 2 mosquito-repellent frogs coming fiercely, and immediately ordered his elves to rush up to stop them. His task was just to delay the 2 people. They have already notified others, and when others come, they will besiege these 2 fools with a lot of money together, and it will be easy to take down these 2 fools. Inferno, frog, we can't let them get past. Use all your strength to kill them. Kill. That Infernape, Yu Hai saw the 2 Pokemons rushing over, and immediately shouted to Frog. "You don't have to hold back, burst out with all your strength." Frozen Fist Xiaoying followed Yu Hai and also gave her Frog the order to kill him. In an instant, the Pokemons of both sides collided with each other, and the winner was decided in an instant. The masked man blocking the intersection misjudged the strength of Yu Hai and the other 2. In just one encounter, Infernape was knocked away by Yu Hai's frog, and Frog was also knocked away by Xiao Ying's frog, flying back at a faster speed than when it came, hitting the masked man, and knocking them out together. Yu Hai took advantage of the situation and rushed to the masked man, and immediately shouted to Orb Spinner, quickly control him with spider silk, search for the poke ball, and quickly use the poke ball to recover the Pokemon. The Orb Silk Spider, hearing the shout, immediately pounced on the masked man lying on the ground, spitting silk to block the masked man's movements while taking out the masked man's poke ball. Xiao Ying moved quickly, picked up the poke ball and took back the 2 Pokemon that were knocked away. Yu Hai moved even faster, taking out a dagger that had been prepared long ago from his body, gently wiping the masked man's throat, and blood splattered immediately. He also took the opportunity to take the masked man's backpack. Then he dropped 3 more jammers and quickly left the alley with Xiao Ying. The masked man at the alley on the other side asked Pidgeot to use the wind to blow away the smoke and the wind blade to tear open the spider web, only to find that his companion lying on the ground, with blood still flowing from his neck, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but soon stopped breathing. Obviously there was no hope. The 2 murderous fools had disappeared, so he punched the wall hard, gnashing his teeth and ordering Pidgeot, go find them out, I'm going to kill them. Beep, beep. Pidgeot could see that his trainer was very angry, so he immediately flapped his wings and flew high into the sky, searching for Yukai and the other 2 who had just left. At this time, Yukai and the other 2, each carrying 2 backpacks, hid in the dark night. They did not leave the port immediately, but found an unmanned house to hide in. They also let the mosquito frog use a water gun to wash their whole body, and finally filled their whole body with a large bottle of strong liquor to cover up certain smells and prevent being tracked by the smell. Then the 2 took back the mosquito frog, and even the orb spider was taken back, and the hood and face towel were removed, and the 2 came when he got to a crossroads with passers-by and saw a car on the roadside. He poured some strong liquor in the trunk to confuse the tracking. Finally, he took a taxi and went to the coconut beach in the south of the city. When he got off the car, he quietly poured some strong liquor on the back cover of the car. As the car left, the alcohol evaporated wantonly and filled the whole city. All the liquor was in Xiao Ying's backpack. He didn't know why Xiao Ying brought so much liquor. He also asked Xiao Ying, and Xiao Ying said that she took it secretly and couldn't tell the old man in the tavern because she was afraid of being beaten. When they arrived at the coconut beach, it was already dark. It was dark when they left the black market, but there were street lights at the time, so they didn't notice it. Later, they were busy escaping, so they didn't pay attention. When they arrived at the beach after taking the giant crab and the gull away for study, he took the gull back to the villa. Xiao Ying was caught by the gull and flew. He really hoped that his long-winged gull could evolve quickly. He never wanted to be carried away like this again. The first thing they did when they returned to the villa was to wash their bodies in the bathroom. They even put a lot of detergent and messy things on their clothes. In order to avoid the smell on the clothes and prevent being tracked, the backpack was also sprayed with the inferior perfume in the villa everywhere to cover up other smells. And the backpack that was robbed at the end, all the things were poured out. If they found any suspicious electronic equipment, they let the gull fly away and throw it into the sea. Although it is unlikely that this person's backpack was tampered with and equipped with any positioning device, they had to be on guard. After handling everything, Yu Hai and Xiao Ying lay on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why they had to deal with the masked man in ambush was because the other party saw their mosquito-repellent frogs. If they didn't deal with it, they would be easily recognized if they ran into it again. The smoke was also to block the sight of the other masked man. The reason why they stole the Pokemon was that the Pokemon had seen them before and could easily identify them. They took the backpack later because it was just a matter of course. It seems that if they want to do bad things in the future, they really can't use frog. When they walk on the road in broad daylight with a combination of 2 frogs, anyone who has come into contact with them can recognize them. Fortunately, I bought a frog tonight. In the future, I will use frog when I am in the underground world. Frog is used openly, while frog is used to rob other people. Fortunately, it was night. They noticed that there was a Pidgeot in the sky, so they hid. As long as there was no smell, it would be impossible to catch the two. This is indeed the case. When the masked man's accomplice who was ambushing arrived, he only saw the corpse of his own people who died with eyes wide open, and the angry Pidgeot trainer. The two ran away. We couldn't find them. Didn't you see the elves they used? I didn't see clearly. There was smoke all over the place. When I rushed over, he was already dead and his elves were taken away. He was really ruthless. He killed one of us in just one encounter. It seems that we have run into a tough guy this time. Asshole, don't let me find them. Okay, get rid of the bodies quickly. There are always big risks in our line of work. The man just comforted Pidgeot's training home, just left. He doesn't care about this dead man. The two people ambushing here are good friends. Before, they were not sure where the exits of Yuhai and the two men were, so they arranged two people to ambush each exit. They thought that these two people could hold them back for a while, waiting for them to come and besiege the target. I didn't expect that I couldn't handle even one face-to-face encounter, and you can't blame anyone. After all, this is how black eats black. If you don't know the enemy's strength, if you can't eat it, you will be eaten. Updates are added from time to time, not often, so don't expect too much. After all, there is no need for rewards for this extra update. If you like it, just take a look. If there is a reward, I will also add more. 249 Chapter 243, New Partners Join. 249. On the 17th day after arriving at Hasa Island, it was sunny. The weather is not bad today, and it is also the start of the club league. They are not in a hurry about this matter. The opening ceremony is at 9 o'clock in the morning. The opening ceremony is divided into 6 places and 6 clubs have opening ceremonies. There is no need to be so anxious. It doesn't matter whether you watch it or not. After experiencing the thrilling escape last night, they still have lingering fears. Fortunately, they ran fast last night, otherwise they would have been drowned long ago. Now they have another enemy, the group of thieves who got into trouble last night. If they go to the black market in the future, they will definitely be recognized unless all witnesses are killed. That's impossible. They wandered around the black market for a long time last night and were followed for several streets. There were too many people who saw them and they had too much money. It was impossible to kill all the witnesses. Hey, forget it, don't care, wait until we meet them. They are worthless one-on-one, they can just run away if they are beaten by a group. When he got up in the morning, when he thought about the trouble he would cause in the black market, Yuhei let out a long sigh. In the end, he could only calm down and eat and drink as he should. Although I experienced a narrow escape last night, the harvest last night was not small, especially that bad frog, which was cultivated and became a main elf. However, they slept in a hurry last night, and they didn't have time to deal with a lot of things. They need to sort them out this morning. When he got up in the morning, he first prepared breakfast for the elves. There were 3 more little ones this morning, and he also needed to introduce new partners who were ready to join. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to eat breakfast. Come over here first. I will introduce you to some new partners. When Yuhei said this, Xiao Ying was doing the same thing. Xiao Ying is introducing new partners to her elves, namely Monkey Monster, Starfish, and Variety Monster. What he is introducing here are Starfish, Variety Monster, Bad Frog. It's a starfish, it's a wild monster, it's a bad frog. From now on, we are all partners. We all need to get along well, you know. Hey, 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 mosquito-repellent frog saw the 3 little guys next to Yuhei, all looking around curiously. One is a golden brown 5-pointed star, which can sense the high humidity on the opponent's body. After all, they are all water elves. There is also a soft lavender little guy, and a dark blue frog, the same frog as it. Busy, busy, busy. The variety monster's black pea eyes looked curiously at the 8 elves surrounding them, namely the mosquito-repellent frog, giant claw crab, armored rhinoceros, big butterfly, big-mouthed gull, and slowpoke. Green onion duck, orb silk spider, and 2 silly things in the water. Looking at the 8 elves, it took a fancy to the mosquito-repellent frog with arms and legs at first sight. It suddenly lit up with colorful lights and turned into a mosquito-repellent frog. Hey, oh, 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 the mosquito-repellent frog exclaimed in surprise when he saw the variety monster's transformation. After the transformation, the variety monster turned out to be exactly the same as him, with no difference in size or shape. Busy, 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 the variety monster felt proud after seeing the shock of the elves around him. After releasing the transformation, he turned into the big-billed gull again. Ba, 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 the big-billed gull cried out in surprise when it saw that the variety monster could still change. It felt that this new companion was so interesting, and its attention was focused on the variety monster, and all the starfish and stars beside it were attracted by them. Ignored. Hey, can you change me? Badadai flew over and asked curiously. Busy, 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 the variety monster nodded. The colorful light on his body flashed again and turned into the appearance of Badadi. Badadi was immediately shocked. Cough, cool, cough, the giant claw crab raised its claws, indicating that it would be me, change it quickly. The variety monster turned into the appearance of a giant claw crab again, but it was not as big as a giant claw crab, and it was of the normal size of a giant claw crab. Later, it also turned into an armored rhinoceros, a slowpoke, and a green onion duck. Almost every elf changed again. Hey Tuo, the orb silk spider hung upside down on the roof, quietly looking at the other partners playing with the variety monster below, but did not participate. It was present when I bought the dirk yesterday. At that time, it was surprised by the dirk locked in the ecological circle. More than 10 dirks turned into its appearance. Ah Dong, Slowpoke did not participate in the play, but stared blankly at the changes of the variety monster. Although it was also surprised, it wanted to get close to the starfish because it felt that the starfish also had telepathy. Hey, starfish was poked by Slowpoke's little claws, and felt a little embarrassed. All 5 corners of the 5-pointed star shrank up. Go, starfish, we are all good elves, and we will be partners from now on. Slowpoke also has superpowers. You need to practice telekinesis with Slowpoke a lot. Hai saw that everyone was circling around Ditto, so he pushed Hai Xing with his palm. Encourage Hai Xing to get along with everyone bravely and strive to integrate into this big family as soon as possible. After Hai Xing was pulled away by Slowpoke, Yu Hai was relieved. Slowpoke is famous for its kindness. It is still very good for Slowpoke to help Hai Xing get familiar with the environment. Don't worry about Ditto. He has already become friends with Frog, Rhinoceros, Butterfree, Giant Claw, Farfetch, Magikarp, and others. This guy seems to have the attributes of a community bull, and there is no sense of strangeness at all. When Ditto saw Frog and others, it was like an old friend he hadn't seen for many years, and he was very happy. Among these 3 Pokémon, the one that gave him the most headache was Bad Frog. He was originally afraid that Bad Frog would come into contact with the mosquito frogs, and that Bad Frog would poison them. In order to prevent them from being poisoned, if they were interrupted from coming into contact, it would probably lead to some unpleasantness, or even resistance. Now, Bad Frog doesn't want to come into contact with other elves at all. He sits on the ground alone, burying his head and closing his eyes, not wanting to talk. As the eldest brother among the elves, Mosquito Frog wanted to come over to enlighten Bad Frog when he saw him like this. Before Mosquito Frog came over, Yu Hai reached out to stop Mosquito Frog. Before the symptoms of the poison on Bad Frog are resolved, other elves should not touch Bad Frog, in case they are poisoned. Yobo? The frog was a little worried about the Bad Frog, worried about this new little brother, and looked up at Yu Hai, wondering why Yu Hai stopped him. "It's okay, Frog, I can handle it, you take the new partner to have breakfast first." Yu Hai shook his head gently, indicating that he could handle the matter and asked the frog not to worry. After the frog left, he put on plastic gloves and gently pushed the bad frog. However, the bad frog fell down with a painful expression on his face after just a light touch. Seeing this scene, Yu Hai immediately thought of what the masked stall owner said last night, that the bad frog often gets poisoned because of its own strong toxicity, and the bad frog's current symptoms are obviously poisoned. He immediately took out the antidote and directly poured a whole bottle of antidote into the bad frog, and the pain on the bad frog's face was reduced a lot. He brought some moo milk and fed it to the bad frog little by little with a spoon. When the bad frog tasted the sweetness of the milk, it opened its eyes with difficulty, looked at Yu Hai, and closed them again. At this time, the bad frog had no strength to get up, and it was difficult to even open its eyes, let alone make a sound. It was obvious that its thin body was corroded by the poison. Yu Hai fed the bad frog some moo milk and put it in the healing ball. He felt that the bad frog's condition was not optimistic and it had to go to the Pokemon Center for treatment later. The bad frog couldn't go on like this. If it went on like this, the toxins would not only damage its body, but also erode its lifespan and even reduce its potential. This was something he didn't want to see. He had already thought of how to solve the problem of too strong toxicity, and it was still several times. First, let the bad frog detoxify regularly, detoxify in large quantities, and reduce the concentration of the toxicity. This is the simplest way, but this method is only a temporary solution. The most important thing is to solve the problem of too strong toxicity. While retaining the poison talent, controlling the severe toxins in the body is the top priority. In fact, you can also give up the poison talent of the bad frog and perform a poison sac removal surgery on the bad frog, so that the bad frog will not be troubled by the toxicity. He also wants to fight for it. He is unwilling to give up the strong poison talent of the bad frog. If the poison sac is removed, such a strong poison talent will be a pity, and the poison moves of this bad frog will also be useless. Without giving up the poison talent, curing the bad frog's illness will require the bad frog to work hard. He will buy the best detoxification for the bad frog drugs, take the bad frog to treatment, and teach the bad frog to learn to control the toxins in the body before the toxins in the body break out. In addition to the first method of regular detoxification to weaken the concentration of toxicity, the second is to neutralize the toxins. Use the best antidote to detoxify the bad frog in time, and there will be no problem. Third, exercise. Since the thin body cannot control the toxicity, then strengthen the body and use a strong physique to control the toxicity in the body. He is ready to take 3 measures at the same time: regular detoxification, regular antidote, let the bad frog exercise, and carry out the 3 methods together, so as to make the bad frog completely control the toxicity in the body as soon as possible. The arrangement of Haixingxing and Ditto is not so troublesome. Haixingxing only needs to exercise his telekinesis. The most important task of Haixingxing is to release gravity, so that the gravity field lasts longer and has a larger range. Ditto has a strong talent for transformation. Just now, Ditto changed all the elves in the yard in just a moment. He only needs Ditto to change his face. It is a very simple thing and does not need to worry about it. The problem that bothered him was the bad frog. The 3-pronged training plan for controlling the poison must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. He also needed to go to the Pokemon Center first to detoxify the bad frog. Now they had to have breakfast. After he finished introducing the new partner, Xiaoying also finished introducing her. However, looking at Xiaoying's sad face, there was obviously a problem with the little guy over there, otherwise Xiaoying would not have such a bitter face. Yu Hai took off his plastic gloves, soaked them in boiling water to decompose the toxins, and came to the dining table to prepare for breakfast. Xiaoying came over and sat down, wanting Yu Hai to help him with some ideas. The monkey monster was very inferior because of his lame leg. He was also very irritable. Brother Hai, the monkey monster has serious psychological problems. What should I do? This matter, Yu Hai thought about it and had a solution. He immediately told Xiao Ying, the monkey monster just lost the confidence to live. The first thing you have to do is not to look at it with weird eyes, otherwise it will think you are discriminating against it. Brother Hai, I know, I didn't discriminate against it. Xiao Ying certainly wouldn't discriminate against the monkey monster. After all, he was so talented that he didn't dare to despise even a lame monkey monster. It's good that there is no monkey monster. Next, we have to help the monkey monster regain confidence. Isn't he lame? Let him defeat a monkey monster with healthy limbs, and he can regain his confidence. Regain confidence? I understand. Xiao Ying listened to Yu Hai's explanation and carefully wrote down Yu Hai's explanation. Regain confidence? I understand. Xiao Ying listened to Yu Hai's explanation and carefully wrote down Yu Hai's explanation. I want to remind you that the monkey monster is very special. Its lameness is a very obvious feature. If you use this monkey monster to fight, others will recognize you as the man in black last night. I understand. Xiao Ying thought it was easy to regain confidence, but now she has to add a restriction, that is, she can't let the monkey monster fight in the open. They killed the masked man who blocked the road last night, and were followed by many tails all the way. They all knew that they bought a lame monkey monster. Once the monkey monster's lameness was exposed, it would be easy to associate them with them. In this case, Xiao Ying secretly swore in her heart that this monkey monster didn't need to be fought in the open. Since it was bought by the man in black, it would only be used to fight in the underground world in the future. By the way, don't go to the black market or the port recently. We have been targeted by that group of people. As long as we enter the black market, we will be recognized. Yu Hai didn't know what Xiao Ying was thinking, but he had to remind Xiao Ying to be careful of the masked group of black-eating blacks. Those black-eating black guys are not very strong, and they are not weak at all in singles. Actually, he was afraid of Team Rocket. He reminded Xiao Ying because Team Rocket was in the black market. He just used the skin of the tail to scare Xiao Ying. The quasi-god will be auctioned tonight. Team Rocket will definitely take action. It is best not to go to the black market to get involved, even if it is just to watch the fun. I understand, Brother Hai. Xiao Ying experienced a life and death race with Yu Hai last night. At that time, he wished he had 2 more legs, fearing that he would be drowned if he ran too slowly. If he were alone, he would not go to the black market. He was not sure that he could escape from the black market. If he wanted to go alone, he had to improve his strength. Xiao Ying, I can give you a direction for that monkey monster. You can refer to it. Yu Hai thought about it and told Xiao Ying what he thought of in the black market. When you cultivate that monkey monster, the fighting spirit of not giving up is more important than anything else. You must hone your will to not give up, not admit defeat, and fight to the end no matter what. Then the monkey monster will be your strongest partner. Even if it is not the strongest, the monkey monster will be your most reliable, always standing in front of you, and always the last partner to fall. You must cultivate it well. In fact, the character of the monkey monster is very similar to that of Farfetch'd, which is why he kept Farfetch'd. However, Farfetch'd's potential is a little worse after all, and it cannot evolve. If there is no good thing to improve its potential in the future, it will be difficult to break through the king. I will, Brother Hai. Xiao Ying nodded seriously. Brother Hai said so seriously, which also made him realize the specialness of the monkey monster. As long as he does not give up, he will definitely get the strongest main elf. He believes in Brother Hai's judgment. 250. Chapter 244, Almost Back to Poverty. 250. After writing down the solution to the monkey monster, Xiao Ying wanted to ask for advice on the arrangement of the other 2 little guys, Brother Hai, Hai Xing Xing, and Ditto. Those 2 guys, Yu Hai waved his hand helplessly, saying that it was a small matter, let them train telekinesis and gravity with my elves. Ditto is only used for disguise. These two dittos have strong transformation abilities, you can let it imitate your elves and train transformation abilities. I understand, Brother Hai. Xiao Ying took notes seriously, and finally took a look at the notes she had just written, and read them again. After there was no unfamiliar place, she started to eat breakfast. At this time, Yu Hai had already finished breakfast, and waited for Xiao Ying to finish eating and cleaned up the dishes and washed the dishes. After breakfast, he came to the sofa in the living room, took the incubator out of the backpack, and gently wiped the surface of the elf egg. Today is the 14th day of hatching the elf egg, and tomorrow is the 15th day, and we will know whether it is a sparrow or a cuckoo. After wiping the elf egg, he put the elf egg back into the incubator and let the incubator slowly charge. He stood up and looked at the courtyard. After breakfast, the elves all started morning exercises, and there was no need for supervision, so he was relieved. The newly joined Ditto and Starfish were in the swimming pool. These two guys will be released for 2 days. There is no rush for training. He didn't know that Ditto had turned into a stupid thing like Magikarp in the swimming pool, and was chasing and playing with the stupid thing, having a lot of fun. He sat in the living room, took out his little notebook, and prepared to calculate how much money he had spent in the past few days. Starting from the 13th. The expenses on the 13th included 2 taxis costing 2,000, the tuition fee of the crab claw cost 200,000, the fake match lost 50,000, the balance of Xiao Ying's wristband was 8,000, and the wristband of the crab claw had been calculated before. The total cost on the 13th was 260,000. The income on the 13th was 1 million yuan in compensation for the match fixing. Xiao Ying paid for the taxi fare on the 14th, and he didn't spend much on this day. The income on the 14th was 50,000 won from the fake match, and the reward was 500,000, totaling 550,000. The expenses on the 15th were nothing. The income on the 15th was 550,000 from the fake match. The expenses on the 16th were 4.5 million for a bad frog plus 3 smurfs, and 4,275,000 alliance coins for a starfish. 30 jammers, fighting energy cubes, general energy cubes, and a ditto 4 things, totaling 4.8 million. The income on the 16th was 550,000 from the fake match, 5,000 from the drunkard, 3 smurfs, and 2.6 million from the masked man who blocked the road behind. Last night, when they poured out the contents of the masked man's backpack, they had already divided the contents of the backpack, and the useless things were thrown away by the big-mouthed gull. The valuable things in the backpack were only 3 Pokémons, Infernape, Elite, Frog, Elite, and Egg, blank. There were 2.6 million in cash, an elite item Miracle Seed, Leaf Stone of over 40 purity, Grass Gem, Invariant Stone, Fighting, Water, and Grass Energy Cubes, a lot of medicine, Pokeballs, and a backpack. The rest were some miscellaneous things, such as clothes, daily necessities, and quick heating food, which were all the other party's miscellaneous items, and he asked the gull to throw them into the sea. When dividing the things, he took Infernape first, because it was his frog that knocked it out, and Xiao Ying took the frog. The last valuable items, they all divided. He chose 2.6 million in cash, Leaf Stone of over 40 purity, Invariant Stone, Invariant Medicine Antidote, and 30 boxes of Fighting Energy Cubes. Xiao Ying chose Egg, Elite Item Miracle Seed, Grass Gem, 58 boxes of Water and Grass Energy Cubes, Pokeballs, and a space backpack. The two of them just picked up random things. He didn't want the last backpack, so Xiao Ying took it to the old man to deal with it. The cash he took was also counted as income, but Yazishi and Infernape had not been dealt with yet. They could be sold for at least 4 million. He estimated that it was more than that. He would go to the old man to calculate it later. Finally, the total expenditure for 4 days was 13,835,000, more than 13.8 million. Total income for 4 days, 5,255,000, more than 5 million. The balance last time was 15,807,000, more than 15 million. The current balance is 7,227,000, more than 7 million. Hey, it's not bad. I almost fell back into poverty. Yu Hai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the last calculated number. He thought he had bought 3 more elves in a shopping trip and had to withdraw money to make up for it. When he paid, he didn't care about these things. He didn't expect that there were more than 7 million left. He really didn't want to touch the 27 million. After all, there was a handling fee to be deducted. There was really no need to touch that money. There were also dividends from the match fixing. The Infernape and Leaf Stone could still be sold for money. When they got the money, it would be more than 10 million again. It's really interesting. After spending so much money, it's still the same amount. Can't I get a high-level water stone to break my defense? I really want a high-level water stone. Hey, Yu Hai sighed softly and turned a page in his notebook. He had to continue calculating. He could only think of a way to get a high-level water stone later. The energy cubes purchased this time were enough for those little guys. There were 230 boxes of fighting type, which was 2,300 cubes. 3 cubes a day was enough for Bad Frog to eat for more than 760 days, which was more than 2 years. When it was necessary to increase the training and dosage in the later stage, 6 cubes a day would be enough for 380 days, which was enough for a year. There are 290 boxes in general, which means 2,900 pills. If you take 6 pills a day, it is enough for Ditto and Farfetch'd to eat for 480 days, which is enough for a year. At least they don't need to worry about food for a year. Starfish is a water type. The good quality water crystal energy cube is enough for about 833 days. It doesn't matter if you add 1 more starfish. Including starfish, he now has 3 elves that can use superpowers: Butterfree, Slowpoke, and Starfish. It's time to buy superpower energy cubes for these 3 little guys. Superpower energy cubes are more expensive. They are not expensive in the hype, but expensive in the literal sense. You can also mix them with water energy cubes after buying them. The 3 little guys only need 1 a day. After the calculation, Yu Hai closed the small notebook and saw that the incubator on the coffee table was almost charged, so he put the incubator back into his backpack. This incubator is charged once every 5 days, which is quite durable. When there is no power, you can also replace the battery. After putting away the incubator and the small notebook, he also came to the small courtyard and saw that the elves had started morning exercises. He also saw the little fat man, who was chatting with Xiaoying. He didn't know when the little fat man came. He was going to prepare for morning exercises, but was interrupted by Xiaoying and the little fat man, who walked towards him together. "Brother Hai, the club league will hold an opening ceremony at 9 o'clock. I want to go with the fat man to watch the opening ceremony." Xiaoying came to say goodbye to Yu Hai, and they were going to watch the opening ceremony. Opening ceremony at 9 o'clock. Yu Hai touched his chin and thought about it. Xiaoying and the others were leaving, and he didn't want to train anymore. He didn't want to watch the opening ceremony, but planned to go to the elf center to treat the bad frog. "Wait for me, I'll go with you." Yu Hai turned around and packed his things. All the elves were collected and followed Xiaoying and the little fat man out of the door. Walking on the road, Xiaoying also talked to Yu Hai about the competition. "Brother Hai, the club league arranges the venue according to the attributes of the registered elves. We are all registered water elves, and we have to play in the water club." Water club? Yu Hai didn't care about the venue of the competition. Anyway, he couldn't win the championship, so what was the point of playing anywhere? "Brother Hai, what's your number?" The little fat man found an opportunity to join in the chat. "I'm number 3333, what's wrong?" Yu Hai asked curiously. 3333? It's not until tomorrow that it's my turn, the little fat man answered Yu Hai's doubts. Tomorrow. Club League is arranged according to the number of participants. Today is the competition within 2,000, tomorrow is 4,000, and the third day is 6,000. In the end, only the top 64 will be eliminated before entering the knockout stage. Oh, how many days will it take? Yu Hai laughed after listening to the little fat man's explanation. According to the competition number, there are at least more than 10,000 numbers now, or even more than 20,000 numbers. It is estimated that it will take a month for the club league to end. The club is deliberately delaying the competition time. I don't know either. I heard that someone got a competition number of more than 10,000. It is estimated that it will take 10 days. The little fat man scratched his head, feeling that this competition would be too long. I will participate tomorrow. Yu Hai thought of this and was not in a hurry. He asked Xiao Ying and the others to take a taxi there by themselves. He was going to the coconut tree beach to take the giant crab to learn new moves. When he took the giant crab away yesterday, he saw the giant crab's panel. The giant crab had learned instant amnesia, and only one sword dance was left. Brother Hai, you have to come quickly and don't miss our game, Xiao Ying reminded Yu Hai before getting on the car. This was his first time to participate in the competition, and he must perform well in front of Brother Hai and show the results of his training during this period. Don't worry, I won't be late. Remember to go to your grandfather's place first and put your things away before going to the competition, Yu Hai also reminded him, watching Xiao Ying leave in the car, and immediately took the gull to the coconut tree beach. After handing the giant crab to Kita, he took the gull to the Pokemon Center again to prepare to treat the poisoned state of the bad frog. After so many contacts, there is no need to leave the gull to protect the giant crab now. He believes in the character of the lifeguard. He came to the Pokemon Center and handed the bad frog to Miss Joy for treatment. He waited for more than half an hour before Miss Joy notified him to pay 10,000 for treatment, take the bad frog away, and continue to use the healing ball to treat the bad frog. Miss Joy also has experience in dealing with the symptoms of poisonous Pokemon. When Yu Hai took away the bad frog, Miss Joy reminded Yu Hai that the bad frog's situation was not optimistic. If it continued to be poisoned, the only way was to remove the bad frog's poison sac. He also learned from Miss Joy that the two poison sac organs on the bad frog's cheeks, that is, the expandable orange pouches on the cheeks, were abnormally developed, which caused the bad frog's toxicity to be too strong, and even he would be poisoned by his own poison sac. After hearing the reason for the bad frog's poisoning, he just thanked Miss Joy and took the bad frog away. The bad frog's physical abnormality was indeed related to the poison talent, but it was impossible to remove the poison sac. He would try to let the bad frog control the toxicity of the poison sac. The toxicity was the bad frog's strongest weapon, and he could not abolish his martial arts. Just like the horn, limbs, and fangs of the iron rhinoceros, which were all weapons of the iron rhinoceros, the bad frog also had to learn to control the toxicity. After removing the poison from Frog, he looked at his watch. It was already past 9 o'clock and the opening ceremony was over. He didn't watch the opening ceremony anyway, so there was no need to rush over. He came to the outside of the Pokemon Center and released Frog, letting Frog carry a backpack, and he carried another backpack. This time he didn't wear a hood, but a face towel. He had to watch the game later, so it would be inappropriate to wear a hood. Next, he took Frog and went straight to the third floor of the department store to buy some antidotes for backup. He took the best antidote directly, which was the antidote that could cure Frog's severe poison. A bottle cost 2,000. He took 10 bottles, which was 20,000. Then he went to the next door and found a book on Frog's beginner training knowledge. He spent 1,000 alliance coins to buy it, intending to see if there was anything useful in it. After buying the training book, he went to the water club slowly. The water club was not far from the department store. The 7 clubs were all built around the Pokemon Center, which was an economic circle, and it was also convenient for trainers to go to the Pokémon Center to treat Pokémon. By the time he arrived at the Water Club, the opening ceremony of the club league had ended and the competition had already begun. The door of the club was always open. As a contestant, he did not need a ticket. He could enter the club by showing his competition number. It is estimated that most trainers use their competition numbers to watch the game, but the ticket price is not expensive. It is collected every day and will be invalid after leaving. With the competition number, he walked straight into the club and saw a wide and bright hall. There were 4 medium-sized battle venues in the middle of the hall, and the audience seats were around the venues. These 4 battle venues are also divided into different types of battle venues, namely water, grass, ice, and rock. The contestants also enter randomly. As long as a battle venue is vacant, they will only wait for 5 minutes before the next Pokémon battle. The audience seats here are very large, and he feels that at least there are 40,000 to 50,000 people watching the game. It is undoubtedly impossible to find Xiaoying among so many people. However, considering that Xiaoying and the others, as contestants, would not be able to go to the auditorium, he immediately grabbed a staff member in overalls with a blue water drop logo on the chest and asked the other person, "Do you know where the contestants are preparing for the competition? There is a sign on the wall, look for it yourself." The staff member who was stopped was very impatient and broke away from Yukai's pull, and left quickly. Yuhei also got what he wanted. He looked at the arrow indicating the contestants' lounge on the wall and followed the arrow to find it. He feels that these 7 clubs are quite interesting. The logo of the Electric Club is a golden lightning, the logo of the Water Club is blue water droplets, the Fighting Club is a pair of gloves, and the Flying Club is a pair of wings. The incubation cycle of elf eggs can be long or short, such as Insect Green Caterpillar, 10 days. Spiro Bobo, 15 days. Eusangia, 20 days. Electric Shock Monster, Duck-billed Baby, 25 days. Ibrahimovic, 35 days. Little Kirby, 40 days. Frozen Bird, 80 days. Mewtwo, 120 days. The more powerful the elf, the longer the incubation period, so don't worry. 251 Chapter 245, Electric Shock Monster. 251. When Yuhei found the club's lounge, he discovered that there were actually 10 contestants' lounges. Each lounge had a passage into the arena. Which lounge should he go to look for Xiaoying? After asking other trainers later, he learned that the number of the lounge corresponded to the last number of the competition number. As long as he knew the last number of the contestant, he could go to the corresponding lounge to look for it. He had also chatted with Xiaoying before and knew Xiaoying's entry number. Xiaoying's entry number ended in number 8, and the little fat man's number ended in number 9. When he learned about the last number arrangement, Yuhei secretly felt a little sweat for these 2 guys and looked at it based on his walk around the competition venue. The organizer is likely to use the last number to determine the opponent of the contestant. It is not ruled out that someone will change the entry number, but number 1 will play against number 2, number 3 will play against number 4, and so on. This kind of battle arrangement will not change due to changing the entry number. Fortunately, Xiaoying is number 8, and her opponent is number 7. Little Fatty is number 9, and her opponent is number 10. They almost collided. When he came to the lounge on number 8, he saw Xiaoying and Little Fatty outside the lounge. They were looking around and saw him. "Brother, hi, you are finally here." Xiaoying secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yuhei arrived in time. "What? Haven't you guys arrived yet?" Yuhei was quite curious. He had been busy for so long, so why were Xiaoying and his wife still waiting here? "We are number 300, and it won't be our turn until after 10 o'clock, but it's almost here." Xiaoying looked at her watch. It was almost 10 o'clock, and it was almost their turn. There are entry numbers on the screen on the wall. His entry number is 328, and his opponent is a contestant with 307. There are still 4 battles scheduled before them. The reason why the opponent is not 327 is because the contestants are all assigned competition venues based on the registered elf attributes. There are a total of 6 clubs: electric type, water type, grass type, insect type, general type, flying type. After allocating the competition venue, the contestants can use whatever elf they want to compete, or they can exchange their participation numbers with anyone at will. 2 problems arise at this time. First, if you know in advance that your opponent is very strong, you can avoid it by exchanging your entry numbers. Second, someone should use electric elves to fry fish here. After all, this is a water club. There was still some time left before the match. The 3 of them were outside the lounge and looked at the screen on the wall. There were trainers fighting on the screen. There are 5 screens here, one is the entry number battle sorting screen, and the other 4 are live broadcasts of the 4 battle venues. Fierce elf battles are taking place on each screen. From Yuhai's point of view, the competition is a bit boring. The masters can kill each other with one move, while the evenly matched ones are just novices pecking each other. It's not interesting. Not long after watching, a somewhat obese middle-aged man came over and called the little fat man. "Little fatty, the game is about to start, why are you still here?" "Dad, is it about to start?" When the little fat man saw his father, he immediately went up to him and introduced Yuhai to his father. "Dad, he is Brother Hai, Xiao Ying's eldest brother." Mei Meng the fat dad smiled and stretched out his hand towards Yuhai, curiously asking, "Are you here to watch the game too?" "No, I'm here to participate in the competition." Yuhai shook his head slightly and corrected the other party's statement. "I have to say that the fate is really wonderful." If the little fat man didn't lie, the other party was a senior trainer. I don't know if this senior trainer has any moisture. When he first robbed the little fat man, he was afraid that the other party would come and arrest him, the spider robber. In fact, Fat Dad wanted to follow Fatty and catch the spider robbers, but Fatty was grounded and he gave up the idea of catching the robbers himself. Competition. The Fat Dad looked at Yuhai secretly. In the end, he saw nothing, so he felt that this young man should have some strength. He also heard from his fat dad that the opponent was very strong. "My little fat boy, coming to participate in the competition is really important participation, no need to say anything, just hope that Xiao Peng can survive the first round." After everyone chatted briefly for a few more words, the fat dad took Xiao Peng away and went to the number 9 lounge. Only Yuhai and Xiao Ying were left at the scene. Yuhai looked at Xiao Ying and could see that Xiao Ying was very nervous. He planned to divert Xiao Ying's attention. "Xiao Ying, will your grandfather come?" "My grandfather said that he would only come to watch the game if we enter the knockout round." Xiao Ying was a little helpless. The requirements set by the stinky old man were too high. He couldn't make it to the knockout round of the top 64. "Haha, this requirement is too high. I may not be able to do it." Yuhai smiled speechlessly. The old man really knows how to test his grandson. "Brother Hai, do you really want to use the electric shock monster?" Xiao Ying was nervous because Yuhai asked him to use the electric shock monster in the game. "What are you afraid of? Just use it. Anyway, you have to use it sooner or later." Yuhai looked at the screen on the wall. He planned to let Xiao Ying show the electric shock monster. It was something he had thought about a long time ago. It's all for display anyway, and it's best to display it here. It's better to let tens of thousands of people see Xiao Ying has an electric monster than dozens of people. Anyway, the electric monster is not afraid of being checked, so just show it openly. "I understand." Xiao Ying saw Yuhai beside her, and her nervous mood slowly relaxed. Since Grandpa and Brother Hai said it was okay, she would use the electric monster to play the first round. Although the electric monster has just been exposed to training and is still a little immature for use in battles, it can still be tried if it's just a preliminary round. "Look, the fat man is on the stage." Yuhai has been staring at the screen, and saw the little fat man walked out of the passage and stood on the battlefield. Xiao Ying was reminded to look, and the little fat man also sent a big claw crab to compete, but the opponent sent an electric elf Pikachu. Then the little fat man's big claw crab was chased by a Pikachu and was finally electrocuted. A fatty's big crab can't dig a hole. Yu Hai watched the little fat man's fight, it was too painful to watch. He was beaten the whole time, and he fought back with a water gun. Didn't the little fat man know that water can conduct electricity? Ahem, Xiao Ying was embarrassed by the little fat man's embarrassing performance, and could only cough to cover up the embarrassment on his face. He didn't expect that the little fat man was still so bad after training with him for so long. He didn't want to know the little fat man. It would be too embarrassing if someone recognized them as friends. It's your turn, go quickly. Yu Hai saw that the little fat man left the stage quickly, and the game ended in less than 3 minutes. He turned his head and looked at the screen for the competition number. Xiao Ying was already on the line, and was notified to enter the venue. Then I'll go first, brother Hai. Xiao Ying looked up at the screen and saw that the competition number on the screen was notifying him to enter the venue, so he immediately ran into the contestant channel. Not long after Xiao Ying ran in, Yu Hai saw Xiao Ying's appearance and Xiao Ying's opponent on the live broadcast screen. The two nodded in unison to show that they were ready when the referee asked them to release their elves at the same time, and then waved the small flags in their hands and the game officially began. Both sides began to attack. This game was between the electric monster and the small magnet. Seeing the elves sent by the opponent, Yu Hai secretly thought that it was true. The fat man also encountered an electric elf. He had previously guessed that there might be many trainers who would use electric elves to come to the water club to fish. While he was quietly watching the game, there were also people in other lounges who were silently staring at the screen on the wall, looking at the electric monsters sent by Xiao Ying. These people were still acquaintances of Yu Hai and Xiao Ying, the 3 Krypton Gold brothers before, but the eldest brother Taro was not here, only Erlang and Jiro were watching the game. In addition to the 2 brothers, there was another acquaintance, Keiko's boyfriend, who was also in the crowd watching the game. He stared at the electric monsters on the battlefield and turned around and left the water club silently. In addition to the above 3 people, there are also people watching outside the club. The girl who had provoked Xiao Ying on the beach saw Xiao Ying appear and gnashed her teeth. She can no longer associate with the Krypton Gold fat man. It was all Xiao Ying's fault. There is also Xiao Ying's elder brother. She hates these 2 bastards. The students who challenged Xiao Ying on the beach before also saw Xiao Ying's appearance. They also participated in this game, just hoping not to meet Xiao Ying. There is also Huizi from the massage shop. Huizi remembers this child. He often comes to her shop and asks her to massage Mosquito Frog. He is a very sensible child. The old man and the waitress in the sailor bar, the drinkers in the bar, the old director of the orphanage and the children all saw Xiao Ying appear. However, those outside the club only saw the pictures broadcast from the club, which all cost money. The benefits of a large-scale event are obvious. The club brings together a large number of tourists, trainers, and locals, which can greatly promote the development of the club and even the economic development of the surrounding area. The fighting competitions and leagues held by the 7 clubs can affect the economic development of Hasa City, and all the hotels, shopping malls, vendors, housing prices, and shops around the Pokémon Center and the clubs will usher in an explosive growth in customers. No wonder all major cities like to hold large-scale competitions, especially in various regions of the Alliance, which have a significant impact on the economic development of the city and the economic impact on the organizers. The organizers can benefit from the economic benefits brought by the league, including the increase in club income, and the clubs can also absorb trainers specializing in water Pokémon. Based on the attributes of the registered Pokémon and the allocation of battle venues, it is hard not to think in this direction. In addition, the league can also drive the city's economic development, enhance the club's reputation, the city of Hasa's reputation, strengthen Hasa's competitive tourism culture, and have a positive impact on economic growth. It can also attract more foreign investment for the city and the club, and more tourists who come here to visit, which will generate more consumption. This is probably the development plan of an island tourism city. As for the underground black market, it is probably still taxed, but it is hard to say whether this tax will go into personal pockets or increase the city's finances. 2 or 3 minutes later, Yu Hai has been staring at the game on the screen, and Xiao Ying's game has also been decided. In the end, it was Xiao Ying's electric shock monster. Relying on the ability to absorb electricity, all the current was directed into the ground, draining the electricity of Magneto and defeating Magneto. Seeing Xiao Ying successfully win the first game, he was not surprised. After all, it was too simple. The fat man standing next to him was a little upset when he saw Xiao Ying's victory. He was happy and sad. He was happy that Xiao Ying won, but sad that he didn't even make it through the first round. Fatty was in pain. Who could understand? Fatty was in pain. After the game, Xiao Ying came out of the passage and saw the little fat boy. She rushed up to hug him excitedly. This hug was another blow to the fat boy's injured young heart. Fatty, I won, Xiao Ying excitedly recounted what happened just now. It was a large venue for 10,000 people. It was his first time to participate in such a game, and he defeated his opponent in the game. He was so excited. Outside the club, the old man in the tavern was very pleased to see Xiao Ying defeat her opponent. The child finally grew up. The waitresses burst into cheers instantly and hugged each other to celebrate Xiao Ying's victory. The children in the orphanage jumped up when they saw Xiao Ying win on TV. Everyone was very happy. Jiro, the Krypton Gold fat man who hated Xiao Ying, was even more angry when he saw Xiao Ying win. He wanted to meet Xiao Ying in the game and eliminate Xiao Ying. It's just that who can understand the little fat man's mood? His big crab was chased for several rounds, and finally lost the game in a miserable way. The audience booed. He just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. The fat man was too embarrassed to see people. Okay, Xiao Ying, it's time to go back. Yu Hai waved his hand, indicating that Xiao Ying was leaving, and they still had business to do. The little fat man chatted with Xiao Ying for a few more words, and had to say goodbye to Xiao Ying, because his father was behind him and he couldn't go with Xiao Ying. He had only 2 choices. He could continue to stay and watch the game, but he couldn't go with Xiao Ying, which was what his father told him, or he could go home. There was no third choice. Finally, the little fat man had no choice but to walk to the audience and watch the game with his father. After Xiao Ying said goodbye to the little fat man, she caught up with Yu Hai and excitedly told him about his joy of defeating his opponent in the game, and said thank you brother Hai, otherwise he couldn't defeat his opponent. Yu Hai walked and listened, quietly listening to Xiao Ying's story, without disturbing Xiao Ying, and occasionally echoed a few words, praising Xiao Ying and correcting Xiao Ying's battle ideas. Elf battles are like this, always making people excited, even unable to stop, not to mention when they are the winner. It's like winning 5 million in the previous life, so exciting that people can't help themselves, which is much more interesting than the young lady. However, the 2 people who left the water club didn't know that someone had reported the electric shock monster. On the top floor of the electric club, Huize's boyfriend, who came here, got the permission to enter the door, and then pushed the door and walked into the general manager's office. If Fatty Jin was here, he would definitely recognize the young man behind the desk. It was the thigh he hugged tightly, and now there would be another pendant on this thigh. 252 Chapter 246, accurately avoiding the vital points. 252. General Manager, Water Club, an electric shock monster appeared in the number 3 battlefield. Huize's boyfriend returned to the electric club to report this matter. He was a senior sparring partner of the electric club, so he naturally knew about the theft of the electric monster. He had also tried hard to find it some time ago. After all, there were bonuses for providing clues or finding the electric monster. Hey! The general manager didn't expect anyone to report this matter. He immediately took out the remote control and switched the screen on the monitor on the desk to the game of the Water Club, and saw Xiaoying, who sent the electric monster to fight. Seeing the electric monster on the screen, he immediately picked up the phone on the table and made a call to ask the child on the screen whether there was a purchase record of the electric monster he had. "Okay, I know," the general manager called the department store, and they told him that there was no purchase record of Xiaoying's electric monster. After putting down the phone and thinking about it, he made another call and found out that Xiaoying had a living grandfather. Then he made another call, and it was Fatty Jin who answered the phone. "Check if there is an old man named Captain who bought an electric monster in the store." A few minutes later, the fat man Jin on the other end of the phone replied, "General Manager, a week ago, an old man named Captain bought an electric monster. I know that old man. He is the gatekeeper of the black market and the owner of the midnight bar." Finally, the midnight bar was closed and the old man moved to the sailor bar near the Pokemon Center. "A week ago? The gatekeeper of the black market." After listening to the story of the fat man Jin, the general manager found that the identity information was the same as reported in the previous call, and there was nothing unusual. However, he always felt that something was wrong, and he couldn't remember what was wrong for a while. First asked about the doubts mentioned by Fatty Jin. Why did he move away and no longer run the midnight bar? General Manager, he moved away 2 days after buying the electric shock monster. He moved away suddenly. I am not very clear. Do you need me to test him? No, the general manager rejected Fatty Jin's proposal to avoid alerting the enemy. General Manager, do you think it is the quasi-god to be auctioned today? Okay, guard the warehouse. The general manager saw that Fatty Jin could no longer get any valuable information, so he hung up Fatty Jin's phone, tapped the table lightly with his index finger, and fell into deep thought. The time when the other party bought the electric shock monster was very close to the time when he moved to the tavern, and the news of the quasi-god also appeared during that period. Could it be because of the quasi-god that he moved away? If it was because of the electric shock monster, he should have fled instead of choosing to move away. But the quasi-god just appeared a piece of news. How could he scare away an old fox because of a piece of news about a quasi-god? That would be too timid, unlike the style of the captain. Unless... The general manager thought of an underground organization. He also asked Fatty Jin to close down his business to avoid being affected by tonight's battle and to prevent losses in the underground black market breeding house. After tonight, no matter who owns the black market, they are all businessmen. Harmony is the most important thing. At most, they will pay more taxes. If it was the rockets who scared the old fox away, everything would make sense. Why did the other party suddenly move out of the tavern? It was the same as his idea. They were all trying to avoid this man-made disaster from affecting themselves, but the old fox's sense of smell was too sensitive. They had people from the rockets come to contact them and win over their clubs in advance. In order to seize the underground black market, they had to make arrangements in advance. Only then did they realize that the rockets were going to cause trouble in the underground black market. But how did the old fox know the news a week ago and move out of the tavern in advance? After thinking about it, he couldn't think of the old man's information channel in the tavern. He could only secretly sigh that the other party was really an old fox with a keen sense of smell. It seems that if you want to expand the club, these well-informed local snakes cannot be ignored. After figuring out the whole story, the general manager stopped tapping the table and secretly admired his own wisdom. With only a few key pieces of information, he deduced the ins and outs of the matter and almost guessed the logic of the old man's behavior. However, unfortunately, his guess avoided all the key points, and he was still sitting in the leather chair complacent, thinking that he was very smart. When he came to his senses, he found that there was still a person standing in front of the desk. The slightly raised corners of his mouth slowly lowered, and he waved to the person in front of the desk, indicating that the other party could leave. This electric shock monster is not the stolen one, you go down first. Yes, General Manager, Huize's boyfriend heard this answer, feeling a little disappointed, but he didn't show it on his face. He turned around and left the office silently, and suddenly heard the general manager's voice behind him. "You are very good. I remember your name is Aren. You can go to the logistics department to get 10 sets of fine electric energy cubes." Yes, Huize's boyfriend's regretful mood suddenly revived. 10 sets of energy cubes are 10 boxes, worth 60,000 or 70,000 yuan of cultivation resources. How could he not be excited? It was almost equivalent to his salary for 6 or 7 days. Unless he could meet a rich sparring partner who could throw 100,000 yuan at a time without blinking, he had never encountered such a good thing. This was not the most exciting thing. The most exciting thing was that the general manager actually remembered him, a small character like him, a senior sparring partner. He decided to follow the general manager and was willing to do anything he could for the general manager to strive for promotion to coach, even if it was only a junior position, which was much better than a sparring partner. Working in a club is a sparring partner, to put it nicely, and a punching bag, to put it bluntly, specially abused by the rich and looking for a sense of existence for the rich. Finally, Huize's boyfriend left the office excitedly and went to get the energy cubes. After watching Aren leave, the general manager's mouth corners raised again. How could he not notice the subtle changes in his employees' expressions? For such employees who are brave and work hard, we should not be stingy with rewards. This employee's performance in the club is not bad, otherwise he would not have noticed him. He is on the coach's assessment list, and it doesn't matter if he passes him. After all, if you want a horse to run faster, you can't do without grass. As soon as Xiaoying came in, she rushed to her grandfather and shouted excitedly, "Grandpa, did you see that? I passed the first round of the competition. I saw it. I made it to the knockout round when I first participated in the competition." "Don't embarrass me," the old man said, a lesson to suppress Xiaoying's sharpness, but the doting in his eyes could not be hidden. They were all flesh and blood. He also found that his grandson was getting better and better under the guidance of the young man in front of him. It was right to let the little troublemaker of his family be taught by the big troublemaker. "Old man, my cooperation with the bookmaker has ended. After 4 days of fake matches, how much did you make?" Yu Hai sat on the sofa and didn't waste time talking to the old man. He went straight to the point and asked for a share of the money. Okay, the old man had just started chatting with his grandson, and Yu Hai interrupted at the wrong time, but he didn't say anything, knowing that business was more important. He casually pushed the black plastic bag on the coffee table to Yu Hai, indicating that Yu Hai could check it himself. Yu Hai was curious about what was in the bag, so he stretched out his hand to open the black plastic bag, and saw that the bag was full of money, bundles of small bills. One bundle was 100 bills, and one bundle was 1 million. There were as many as 20 or 30 bundles here, which meant 20 or 30 million. Damn, is this thing so profitable? Yu Hai was secretly surprised when he saw the small bills in the black plastic bag. If one bet is 500,000, then 6 bets are 3 million. He played fake matches for 4 days, 3 games a day means 12 games, and each game nets 3 million, so 12 games means more than 30 million. Considering that he bet on other trainers, he would withdraw funds, so it is impossible to make that much money every time, but there are 30 million. The money is divided into 3 parts, each part is 9.4 million, and more than 1 million is used for salary. This is what I made in the past few days. The old man was afraid that Yu Hai would not believe it. Seeing Yu Hai's suspicious eyes, he smacked his lips helplessly and spit out white smoke. He was too lazy to explain. Anyway, this cunning boy would never believe him anyway, so there was no point in explaining. "Don't look at me with that look, it's just a little money. You help Xiaoying so much, it can't be bought with money." The old man didn't do anything about it. After all, the long-winged gulls and monkey monsters that Yu Hai helped Xiaoying get were all worth tens of millions of elves. There was only 9 million here, so he didn't do anything about it. Yu Hai coughed awkwardly twice when he heard this, and he knew that he was suspicious again. In fact, he was just expressing an attitude. What a coincidence, both of them felt that money was not important, Xiaoying was important. When he divided the money into 3 parts, he took 9.4 million. Xiaoying also took 9.4 million, still mumbling in her mouth, somewhat dissatisfied with her grandfather's teachings. She worked so hard and won the game, but the stinky old man didn't praise her at all. The last remaining money belonged to the old man, and the old man didn't touch it. In fact, the old man didn't want to praise Xiaoying, but he was afraid that Xiaoying would be too proud after winning the game. After all, there is still a long way to go in the future. Besides, the elders are always the same, always thinking that it is better to belittle than to praise, but belittling will only make a child more inferior. At this time, the old man played the role of the bad guy. As for the good guy, of course, it was Yu Hai. Except for teaching Xiaoying a lesson at the beginning, Yu Hai never scolded Xiaoying or taught Xiaoying a lesson afterwards, so Xiaoying would be closer to him. The old man didn't notice all this, and he didn't care about Xiaoying, who was in a bad mood. It can only be said that bystanders see things more clearly. After everyone had divided the money, the old man took out 2 photos from his arms. One was a photo of the masked man who sent the money. The man in the photo was a young man wearing simple casual clothes, and the fierceness in his eyes was not concealed. The other was a photo of the subordinate of the man who sent the money. The man in the photo had a stubble on his face and was also very wretched. There was always a malicious smile on the corner of his mouth. This photo was really good at capturing the wretched appearance of this man. The old man put the 2 photos on the table and introduced the identities of the 2 to Yu Hai. He knew that Yu Hai, a ruthless man who would not wait for revenge, would definitely seek revenge on these 2 casino thugs. The masked man who sent you the money is a thug of Pangkao. Like Tian De, who you killed before, they are all doing dirty work for Pangkao. They are responsible for sending money and coercing and bribing. The other person is a subordinate of the money sender. His strength is average, nothing to say. The key point is that the money sender asked his men to find the drunkard, hoping to use the drunkard to kill people, but the drunkard's strength is too weak, and you solved it. I also checked the strength of the money sender. There are 4 elves in total. The elves this guy has conquered are all very strange. Strange? How strange? Yu Hai was immediately interested in the money sender. Is it stranger than him? This person's strongest elf is a puff pig. The strength of the other 3 elves is respectively the grass-type coconut tree, the flying-type night owl, and the water-type mosquito-repellent tadpole. Puff pig, coconut tree, night owl, mosquito-repellent tadpole. Yu Hai felt that this person's elf configuration was indeed very strange. The first 2 Pokémon are very expensive psychic Pokémon, and the first Pokémon is even less likely to be captured by trainers. It is also a very rare single attribute psychic Pokémon, which can be seen from the fact that there is no psychic breeding house in the department store. Even if there are psychic Pokémon for sale, they are mainly based on other attributes, and psychic is only a secondary attribute. Here, psychic Pokémon are already very expensive, and the opponent has no mines at home, but he chooses to breed Poo pig, which means that this psychic Pokémon must have something special. Not only Poo pig has psychic attributes, but coconut tree also has psychic attributes. It is a bit strange that the opponent would actually breed 2 psychic Pokémon. And the last mosquito coil tadpole, he was a little confused. Why did the opponent breed a mosquito coil tadpole? The old man also explained his doubts in time. The mosquito coil tadpole is a Pokémon that was captured recently. It is estimated that he chose to breed the mosquito coil tadpole after seeing the performance of your mosquito coil frog. I see, Yu Hai thought while stroking his chin. Could it be that the other party still wanted to ask him for the breeding method of mosquito-repellent frog, but he didn't ask because things got awkward later? Perhaps he also wanted to coerce and induce, but he couldn't get what he wanted in the end, so he got angry and killed someone with a borrowed knife. How does this person's strength compare to the previous Tiende? It is much stronger than Tiende. The opponent's most recent attack record was last month. The strongest poop did not attack. It was the coconut tree that attacked and defeated the opponent's Venus flycatcher and giant claw crab 1 against 2. It seems that it is indeed much stronger than Tiende, Yu Hai thought secretly. Even if the opponent's coconut tree is elite, it is also a relatively strong elite, which can fight 1 against 2. His frog can also do this. It was able to kill 4 in a row in the alley yesterday. It was all normal operation. From this, it can be concluded that the opponent is a trainer who cultivates Pokemon very carefully. However, he estimated that only the poop reached the senior level, just like Tienda's Infernape, who just entered the senior level. As for why not all senior levels, will the opponent be a senior trainer? If the opponent has senior level strength, if he had the strength, he would not be a thug, but a real person in charge of the market, who would earn more, have a higher status, and more small money. Why would the other party choose a thankless job as a thug? The money is small, the work is heavy, and the risk is high. If he is caught embezzling the reward, he will be killed. It is not worth it no matter how you think about it. If so, it means that the person in charge of the market came to give him money. Isn't it a bit too high for him? How can a small shrimp like him be able to let the person in charge of the market give him money? After knowing the identity and strength of the person who gave the money, he immediately had a plan in his mind. In fact, the plan is also very simple. He has 13 elves, Xiao Ying has 7 elves, a total of 20 elves, and they can drown the other party's 4 elves in a rush. What's more, he is planning to launch a sneak attack. He is preparing to be a thief for 1,000 days again. 253 Chapter 247, Cold Bad Frog. 253. Have you found out where he lives? And his activity track? Yu Hai picked up the photo of the person who sent the money, looked at the face of the person without a mask in the photo, and remembered it deeply in his heart. How could he let the other party live if he dared to stab him in the back and had evidence of his match fixing? If they had been friendly and parted ways amicably from the beginning, he would not have killed him. The other party should never have threatened him with match fixing, because the consequences would be serious. Take it, the old man took out a city map from his arms. There was a red line on the map, extending from the elf center in the east of the city to the port in the southeast of the city, stopping in a residential building. That's a casino, not his residence. He stayed there the longest. He lived from the casino to the handicap every day. He almost lived in the casino. If you want to attack him, I suggest you lure him out, or ambush him halfway. You can't do it in the casino. There are many thugs like him in the casino, including several of his men. Thanks, old man. Yu Hai put away the city map and did not plan to take action now. The underground black market will auction the quasi-god mini-dragon tonight, and the port will definitely be in chaos. He should not join in the fun. Even if he wants to take action, he has to wait until the quasi-god's limelight is over. Now is not a good time to take action. After writing down all the information the old man had investigated, Yu Hai took out the Infernape and leaf stone he got yesterday and asked the old man to estimate the price. If he thought it was appropriate, he would give it back to the old man, saving him the time of going to the black market. Seeing leaf stone and Infernape, the old man immediately remembered the stolen goods that his grandson asked him to deal with. The grandson took the 3 Pokemons and, egg, frog, armor, and space backpack were all handed over to him. The remaining props Miracle Seed and Grass Gem were kept for his own use, and the little grandson also told him what happened yesterday. He didn't expect that these 2 guys would venture to the black market at this time. He had to remind Xiao Ying that he couldn't go to the black market tonight and wait until the quasi-god's limelight was over. What's more, there was the rocket team, which was stirring up trouble. The black market would only be more chaotic. Picked up the pokeballs of leaf stone and Infernape, the old man looked at them carefully for a moment and gave an estimate. Infernape 2 million, leaf stone 3 million, what do you think? How about adding another 500,000? Yu Hai heard the old man's offer and felt that he could still talk about it. Anyway, this old fox will never lose money, so there is no need to worry. I really can't do anything to you. Here is 5.5 million, the old man smiled helplessly. Seeing that Yu Hai agreed to the deal, he took out 6 bundles from the more than 9 million on the coffee table and pushed them to Yu Hai. One bundle was 400,000, and he also added 10 small bills. Yu Hai saw the small bills in front of him and immediately put them into his space backpack. He was quite satisfied with the purchase price of the water stone and the fire monkey. After all, the price of the intermediate water stone in the department store is 3.5 million, and it will only be more on the black market. Expensive, evolution stones and props are two extremes in the black market and department stores, and no one wants new props in the black market. As for leaf stone, because it evolves into grass-type Pokemon, it is more expensive than water stone, but not much more expensive. Infernape's potential is not that high, it is only in its early 40s, just like Tien Da's Infernape, and its strength is weaker than Tien Da's Infernape, so it is acceptable to sell it for 2 million. He knew that the old man would definitely make more money, but it was hard to say how much. Another 5.5 million was earned, and put together with the previous balance was 7,227,000, more than 7 million. Adding the 9.4 million from the match fixing and 5.5 million, the current balance is 22,127,000, more than 20 million. He became a rich man again. If he wanted to cultivate a powerful elf, financial support was indispensable. He would never think that small money was too much. After collecting the money, his purpose of coming to the bar was over. He was ready to say goodbye to the old man and leave the bar, returning to the villa to train the elves. At this time, it was not even 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and the afternoon training time could not be missed. Xiaoying, I'm leaving. Do you want to go back together? Yu Hai asked Xiaoying if he wanted to leave together when he stood up. Brother Hai, I still want to chat with Grandpa. I'll go to the villa to find you later. Xiaoying did not leave with Yu Hai. He still had the money for the spoils. Okay, then I'll go first. Yu Hai left the private room and planned to go to the supermarket to buy ingredients. He had eaten the ingredients he bought last week this morning. If he didn't buy some ingredients to go back, he would have nothing to eat at noon and at night. After buying food for the two of them for a week, he took the girl back to the villa. After he left, Xiaoying hugged her grandfather's arm again and asked him how much he would charge for her things. Haha, that's what happened, the old man thought for a while and told his grandson, eggs and big jia can still be sold at a high price. 2 can only be sold for 3 million. The mosquito-repellent frog is not worth much and can be sold for at most 500,000. The backpack is a few thousand yuan. Well, I'll take the money myself. Xiaoying looked at the money on the coffee table. There were still 4 million left, enough for him. Didn't you get another prop? Keep that prop for yourself. When you want to change it later, you can also sell it for 2 or 3 million. The old man knew that his grandson's trophy last night also included a miracle seed. By the way, Grandpa, did you really only win these in the fake match? Xiaoying collected the money and looked at his grandfather with a suspicious face. He knew that the old man was often dishonest. Of course, the old man felt uncomfortable when Xiaoying looked at him, and immediately raised his hand and patted him gently. Is he really that bad? Even his grandson doubted his integrity. He helped you to subdue the long-winged gull, and helped you to buy monkey monsters, and taught you to train elves. It's just a few $1,000,000. How could I do anything? Yes, Grandpa is the best. Xiaoying curled his lips, still hating Grandpa's preaching just now. He still didn't believe in his grandpa's integrity. Grandpa, I subdued 3 more elves last night, and the energy cubes are not enough. Please buy some more for me, water, fighting, electric, and grass. Seeing that Grandpa wanted to hit him again, Xiaoying hurriedly told Grandpa to buy energy cubes. He quickly zipped up his backpack, took the photo of the money-giving man's subordinates that Yu Hai didn't take away from the coffee table, opened the door and ran away. The little bastard ran fast, the old man raised his palm and missed it. Seeing that his grandson disappeared in an instant, he couldn't help but laugh and scold. After the grandson walked away, he sighed softly and asked someone to buy energy cubes. Then he asked the waitress to massage his legs. He leisurely tasted the sweet tea and the grapes handed to him by the waitress. Life was so comfortable. At the villa on the seaside in the west of the city, Yu Hai came back here on a big-mouthed gull. Xiaoying also happened to take a taxi here. The two entered the villa almost at the same time. As soon as he entered the villa, Yu Hai prepared lunch for the elves first. When he was preparing his own lunch, Xiaoying came back. Xiaoying rushed into the villa and came to the kitchen. She told Yu Hai about someone he had just met. Brother Hai, I took a taxi to the villa and saw someone. Who? Yu Hai didn't understand Xiaoying's excitement. It was just seeing one person. Why was he so excited? It wasn't like he saw Yang Xi. He knew that Xiaoying was a fan of Yangkai and admired the undefeated Yangkai very much. It's this guy, Brother Hai. Xiaoying didn't notice the strangeness in Yu Hai's eyes, and took out the photo by herself, raised her hand and pointed at the money sender's subordinates, that is, the casino's thugs. Where did you meet him? Yu Hai saw the photo and remembered that the person in the photo was a wretched man, and the photo of the money sender was together. He only took the photo of the money sender, not the photo of the wretched man. Because this person is just a small role, after dealing with the money sender, they will deal with this guy, or even deal with him or not, he doesn't care about this small role. Xiaoying suddenly took out this photo, which surprised him a little. How could Xiaoying meet this guy? Brother Hai, I met him here. On the way here by taxi, I saw this guy enter the beach villa. These people may live here. Here. Yu Hai took the photo from Xiaoying's hand. After listening to Xiaoying's story, he guessed that the wretched man should have rented a villa here. Since the wretched man was the subordinate of the money sender should also be in that villa. This is interesting. Before he played the fake game, he knew that he might be monitored. The old man also reminded them that the drunkard had the address of their villa and their residence had been exposed. He had never thought of hiding the villa, but he didn't expect that the money sender lived here. It was just on the way for the other party to monitor him on his way home. It seems that we have to go to the other party's villa to find out the truth, because the opportunity is rare and it will never come again. The wretched man is in the villa, which means that the casino has closed down. Even the 6 battle venues in the Elf Center have few people fighting and watching the game. Most passers-by go to the club to watch the game. In addition, there will be a huge change in the black market tonight. The casino is in the black market. In the city, the casino manager will definitely close for one night to avoid man-made disasters. That is to say, the wretched man and the money sender will spend one night in the villa, a safe house, which is a good opportunity for them to take action. The reason why the villa is called a safe house is that the old man did not find the address of the villa. There must be no problem with security and privacy, and it can also take into account comfort. This is a very hidden safe house. Let's have lunch first, there is no rush for this matter. Yu Hai put down the photo and continued to prepare lunch. Even if we want to take action, it will be at night, it is too early now. Okay, Xiaoying suppressed the excitement in his heart. When he thought that there should be action at night, he felt a little excited and began to like this exciting nightlife. It doesn't matter whether there is money or not. What he wants most is to experience excitement, especially after being backstabbed by the money sender. This idea is even stronger. They quickly made lunch, ate lunch together, took a short lunch break, and started afternoon training. As for the club league in the city, neither of them was interested in watching the game. The current games were all about chickens fighting each other, and there was basically nothing to watch. After 5 days, more than 10,000 contestants went through a round of screening, and more than 5,000 contestants were eliminated, and they entered the second round of preliminary rounds, which was a bit interesting to watch. Then in the remaining 5 days, more than 5,000 people continued to be eliminated, and only the top 64 would enter the knockout rounds. That is to say, in the first 5 days of preliminary rounds, each person only needed to play one game, and in the remaining 5 days of preliminary rounds, each person had to play almost one game every day. The afternoon training soon came to the evening. Yu Hai read the book on the cultivation of bad frogs for an afternoon, and then went to prepare dinner. He read the book on bad frogs for an afternoon, and he did not gain nothing. From the book, he learned that regular detoxification is effective for the bad frog to stabilize the toxins in the body, and detoxification will not cause damage to the body of the bad frog. The venom secreted from the fingertips of the bad frog can be made into medicine after being diluted, which is the raw material of the medicine to relieve back pain. He also learned from the book that in the Sino region, frog is the mascot of a pharmaceutical company and is widely loved by people. It turned out that venom can be sold for money. This is the first time he knows it. He plans to try it later. As the elves began to eat dinner, after Yu Hai and Xiao Ying had dinner, no one had a training plan tonight, because the elves needed to rest up enough to deal with the next night battle. He and Xiao Ying had nothing to do now. Xiao Ying went to enlighten the monkey monster, and he released Frog from the elf ball. He prepared Frog's food, half a bowl of moo moo milk and fighting energy cubes. Frog, are you feeling better? Are you hungry? I'll feed you something first. Quack, quack, Frog still had no strength when he was released by the healing ball. He sat on the ground with his arms drooping and didn't want to move. Frog just looked at Yu Hai who released him, the strange courtyard and strange elves in the villa, and knew that he was sold again. It was poisoned and unconscious before, and it thought it was an illusion. Now it seems that it is not an illusion. It is not angry or upset about being abandoned by its former trainer. It has no expression. You know, it almost poisoned its former trainer before, but it didn't expect that there would be a trainer who would buy it, which surprised it. The surprise was more than the disappointment of being abandoned. Bad frog, eat something first, you will follow me in the future, don't worry about the poison in your body, I will cure you. Yu Hai wore plastic gloves and gently touched the head of the bad frog. Then he took the energy cube and put it next to the mouth of the bad frog, indicating that the bad frog should eat it. The bad frog sniffed the energy cube that was very tempting to the frog, raised his eyes to look at Yu Hai who was feeding it, and saw that Yu Hai was smiling all the time, then he opened his mouth and bit the energy cube and chewed it in his mouth. It didn't care about Yu Hai's behavior of wearing gloves, after all, it knew that its skin was poisonous. The other party wore gloves, no matter who it was also afraid that the new trainer would be poisoned again and sold it again. It didn't show any expression when the new trainer fed it. It had been sold too many times, and it was used to disguising itself with an expressionless face, and it wouldn't invest too much emotion in the trainer. Otherwise, it would be very disappointed in the future. The more it expected now, the more disappointed it would be then. This was the method it had summed up to avoid being sad after experiencing several disappointments. Without expectation, there would be no disappointment. It learned not to expect, not to be enthusiastic, not to invest emotion, and there would be no disappointment after being abandoned, nor would it be angry, depressed, or shed tears, or cry. It had learned to control its emotions, and it could be said that its body and mind had long been numb. It was tired. 254. Chapter 248, Ditto's face change. 254. Bad Frog chewed the energy cube in its mouth, and its indifferent face seemed expressionless, but it had actually thought about a lot of things. In short, it didn't think highly of this new trainer, and it estimated that it wouldn't be long before the other party would sell it. It had gotten used to being sold, and had learned to face everything with indifference, and nothing could cause it to have emotional fluctuations. In fact, it is because it dare not have any emotional fluctuations, fearing that the continuous investment of emotions will lead to into a black hole, finally was ruthlessly swallowed up, nothing spit out. Indifference is both the best disguise and the best protection for oneself. Yu Hai didn't know that Bad Frog had thought a lot, and he was not sure whether Bad Frog could understand human words, but he thought it should be able to understand. Because he scooped a spoonful of milk with a spoon and put it to the mouth of Bad Frog would open his mouth to drink the milk, and it seemed quite obedient. But there was no reaction on his face, whether it tasted good or not, there was no relevant expression, which made Yu Hai very confused. Could it be because of the poisoning that Bad Frog had facial paralysis? If it was just facial paralysis, it would be a small problem, and it would not have a big impact on strength. A calm and composed appearance is the most intimidating, because others don't know the truth behind the calm face of Bad Frog. After feeding Frog the milk, Yu Hai took out a glass jar, placed it in front of Frog, and explained to Frog, "Frog, your toxicity is too strong, and it will cause you to be poisoned. You need to expel all the venom from your body. Expel as much venom as you can, and discharge it all in this glass jar to reduce the concentration of the toxicity in your body." Quack! Frog didn't quite understand Yu Hai's operation, but it still did it, put its hands into the glass jar, and began to expel the venom in the venom sac. As drops of black and purple venom oozed from its fingertips and dripped into the glass jar, Frog's body looked a lot more relaxed, as if a burden had been unloaded, and the whole frog relaxed. It had never been so relaxed before. Previous trainers were all thinking about how to make it stronger and defeat the enemy, and never thought about letting it detoxify and reduce the concentration of toxins. It never thought that it would be so relaxed after detoxification. For this new trainer, it has a new understanding, and it feels different from other trainers. But it still won't change its indifference. No matter what the trainer does, it can't change its already cold heart. The venom dripped for a while, and there was probably a small mouthful, not much. Well, Yu Hai was just making a metaphor, not saying to drink it, don't get me wrong. You should know that after the toxin of frog is diluted, it can be used to make medicine, that is, it can be sold for money, so frog is still a hen that lays golden eggs. Even if it can't fight, it won't lose anything. I don't know what the masked stall owner who sold frog thinks. Doesn't he know that toxins can be sold for money? After looking at the black and purple venom for a while, he sealed the glass jar and put it in the refrigerator to keep it fresh. He didn't use the healing ball to take Frog back. Instead, he let Frog sit on the cushion in the yard, looking at the sunset, watching other elves playing in the swimming pool under the sunset, and letting Frog blow the sea breeze. When it was completely dark, he used the poke ball to take back all the elves, leaving only the gulls by his side. The poke ball for fighting was also placed on his waist, so that he could release elves at any time. "Xiaoying, I'm going to pick up the giant crab. You wait here for me to come back. We're going to explore the villa. Don't go there alone. If they find you, you'll die." Before Yu Hai left, he had to tell Xiaoying not to be impulsive. He didn't want Xiaoying to rush over without thinking. How would he explain to the old man that Xiaoying was killed? "Brother Hai, I'll wait for you to come back. You have to promise me that you must take me with you and don't leave me behind." Xiaoying was also afraid that Yu Hai would deal with those casino thugs alone without him. From the previous conversation in the bar, he could hear that this matter was very difficult. He was also afraid that Yu Hai would leave him behind. He didn't want him to take risks and leave him alone. He didn't want to see such a thing happen and didn't want to be despised by his respected brother. He was no longer a child. He could be responsible for the choices he made and anything he did, and he could bear all the consequences afterwards. "Don't worry, I won't abandon you, I promise." Yu Hai sat on the big-mouthed gull, waved his hand to assure, and left the villa to go to the coconut beach. At this time, he knew what Xiaoying was thinking. The child's mind was the best to guess. Of course, he would not abandon Xiaoying, nor would he let Xiaoying's expectations go unfulfilled. When he arrived at the coconut beach, he quickly found Mu Tian and brought back his giant crab. After saying goodbye to Mu Tian, he flew to the villa that Xiao Ying found. He did not leave Xiao Ying alone, but just wanted to come here to see what was going on. He was investigating in the air and would not land. Flying in the air on the big-mouthed gull, he took out the elf hunter's telescope and looked at the brightly lit villa courtyard below. After finding several villas with lights on, he finally found the villa that Xiao Ying mentioned, and also saw the money-giving man and the wretched man in the air. Both of them had a party in the courtyard, and all kinds of food and wine filled the courtyard, and all kinds of beauties walked through it. Coupled with the colorful lights, it was really dazzling. He only took a glance and put away the telescope, secretly sighing in his heart that these guys are really high profile. They make such a big noise. Aren't they afraid that their enemies will come to their door? After leaving, he already had a night attack plan in his mind, but he would let the big-mouthed gulls fly back to the villa first. Back to the villa, he estimated the distance between the two villas in his mind, which was about 5 or 6 kilometers. The opponent's villa was also on the seashore. When he attacked, the sound of the waves could be used to cover up the sound of the battle. Xiao Ying had been waiting anxiously in the courtyard until he saw Yu Hai coming back, and he was relieved. "Brother Hai, when are we going over?" Xiao Ying saw Yu Hai coming back. As soon as Yu Hai landed, he went forward to ask. "Don't worry, they are drinking in the villa, we will go there in the early morning." Yu Hai waved his hand and released all the elves, letting them rest well, because they will have to fight later. In this night attack, all the elves except Magikarp, Squidward, Starfish, and Slowpoke will participate in the battle. That is, for combat, Frog, Giant Claw, Rhinoceros, Butterfree, Smurf. The remaining Onion Duck, Ditto, Frog, and Orb Spider will be taken to watch the battle, and they don't need to participate in the battle directly. Ditto needs to disguise himself and doesn't need to fight. Orb Spider wants to protect him and won't take action unless it is absolutely necessary. Frog will stay by his side, so that Frog can adapt to this night life earlier. For the last Onion Duck, we will see when the time comes. He is not sure about Onion Duck's attitude and dare not use Onion Duck. As for Xiao Ying's battle elves, he just reminded Xiao Ying and let Xiao Ying make her own arrangements. They would start in the early morning, and she must not let down her guard at that time. For this reason, after setting the alarm, he prepared to take a nap to avoid dozing off during the night attack. The sleeping time passed quickly, and when he woke up, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. After turning off the alarm, he found that the elves and Xiao Ying in the courtyard were staring at him. He couldn't help but reach out and touch his face, picking out 2 pieces of eye mucus from the corners of his eyes, and asked Xiao Ying, "Is there something on my face? Why are you all staring at me?" "No, Brother Hai, we are all waiting for you to wake up." Xiao Ying touched her nose awkwardly and tilted her head to cover up her embarrassment just now. "What do you mean? Didn't you sleep?" Yu Hai climbed up from the folding bed, feeling that the temperature in the early morning was a bit cold, and reached out to take his stab-proof jacket and put it on. After he put on his jacket and stab-proof gloves, Xiao Ying also put on the black stab-proof suit, and the elves were put away, ready to set off. He also used the Pokeball to retrieve the Pokémon in the courtyard, leaving only the owl and Ditto around. "Ditto, attach yourself to my face and change into a strange human face. You must have seen many faces." Yu Hai spent money to buy Ditto, and it was time for Ditto to really play a role. Busy, Ditto heard that it was going to change into a human face, and immediately jumped onto Yu Hai's face, instantly changing into a delicate melon seed face. Seeing a female appearance through the mirror, Yu Hai frowned slightly, but did not show it in the mirror. "Ditto, change into a man's face, and synchronize my expression." Yu Hai and Ditto's first run-in still needs to be corrected slowly. When Ditto changed into a male appearance again, it looked like a middle-aged uncle who was a little older, but it didn't matter. Anyway, it was a fake identity, and it didn't matter what it looked like. Finally, he winked at the mirror again, and corrected Ditto's expression synchronization little by little. During the process of synchronizing expressions, Ditto felt uncomfortable with real-time synchronizing expressions, and changed back to the form of lavender jelly. Ditto, Yu-Hai saw Ditto change back, and instantly became angry, and raised his big foot to step on Ditto. This scene shocked Xiao Ying and his Ditto. Xiao Ying felt that this was too rough, but he did not dare to stop Yu-Hai's rough behavior. When the big-mouthed gull saw this scene, there was no expression on his face, just watching the show. After all, it knew on the deserted island that this trainer was a very serious human. There is a gentle side and a strict side. The round silk spider is very familiar with the routine of giving a sweet date after a slap. At the beginning, the round silk spider was forced to join the group and gave up the fastest. Now it is living a comfortable life, and I don't know when this new partner will give up. Busy, Ditto felt that everyone was very kind since joining, and the trainer was also a very gentle person. I didn't expect that he would be so fierce. It was immediately scared and didn't dare to move at all. Ditto, next time you can't untransform without my order, your transformation is very important. If there is a next time, it won't be as simple as stepping on you. Do you understand? Busy, Ditto was completely frightened. Although it was uncomfortable to be stepped on, looking at Yu-Hai's fierce expression, it didn't even dare to breathe, just nodded in response. Change back to the same face as before, Yu-Hai saw Ditto nod, then raised his foot and let go of Ditto. Ditto jumped onto his face again and turned into the face of the middle-aged man just now. It is extremely dangerous for Ditto to change back to its original form without authorization, so he must scare Ditto. The main task of Ditto is to disguise. In the future night life, injuries are common. If you get hurt, you have to change back to your original form. Wouldn't you be exposed? Then what's the point of Ditto? He must have a Ditto with a very strong will, just like a certain heroic warrior in the textbook of his previous life, who would never waver even if burned by fire, and would rather sacrifice himself than expose his companions. This Ditto still has a long way to go, and he will be punished every time he makes a mistake until he learns his lesson. As Ditto gradually adapts to the changes in facial expressions, Yu-Hai's desired disguise has been initially achieved. In the future, he only needs to constantly hone his will and train his transformation proficiency. When Ditto can synchronize his expression, he looks at Xiao Ying standing beside him and asks, "What are you waiting for? Do you want to go over like this?" "Oh, I see." Xiao Ying was frightened by Yu-Hai's ferocity just now. Now she comes to her senses and looks at her Ditto, urging Ditto with her eyes, and doesn't want to jump up and change her face quickly. Xiao Ying's Ditto didn't dare to look at Yu-Hai. The same kind that had just been at odds with it had already experienced the other's horror, and its little heart was trembling with fear. Fortunately, its trainer was not the other party, and it would not offend the other party. It quickly jumped onto Xiao Ying's face and turned into the appearance of a strange young man. Let Ditto learn to synchronize facial expressions as soon as possible. Yu-Hai came over and patted Xiao Ying's shoulder, sat on the big-mouthed gull, let the big-mouthed gull hold Xiao Ying, and the two left the villa together. "I understand, Brother Hai." Xiao Ying thought Yu-Hai would be fierce to him, but he didn't expect that he would just whisper a warning. While he was relieved, he also wanted Yu-Hai to be strict with him, so that he would show that he cared more about him. As the big-mouthed gull took off, they came to a small mound 5 or 6 kilometers away, and they landed here. The two of them lay on the small mound, just in time to see what happened to the wretched man in the yard of the villa. Through the telescope, 5 or 6 hours had passed, and the party was still going on in the villa. He estimated that this group of people would play all night. Apart from sighing that it was great to be young, he had nothing to say. Putting down the telescope, he told Xiao Ying, "Don't worry, wait a little longer, wait until they all fall asleep and go over." After hearing this, Xiao Ying immediately picked up the telescope on the grass and looked at the scene in the villa. What she saw were all unsightly things. What happened in the villa was not something a child should see. Putting down the telescope, Xiao Ying's face was red, and her face was covered with the mask of Ditto. No one else could see whether she was blushing or not. Finally, Xiao Ying was embarrassed for a while, and like Yu Hai, she turned over and lay on the grass, looking at the stars in the sky. While waiting, time was slowly passing, and the noise in the villa gradually decreased and calmed down. After waiting for more than 2 hours, it was their turn to take action. 255 Chapter 249, What a Big Chess Game! 255. At the same time, when Yu Hai and his team started to fight, fierce fighting was also taking place in the underground black market of the port in the southeast of the city. From the beginning, the auction of the quasi-god was a cover to attract everyone's attention. It's not that the quasi-god is fake. There is indeed a quasi-god mini-dragon in the black market, and this mini-dragon is very important. The mini-dragon is not the purpose. Using ambiguity to attract someone is the purpose of the person behind the plot. In a room that was smashed to pieces by the battle, 2 people were talking. A middle-aged man is the person in charge of the black market and the person in charge of the mini-dragon auction. This man is sitting on the ground and can't get up at all. Obviously, he has fallen into a disadvantage. A man with green hair, wearing a black beret, wearing a black uniform of the rocket team, and a big red R on his chest. I didn't expect the rocket team to send you here. The person in charge of the black market was lying on the ground, and he didn't even have the strength to speak, and smiled bitterly at the young man in front of him. He felt like he had lived like a dog for the first half of his life. He had been a top trainer for so long, but he couldn't even beat a young man. There are so many things you didn't expect. Do you hand over the Dratini yourself? Or do I come to get it myself? The green-haired young man was Lance, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, the most cruel and terrifying cadre of Team Rocket. At this moment, he was walking towards the person in charge of the black market with a sneer. He just came to occupy the black market, but he didn't expect that there would be a surprise like Dratini, so he naturally accepted it without hesitation. Wait, I'll hand it over myself. The person in charge of the black market saw Lance coming, and immediately took out the Dratini's poke ball and threw it to Lance. The direction of the throw was a little crooked, and Lance couldn't catch it when he stretched out his hand, and he didn't hear the sound of the poke ball falling to the ground. He immediately felt that he was fooled. You dare to fool me? The anger in Lance's eyes seemed to be about to spit fire, but the corners of the black market person in charge's smile made Lance feel something was wrong. How dare I play tricks on you? I didn't tell you that the poke ball was for you. You are too self-righteous, ha ha ha. Asshole. Lance was just about to go over and kill the black market leader who laughed at him, but suddenly heard a voice behind him, and was immediately frightened. Lance, you can't run away this time. Do? Why are you here? Lance turned around quickly and saw a handsome guy with red hair and a fat man standing behind him. Dragonite, Frozen Fist. Dragonite heard Du's order, raised his fist condensed with ice crystals, and smashed it hard at Lance. Lance moved quickly, and while retreating rapidly, he ordered his double egg gas to release poison gas. As a large amount of purple poison gas spurted out, blocking everyone's sight, Lance took the opportunity to run away with his big mouth bat and double egg gas. The man who came was Du. He knew his own strength. He would never be Du's opponent in a head-on confrontation. He could play tricks, but now he could only run away. Dragonite, blow away the poisonous gas. Du knew that Lance had escaped. His purpose of coming here was not to hunt down Lance, but to recover the stolen mini-dragon. He might not be able to catch the escaped Lance. After all, it was not the first time for the 2 of them to deal with each other. The strength of this group of Rocket Team rats was not very good, but their ability to escape was first class. Dragonite flapped its wings to blow away the poisonous gas, and Du put down his mouth harm, walked towards the black market leader who was lying on the ground, and told the crime, "You are arrested for illegally stealing mini-dragon. Du Tianwang, I am willing to bear any punishment. Can you please answer a phone call first?" The black market leader took out a mobile phone with only buttons and prepared to dial a number. He didn't look panicked at all. Because all this was asked to do by a big shot, and that big shot would also protect him, he was not panicked at all. What do you mean? Du stopped and asked in confusion. Du Tianwang, you will know after answering this call. The black market leader didn't say much, but handed the phone in his hand to Du. Du took the mobile phone, and he could see that the black market leader had something to rely on, but he didn't care. He was a little curious about what this reliance was. Wasn't this black market controlled by this middle-aged man? Aren't you in control of this black market? Du Tianwang, you are joking. I am just a worker who earns some hard-earned money. The real owner of this black market is the person who wants to talk to you. As the call was connected, a steady and powerful magnetic voice came from the phone. Du Tianwang, this is our first call. Do you want to come to my office and sit down? Have you thought about how to explain Mini Dragon? The moment Du heard this voice, he knew that this matter was not simple. He became interested and wanted to hear what the other end of the phone would say. Waiting for Du Tianwang to come at any time, my secretary has gone to pick you up. After saying this, the other end of the phone hung up. Outside the door of this messy room, a beautiful secretary in a black suit was standing, inviting Du in the room. Du Tianwang, my boss is waiting for you. Seeing this woman, Du finally glanced at the person in charge of the black market, turned around and left the black market with the beautiful secretary, got on a special car, and went to the office mentioned on the other end of the phone. Soon, the special car stopped under the tallest building in the center of Hasa city. Du was invited by the beautiful secretary to the top floor of the building and met the person who was talking to him. On the black leather sofa behind the desk, a middle-aged man in formal clothes with sparse hair turned around, smiled, stood up and walked forward, stretched out his hand to Du, and smiled heartily. Du Tianwang, seeing is believing. You are worthy of being the young hero of the alliance and the strongest 4 kings of the new generation. Lance and other rats ran away when they saw you. When Du saw this middle-aged man for the first time, he also figured out a series of things in the black market, and why the other party wanted to steal the mini dragon, because he had read the other party's information before coming and knew the other party's identity. The other party was playing a game of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf with him, using himself to drive the rocket team away and prevent the rocket team from occupying the underground black market. The identity of the middle-aged man who could do such a thing is also obvious. The middle-aged man is the real controller of the black market and the most powerful person in this island city. He is almost above 1 person and below 10,000 people. Of course, he had no evidence to prove all this, and the other party would not admit it. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Du didn't want to talk nonsense with the other party, nor did he come to listen to nonsense. After he found out that he was being used, he snorted coldly. Facing such old politicians with many minds, he couldn't play with these people, and he didn't bother to play any conspiracy. He has Dragonite. 1 is not enough. There are many fat dragons in his dragon cave. If 2 are not enough, there are 3. It's okay to go together. Du Tianwang is really quick-witted. Then I won't talk nonsense. I want to invite Du Tianwang to attend this year's youth trainer competition. That's it. Du didn't expect that the other party asked him to come here just to attend a youth trainer competition. I deeply apologize for the trouble caused to Du Tianwang. Please invite Du Tianwang to attend the youth trainer competition. I guarantee that the salary will satisfy Du Tianwang, and I have also prepared compensation for Du Tianwang. Hehe, Du didn't care about the compensation mentioned by the middle-aged man. Who is Yulongdu? He is one of the 4 heavenly kings in the alliance, and he is also the prince of the Yulongdu clan. He would not lack this. Tianwang Du, please take a look. The beautiful secretary handed over the compensation list prepared by the middle-aged man after the middle-aged man finished speaking. Du did not take the list from the secretary, but just glanced at it and saw something very generous for him. Not only for him, but also for the alliance, there is a great temptation. This list can allow the Alliance to extend its tentacles deeper into the Orange Islands. You know, the Orange Islands have only one chief trainer, but no champion, no 4 heavenly kings, and no 4 heavenly kings in reserve. It's really a big deal. Du sighed secretly, and was shocked by the middle-aged man's means. In order to protect his own interests, the other party sold out some of the interests of others, and wanted to use the Alliance to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. The Alliance has to do this. The Alliance will not allow some people to act recklessly on the land of the Alliance. When will the opening ceremony be held? Du slowly opened his eyes. When he said when it would be held, he had already accepted the compensation. He had already weighed it in his mind and finally compromised. The other party was playing an open conspiracy. He could not refuse the conditions offered by the middle-aged man. Who said he was one of the 4 kings of the Alliance? Tomorrow, the TV station is ready for you, Du Tianwang. The middle-aged man smiled and raised the 2 glasses of red wine on the table. One was handed to Du and the other was prepared for himself. Du shook his head and refused the wine glass handed by the middle-aged man. I don't drink. Arrange a place for me to stay. I need to rest. I am abrupt, the middle-aged man said. The middle-aged man put down his wine glass, covered up his embarrassment with laughter, and told his secretary, take King Du to rest, and never neglect King Du. King Du, just tell my secretary, she can satisfy you whatever you want, the middle-aged man hinted clearly enough, it depends on whether Du has such needs. Thank you. Du just thanked him, said nothing, and turned to leave the middle-aged man's office. The secretary followed Du out of the office after the middle-aged man's eyes and arranged accommodation for Du. After Du and the secretary walked away, another beautiful secretary came into the middle-aged man's office. This secretary was in charge of the underground black market. As soon as the beautiful secretary entered the office, the middle-aged man asked the secretary, how much loss did the black market suffer? Boss, only some buildings in the black market were damaged, which is still within the controllable range. They can be put into use again with a little repair. Where are the members of Team Rocket? They have all evacuated, and even the occupied bases have been emptied. They are unlikely to come back. Well, the middle-aged man hummed softly, thought for a while and told the secretary, you still have to be careful, continue to recruit people to strengthen security, and prevent Team Rocket from counter-attacking. After the middle-aged man gave the order, he thought of the person in charge of the black market. By the way, how is a Yuan? Is he injured? Uncle Yuan is only slightly injured. In order to resist Lance, an elf died in battle, the secretary reporting the loss of the black market leader and other security losses. Except for Uncle Yuan's loss, other security losses were heavy, and many elves died in the battle. When there is conflict, there will be sacrifices, which is inevitable. The middle-aged man sighed softly, and immediately proposed a compensation plan. Let them choose their own elves as compensation, and they can choose high-level evolution stones. Boss, all major forces have been collecting high-level evolution stones during this period. We have only collected 3 layers. Other forces in the city have collected 30%, and Team Rocket has collected 40%. The evolution stones have all been taken away by Team Rocket. Forget it, as long as the black market is still there, you can have as many evolution stones as you want. The middle-aged man waved his hand, not caring about the evolution stones, but the Rocket team is really annoying. Not only is Team Rocket annoying, but they also have many talents, all of whom are very strong trainers. I don't know where Team Rocket collected these talents. Why doesn't he have any? For so many years, a Yuan has been the only one supporting the family. The younger generations of the family are more disappointing than the other. They are good at eating, drinking, and having fun. When it comes to elves, they are all trash. So many resources have been invested, but all they have cultivated are cowards who are afraid of death. If Du is not brought in to save the situation, the black market will probably change hands tonight. As long as the black market can be saved, it doesn't matter if some money is lost. Now that the rats have been dealt with, he is also relieved, otherwise his hair will fall out. Boss, a junta is tracking the whereabouts of a sum of money. Many rats that steal food have been dug out from the city hall. All the illegal gains have been confiscated, which has increased the city hall's financial revenue by a large amount. Okay, just keep paying attention. Don't stop junta from doing anything. Let junta clean up some of the family's termites. There's nothing else. You go and deal with the black market first. The middle-aged man waved his hand, indicating that the secretary could leave. Rocket Team, Black Market, Hassa City, Junta, Club League, Fighting Competition, Young Trainer Competition, and some messy things. This series of events made him exhausted, and he could only press his temples slowly with both hands. However, he could finally take a breath. The most troublesome Rocket Team had been dealt with, and the rest of the things were very simple. No matter who it was best to lie down obediently. Whoever jumped the most happily, he would kill the chicken to scare the monkey. A chicken had been killed tonight, and the deterrent effect should be enough. After all, even the Rocket Team could only flee in defeat. Whoever dared to jump up and down was looking for death. Although Du was used, at least he got on with the Yulong clan. Yulong Du, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the most popular Tianwang trainer in the league. Tomorrow Du will also attend the youth trainer competition. This competition is not just a simple competition. The key point is still Du. Du, who attends the competition, will also convey a message to the outside world. No matter what the message is, let everyone guess it. Real or fake, he can just keep using the 4 heavenly kings' skins and drag the alliance into the water without saying anything. Why not? There are also the termites in the city hall. He has long wanted to clean them up, and someone happened to help him do this. It is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he save the black market, he also invited Du, and cleaned up the termites. There is nothing better than the current situation. Tonight, he can also sleep well. After several days of insomnia, he can finally relax. Yu Hai, who is on the small mound in the west of the city, does not know that the middle-aged man who planned all this is the mayor of Hassa City. In all these arrangements, the other party even calculated Du. He sent people to steal the mini dragon. When he found that the Rockets had plans for the black market, he planned to extradite them to help. After all, the Rockets are an underground organization, and he knows that he cannot fight against the reputation of the people and the shadow of the trees, so he can only attract Du. As for Juncha's matter, it was just a casual arrangement. After all, the people below were too much, and sooner or later they would attract Juncha's attention. It would be a good idea to use Juncha to attract hatred. However, he also didn't know that a small character was the driving force behind this anti-corruption storm, and it was also within his calculations. Even he didn't expect, nor did he care about such a small character. It doesn't matter who triggers the thunder, he just wants the result. He won't attract the hatred of the termites being liquidated. It's perfect. And this little character was affected by a big hand and became a small pusher, unknowingly involved. Not only that, the orphanage, the old man in the tavern, the club, the breeding house, the black market, the department store, the elf center, the police station, Juncha, everyone in Hassa City, more or less involved. It's really a big game. 256 Chapter 250, Don't Mess with the Old Yunbai. 256. Outside a villa in the west of the city, Yu Hai and Xiao Ying didn't know what happened in the city. The two lay on the grass for more than an hour before slowly standing up from the small mound. The round silk spider sent to explore the way and the butterfly sent to hypnotize also came back. It's time for them to take action. The two pulled up the black scarves around their necks, put on their hoods, and prepared their knives. Now was the time to harvest. The two slowly walked towards the brightly lit villa in front. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Yu Hai had already asked the round silk spider to investigate the situation, and Butterfree followed behind to use hypnotic powder and paralysis powder. Until every sleepy elf, inhaled a large amount of hypnotic powder and paralysis powder, and couldn't wake up, they were ready to take action. Even if the people in the villa could wake up, they would be paralyzed and unable to move. It can be said that this group of people was harvested without any effort. So, it doesn't matter who you mess with, but don't mess with Lao Yunbai. In order to kill this group of people, Lao Yunbai could squat all night and squat until it was almost dawn at the seaside before taking action, just to catch them all in one fell swoop. When he came to the gate of the courtyard, Yu Hai released the mosquito-repellent frog and the giant crab. The last Han thought about it and gave up. The clumsy Han was not suitable for doing such a thing. He released Farfetch'd and Frog, and brought Otter, Ditto, Orbweb and Butterfree, 8 elves into the villa courtyard. Xiaoying released Frog and Parasaurolophus, as well as Longwing, and brought Ditto, 4 elves into the villa courtyard. There was basically no need to fight now. The giant claw raised its big claws and directly broke the iron door lock. They pushed the door together and walked into the courtyard, and then closed the iron door. The next thing was very simple: Orbweb, paralyze these people with toxins, spit silk to hang all the men, and take out the things on their bodies, and move the women to the sofa in the living room. Butterfree, Otter, you go to the roof to guard, and once someone approaches the villa, remind us. Yu Hai instructed the elves to do their respective tasks. At the same time, Xiaoying also asked Longwing and Otter to go to the roof to alert them together. Frog, go and drag the people upstairs down, and knock them out if they wake up, Yu Hai ordered, while looking at Xiaoying and shouting, Xiaoying, take back all the poke balls, remember to lock the poke balls. Giant, Farouk, Frog, look around the villa to see if there are any good things, go and find the good things, especially the space backpacks on our backs. After Yu Hai gave the order, Xiaoying also asked Frog and Parasaurolophus to drag people upstairs, and picked up the poke balls found by the orb silk spider, and took back the hypnotized Pokemon in the courtyard one by one. This sneak attack can be said to be very easy. Even if the Pokemon who sent the money was a psychic Pokemon, it was hypnotized and paralyzed by Butterfree in its sleep. When the Pokemons and Xiaoying finished dealing with the matter, there were 4 men hanging under the eaves of the villa. The masked man who sent money and the wretched man he had seen before were among them, and the other 2 should be his subordinates. There were 6 women, all thrown together on the sofa in the living room. Xiaoying felt sorry for these women and covered them with a quilt, 1 quilt for each of the 6 women. Tomorrow, these women will wake up by themselves, so there is no need to worry. As for the paralysis caused by the poison, it is just paralysis. The humans in the elf world have high resistance to poison. At most, they will feel dizzy tomorrow morning, and they will be fine after 2 days of rest. Kojiro has a good physique, so even if he is poisoned, he will be fine, so there is no need to worry about them. He is not interested in those women either. He was beaten in his previous life. The more beautiful the woman is, the more likely she will deceive people. The past is unbearable to look back on. After Xiaoying recovered all the elves, she found that there were 10 elves, and locked them all in the space backpack. In the backpack, there are 4 elves of the masked man who sent money, and 2 elves each of the other 3 subordinates, a total of 10 elves, a good harvest, and can be sold for tens of millions. The elves also found 4 backpacks in the villa, one of which belongs to the masked man who sent money, and the remaining 3 backpacks belong to the other 3 subordinates. In addition to the backpacks, the elves also found the basement. The basement of the villa was hollowed out, and there were cells underground. The stench was overwhelming as soon as he went down. He only went down to take a look and saw a group of people with empty eyes, ragged clothes, and pale and thin faces. He knew who they were. They were basically gamblers who owed money. It was estimated that the casino wanted a ransom before releasing them. With a quick glance, he left the basement, closed the basement again, and returned to the courtyard. The 10 elves and 4 backpacks were left to deal with when they returned. There was no rush now. The most urgent task now was to deal with these 4 people. Since these 4 people had indulged all night and were exhausted, they took them down without any effort. He felt that if he just killed these 4 people, he would die. It was too easy, it was just charity, so they had to die knowingly. Die. In order to avoid a rollover, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, shouting to the orb spider, "Orb spider, use your fangs to bite them to wake them up, and spit silk to seal their mouths." The orb spider immediately did as it was told, biting each of the 4 people on their shoulders, and the wound instantly turned black and purple, waking up the 4 people in pain. The 4 people were all in a paralyzed state, and with the poison on their shoulders, waking up would be useless. Their hands were still hanging, their feet were tied, and their mouths were blocked, so they could do nothing. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. The 4 people who had just woken up found themselves hanging and their mouths were blocked, and they looked around in horror. They soon found Yu Hai and the other 2, and sobbed and screamed in horror again, but they couldn't scream. "Long time no see, you probably haven't forgotten me." Yu Hai sat on a chair, and Mosquito Frog and the others followed him. When he saw the 4 people wake up, he also put down the dagger he was playing with. The man who sent the money was the most terrified when he heard the familiar voice, because this voice was too familiar, and he would never forget it. This guy cheated him out of 500,000 yuan. Was he caught by this guy? He couldn't do anything now. After knowing who caught him, he only hated that he was not ruthless enough at that time and didn't kill this guy. Now he could only stare at Yu Hai, as if he wanted to stare Yu Hai to death, but it was a pity that it was impossible. "I didn't expect you to give me such a good opportunity. I thought we would have a hard fight, but now it seems that it is not necessary." Hearing this, the man who sent the money, the wretched man, and the other 2 people seemed to be spitting fire. This guy took advantage of their weakness and exhausted themselves to launch a sneak attack, and he even said it so confidently, "Shameless, shameless." 8 pairs of eyes stared at Yu Hai angrily, wanting to stare Yu Hai to death. The 4 people gnashed their teeth in hatred, wishing to tear Yu Hai to pieces with their mouths. Seeing the angry eyes of the 4 people, Yu Hai smiled, and the dagger in his hand fell fiercely, stabbing his own photo. This scene scared everyone present, and they didn't know what Yu Hai was going to do. Everyone saw Yu Hai pull the photo off the blade and throw it into the fire in the yard. The flames were burning in an iron bucket, and the fire was very strong. As the photo was covered by the fire and burned to ashes, he picked up the photo of the wretched man again and glanced at the wretched man. The smile under the scarf could not be hidden at all. "You are the one who tricked the drunkard to chase us, right?" Woo woo woo, the wretched man wanted to say no, begging for mercy, and his anger turned into fear. He knew that he might not be able to escape this time, so he dared not glare at Yu Hai, and just wanted a way to live. Yu Hai ignored the wretched man's begging eyes and threw the photo directly into the fire. If the other party had a bit of backbone, he would have looked at him a little higher. After all, the ending is doomed. The 4 people were poisoned. If they could not be detoxified in time, they would all be poisoned to death. Finally, he picked up the photo of the man who sent the money. This young man was much more backbone. He kept glaring at him without any intention of begging for mercy. "You are the one who stabbed me in the back, right? If there was no drunkard, I would not have come, hey? He really just wanted to be a good person, why is it so difficult? Why force him? He doesn't understand. Isn't it good to make money in harmony? Isn't it good for everyone to make money happily? Why do you have to stab me in the back? Stabbing with a knife is fine, just go down and beat him to death with a stick, why give others a chance to kill him back? Don't you think so?" Swoosh! Suddenly, the knife on the table flew up without warning, flew towards Yu Hai fiercely, and stabbed directly into Yu Hai's neck, but was blocked by the hood of the stab-proof suit, and could not penetrate the stab-proof suit at all. Dang! Yu Hai looked down at the fallen knife, threw the photo in his hand into the fire, then bent down to pick up the knife, slowly walked to the young man, and slowly stabbed the young man's heart with the knife. Woo, 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 the young man's chest was stabbed by the knife, and he kept screaming in pain, but he had no way to do anything, he could only stare at the knife slowly stabbing into his heart. "It's hidden deep," Yu Hai stabbed the whole knife, then turned around and went to the swimming pool to wash his hands. If he hadn't woken this guy up, he wouldn't have known that this guy was a superpower. Seeing that the poison spread very slowly, he suspected that this guy had a special physique, otherwise the poison resistance would not be so high. He didn't expect that he was a psychic. Then it can explain why the other party would subdue these 3 elves, Poop Pig, Coconut Tree, and Nighthawk. The first 2 elves are psychic elves. It is reasonable for a psychic to subdue psychic elves. Nighthawk also has psychic moves, so it is reasonable to subdue it. No wonder he subdues so many elves with superpowers. The identity of the psychic is hidden too deeply, even the old man didn't find out this secret. But this superpower is too weak, he can only pick up a table knife. If it was a superpower humanoid elf like Nancy, he would be stuck here. Fortunately, he wore a stab-proof suit. No, that's not right. While washing his hands, Yu Hai looked at the calm swimming pool, as if he had thought of something, and quickly retreated from the edge of the pool, shouting to the mosquito frogs beside him, "Mosquito frogs, giant crabs, don't let it run away, kill it in the pool." Swish, swish. Just as he retreated, a lavender gem starfish flew out of the pool. He released a long accumulated big move on him, mental power. Seeing the gem star attacking Yu Hai, the mosquito frog and the giant claw crab moved quickly and did not attack the gem star. The moment Yu Hai shouted, the mosquito frog and the giant claw crab quickly blocked Yu Hai, raised their hands and released 2 light green protective shields to resist the gem star's mental power. Even if the mosquito frog and the 2 were too late to spit out silk to entangle Yu Hai's round silk spider, it pulled Yu Hai out of the attack range. Tsitsizizi. Hearing the movement below, Butterfree rushed down to check the situation, and immediately spit out an electric net to cover the gem star, but the electric net was bounced off by the gem star's mental power. After the electric net was bounced off, the gem star instantly wilted. It was obvious that the mental power attack just now consumed too much mental power. After all, it was a full-strength attack that the gem star had accumulated for a long time. Originally, he wanted to kill Yu Hai with 1 blow, but was blocked by 2 guards. Since he failed to kill Yu Hai with 1 blow, he would never have another chance. Yobo, the mosquito frog put down the fists that were used to guard, and his feet suddenly exploded, directly cracking the floor, and punched the gem starfish above the swimming pool, smashing the gem starfish into the courtyard wall. The gem starfish fainted directly, and a large part of the courtyard wall was also dented. This was an angry blow from the mosquito frog, coupled with the full-strength burst of the waterfall. You can imagine how powerful it was. "Xiaoying, go and put away the gem starfish." Yu Hai stood up and patted his shoulders, and touched some dust when he was pulled down by the orb spider. Xiaoying was right next to him and witnessed Yu Hai was almost attacked by surprise. If it weren't for the stab-proof suit to block the attack, who would have thought that this guy actually had superpowers? However, the limit of this person's superpower is that he can only control a table knife. No wonder Brother Hai asked him to change into a stab-proof suit. It is a life-saving suit at a critical moment. There was also Hai's warning not to come alone. It turned out that thieves are really dangerous. In just a moment, Hai was attacked twice. If it were him, would he be able to react so quickly? Fortunately, it was not a head-on battle. The opponent had 11 elves and they had 12 elves. It was hard to say who would win. It seems that next time before doing something like this, I can only sneak attack first. If the sneak attack fails, I will think of a way. This is the key point. I have to write it down in the small notebook. After recording the key points of the sneak attack in the notebook, Xiaoying heard Yu Hai ask him to recover the gem starfish. He immediately picked up the poke balls he had searched and tried them one by one on the gem starfish. Seeing Xiaoying writing and drawing, Yu Hai was confused and didn't understand what Xiaoying was doing. Later, he saw Xiaoying collecting the gem starfish, so he shouted to the orb spider, "Orb spider, throw them all into the swimming pool." "Itu, Itu," the orb spider stared at the 4 humans angrily. Just now, its long-term meal ticket was almost attacked. It hated these 4 humans, especially the one with superpowers. The mosquito frog and the giant claw crab were also very angry. Yu-hai almost died. It was really almost. The mosquito frog was really angry at the time, so it punched an angry punch. Fortunately, Yu-hai was fine. They were really afraid that they couldn't protect Yu-hai. Yu-hai protected it through the storm on the deserted island, gave them delicious food and a warm home, and they would never let Yu-hai get into trouble. Bar Butterfree didn't go up after coming down, and flew beside Yu-hai to protect him. Yu-hai worked so hard to save it on the deserted island, and he didn't care even if he was injured, and he would never let Yu-hai get into trouble. Facing the attack of the gem starfish, Ditto broke out in a cold sweat and almost turned back to its original form, but it didn't turn back to its original form because of the deterrent power of Yu-hai. It was also surprised by the desperate protection of Frog and Crab. Beyond the initial panic, Frog quickly regained its composure. Even it didn't know that a string deep in its heart was gently plucked, and its eyes looking at Yu-hai were different. It didn't expect that the Pokemon of this new trainer would support this human so much, and would stand in front of this human even at the risk of death. It was a great shock to it, and also gave it a glimmer of hope in its heart. Maybe it wouldn't be sold this time. Fatun was also beside Yu-hai. Seeing Frog and Crab desperately protecting Yu-hai also gave it a great shock. If it had been so strong at the beginning, its companions would not have been captured by Pokemon hunters. If this human dies, these elves will be very sad, just like me at the beginning. Duckling began to think whether he should seek revenge on this human. Except for this human who is good to him, should he seek revenge on all humans? If he succeeds in revenge, his new friends will definitely be very sad. Duckling thought for a long time, and was confused. He couldn't see where the road ahead was. Plop, plop. With the sound of 4 falls into the water, the whole villa was quiet. It seems that the old man's information is not accurate. He was almost killed by the old man. Take out the map given by the old man from his arms and throw it directly into the flame. He must go to the old man tomorrow to ask for some mental damages. And the orb silk spider must also learn to hold it. It can really save lives at critical moments. Not only the orb silk spider, but also Ditto must learn it. All elves must learn to hold it. This move is really a magical skill. After Xiaoying recovered the gem starfish, the 2 of them stood by the swimming pool, quietly looking at the 4 people who sank to the bottom of the pool. The 4 people's eyes were wide open, and they all died with their eyes open. Giant Crab, go and clamp their necks to see if they are dead. Yu-hai waved his hand, signaling the giant crab to go down and take a look. He also used the poke ball to retrieve the Farfetch, Frog, and Butterfree. Only the Farfetch, Ditto on his face, the orb spinner on his shoulder, the frog beside him, and the giant crab in the swimming pool were left at the scene. After the giant crab came up after checking the bodies, it nodded to Yu-hai, indicating that they were all dead, and Yu-hai used the poke ball to retrieve the giant crab. Then, Yu-hai and Xiaoying began to clean up the traces in the yard, and the frog used a water gun to dissolve the spider silk. As long as the spider silk is touched with water, it will slowly dissolve when the sun comes out, but there is too much spider silk, and he can't do anything. After dealing with the traces, he took out the poke ball to retrieve the frog. Only the Ditto on his face, the orb spinner on his shoulder, and the giant crab were left beside him. Xiaoying was also ready. All the Pokemons were collected back. The valuables were in her hands, and she would hang them back later. As for the other messy things, there are many. Basically they are contraband prohibited by the Alliance, and they are all things for parties. There are also the torture instruments in the basement, such as kidnapping and extortion, illegal detention. He will not talk about them. He believes that Miss Juncha should be happy to solve a major case of kidnapping, which is a serious crime in the Alliance. Xiaoying, call the police. What? Call the police? Xiaoying was confused. Did she want Juncha to catch them? Isn't this a bit too exciting? Let Juncha deal with the kidnapping in the basement. Do you want to send them back? Yu Hai was speechless. Why didn't Xiao Ying's brain work at this time? Oh, okay, I'll call right away. Xiao Ying put down the spoils, lowered her head and looked around, looking for a mobile phone. Use theirs, Yu Hai sighed softly. Fortunately, Xiao Ying didn't have a mobile phone, otherwise she would definitely use her own mobile phone to call the police, which would be equivalent to confessing without fighting. It stands to reason that as a person with superpowers, he has the job of handicapping and working as a thug in the casino, so there is no need to do such dirty work as kidnapping. Could it be that if the gambler who is imprisoned here asks his family to send money to redeem him, that guy can also get benefits, otherwise he would not take such a big risk to do such a thing. In any case, these are all grey industries, what does it have to do with him? Anyway, he and the casino are mortal enemies. When he has the power in the future, he will definitely destroy the casino. When Xiao Ying came back after the call, he only told her the address of the villa and said that someone was kidnapped. Xiao Ying came back again with things. Yu Hai also sat on the big-mouthed gull, let the big-mouthed gull carry Xiao Ying, and Xiao Ying carried the spoils, and the two returned to the villa together. After they returned to the villa, Ditto also lifted the transformation. They were busy all the second half of the night, and fell asleep as soon as they arrived at the villa. Especially Xiao Ying, she was very sleepy. She didn't fall asleep at all in the first half of the night because she was too excited. There were also spoils brought back. After picking out the electronic equipment and throwing it away, Yu Hai also fell asleep. The spoils could be dealt with in the morning. Just after they fell asleep, Juncha arrived at the villa 5 or 6 kilometers away. The first thing Juncha and many police officers saw after opening the door was 4 bodies in the swimming pool. Then 6 women were found on the sofa. After checking, they found that they were just asleep. Everyone was relieved. Then they found the basement and found the gamblers locked in the basement. Finally, the charges of the 4 dead were confirmed, but the 4 were already dead and could not be tried. However, the casino in the port can be checked again. There must be some unclean places. Juncha judged from the spider silk traces at the scene that the murderer of these 4 major homicides was the spider robber. Although they killed bad guys, they should be tried by the Alliance law, instead of dying in the swimming pool for unknown reasons. Finally, the fugitive was identified. Miss Juncha continued to increase the bounty level of the spider robber at the Elf Center. The spider robber was originally just a petty thief, with the amount of money committed not exceeding 10,000. From a D-level fugitive, he was upgraded to a C-level wanted criminal with a murder case. The reason why he was not a higher-level B-level or A-level wanted criminal was because the dead criminal deserved to die. According to the laws of the Alliance, he is likely to be sentenced to life imprisonment, and there is a possibility of commutation. For such heinous criminals, someone helped them solve these criminals, which saved them a lot of trouble. As for the wanted order, it was just a routine matter. Anyway, they would not chase the spider robber, so it was nothing to hang the wanted order. The gamblers in the basement were rescued. When they heard that it was the spider robber who saved them, they would spread the news everywhere, and no one would chase the spider robber. The fake spider robbers in the city who heard the news were embarrassed to rob, and they dared not rob. Because the nature of the wanted orders of C and D levels is different, they will really be caught and rewarded. Before, no one cared because they were too cheap. The masters were too lazy to catch them, and the noobs who wanted to catch them couldn't beat them. Now that they have been upgraded to Class C wanted criminals, there must be a lot of people rushing to catch them and claim the reward. 800,000 words, no break, no leave, and extra updates from time to time. Of course, some people will criticize me for being too short. I admit that it is a bit short, and I lie down, but I didn't break. Ah ha ha ha, happy 6,000 words today. 257 Chapter 251, Undercover. 257. The 18th day after arriving at Hasa Island, cloudy. Last night, Yu Hai didn't sleep for long at all. He went to bed after 5 o'clock and slept until 9 in the morning. Woke up, having only slept for 4 hours. He slept for a while in the first half of the night, but he was not very sleepy. On the contrary, Xiaoying was very sleepy. She only slept for 4 hours last night and was called up. There was no other way. They had to wake up. They still had a lot of things to deal with today. Counting the harvest from last night was the top priority. The elves had already eaten breakfast and started morning exercises. He did not arrange training for the 3 new guys. It was okay to let these 3 guys play for 2 more days. Yu Hai and Xiao Ying came to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After breakfast, they began to sort out the things of the group of people last night and took out the harvest from last night, 11 elves and 4 space backpacks. The elves were Gem Starfish, Senior, Puff Pig, Senior, Coconut Egg Tree, Elite, Night Owl, Elite, Mosquito Repellent Tadpole, Baby is not worth much, Parasol Mushroom, Elite, Monkey Monster, Elite, Giant Claw Crab, Elite is not worth much, Lobster Soldier, Elite is not worth much, Giant Beedrill, Elite is not worth much, Giant Beedrill, Elite is not worth much. Among these 11 elves, only 2 have just entered the senior level, namely, Gem Starfish and Puff Pig, which are level 41 and 42. Except for the Mosquito Tadpole, the remaining elves are basically elite elves. Fortunately, they launched a sneak attack last night and caught all the people in one fell swoop, otherwise they might not be able to beat them. It was really a close call. People really can't be too arrogant. The remaining Coconut Tree, Night Owl, Parasitic Mushroom and 2 giant bees are all over level 30. The last Monkey Monster, Big Claw Crab, Lobster Soldier, are only over level 20, and the Mosquito Tadpole is still a baby, with a potential of only over 40. The elves with the best potential among these elves are only Gem Starfish and Puff Pig, which are level 52 and 50 respectively. The potential of the remaining elves is not very good, basically hovering around 30 or 40. As for the treatment of these 11 elves, they decided to sell them all and exchange them for money and then divide the money, otherwise it would be impossible to tell them apart. There was no need to sell the Mosquito Repellent Tadpole. Yu Hai gave the Mosquito Repellent Tadpole's Pokeball to Owl and asked Owl to go to the orphanage and deliver the Mosquito Repellent Tadpole's Pokeball to the old director. This Mosquito Repellent Tadpole was only level 5, and it was obviously not long ago that it was captured. It was okay to give it to the orphanage. The old director could let other children capture this Mosquito Repellent Tadpole. First put the 10 elves aside, and they took 4 space backpacks and took out the things in the backpacks one by one. The valuable things were put on one side, and the useless daily necessities and sundries were put on the other side. Finally, all the things were sorted out. There were not many valuable things in the 4 backpacks. They were basically taken out from the backpack of the superpower youth, and most of the cash was also taken out. The other 3 backpacks were poorer than their faces. In the end, only more than 2.2 million cash, 600 boxes of exquisite superpower energy cubes, 128 boxes of water energy cubes, 32 boxes of grass energy cubes, and 20 boxes of fighting energy cubes were found. There were also 50 bags of special food for the elves, all of which were food for the 11 elves, as well as a superpower gem, 2 unknown bracelets, many elf balls, various medicines, both for recovery and for removing abnormal states, and finally 4 space backpacks. Yu Hai and the others looked at the valuable things that were turned over on the ground, and then it was time to distribute these things. This time, Xiao Ying chose more than 2.2 million in cash, 100 boxes of superpower energy cubes, worth 600,000, 128 boxes of water energy cubes, worth 510,000, 32 boxes of energy cubes, worth 140,000, and 20 boxes of fighting energy cubes, worth 100,000. She also took away some medicine, 4 space backpacks, 25 bags of more than 200 kilograms of special food for elves, and some elf balls. The things Xiao Ying chose were worth a total of about 3.55 million. Yu Hai chose 500 boxes of superpower energy cubes, worth 3 million. The black market membership price was 6,000 per box, which was really expensive, a superpower gem, worth 700,000, and 2 unknown bracelets. He took away all the antidotes, 25 bags of Pokemon-specific food weighing more than 200 kilograms, and divided the poke balls. The things Yu Hai chose were worth a total of about 3.7 million. The things he couldn't tell apart were the 2 unknown bracelets. Yu Hai guessed that they were related to superpowers, so he took them away. Since the bracelets were related to superpowers, he immediately wanted to try out the use of the bracelets, and shouted to Butterfree in the yard, "Butterfree, come here. Me." Butterfree flew over immediately when Yu Hai called him, looking at Yu Hai in confusion, not knowing why Yu Hai called him over. "Stretch out your hand, put on this bracelet and try your telekinesis." Yu Hai guessed that this bracelet was either worn by a human or a Pokemon, and since he didn't have superpowers, he could only let Butterfree try it. Me. Butterfree stretched out her hand and looked at Yu Hai to help her put on the bracelet. "Butterfly, try using telekinesis." Yu Hai wanted to know if this thing was related to telekinesis. Butterfly heard that she had to use telekinesis, and immediately used telekinesis to grab the energy cube on the ground, but after half a day, the energy cube did not move at all, and there was no reaction. Butterfly was confused, and a big question mark appeared on her head. Where is its telekinesis? Where is such a large amount of telekinesis? Butterfly used telekinesis again and tried to grab the energy cube again. Then, nothing happened again, and Butterfly shouted to Yu Hai in panic, "Where is my telekinesis?" The telekinesis disappeared. Yu Hai looked for a long time and saw that Butterfly could not even pick up an energy cube, and immediately thought that superpowers were useless. The reason for coming out is not disappearing. It is impossible for a small cube to be unable to be picked up with the current telekinetic strength of Butterfree. Butterfree was not injured and could not lose telekinesis. The only strange thing now is the pair of unknown bracelets. Could it be that the bracelets can inhibit the use of superpowers? Thinking of this, he took one bracelet and another bracelet from the confused Butterfree, and asked Butterfree to use telekinesis to try. "Butterfree, try again." Butterfree also found the problem with the bracelet and tried to use telekinesis again. The compound eyes glowed blue, and this time he finally staggered to pick up the energy cube. But the energy cube controlled by telekinesis is very unstable. It can't hold on for 1 or 2 seconds, and the energy cube fell down. Butterfree looked at the staggering energy cube. When did it become so weak? Recently, it has eaten a lot of energy cubes and honey, and its telekinesis has been exercised. It should not be so weak. Okay, don't try. You're lazy. You can't even pick up the energy cube. Yu Hai took off the bracelet. He knew what the bracelet was. It should be a prop to suppress superpowers, or superpower training equipment. It's the same thing as the weight of the mosquito-repellent frog, and they are all things for training elves. It's just that Butterfree's superpowers are too bad, and it can't break through the suppression of the bracelet, so it can't pick up the energy cube. Butterfree couldn't pick up the energy cube, and it was already a big blow. I didn't expect that being lazy would be exposed by Yu Hai. Immediately, I flew on Yu Hai without caring about anything, buried my head in Yu Hai's arms, beat Yu Hai with my little claws, and started to act like a spoiled child. It doesn't matter. It's not okay to say that it's lazy. And it's not lazy. It's because it doesn't eat well and sleep well. The stupid thing often sprays water on it and makes it catch a cold. The cold affected his sleep, which made him in a very bad mental state. He often suffered from insomnia. He couldn't pick up the energy cube, and blamed the fool. Good guy, Yu Hai didn't know how rich Butterfree's inner drama was. He completed the closed loop of not being able to pick up the energy cube in an instant and blamed the fool. Okay, take it and eat it. I have something to do. Yu Hai couldn't stand Butterfree's coquetry. He picked up a superpower energy cube, blocked Butterfree's whimpering mouth, and drove Butterfree away. Butterfree was driven away, and was still a little caught off guard. His mouth was stuffed full. Happiness came too suddenly, so suddenly that he didn't react and was pushed out of the door. When Butterfree saw that Yu Hai and Xiao Ying were busy again, he didn't bother them. He immediately returned to his recliner and drank honey water comfortably. It was just the drizzle that fell from time to time, which affected his mood too much. It was all because of the big-mouthed gull's rain. "Brother Hai, did you see anything?" Xiao Ying asked after seeing Butterfree leave. "I saw it. This bracelet can suppress superpowers. It is a weight used to train superpowers." Yu Hai explained the function of the bracelet and handed one to Xiao Ying. Seeing Yu Hai handing over the bracelet, Xiao Ying waved her hand and refused. "Brother Hai, keep it. I only have one starfish, who can use superpowers. I don't need this thing for the time being." Xiao Ying knew that Yu Hai had 3 elves who could use telekinesis, and he needed this pair of bracelets that could suppress superpowers to train the 3 elves. "Well, I'll keep it first." Yu Hai saw Xiao Ying refuse, and took the bracelet without hesitation. He still knew something about this thing. The armor that blocked Mutuo's superpowers was a similar thing. "By the way, copy this yourself. Starfish should be able to use it in the future." Yu Hai put the bracelet away and took out a book he had just touched. Meditation Method. This book is about superpowers. He also opened it and read it. He couldn't understand the content of the book. He didn't have superpowers, so he could only study it slowly in the future. This meditation method, superpower suppression bracelet, superpower gems, and superpower energy cubes are all the things of the superpower youth. The good things basically came from the superpower youth's space backpack. Of the 600 boxes of superpower energy cubes, he took 500 boxes and Xiao Ying took 100 boxes. After all, he had more elves with superpowers. They roughly calculated the price of each item before dividing it. In general, he got some bargains. The value of the bracelet was uncertain, so he took 200,000 more than Xiao Ying. After Xiao Ying finished copying the meditation method, they began to pack up the things they had divided and stuffed them all into their own space backpacks. After the 2 of them packed up their things, they began to pick up the garbage. The clothes, daily necessities, food, drinks, and some messy sundries in the 4 backpacks had to be thrown away. They can go find the old man. After all, there are still 10 elves to deal with, and there are 3 psychic elves, which should be able to sell for a lot of money. While cleaning up, Xiao Ying suddenly turned over a black uniform and saw the red R on the black uniform, and instantly fell into fear. He clearly remembered that this was the uniform of the rocket team, but how could there be the clothes of the rocket team among these sundries? If it was the stuff of those 4 people, wouldn't it mean that they killed the people of the rocket team? Xiao Ying immediately looked up at Yu Hai, showed the black uniform in front of Yu Hai, and stammered, "Brother Hai, look. What are you looking at shit?" Yu Hai cursed when he saw the black uniform that Xiao Ying picked up. He finally knew why there was meditation in the backpack of the superpowered youth, why there was a bracelet that could suppress superpowers, why there were so many things related to superpowers, why the youth had superpowers, and why he was a casino thug in a low-key manner. The moment he saw the clothes, he understood everything. It turned out that the superpowered youth was an undercover agent of the rocket team, and they actually killed the undercover agent of the rocket team. Don't panic," Yu Hai silently comforted himself. The question now is the superpowered youth an undercover agent in the casino? Or is the casino the base of the rocket team? The nature of these 2 questions is different. If the superpowered youth is being undercover in the casino means that the superpower youth has no backup, at most he is alone, and they don't have to worry about the rockets' revenge. The rockets don't know that they killed people, so they won't be hunted down. If the casino is the rockets' base, they can report the casino to the city hall. If the report doesn't work, the city hall must have an undercover agent of the rockets, so they will just run away and will definitely face the rockets' hunt. Considering that Tienda is also a thug in the casino and a local, he has never heard the old man say that Tienda is a member of the rockets. In addition, the superpower youth chose to compromise in order to keep him to play a fake game, obviously not wanting to expose his undercover identity. From this, it can be roughly inferred that the superpower youth is probably an undercover agent, and the casino is not a base. If it is, the young man couldn't talk nonsense with him, but just killed him directly. Don't doubt the cruel style of the rockets. In that case, it is reasonable to kill him, instead of negotiating with him. Since it is speculated that the superpowered young man is an undercover, the question that needs to be considered now is: how many undercover agents of the rockets are there in the casino? Has the casino been infiltrated by the rockets? Are there undercover agents of the rockets in the city hall? Are there undercover agents of the rockets in the club? Are there undercover agents of the rockets in other places in the city? These are all unknowns. If there are still undercover agents of the rockets in the city, they will report the rockets, which is like walking into a trap. To be on the safe side, this matter can be let Xiao Ying's grandfather, let that the old fox went to report the rocket team. Thanks to everyone for the many monthly tickets, although the ranking is still outside the 1000. Thanks to Linksy for voting 20 monthly tickets. It is the first time I have seen a book friend vote so many monthly tickets. The ranking is too low. For me, the monthly tickets are useless. I am too lazy to ask for them. Please feel free to do as you please. There are still tens of thousands of words in the Hassa Island plot, and the next northbound plot will be opened. This plot is the process of joining the gym. Why does the protagonist want to join the gym? There are reasons in the text. You will know after reading it. This book has a clear development route and will not follow the Rocket Team route. I am sorry to the book friends who like to read the Rocket Team route. In fact, there are many books on the Rocket Team route, and my book is not bad. 258 Chapter 252, You don't want your grandson to be on the run, right? 258. Xiaoying, look for it quickly. Are there any clothes like this? After Yu Hai realized that the superpowered youth was an undercover agent, he might have accomplices, and there might be more than one undercover member of the rocket team. The two searched through all the clothes and miscellaneous items, but they didn't find the second black uniform. It seems that only the superpowered youth was an undercover agent among the four people. It is very likely that each casino thug leader might be an undercover agent of the rocket team, recruiting peripheral members of the rocket team in the casino, so that the rocket team can have ready-made tools after taking over the black market. Based on the strength of the superpowered youth, the other party might be a member of the team leader level. Considering that the other party has superpowers, they are likely to be trained as elite talents by the rockets. They seem to be in big trouble. Hi. Realizing that the person they killed was likely an elite undercover agent of the rockets, Yu Hai took a deep breath. He had to run away, so before running away, he had to do it once and for all. He was going to find the old fox, the old man, and discuss with him to let him expose the other undercover agents of the rockets in the casino. If the old man didn't do it, he would run away. If Junsha didn't take any action after the old man exposed her, he would also run away. Even the city didn't take any action, which meant that the exposure the news of the rocket team undercover was intercepted by other rocket team undercovers. There are other rocket team undercovers in the city. There is another more terrifying guess, which he dare not even think about, that is, the rocket team has infiltrated the city like a sieve, just like the Kanto region and the Johto region in the previous life animation. In one area, half of the gym leaders are rocket team undercovers, and half of the four heavenly kings are also rocket team undercovers. There are rocket team undercovers everywhere. What's the point of the alliance? Don't panic, put your clothes away, we will go to your grandfather now, and give your clothes to your grandfather later, and the rest throw away all the clothes and sundries. Yu Hai knew there was still time to operate, so he didn't panic and comforted Xiaoying not to panic. It has only been 4 hours since the 4 kills in the villa. The rockets didn't find them so quickly, so he still had time to run. Whether to run or not depends on the attitude of the old man and the actions of the Junsha police station in the city. He decided whether to run or not, otherwise it would be a pity to lose the basic base that Xiao Ying had worked so hard to build. Xiao Ying was also frightened by the rockets. Since she heard the name of the rockets, Xiao Ying went to check a lot of information about the rockets, and only then did she know that the rocket show terrifying the rocket team is. The rocket team member they killed by surprise was only a small captain, but he had such strength. If he was a captain or even a cadre of the rocket team, how powerful would he be? He also knew that the matter was urgent and serious. Brother Hai must have wanted to discuss this matter with Grandpa, and now Grandpa could only deal with it. The two of them did not expect to find the rocket team's clothes. If Grandpa did not deal with it, he could also foresee that the time he and Yu Hai would spend together would probably only be this morning. Not only did Yu Hai have to escape, he and Grandpa had to hide and avoid the limelight. After the two packed up their things and collected all the elves, they came to the door of the villa and locked the door. The two carried large and small bags of things, took a taxi and left the villa, and rushed to the sailor bar. Soon, the car stopped at the back door of the sailor bar. Yu Hai and the others entered the bar and went straight to the private room on the second floor. Both knew that the old man was in the private room. The two came too hastily and opened the door in a hurry. They opened the door of the private room without saying hello and did not remind the old man in the room at all. The old man was also awakened by the anxious two people. "You came so early." The old man heard the door open and quickly turned over and sat up, looking at Yu Hai and Xiao Ying who were in a hurry, feeling that something seemed to have happened to the two people. "Old man, deal with these elves for me first." Yu Hai did not directly tell the rocket team's undercover, but asked Xiao Ying to take out 10 elves and let the old man estimate the price. If he talked about the rocket team first, the elves would not be sold at that time. It is better to run away with a small amount of money than with elves. Elves? 10? Could it be? The old man saw Xiao Ying take out 10 elves and guessed that Yu Hai and Xiao Ying must have robbed the two people in the photo last night. Gem starfish. The old man picked up the poke ball, and when he saw the gem starfish, he looked at Yu Hai in confusion. In the information he had investigated, there was no information about this Pokemon. Could it be? Old man, it's just as you think. I was almost attacked by this Pokemon last night. Yu Hai was still a little scared when he thought about it now. This gem starfish could stay in the swimming pool for so long. It must have received orders from the superpower youth. This is my mistake. Are you hurt? The old man admitted his negligence. He also knew the danger of missing information. Fortunately, Yu Hai was fine, and everything else was easy. How dare you say that? That guy turned out to be a superpower user, and you didn't even investigate it. Yu Hai's suspicion came back, and he felt that the old man was cheating him. But after thinking about it, it was impossible. After all, the old man's grandson was by his side. The old man could not cheat anyone but his grandson. Superpower user. When the old man heard this, he was even more confused. He didn't believe it at first and turned to look at his grandson. After seeing his grandson nod silently, he calmed down and thought about it. He really didn't find this information. This person was hiding too deeply. He didn't find the superpower person, the gem starfish, and even the villa, a safe house. He began to doubt his subordinate's ability to do things. "Where did you do it?" the old man asked curiously. "The villa by the sea in the west of the city," Xiao Ying added. Villa. When the old man heard this address, he also realized that he had made a major mistake. How could that group of people be in the villa? How could the superpower youth have superpowers? He even hit a gem starfish. There has never been a record of the gem starfish taking action. A series of major mistakes also made the old man sweat for Xiao Ying and the others. He really didn't know how they killed that group of people. The villa is where the casino locks up gamblers. Didn't you watch the news? Seeing that the old man didn't know anything, Yu Hai immediately picked up the remote control and turned on the TV in the private room. The TV was turned on, and the news this morning was also broadcasted on TV. The kidnapping case in which the Junsha Police Department rescued the hostages in the villa was mentioned briefly, and the spider robber was not mentioned at all. The news was all about the achievements of the police department. The credit for rescuing the hostages belonged to the police department. After all, they could not promote a robber. You did it. After reading the news, the old man asked Yu Hai and Xiao Ying in front of him, and the focus was still on asking his grandson. I called the police when I left. Xiao Ying nodded and took over the matter. Okay, stop talking nonsense, and quickly see how much these elves are worth. Yu Hai was in a hurry, and he had to decide whether to leave or stay after dividing the money. Okay, the old man didn't hesitate. It wouldn't be too late to ask about important things later. He could also see that Yu Hai was very anxious, as if something was chasing him from behind, and urged him as soon as he came in. This gem starfish is 4.5 million, and the puff pig is 7 million. Someone just wants to buy this kind of Pokemon. The coconut tree is 4.5 million. The old man took out an instrument to detect the energy level of Pokemon, similar to what Fatty Jin took out. After testing the 3 most valuable Pokemon one by one, 2 senior level and 1 elite level, he gave an estimate of the 3 Pokemon respectively. Seeing that Yu Hai did not object, the old man continued to pick up the Pokeball of Owl Owl to test. Owl Owl 2 million, Parasaurolophus 2.5 million, and Monkey Monster 1.5 million, what do you think? Yu Hai thought about it and felt that the price of Puff Pig could still increase. After all, it was a psychic Pokemon, but selling it for 7 million was acceptable. You know, the Quasi-King Gyarados and Gulp he took out last time were only 7 million. There are also Gem Starfish and Coconut Tree, which are almost equivalent to the Gravity Star they bought. This is probably the difference between Pokemon cubs and adult Pokemon. Pokemon. The reason why the puppies are expensive is that they are the most malleable and valuable. It is difficult to capture a Pokemon with traces of trainers for the second time, and their value is greatly reduced. They can only be bought back for breeding. If the Pokemon puppies are Larulas, then it will be more than 7 million. This kind of Pokemon can evolve into a Lido, which is very popular here. It has both psychic and fighting types, and is almost the same price as the blue big dog. As for the fact that Gemstar and Coconut Tree also have psychic powers, why are they not as valuable as Poop Pig? It should be related to the attributes of the Pokemon. Poop Pig is a single attribute psychic Pokemon, and the second attribute of Gemstar and Coconut Tree is psychic attribute. In terms of psychic ability alone, it is definitely not as strong as Poop Pig, which specializes in psychic attributes. In addition, Gemstar and Coconut Tree need evolution stones to evolve, which also increases the cost of cultivating Pokemon, but cannot increase the selling price of these 2 Pokemon, which is very fucked. It's like the evolution stone is very valuable, but it is worthless after use, which is also fucked. However, he still wanted to add money in the end. How about another million? Okay, I'll give you 2 million. As compensation for my intelligence error. The old man did not refuse Yu Hai's price increase, but took the initiative to add 1 million. 10 elves, a total of 24 million, the remaining 4 worthless elves, the big crab, the lobster soldier, and the 2 giant bees are all given to me. The old man stood up and lifted the sofa cushion, took out a lot of cash under the cushion, took out 24 million from under the sofa and gave it to Yu Hai, and took away 10 elves. The old man also knew that Xiao Ying could also get a share of the money, so he didn't hesitate to increase his price. After all, it didn't matter how much he increased, half of it was his grandson. Yu Hai didn't stop the old man from taking the remaining 4 elves, he also knew that the 4 elves were worthless. Whether it was the big crab, the lobster soldier, or the giant bee, these elves were everywhere in the forest and on the beach. Pokemons can be found everywhere and can be caught at any time. Basically, no one will buy these Pokemons, except for the breeding houses that collect Pokemons and sell them for money. After getting 24 million, Yu Hai gave half to Xiao Ying, and he took 12 million. His total income from this wave was more than 15 million, which was a good harvest. When he put the money into his backpack and put it together with the previous balance of more than 20 million, his current balance was 34,127,000, more than 34 million. Counting the money in the bank card, it was more than 50 million, which was more than 2 million in the currency of the previous life. He had never had so much money before. In this world, as long as you dare to fight with your life, you can make money quickly. Yu Hai couldn't help but sigh secretly. These were all small amounts of money he had exchanged for his life. After collecting the money, Yu Hai asked Xiao Ying to take out the black uniform. Xiao Ying, take out the clothes. Old man, the superpower youth we killed was an undercover agent of the rocket team in the casino. How should we deal with this matter? What? Undercover? The old man was still in the joy of making a few million, but he didn't expect to be shocked by Xiao Ying's trump card. He broke out in a cold sweat. How could that young man be an undercover agent of the rocket team? But this dress couldn't be fake, and Xiao Ying couldn't use such a thing to deceive an old man like him, so it should be true. Old man, my idea is to report the undercover agent of the rocket team in the casino and let Jun She handle this matter. Do you think it is feasible? Yu Hai saw that the old man was frightened, but he didn't care about the old man's surprise, and talked about the solution by himself. No, the old man rejected Yu Hai's proposal without thinking. He didn't want to take this risk, but now he had no choice. Old man, once the rockets investigate the cause of this man's death, what we did last night will definitely be discovered by the rockets. The rockets team leader was killed by us, and the rockets will definitely come to hunt us down. You don't want to see Xiao Ying and I flee to the ends of the earth, right? The most urgent task now is to report the casino. The casino is likely to be the rocket's base. Let Junsha wipe out the rockets in the casino, so as to attract all the attention of the rockets, and the death of the superpower youth can also be transferred to the police station. Let me think about it. The old man looked at Xiao Ying, who was a little scared. He knew that the mess the two had made this time was a bit big. If he didn't handle it well, he would have to run away. Now he finally knew why Yu Hai was so anxious. It turned out that he was in a hurry to run away. If he didn't take over the report, he was sure that this kid who cherished his life would run away immediately without hesitation. Old man, don't forget the underground black market. It is likely that it is already in the hands of the rockets. When the rockets react, there will be no time to report. In fact, Yu Hai said that the casino was the rockets' base and that the underground black market was in the hands of the rockets. These were uncertain things. He didn't know the situation of the casino and the black market. He used them to scare the old man. Whether he could scare him or not was another matter. It was better than being timid. This man had to be forced, otherwise he would never know how much he loved his grandson. However, he guessed that the casino was probably just infiltrated, not the rocket's base, otherwise there wouldn't be two locals, the Strongman brothers, unless the two brothers also joined the rockets. If it was a base instead of an undercover, the superpower youth would not have compromised before, but would have thought about how to kill him. And the current black market is like a black box. The old man probably doesn't know what the black market is like, let alone him. He guessed correctly. The old man really didn't know the situation of the black market, because the black market was under martial law and no one was allowed to enter. 259 Chapter 253, Want to hold gold bricks. 259. Alas, I can only accompany you to go crazy for the last time, the old man sighed softly. For the sake of his grandson, he had to do this, but he had no choice. He didn't want to take his grandson to the end of the world and be hunted by the rockets. Old man, there is still a chance. Don't be so depressed. I don't know if there are any undercover agents of the Rockets in the city, but Miss Juncha is definitely not an undercover agent of the Rockets. Yu Hai was a man who was about to run away, but now he comforted the old man. I will arrange this matter. The old man decided to take it for his grandson and would not regret it. He was thinking about how to report the casino, and a special guest suddenly appeared on the news on TV. He was a handsome red-haired man. Neither he nor Yu Hai noticed it. Neither of them paid attention to the TV, only Xiaoying noticed the special guest on TV. Brother Hai, Grandpa, it's Du Tianwang. Du Tianwang is on TV. What? Du? Yu Hai was the most surprised when he heard this name. He looked up and saw a handsome red-haired man on TV with a cloak behind him, exactly the same as the image of Du Tianwang in the animation. Who else could it be but Du? In other words, the mysterious man who bumped into him in the black market that night was undoubtedly Du. Since Du is here, the black market, the rocket team, and the casino are no problem. Old man, you can report the rocket team with confidence. With Du in the rocket team, they dare not jump out. It just so happens that Du has attracted the attention of the rocket team, and the rocket team will not pay attention to us. When Yu Hai saw Du, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Du and the rocket team are a pair of enemies. They fought to the death with the rocket team in the Kanto region, and it is impossible for them to be in cahoots with each other. Since Du appeared on the TV show, the initiative in the city must still be in the hands of the Alliance, not in the hands of the rocket team's undercover, and the black market is probably the same. It's just that Du's personality is hard to say. He has never met Du and doesn't know whether Du will allow the black market to exist. Well, to be honest, he is not qualified to talk to one of the four heavenly kings yet, and he still needs to work hard. That's right, the old man was relieved when he saw Du. Finally, he didn't have to explain his funeral. He was really afraid that he would not be able to come back and continue to accompany his grandson. Even if Du was there, he would not do it himself, but ordered his subordinates to disguise their identities and bring the rocket team's clothes. After the old man figured out what to do, he got up and left the private room to arrange to report the casino rocket team. Yu Hai and Xiaoying sat on the sofa and looked at Du, who was speaking on TV. Du probably said that Hasa City will hold the XXXTH Youth Trainer Competition, and trainers under the age of 16 can participate. The registration location is next to the Pokemon Center. Then he talked about the rules of the preliminary competition. It was a points system. From the date of registration, trainers who got 100 points within 5 days would be able to advance to the knockout round. He would attend the competition and give awards to the top 3. Then he encouraged young trainers to register and participate actively to strive for a good ranking. Finally, the youth trainer competition held in Hasa City was officially opened, and the TV news ended here. He only saw that before the end of the news, the beautiful host was staring at Du all the time, and her eyes turned into little hearts. She must want to stick to Du after the broadcast. Even the host is like this, let alone other fanatical trainers, Du's trainer fans, Du's trainer fans. It is no exaggeration to say that Du's fame in this world is equivalent to the superstar in his previous life. Even Xiaoying is a fan of Du, let alone other trainers, at least half of them are fans of Du. Of course, this half is not all fans of Du, there are also fans of the other 4 kings. For example, he really likes the Ice-type king sister Kona, but he traveled through time too late, and Kona has become one of the 4 heavenly kings, so he probably has no chance. Even if he becomes a king-level trainer now, he is still a little brother in front of Kona. Although he can hold gold bricks, the other party may not look down on him, and in the end he can only think about it. Alas, it is too difficult to be a gigolo. The Juncha Joy family is impossible, and the 4 heavenly kings are even more impossible. He feels really miserable. In his previous life, when he saw other people traveling through the elf world, their targets were either the champion K sister or the 4 heavenly kings, or the gym leader Nancy, or other gym leaders, and there were many who opened harems. How come he didn't even get a son-in-law here? He felt that he was too miserable. Did he travel through a fake elf world? This was too unlucky. Not to mention being stranded on a deserted island, he was scared every day, and was forced to eat dirt for more than a month, sleep in a tree hole for more than a month, and the mattress was a foam pad. After coming to human society, he encountered obstacles everywhere. He was afraid of being drowned in the sea when sleeping and being attacked in the middle of the night. He really just wanted to lie down and fish. Who did he offend? Alas! After a long sigh, Yu Hai calmed down again. Even if he couldn't become a son-in-law, he still had to look forward to life. Anyway, he had traveled through time and space. It was too late to say anything. Even if he went back, he would still be a poor fisherman with no house or car and only 2 dogs. But here, if he worked hard to become a top trainer, maybe he could really. I can hold the gold brick, he. Brother Hai, are you going to sign up? There is an age limit in the rules of this competition. Xiaoying saw Yu Hai in a daze and still grinning, and couldn't help but gently push Yu Hai. What? Yu Hai woke up and sucked his saliva. It's better to be restrained in front of Xiaoying. His personality almost collapsed. Are you going to sign up for the competition? Xiaoying asked Yu Hai again. No, go by yourself. Yu Hai felt that participating in one competition was enough. No matter which competition it was, he couldn't win the championship anyway, so why play so many competitions? Okay, then I'll go by myself. Xiaoying stood up and prepared to leave the private room. Seeing that Du was about to attend the youth trainer competition, he made up his mind to participate in the competition and strive to enter the knockout round and meet Du himself. However, before leaving, he was still very worried about Team Rocket, and asked Yu Hai, Brother Hai, Team Rocket? Is it all right? Yes, it's all right, go with peace of mind. Yu Hai waved his hand, indicating that as long as Du was there, Team Rocket was nothing. Du was Team Rocket's nemesis. Wherever Team Rocket was, Du was there. Since Du was in Hasa City, he didn't have to run away. He didn't believe Team Rocket dared to jump out and touch the dragon's beard. There was also the underground black market, and Team Rocket was definitely gone, so the black market was also saved. So who would benefit the most? It must be the Black Hand behind the scenes who benefited, and Du also attended the official competition in Hasa City, so he must have reached some pie deals with this Black Hand. From the beginning, he guessed that the existence of the black market must be tacitly approved by someone, or a powerful figure in Hasa City. In addition to the powerful figure, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could protect the black market. After all, the power of the Breeding House Club is big enough. There is only one store in the black market, and it has to pay taxes to the black market, so the real owner of the black market is about to be revealed. But what does this have to do with a small shrimp like him? A small captain of the rocket team forced him to use all his strength to launch a sneak attack, and even after killing the superpowered youth, he was scared to run away. If a captain, a rocket team coder, or even an enemy of that level came, he would have to end his time travel career in advance. Yu Hai shook off the thoughts in his mind and didn't think too much. If he really met him, he could only think that he was unlucky. Then he followed Xiaoying out of the private room to avoid the old man coming back and saying that he stole the old man's small treasury. When the two left, they saw the old man coming back. Seeing that Yu Hai and Xiaoying were leaving, the old man asked Xiaoying and learned that they were going to participate in a new competition, but he didn't ask any more questions. Then Yu Hai and Xiaoying left the sailor bar. Xiaoying went to the elf center to sign up and said goodbye to Yu Hai. After parting, Xiaoying recalled that Brother Hai and Grandpa were discussing Team Rocket. He felt that it was quite serious. He didn't expect that Du would appear and resolve the matter. Is this the deterrent power of a powerful trainer? If he could be as powerful as Du, he wouldn't have to worry about this matter, and he could protect Grandpa. He was still too weak after all. After parting, Yu Hai sat on the gull and prepared to send the giant crab to the beach to learn sword dance. After handing the giant crab to Kita, he returned to the beach villa. It was past 11 in the morning, just lunch time. He had already fed the giant crab 2 water energy cubes, which were enough for the giant crab to learn sword dance in the afternoon. He now had to prepare lunch for other Pokémon. As for the club league game, he was number 3000 and it was his turn in the afternoon, so there was no rush. After making lunch, he would eat lunch alone today. Xiao Ying should be playing in the preliminary round of the youth trainer competition. If there are only a few points in a battle, and 100 points are needed to enter the knockout round, and there are only 5 days left, he feels that it is unlikely and will tire the trainer and the elves to death. You can't lose a single game, and you have to win 20 games every day. It takes 5 days to get 100 points. You need to fight day and night. Not to mention the elves, even the trainers can't stand it. In fact, there are loopholes that can be exploited, that is, spend money to buy points, let others lose to you, and you can play 100 battles a day. Each contestant's initial points are 10 points, and you only need to buy off 10 contestants. The elimination mechanism of the preliminary round is also 1 in 10. If you think about it this way, he seems to be able to sell points. It's not too much to sell 100,000 alliance coins for 10 points. Forget it, let's talk about it in the afternoon. Let's eat first. After lunch, the elves started afternoon training. There is no lunch break at noon today. I didn't train much in the morning, so I took it as a break. Yu Hai is also preparing to train the bad frog to make the bad frog stronger as soon as possible and control the poison in his body. Before training, he first took out the incubator from his backpack, took a look at it and put it back into his backpack. Today is the 15th day of hatching the elf eggs, and the elf eggs have no movement at all. It is obviously not a stupid bird like the Spearow. This also made him feel relieved. As long as it is not these stupid birds, other elves can be accepted. It is better not to be a bad guy. If it is a bad guy, then he will not play hatching eggs. He wants to eat eggs. Before training the bad frog, he took out a glass jar from the refrigerator and called the bad frog who was sitting under the eaves, blowing the sea breeze and staring at the sea in a daze. Bad frog, come here to detoxify. Quack, the bad frog is very obedient. When he heard about detoxification, he came over and put his hand into the glass jar, dripped venom for a while, and then took his hand back. Thanks to his daily detoxification therapy for the bad frog has been treated at the elf center since after returning, he was no longer poisoned. Even if there were no symptoms of poisoning, he would add some antidote to the bowl when preparing breakfast and lunch for bad frog, so that bad frog could eat it with lunch, which could also reduce the erosion of toxins on the body and reduce the pain of the body. He touched so many backpacks, and all of them were antidotes. There were more than 100 bottles of antidotes. Drinking 1 bottle a day was enough for bad frog to eat for more than 3 months. After the bad frog excreted the venom, he sealed the glass jar and put it back in the refrigerator. Then he went to the living room and whispered to the bad frog, "Bad frog, your physical fitness is too poor, which caused the poison to go out of control and erode your body. You need to exercise. Did you see the mosquito frogs running in the morning? You should start your exercise by jogging. Stop and rest every half an hour. If you are tired, thirsty, or hungry, there are energy cubes and moo milk here. You can eat whatever you want." Quack, the bad frog looked at the food that Yu Hai brought out, and then turned his head to look at the elves who were training in the yard. Even Han Han, who liked to be lazy in the afternoon, got up to run. "Bad frog, follow me." Yu Hai took the bad frog out of the yard without disturbing the training of other elves. Because the skin of the bad frog carries toxins, it is not possible to train in the villa or on the grass outside the yard. The sweat shed by the bad frog will make the floor full of venom over time, and will also poison the green grass around the villa. If Han Han has a brain attack and eats grass while running, he will eat the poison of the bad frog and be poisoned by the bad frog. He will have to spend money to treat Han Han. While walking to the beach, Yu Hai would look at the bad frog behind him from time to time, and found that although the bad frog did not respond to him, it was still following him. He didn't know what psychological problems the bad frog had, and he didn't understand what the bad frog was calling. Now he could only solve the physical problem first and then the psychological problem. When they came to the beach, he also saw another elf, Farfetch'd, sitting on the beach and throwing stones into the sea. This Farfetch'd was his duck. He thought Farfetch'd was training, but he didn't expect it to be here. Farfetch'd, why are you here? Yu Hai came to the beach and sat down. He raised his hand and touched Farfetch'd's head, but it was slapped away by Farfetch'd's wings. Seeing him sitting next to him, Farfetch'd got up and moved his duck butt and sat on the other side, obviously not wanting to pay attention to him. Seeing this, Yu Hai awkwardly retracted his suspended palm and did not continue to touch the duck's head. It was enough to know that Farfetch'd would not attack him. Next, he started training Frog on the beach. 260 Chapter 254, Club Invitation. 260. Frog, jog with me. We'll take a break every half an hour. Yu Hai started jogging and called Frog to jog with him. As the man and the elf jogged on the beach, Farfetch'd stopped throwing stones and sat on the beach, watching the man and the elf jogging. More than 10 minutes later, Yu Hai was still jogging when he suddenly heard a plop behind him. He looked back and found that Frog had fallen. He did not help Frog up immediately. Frog's skin was poisonous. He remembered it very clearly. After putting on gloves, he went forward to help Frog up. He laid Frog flat on the beach, took out a bottle of moo moo milk, poured some milk into Frog's mouth, and Frog woke up. He didn't expect Frog's physical fitness was so poor that it couldn't even last 10 minutes of jogging. It seemed that he could only exercise slowly to recover his body before talking about other things. After resting for more than 10 minutes, he asked Frog, "Frog, have you recovered a little? I have to jog again." Quack, Frog nodded. Although there was still no expression on his face, he also knew the importance of physical exercise. Frog began to understand the intention of this trainer. The trainer did not let it fight, and did not scold it for being useless when he saw it fall. Instead, he wanted to cure the poison in its body, and would come to help it and feed it sweet moo moo milk. As a thinking Pokemon, Frog can still tell who is good to it. It can feel the kindness conveyed by Yu Hai's words. At least this new trainer is better than the previous ones. Since the trainer had not given up on treating it, it certainly would not give up on itself. It was just used to having a blank expression, so it could not give any response other than nodding, and could only silently follow Yu Hai and jog again. This time, before 10 minutes had passed, Frog could not hold on any longer and stopped to rest and catch its breath. This time, Frog did not force itself to fall to the ground like it did the first time before stopping jogging. In fact, it did not want to be looked down upon by the trainer. It just wanted to do what it should do. Even if it was sold, it could not control it. In addition to facing the trainer with a blank expression, it worked hard to complete the training arranged by the trainer, which was its best reward to the trainer. "Take a break, Frog," Yu Hai looked at the watch time. It had not even been 10 minutes, so he did not say anything. Physical fitness can be improved through exercise. It is a persistent exercise. Too much is as bad as too little. You can't become a fat man in one bite. It was only 10 minutes. Let alone Frog. In the past, many otakus could breathe heavily after running for 5 minutes, and their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Frog had already surpassed many humans. Sitting on the beach, Yu Hai took out moo moo milk again, and this time he also took out a fighting energy block. The more of this stuff, the better. He wanted to stuff it all into the mouth of the bad frog, let the bad frog absorb it all, and then become stronger as soon as possible to control the poison, because he was afraid that the bad frog would have indigestion. Quack, the bad frog was not polite, took the energy block and bit off a corner, and chewed it slowly. Yu Hai was also drinking water to replenish his energy. When he looked up, he saw the onion duck over there from the corner of his eye, looking at them. After being discovered peeping, Onion Duck was a little embarrassed and turned his head away, not daring to look at Yu Hai again. Seeing this, Yu Hai took out a general energy block and threw it at Onion Duck, and it landed in front of Onion Duck. He said nothing, didn't look at anything, and sat quietly on the beach watching the sea. On the contrary, Onion Duck was startled by the energy block that fell from the sky. After seeing that it was an energy block, Farfetch'd looked up at Yu Hai, who was sitting on the beach. Then he saw Yu Hai and Frog stood up and started jogging, but they didn't pay attention to him. Then he stretched out his wings to pick up the energy block on the ground. Farfetch'd stared at the energy block on his wings in a daze. Yu Hai also saw Farfetch'd staring in a daze when he passed by. He didn't know what Farfetch'd was thinking. The thoughts of these elves were much more complicated than those of human cubs. He couldn't guess. This time, they jogged with Frog for more than an hour and stopped at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He also used the healing ball to take back Frog and Farfetch'd. He came to the villa and took back other elves, leaving only the gull. He went to the bathroom to simply rinse off the sweat on his body, changed his clothes, and prepared to go out to play the game. It was past 2 o'clock in the afternoon and it was almost time for him to enter. After packing up his things, he put on his backpack and sat on the gull and went directly to the water club. Landing near the club, he showed his competition number and walked straight into the club and came to lounge number 3. As soon as he arrived here, he saw the battle list on the screen. He happened to be the next contestant to enter the venue, which means that after the contestants on the competition field finished playing, it was his turn. It was 2:40 in the afternoon. He came at the right time. As for Xiaoying, if she was not there, then she was not there. There was nothing to watch in the first round. The game on the grass field number 2 ended quickly. After the 2 contestants finished the game, the screen was notifying him to enter. Before entering, he put down his hood and entered the player channel wearing only a face mask. There was no need to wear a hood because he was about to play the game, but it was still necessary to keep the face mask. Anyway, there was more than one masked man, and it would not attract too many people's attention. Only those who were familiar with him would pay attention to his game after he entered the venue. As he and his opponent walked out of the player channel together and stood in the trainer position of the competition field, the referee also began to ask questions. Player 3333, Player 3294, are you ready? When the referee saw the 2 nod, he waved the small flag and shouted, please release the participating Pokemons. Bang bang! With 2 bangs, Yu Hai and his opponent threw Pokeballs together. The Pokemon he sent out was Rhino, and the Pokemon his opponent sent out was Lotus Hat Kid, a water and grass type. Seeing the Pokemon his opponent chose, Yu Hai knew that the opponent must know him, so he chose a combination of water and grass to restrain his Rhino. After all, in those fake matches, he basically used Rhino to fight, and other Pokemons rarely appeared, and Frog never appeared once. Player 3333, please wake up the participating elves, otherwise it will be considered as a forfeit. The referee saw the 2 people release the elves and were ready to wave the flag to start the game, but he saw that the armored rhino was actually sleeping and eating the grass on the competition field. He couldn't stand it anymore and had to remind Yu Hai to wake up the armored rhino. Ah! Excuse me, Yu Hai heard the referee's words and noticed that Han Han was actually sleeping. It was really embarrassing, and the audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, he is here to make people laugh. Ha ha ha, I don't know, but it's really funny. The armored rhino is actually sleeping and eating grass. Ha ha ha, I guess he wants to make his opponent laugh to death. I'm almost laughing to death. Yu Hai ignored the laughter of the audience, picked up a stone on the ground, threw it at the armored rhino, hit Han Han on the head, and woke Han Han up. Hulu, hulu, the armored rhino was woken up and saw grass all around. He first rolled a handful of grass in his mouth with his tongue, then looked up at the surrounding environment, and then saw Yu Hai yelling at him. Iron Armored Rhino, the game is now in progress. Be serious. Iron Armored Rhino. Hulu, the armored rhino heard Yu Hai say to fight, and immediately spit out the grass in his mouth, turned around and looked seriously in the direction of his opponent, who was an elf with a large lotus leaf on his head, the Lotus Hat Boy. Please get ready, both players, and start the attack after the countdown ends. The referee saw the armored rhino wake up, immediately raised the small flag, and began to count. When he counted to 1, the small flag in his hand fell at the right time. 3, 2, 1, start the attack. Lotus Hat Boy, use Pray for Rain. At the moment the game started, the opponent began to control the field, allowing the Lotus Hat Boy to use the field that was beneficial to his attributes, and it could also increase the basic speed and move power of the elf. Yu Hai was still thinking about it. He shouldn't have let the afternoon Han was running, otherwise it wouldn't have been so embarrassing just now. It wasn't until the rain fell on his head that Yu Hai realized the game had begun. The opponent summoned Yu Tian at the beginning, and he also shouted to Han Han, Iron Armored Rhino, run and hit with your horns. Hehe, it's useless. The Lotus Hat Kid in the rain has a basic speed that is twice as fast as before. Hearing this sneer, how could Yu Hai not know how fast the leisurely and free speed in the rain is? After all, he plays this. In terms of individual values, the basic speed of the Lotus Hat Kid is 50, and the rainy day is 100. The basic speed of the Armored Rhino is 25, which is naturally incomparable to 100, but the speed enhancement level 6 is 25 times 400%, which is equal to 100. Isn't this just right? When the ability value of the elf is enhanced, it will increase by 50%. Starting from 100%, adding 6 levels is exactly 400% enhancement. So, what if it rains? Han can still knock Lotus Cap Kid away. Lotus Cap Kid, get out of the way with the water gun. Iron Rhino, keep running faster. You can knock it down, don't give up. The game was a chase and a run. Although Lotus Cap Kid's water gun had hit Iron Rhino many times, and the water gun also had weather bonus, it couldn't cause any damage to Han who was running. Lotus Cap Kid's speed was still decreasing. Why is this happening? Lotus Cap Kid is slowing down. Iron Rhino, knock it away. No, it's not that Lotus Cap Kid is slowing down, it's that Iron Rhino is getting faster. Iron Rhino used rocks to grind when running. When Lotus Cap Kid's trainer figured it out, it was too late. Iron Rhino had knocked Lotus Cap Kid away a long time ago. Seeing that Lotus Cap Kid didn't faint, Iron Rhino hit him again, and Lotus Cap Kid fainted. The little boy with the lotus hat lost his ability to fight. The winner is the Armored Rhino of contestant number 3333. It won. The Armored Rhino that looked unreliable actually won. Yes, it won. Pinch me. I want to know if I am dreaming. Hiss, it hurts. It's not a dream. The Armored Rhino that eats grass really won. Many people didn't believe that the Armored Rhino would win, but the Armored Rhino won and slapped the audience who laughed at Han before. Han also proved that he is not stupid, but just a little reckless. After all, big trees can't stand Han's destruction. Big trees can't stand the impact and are broken by Han, let alone elves. Han still has some skills in impact. With the dual characteristics of only strengthening but not counter-injury, impact is the most suitable attack method for Han. The fact that Han's head is so resistant to blows must be related to his characteristics, and also to Han's hitting trees day and night. Han is really the lifelong enemy of trees. After winning the game, Yu Hai used the poke ball to retrieve the Iron Rhino, returned to the player channel and left the competition venue. As soon as he came outside, he saw a long-haired young man wearing the work clothes of the water club, leaning against the exit of the player channel and lighting a cigarette. When he walked out of the channel, he shouted to him, "Little brother, find a quiet place to chat. Not interested, Yu Hai would not pay attention to such a stranger of unknown origin, and left the water club directly. The long-haired young man has not given up yet, and he followed Yu Hai relentlessly and chased after him, smiling at Yu Hai. "Little brother, you are really indifferent." Yu Hai ignored the long-haired young man who followed him, and walked on the street by himself, without responding to anything the long-haired young man said. The long-haired young man was really a little embarrassed when he saw Yu Hai ignoring him. It was the first time he met a trainer who didn't give him face. People who usually see him either greet him or he needs to greet others. As a senior coach of the water club, he has never met a trainer who doesn't give him face. However, when he thought about the trainer he was going to invite now, who was a trainer who defeated Taro Electric Beast and a trainer of a water-type frog, he didn't get angry. If you can invite such a trainer, you can invite him. If you can't invite him, it's also good to make friends. There's no need to cause a conflict and provoke an enemy for nothing. Anyway, he is just a part-time worker, and he just does what the boss arranges. He invited the other party because of the explosive power of the other party's frog and the explosive effect in the battle. They have studied that battle video many times, and they have imitated the fighting skills of the frog in the battle in the club. The frog in the club imitated the waterfall climbing and did have that kind of explosive power, as well as the explosive effect of the fist, which they also imitated in the battle. It's just that the side effects of the explosion are very large. After using the mosquito-repellent frog once, the fist was injured. It can't be used a second time. It is a move that hurts the enemy by 1,000 and hurts yourself by 800. It can't be used frequently. I don't know how the opponent's mosquito-repellent frog can endure the damage of the explosion. The fighting spirit shown in that battle is really admirable. And what the opponent said before was true. What he said about the explosion of the mosquito-repellent frog was true. This is also the reason why their water club wants to invite the opponent to join the club. 261 Chapter 255, Sugar-Coated Bullet. 261. The breeding method of the mosquito-repellent frog is effective and very strong. But the effect of their imitation is not as expected. Yu Hai may have concealed the real skills of the waterfall climbing explosion. They imitated the explosive power, but they only learned the fur. This kind of burst is flawed, and the flaws are not small. Whether it is the explosive power or power of the waterfall climbing burst, it is much smaller than that of the mosquito-repellent frog, and the endurance is not good. It can only be used more than 10 times, and each burst is weaker than the last. It is completely not as strong as the intensity in that battle. The mosquito-repellent frog burst more than 10 times in a row, and each time it can burst out the waterfall climbing with the maximum power. They have never found a way. They have studied the battle video countless times, and have tried the close-range burst. When the target is hit every time, the power can be maintained at the maximum. But the opponent is not a target, so they tried that. After the opponent dodges, the mosquito-repellent frog directly flies out of the battlefield and hits the wall, knocking itself unconscious. Finally, after studying it over and over again, a senior coach suddenly suggested that it is not a good idea for them to try it here randomly. It is better to directly invite the other party to join the club. Then let the club pay for the burst skills. This is the second reason why the long-haired youth came to Yu Hai. They want to know the secret of the explosive power of the mosquito-repellent frog, a deeper secret, rather than the waterfall explosion mentioned by the other party, which is used to fool others. This thing can fool some amateur trainers, but they are trainers of the club, who specialize in this. They are playing professionally. Brother, can you listen to me finish my words? Seeing Yu Hai walking all the way, the long-haired youth came directly in front of Yu Hai, and asked Yu Hai without any nonsense, "Brother, do you want to join the water club? The treatment is generous, and the conditions are arbitrary. Any conditions are okay." Not interested, Yu Hai knew that the other party was from the club, and he knew it by looking at the water drop logo on his chest. "Brother, give me a minute." The long-haired youth saw that Yu Hai was unmoved by his invitation, and he probably didn't know the weight of his invitation and was still on guard. He had to stop talking nonsense and get straight to the point again. He told the boss about the invitation authority he had given him and offered very generous invitation conditions. Little brother, annual salary of 10 million, you can choose a Pokemon cub from the breeding house of the main store, and a Pokemon cub cultivation book is also included. It is different from the books outside. It is a cultivation book that can directly lead to the king. There are also advanced evolution stones and senior level props. You can choose one. You haven't become a trainer yet. Joining the club will make you a new trainer certified by the league. This is just an invitation to join. After joining, food and accommodation are provided, and the Pokemon Training Club also has subsidies. What do you think, little brother? 1 minute is up, the conditions are not bad, I need to think about it for 2 days, Yu-Hai looked at the time on the watch. The second hand just finished 1 minute, and he walked around the long-haired young man and walked forward without stopping. Looking at Yu-Hai leaving, the long-haired young man did not chase Yu-Hai again. The words have come to this point. If the other party still refuses, it is the other party's problem, not that they don't give enough. After leaving the long-haired young man, Yu-Hai's heart had been beating with excitement. His calmness on the surface was all fake. He even said fuck in his heart. How could he not be excited? After all, an annual salary of 10 million is 500,000 RMB. When has he ever had such treatment? In his previous life, his monthly salary was just over 10,000. Just because he entered the office with his left foot first, he was promoted. In the end, he had no choice but to take the compensation and leave, and then lie down to fish, refusing to eat the boss's big cake again. He wanted to enrich his fishing life. But now there is a sincere salary in front of him. Will he agree? Or agree? Opportunities are rare and will never come again. Especially the temptation of becoming a certified trainer of the league, not a wild trainer. Isn't this what he has always wanted to do? There are also high-level water stones. That is a high-level water stone, a rare evolution stone that cannot be bought even with money. No wonder high-level water stones cannot be bought. It turns out that they are monopolized by these big households. There is also the quasi-king elf cub from the main store, which can be chosen at random, with a high-level water stone, an annual salary of 10 million, and a certified league trainer. These are really tempting for him. The price of accepting all this is to eat the big cake drawn by the boss again, and there may be many restrictions. You can tell with your ass that the club must have some intentions towards him, otherwise they would not have offered such generous conditions. He guessed that it should be related to the mosquito-repellent frog. It is wishful thinking to want to leave after taking the benefits. It is impossible to get the wool. The annual salary must be the same as that of the construction site, with wages withheld until the new year. It is estimated that the quasi-king elf cub will have to work for many years before it can be received, and the high-level water stone is likely to be the same. He is too familiar with the boss's routine of drawing cakes. Among them, only the certification of the league trainer is a relatively simple condition. With the benefits, there are naturally costs. When signing the contract, it may be possible to work for the club for 5 years or even 10 years. 10 years of youth, whose 10 years of youth are so cheap. Not only do you have to eat the cake, but you also have to be pooed by the boss, wear shoes, work overtime for free, take the blame, and be grateful. Go to hell with gratitude, he won't do it. He has no shortage of money, no shortage of elves, but he lacks high-level water stones and league-certified trainers. High-level water stones will definitely be obtained in the future, don't worry about it. League-certified trainers, this can also be done in the future, don't worry, it's just a matter of time. All the conditions are very tempting, but he has them all, so he doesn't work. It's impossible for him to work, he will never work in his life, and he doesn't know how to do business. He can only make a living by cheating from time to time. Thinking about the generous conditions of the club, Yu-Hai came to the sailor bar and went straight to the second floor to meet the old man. Seeing the old man, he asked directly, "Old man, is there any way to bypass the 6 requirements of the League Certified Trainer, bypass the 3-year waiting requirement, and become a League Certified Rookie Trainer? The old man was eating grapes peeled by the waitress, but he didn't expect Yu Hai to barge in again. He could only drive the waitress away and asked helplessly, "Do you want to become a League Certified Trainer?" "Nonsense, who doesn't want to?" Yu Hai spread his hands helplessly. "Who said the benefits of the League are so good, and he prefers to walk in the sun?" So he told the old man what happened just now. "The club invited me just now, and the conditions are very generous, with an annual salary of tens of millions, a Pokemon cub in the main store breeding house, and can also become a League Certified Trainer. What do you think?" "Hehe, what's the matter with this? The conditions are indeed generous, and most people cannot refuse such generous conditions." "I haven't agreed yet, I'm still considering it." Yu Hai shook his head to indicate that he hasn't made up his mind yet. "Fortunately you didn't agree. There are traps inside. You have to work for the club for at least 5 years. Once you breach the contract, you won't get anything, and you have to pay liquidated damages." The old man smacked his lips twice, slowly exhaled white smoke, and sighed that Yu Hai really could resist the temptation. He didn't agree to such conditions on the spot, which was also in line with Yu Hai's cautious style. "Damn, I said it must not be that simple." Yu Hai was also secretly shocked. Fortunately, he resisted the temptation at that time. If he was impulsive, 5 years of youth would be lost. By the way, the conditions for the certified trainer of the league offered by the club are just a recommendation letter. Is there any big trap in this? Yu Hai asked the old man curiously. Of course, the recommendation letter will introduce you to join the gym and become the apprentice of the gym master. As long as you can become an apprentice, you can skip the 6 conditions and don't have to wait for 3 years. The gym master will be your guarantor and guarantee that you will become a new trainer certified by the league. Why is it so strict? Yu Hai seemed to understand. This was probably the influence of the gym owner. Gym owners are the backbone of the alliance, second only to the 4 heavenly kings. There can only be 4 of the 4 heavenly kings, but there can be many gym owners. Almost every city can have one. As the backbone of the alliance, it is not easy to guarantee a newcomer to become a certified rookie trainer of the alliance. It was stricter before, but now it has been relaxed a lot. The 6 conditions are already the minimum requirements. If you become a trainer of the alliance after 3 years of observation, you will not be trusted by the alliance. The old man smacked his lips twice, recalled the past, and cherished his lost youth before continuing to explain to Yu Hai, if you want to rank a trust level, gym apprentices should be ranked first, 6 conditions are second, and 3 years of observation is third. Only the next generation of certified trainers who have been observed for 3 years will be accepted and trusted by the alliance. That's how I got through it. "Hi, I know," Yu Hai sighed softly. "It seems that there is no way. You can go the gym route. Of the 6 requirements, you can't go without a direct relative. After 3 years of observation to become a trainer in the league, you are still not trusted. It takes a 2nd or even 3rd generation of blood relatives to be accepted by the league. It's fucked up." He has never been so speechless. He hates God. Why is it a body, not a soul? Even if it is a pair of cheap parents, it would be fine. In your case, you can only go the gym apprentice route. If you can become a disciple of the gym owner instead of an apprentice, you can become a direct trainer of the league, a real member of the league. If the gym owner has no descendants to inherit the position of gym owner, you can even go one step further and compete for the position of gym owner, and then use the identity of gym owner as a springboard to challenge the 4 heavenly kings. If you can sit on the seat of one of the 4 heavenly kings, you have the possibility of becoming a champion, provided that you can beat the champion. Haha, old man, don't make big promises here. In the life of an ordinary person, the 4 heavenly kings are the best. Even if you get the championship, can you sit firmly? When Yu Hai heard the word champion, he refuted the old man without hesitation. Without the support of the family, a large number of elf resources, and the support of resources for cultivating elves, it is not easy to sit on the throne of champion. However, even if you are lucky enough to sit on the throne of champion, you will be driven down by challenges. After winning once, the champion must continue to win. Who can guarantee that he will always win and never lose? That is impossible. Hey, the old man was not embarrassed when he was exposed, because his proposal was not wrong. He planned to train Xiaoying in this direction. Children like Yu Hai who have no father or mother can only take the path of gym apprentices. Other ways are not feasible and are not trusted by the alliance. Old man, is this how you train Xiaoying? Do you want Xiaoying to compete for the position of the 4 heavenly kings? Yu Hai could see that the old man was training Xiaoying to specialize in fighting. In the future, she would become a top-level trainer and challenge the 4 heavenly kings as a fighting top-level trainer. Even if she couldn't become one of the 4 heavenly kings, she could still open a fighting gym. The old man had already planned Xiaoying's future. It's great to have a grandfather who supports you in becoming a top-level trainer. He began to envy Xiaoying. What a happy kid! Ahem, you're right. The efforts of 3 generations of my family to fight for that position were planned long ago. The old man smacked his lips twice, exhaled a large cloud of white smoke, and coughed twice. He recalled his son, sighed softly, and continued, in fact, this matter should have been done by my son who died young, that is, Xiaoying's father, but he left too early, so this matter can only be done by Xiaoying. Xiaoying can do it if she works hard. Yu Hai looked at the panel of Xiaoying's elves. In the future, when they grow up, each elf has the potential to be a king, and the position of the 4 kings can still be competed for. I also want to thank you for your teaching, otherwise Xiaoying would definitely take a lot of detours and even waste a lot of time. The old man thought of Xiaoying now, and was relieved from the memories, and thanked the young man in front of him. If it weren't for the young man in front of him, Xiaoying wouldn't be so obedient and motivated. He would not know the importance of learning, nor would he know that there are higher peaks, and he would not even think of becoming someone else's peak. Xiaoying has such ambitions now, which is much better than he was back then. He has a direction to work hard and works harder. If he had not established the right direction of struggle when he was young, he would not have wasted his life. As he got older and reached middle age, he no longer had the heart to work hard. He just wanted to hug his son and then his grandson and he would be satisfied. It's all a small matter, Yu Hai waved his hand. After getting the information he wanted, he was ready to get up and say goodbye to the old man and leave the bar. Since the club's so-called alliance certified trainer is a letter of recommendation, there is no need to choose the club path. It's just a letter of recommendation. He can join the gym without a letter of recommendation. Maybe there are pitfalls in the letter of recommendation. You have to sign a contract to get the letter of recommendation, and then take the letter of recommendation to the gym. As a result, if you fail the test of the gym owner, you can't become an apprentice, the letter of recommendation is invalid, and you have to come back to work. Isn't this a pure injustice? He would never do such a stupid thing, but becoming the gym master's apprentice is a threshold that cannot be avoided. If he wants to join a gym, he will definitely choose the gym in the Orange Islands first, after all, it is closer, and this will be his next goal. 262 Chapter 256, There is a Shady Deal. 262. The 4 gyms in the Orange Alliance are Xiaogan Gym. On Xiaogan Island, the gym master is Dun Mei, a young red-haired girl. According to the timeline, she should not be very old. After all, Dun Mei has a younger brother who is dumber and younger than Zai. Zai has not yet debuted. He has inquired about it before. Nepuru Gym. On Nepuru Island, the gym master is Ziodan, also a handsome red-haired guy, who is young and above. This gym can be considered. It is much stronger than the previous one and should be able to take the initiative to accept apprentices. The Yuzu Gym is located on Yuzu Island. The gym owner is Ai. He is another red-haired boy, the rival of Zai, the object of Zioxia's confession, and has a younger sister. He rejected this gym. The boy is probably not older than him. The reason for his rejection is the same as the first gym. He may not be able to make the decision and cannot recruit apprentices for the gym. The Liugan gym is located on Liugan Island. The gym owner is Liulai, a middle-aged woman with short red hair. She has 4 red hairs. Liulai also has a son who is also older than Zai. Liulai's son looks very similar to Zai, and even Pikachu is restored 1-to-1. It is estimated that the production team was lazy and copied and pasted the character modeling of Zai and Pikachu, but just changed a hat, and it became Liulai's son, named Haji. Oh my, Haji, however, this name is another stupid thing, and it must be as thick-skinned as Zai. However, he can consider joining the Ryugan gym as an apprentice, just like the second Neptune gym. After all, they are both old gym owners, and they should be the ones who can make the decision. It's hard to say about the other two. One is a girl and the other is a boy. They are probably just acting gym owners. They don't have much real power. They probably need to ask their elders for permission to recruit apprentices. The elders probably won't agree, so he doesn't have to go there. They can be ruled out directly. Anyway, try the Neptune gym and the Ryugan gym first. If they don't work, try the other 2 gyms. If the 4 gyms in the Orange Islands don't work, you can also go to the Kanto region, the Johto region, the Hone region, the Sinnoh region. The gyms in these regions can all be tried. There is no need to stick to the gyms in the Orange Islands. After sorting out what to do next, Yu Hai prepared to go to the battle site of the Pokemon Center to see if Xiao Ying is still here. He can also sign up here and sell his 10 points, which can just be sold to Xiao Ying to help Xiao Ying reduce the difficulty of obtaining points. However, he didn't know that when he left the competition venue, not only the long-haired young man from the Water Club noticed him, but also Taro from the Electric Club. At this time, Taro was in the coach's lounge of the Water Club. Unlike the lounge for contestants, the place where they rested was the lounge for the club's internal employees. To put it simply, it was their own lounge. The purpose of their participation in the competition was to snipe the dark horses of each club, such as Yu Hai, who was a stronger contestant, and the contestants who refused the club's invitation. Each club has a group of such senior sparring partners and senior coaches who specialize in helping other clubs snipe click on the contestant. For example, the employees of the Electric Club are stationed in the Water Club and the Flying Club respectively, and the Flying Club is stationed in the Grass Club and the Insect Club respectively. By analogy, each club has a group of employees stationed there who specialize in restraining the Electric Club employees of Water Clubs, helping other clubs to snipe dark horses and trainers who refuse invitations from the club, to prevent these dark horse contestants from winning the championship. First, it can crack down on trainers who refuse invitations from the club. Second, being able to train your own club employees is basically an unspoken rule. Third, it prevents outsiders from gaining rankings. In the end, it is all competition among club employees, and it can also train its own employees. Fourth, sniper battles can also increase the intensity of the game, instead of just novices pecking each other, or masters taking one move at a time, which reduces a lot of viewing experience, causing many viewers to complain that the game is not good to watch. Fifth. In short, it has many benefits for the club's employees, but it is not very friendly to outsiders. This is also the reason why Yuhei said that he will not win the championship. Even the top 10 are unlikely to be outsiders. In order to snipe the dark horses, the club will definitely compete internally. The winning employees will not only be rewarded, but also participate in the league with tasks. For this league, 6 clubs jointly sent 6 Quasi King trainers, 12 senior trainers, and 24 elite trainers. Faced with the club's luxurious lineup, it is difficult for wild trainers to win the championship. Wild trainers are not that strong. Wild trainers with some strength probably don't care about this league. But the employees of the club are very concerned. Taro and Keiko's boyfriend Jin are both on the list of employees who snipe at the dark horses in the competition. Taro's sniper target is Yukai. Taro is one of the 2 senior trainers in the Electric Club, and Jin is one of the 4 elite trainers. The 2 represent the senior group and the elite group respectively, targeting the dark horse players in these 2 stages of strength respectively. Someone in the Water Club has invited this mysterious trainer. It does not prevent us from sniping this trainer. Aaron, you go and try that armored rhinoceros first. Since the last battle, he has not used the mosquito-repellent frog again. This time he will probably use the mosquito-repellent frog again. If he cannot eliminate the opponent on the armored rhinoceros, I will personally eliminate the opponent and avenge the shame. Taro still remembers the previous battle where he was defeated by the reverse attribute. How could he forget this shame? The fact that he lost the reverse attribute was often made fun of by his colleagues during this period. This time is a good opportunity. He wants to get back all the honor he lost before. He is sure to defeat the mosquito-repellent frog, that is, he can take his electric beast one step further and evolve into an electric monster. Using the final evolved form of the electric shock beast to bully a mosquito-repellent frog, it is not easy to win. I'm afraid that if he wins, it won't be too glorious, but he can't care about that much. Facing the mysterious trainer, he has only one idea, that is, to defeat the opponent. The winner will be qualified to comment, and the loser can only leave sadly. Okay, I will be the first to snipe him. Aaron listened quietly to Taro's arrangements without saying anything. Their senior sparring staff are much lower level than their coaches. During the mission of the sniper team, they can only follow Taro's arrangements. Other senior sparring partners also have their own sniper missions. They cannot participate in the sniper missions of senior coaches. After all the tasks are arranged, now we are waiting for the second round of competition to start in 4 days. After the second round of competition begins, there will be several sniper battles every day. I believe the competition at that time will be exciting and definitely worth the price of admission. At the Elf Center, Yuhei came here and signed up for the competition before heading to the 6 battle venues here. The preliminary points competition for young trainers in Hasa City is held here. You can challenge each other to get your opponent's points. Points are 10-point cards. You must register with your real name to get 10 points with your name printed on them. There are registration records on the computer. Once the points are obtained by others and registered under their name, the computer will automatically deduct the initial points registered by you. After getting 10 points, Yuhei saw that the points were in this form, and he realized that a battle might have more than 1 point, or even all 10 points. Moreover, this form of points can be directly traded, just like tickets. Could it be that Hasa City officials didn't think of this? How could they not think of this? But Hasa City officials still did this. The official is giving benefits to trainers, using dues influence and the news of attending the competition to give benefits to ordinary trainers. As for where the benefits come from? Of course, whoever buys the points will pay for it. It is really generous to others, and you don't have to pay for it yourself. You want the reputation all by yourself. Ordinary trainers who had never thought that they could get 100 points could make a fortune from small and medium-sized enterprises. Those who entered the knockout round could eat meat. Ordinary trainers like them who could not enter the knockout round could also have a sip of soup. The Hasa City Young Trainer Competition also stipulates that anyone under the age of 16 can participate, but there are only 64 places in the knockout round. Only the top 64 trainers who are the first to get 100 points can enter the knockout round. When he came to the battlefield, while looking for Xiaoying, he also inquired about the current situation. The price of points has been hyped up to 61,000 points. That is to say, with his initial 10 points, he can earn 600,000 yuan without doing anything. If someone is really rich and inhumane, he can directly spend 6 million to buy the points of 10 people and enter the knockout round directly. This is called money to pave the way and eliminate all opponents. He estimates that at least half of the players entering the knockout round are local tyrants. He must also sell his points before the top 64 are full. To gather the top 64 in the knockout round, more than 600 participating trainers are needed. What's more, some trainers don't want to sell their points, so more trainers are needed to fill this gap. In any case, there will be more than 600 lucky people who can drink a bite of soup in the points preliminary round. If each person is 600,000, 600 people will have more than 300 million funds, which can really make a big splash. It's not surprising that the points can be hyped up so high. After all, there is a pass for the youth trainer competition, and there are only 64 places in the knockout round. When the rich people gather 100 points, the price of points will definitely plummet, and in the end no one will even buy points. After asking about the competition, he finally walked around the battlefield and saw Xiaoying fighting on the trainer platform. Xiaoying's frog quickly defeated the opponent, and Xiaoying was driven down. Because the battlefield was in short supply and there were many trainers playing the game, Miss Junsha, who maintained order, stipulated that each trainer could only play one game. If they wanted to play the next game, they had to line up until their turn. Xiaoying just walked down the trainer platform and continued to line up under the trainer platform. Yu Hai walked up and called Xiaoying, "Xiaoying, are you here? Brother Hai? Did you play your game?" Xiaoying saw Yu Hai standing behind him and lined up with him. She was a little happy and asked excitedly, "Brother Hai, did you register?" "Yes, but I don't plan to play the game. I want to sell my points." "Sell it to me, Brother Hai, I'll give you 50,000 points." Xiaoying heard that Yu Hai wanted to sell points and immediately offered to buy them. "I can sell you the points. Are you sure you want to continue playing?" Yu Hai told Xiaoying what he had just realized, and then Xiaoying fell silent. You know, Xiaoying has been playing since morning until now, and he didn't have time to eat lunch. He has only accumulated 25 points, 10 of which are his initial points, 9 points are sold to him by the fat man, and 6 points are points won in the game. It is unknown how long it will take for him to collect 100 points. The registration office will update the promotion list at any time. 10 people have completed the preliminary round of 100 points. As the number of places decreases, the competition for buying points will become more and more fierce. Yu Hai feels that the top 64 can be filled in 2 or 3 days at most, which means that the requirements for entering the knockout round are more stringent than the 5 days he expected. Unless Xiaoying buys points with money, it is impossible to collect 100 points by playing games before the top 64. This point competition system is destined to be a benefit for ordinary trainers from the beginning. If you don't have the strength, don't fight for it. You can't compete with the rich and inhumane. After listening to Yu Hai's analysis, Xiaoying quietly left the queue. Yu Hai also followed him out of the queue and asked in confusion, "Xiaoying, you don't want to fight anymore?" "Brother Hai, unless I spend more than 5 million to buy the remaining points, I can't compete with others." Xiaoying smiled helplessly. The preliminary points competition is not very friendly to ordinary trainers like him. Just to enter the knockout round, he spent 6 million to show his face in the knockout round, and then was eliminated. Isn't this a pure injustice? In fact, the purpose of Hasa City to hold this competition is to cut the meat of the rich and let ordinary trainers at the bottom drink soup. If you don't have that strength, don't fight, just lie quietly and make money. After all, it's all free money. It's good that you understand. For us, participating in such a competition is meaningless. Yu Hai looked at the boys and girls who were waiting in line for the battle, and sighed that it was good to be young. Then, he and Xiaoying left the battle site and prepared to find buyers to sell the points in their hands. 10 points are 600,000 small money. At the same time, he also wrote a note and asked the big-mouthed gull to give it to the old director. If the children in the orphanage want to make money, they can also come and make some money. After all, 600,000 alliance coins can be regarded as a huge sum of money for a child. Brother Hai, are you notifying the orphanage? Xiao Ying asked curiously when she saw the big-mouthed gull flying away. Yes, let the children in the orphanage also come to make some money, Yu Hai nodded gently, without hiding the whereabouts of the big-mouthed gull. At the same time, he and Xiao Ying were looking for buyers of points outside the battlefield. Soon, both of them sold their points at a unit price of 61,000 points. Then, they left the battlefield and took a taxi back to the Villa 263. Chapter 257, Farewell 263. Brother Hai, you are right, Xiao Ying thought for a long time in the car, and did not feel sorry for selling the points. After all, he still made 1.5 million. What? Yu Hai didn't understand what Xiao Ying said. He was also confused by this sentence. Brother Hai, I played 6 games there and didn't even have lunch. Each game was worth 1 point. If you want to get 100 points in 2 or 3 days, it's impossible unless you buy it with money. No one plays for 10 points. Yu Hai was still thinking, if someone plays for 10 points, 9 games will make up 100 points. No one plays 1.50,000 or 60,000 points. No one is stupid. They all know the value of points. 10 points is equivalent to a 500,000 bet. Naturally, no one will play a 10-point battle. Okay, prepare dinner. There is still training in the evening. Yu Hai smiled helplessly, got up and patted Xiao Ying's shoulder, and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Xiao Ying also came to the kitchen to help. For the fighting competition, club league and youth trainer competition in Hassa City, his attitude towards these competitions is to participate. If he is serious, he will lose. As dinner is ready, they also have to prepare dinner for the elves. Xiao Ying also took out the various attribute energy cubes that Grandpa bought yesterday and prepared dinner for the elves. Yu Hai also took out energy cubes and elf-specific food to prepare dinner for the elves. He also took out the exquisite psychic energy cubes to make dinner for the 3 elves with psychic powers, Butterfree, Slowpoke and Starfish. 500 boxes of psychic energy cubes, that is, 5,000 cubes. Each elf eats 2 cubes every day during training. If they eat 6 cubes every day, they can eat for more than 800 days. Not bad. After preparing dinner for the elves, they also want to eat dinner. When eating dinner, turn on the TV, watch the local news, or watch some exciting Pokemon competitions, and learn some practical fighting skills. As soon as they turned on the TV, they saw the news that Juncha was searching the casino. It seems that the old man's report was received by Juncha, and there was no undercover agent of the rocket team in the city to obstruct the search. This means that there is no undercover agent of the rocket team in the city hall, or the undercover power is too small to affect the police's search. In any case, the casino, a major concern, has finally been turned over by Juncha. Even if there are casinos opening in the future, the rocket team will need to send people undercover again. Only then. At this juncture, Team Rocket can't open the casino again after seeing Juncha leave, that would be self-incriminating. When Team Rocket opens the casino again, he will no longer be here. After the game is over, he will go north to the Napuru Gym and the Dugan Gym to see if he can become a gym apprentice. This is his next goal. Since he doesn't choose the path of Team Rocket, he must go the way of the League, but he doesn't know if this path is easy to take. Brother Hai, you don't know what the prize of the youth trainer competition is, right? Yu Hai was eating dinner, thinking about what to do after leaving. Xiao Ying suddenly asked him, and he was stunned. He really didn't ask what the prize was, and he didn't think about participating in the competition. I don't know, do you know? Yu Hai asked casually. The champion prize this time is very generous. It is a water-type starter Pokemon. I heard that it was applied for from Dr. Uchiki's research institute, but it's a pity that it's not Infernape. What? A Infernape? This Pokemon is a bit expensive. A Pokemon egg has been sold for 50 million in the black market. Yu Hai heard about Infernape and immediately remembered the news he heard in the black market last time. 50 million for a Infernape is too outrageous, just because Infernape has a fighting type. The blue big dog Lucario, which also has a fighting type, has sold for hundreds of millions. And the Pokemon egg of Ralts, which has fighting and psychic types after evolution, has also been sold for hundreds of millions of league coins. He felt that these trainers were crazy. It's just a big blue dog and a cute Gardevoir. He also wanted one. If he had 100 million, he would buy the Pokemon eggs of the blue big dog and Ralts without hesitation, but he didn't have 100 million. He only had more than 50 million, which could buy a monkey brother at most, or 2 starter Pokemons with 40 potentials on the black market, and then nothing. Yeah, more than 50 million, my savings are only more than 10 million, I can't afford Flame. Xiaoying used chopsticks to pick up the rice in the bowl. He couldn't even compare to the price of Flame. Okay, eat quickly and cultivate your Electabuzz. It's no worse than Flame. What Yu Hai didn't say was that Zai's monkey brother defeated Shinji's Electabuzz. That battle also had the effect of the protagonist's halo. If it was really cultivated, Electabuzz was really not inferior to Flame Buzz. At least in the Orange Islands, Electabuzz was more delicious than Flame Buzz. I know, Xiaoying thought about it, but he still ate dinner honestly. He could only think of a way to deal with Flame Buzz later. I hope it will be cheaper in the future. By the way, after the game, I will leave Hasa City and stay for another week. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me at any time. I don't know when we can meet again after I leave. Brother Hai, where are you going? Xiaoying paused with her chopsticks and chewed the food, and asked Yu Hai where he was going, with air leaking from the corners of her mouth. I'm going to join a gym and become an apprentice. In order to become a trainer certified by the league, I can only take this path. Your grandfather told me. Yu Hai did not hide his whereabouts, and there was nothing to hide. He wanted to join the gym, but whether the gym owner would accept him was another matter. Join the gym, I'll go too. Xiaoying was about to say that she would go with him, but was immediately stopped by Yu Hai. Xiaoying, you are different from me. You still have your grandfather. You don't need to join the gym. Yu Hai first explained the reason for refusing Xiaoying to follow him, and then continued to explain, Xiaoying, you rely too much on me. Only by learning to think independently and having the courage to try, can you stand on your own and become a truly powerful trainer. I don't want others to have the deepest impression of you as my little follower, rather than the name of Xiaoying, when they mention you. I hope that when others think of you, they will mention your name and know that you are a powerful trainer. Instead of being someone else's little follower. I know, Brother Hai. Xiaoying heard the reason for refusing to follow, and she knew that she was indeed too dependent on Brother Hai, lacking a lot of opinions, and she could not really grow up like this. But when he thought of Brother Hai's imminent departure, his eyes suddenly became wet, and he tried hard to hold back the tears that had just fallen, but in the end he couldn't help but let them fall, sniffing his nose. Don't cry, why are you crying? It's not like we won't see each other in the future. As long as you are strong enough to stand on the world stage, defeat all opponents, and win the championship, that's when I discovered you. It's the same for me. When I win the championship, that's when you see me. Then we might or a competitor. I know, Brother Hai, I know. Xiaoying couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes when she thought that Brother Hai, who cared about her and was both her teacher and friend, was about to leave. Big tears kept falling. He really didn't want Brother Hai to leave, but he also knew that there was no way. Brother Hai wanted to pursue higher peaks, and he couldn't always follow Brother Hai. He also had his own peaks to climb. Brother Hai said this to tell him that the young eagle who had been hiding under the wings of the eagle would never grow up. Brother Hai wanted him to climb to the top and become a truly powerful trainer who could stand on his own. I'm done. You wash the dishes after dinner. Yu Hai stood up and stretched out his hand to rub. After rubbing Xiaoying's hair and comforting her, he came to the yard, lay on the folding bed to rest, and quietly looked at the sunset. Xiaoying is only an 11-year-old child, and he can't ask too much. He just hopes that Xiaoying can live and grow up, and that Xiaoying can remember his kindness. If he really wants to do something in the future, instead of lying down and living a salted fish life as a Super King trainer, Xiaoying will be a usable Super King combat force, a Super King combat force that can guard a big city and a large cruise ship. Such talents are very rare. You know, there are only a few in the rockets. There are quite a lot of 4 Super Kings in the Alliance, but they are the people of the Alliance, not his people. The Great Wood Spirit Legion is the basic base, and Xiaoying is also his basic plate. There will be many such basic plates in the future. It's okay if you don't do anything. Once you need strength to do something, you can instantly pull up an army of trainers and elves. Quietly thinking about the future, resting until the sun sets, Yu Hai went to pick up the giant crab, fed it with energy blocks, and the evening training began. Mosquito frog, come here. Yu Hai waved to the mosquito frog in the water to come out. He was going to give the mosquito frog weight training. Yobo, the mosquito frog came out of the swimming pool, all wet, stood in front of Yu Hai, waiting for Yu Hai's arrangement. Mosquito frog, this pair of leg rings is 100 kilograms of weight, each 50 kilograms, you try to run? Yu Hai put a weight on the mosquito-scented frog's leg ring and let the mosquito-scented frog try to run. Then, the mosquito-scented frog couldn't run at all, and it was difficult to move every step. It seems that the boss is right, a pair of 50 kilograms weights is just right, but he still doesn't choose 25 kilograms weights. For the mosquito-scented frog, a 100 kilograms weight is just right. The mosquito-scented frog has just put on the leg ring and is not used to it. Since it can't run, it has to walk. Mosquito-scented frog, slowly adapt to this weight. Yu Hai stood up and patted the mosquito-scented frog on the shoulder, letting the mosquito-scented frog take it slowly. Yobo, the mosquito-scented frog nodded, raised its heavy footsteps, and walked away step by step. At this time, Yu Hai thought that the mosquito-scented frog and the giant crab could train each other to defend. The mosquito-scented frog was put on a leg ring, and the giant crab was put on a wrist ring. Coo cough, the giant crab was wearing a wrist ring, and it was still a little uncomfortable. The big claws were heavy, and wearing a 100 kilogram wrist ring, it was difficult for the giant crab to even lift its claws, let alone release the defending moves. Don't worry, giant crab, think about your training to lift your claws on the deserted island, just start over. Yu Hai comforted the giant crab that couldn't lift its claws, reached out and patted the giant crab's broad back, and gently comforted the giant crab. Coo cough, the giant crab nodded seriously. It could lift its claws on the deserted island. Lift up the claws. It doesn't make sense that it can't even lift 50 kilograms after evolving. It's understandable that it can't lift the small claws, but it can't lift the big claws. It can't afford to lose face like a crab. After arranging the training of the frog and the giant claw, Yu Hai looked at the sauri and the iron rhinoceros. Finally, after thinking about it, forget it. The iron rhinoceros doesn't need to learn to defend. Han-Han's head is hard, so there's no need to learn to defend. Han-Han will learn to defend when he knows that his head hurts. Sorry, stop praying for rain, learn the defending move from frog, this move can resist one attack. And Butterfree, Slowpoke, Starfish, Ditto, Orb Spinner, you all learn to guard from the frog at night. Bailai, the gull flew down from the wall, stopped praying for rain, and went to learn to guard from the frog. Since Yu Hai was attacked, it also knew the importance of guarding. If every Pokemon can guard, they can also protect Yu Hai, themselves, and other partners at the critical moment. Butterfree, I also thought of the sneak attack last night. It's okay to be lazy at ordinary times, but you must not be lazy when learning to defend. Yadong, Slowpoke felt that he was just a pillow, and it was not impossible to protect this long-term meal ticket at night. Itu, the orb silk spider was Yu Hai's last line of defense, and it must learn to defend and protect its long-term meal ticket. Hey, Hai Xing heard Yu Hai's instructions and just followed the crowd. It was not familiar with this big family yet, and just thought everyone was pretty good. Busy, 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 Ditto moved quickly. The moment it jumped out of the water, it turned from a stupid thing into a mosquito-repellent frog. It felt that the mosquito-repellent frog form was most suitable for learning to defend. Since being warned by Yu Hai last time, Ditto has been much more cautious when facing Yu Hai. It also communicated with the orb silk spider about its experience of getting along with Yu Hai. It realized that as long as it was obedient, it would do whatever Yu Hai asked it to do, and it would not be punished if it did not make mistakes. The training tasks they have every day are not heavy. They are not the main battle elves. They only provide assistance every day. Food and accommodation are provided here. As long as they eat, drink, play and don't cause trouble, they will be very happy. The orb silk spider also warned Ditto not to provoke the battle maniacs like Frog, and they can't beat them. Also, don't provoke the big sister Butterfree, who is the earliest elder who followed Yu Hai. I don't know what the orb silk spider said to Ditto secretly. Yu Hai felt that Ditto was much more obedient and worked hard on the training of transformation. You know, the training tasks of Frog, Giant Claw Crab, Iron Rhino and Swan are double that of other elves. The orb silk spider only trains the accuracy of moves, Starfish only trains gravity moves and superpowers, and Ditto only trains face changes, which are all very easy training tasks. There are also Slowpoke and Butterfree who only train telekinesis, and Squirtle, who are almost free range. If you like, just practice. It's okay if you don't train and play. After all, he doesn't expect Squirtle to fight. Finally, there is Onion Duck, a duck sitting alone under the eaves, staring blankly at the stars in the sky, and no one knows what it is thinking. He feels that Onion Duck seems to be depressed. It used to train hard every day, but now it doesn't train at all, and it is always alone and dazed. Onion Duck, how about you learn to defend from them? Yu Hai came under the eaves, touched Onion Duck's head, and encouraged Onion Duck to contact other elves, hoping that Onion Duck can come out. Onion Duck has serious psychological problems, and he doesn't know how to enlighten Onion Duck. He can only let the enthusiasm of the elves infect Onion Duck and enlighten Onion Duck. Quack, quack, Onion Duck hates being touched on the head by humans the most, and directly slaps Yu Hai's palm away. Seeing this, Yu Hai did not get angry, but pushed Farfetch's duck butt and pushed Farfetch's duck towards Frog. Farfetch's duck was also pulled away by Slowpoke and joined the team learning to defend. He was comforting Farfetch's problematic Pokemon, while Xiaoying was also comforting Monkey Monster's irritable Pokemon. Monkey Monster is now much more stable than when he first came, after all, no one looks at him with strange eyes. Xiaoying also told Monkey Monster, "Do you want to fight back those ugly faces that laugh at you?" Of course Monkey Monster wants to fight back, but it can't, otherwise it wouldn't give up on itself. Then work hard to become stronger, and then fight back with me. You are my Pokemon, and I am your trainer. Those who laugh at you are laughing at me. I also want to fight back. Let's work hard together to fight back, knock out all their front teeth, and make their mouths crooked when they smile. Haga, haga. Monkey Monster heard this comfort, and tearfully opened his arms to hug Xiaoying. Since it became lame, no one has ever cared about it so much. It was really moved and vowed to follow Xiaoying and work hard to be Xiaoying's strongest fighter. Seeing that Monkey Monster finally listened to his words, Xiaoying also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This Pokemon was finally dealt with. He had been comforting it for a long time. Beep, beep, the electric monster saw Monkey Monster's moved look and snorted twice with disdain. It is now considered an old man in the team, and it is naturally very unhappy with the new Monkey Monster who joined and disobeyed discipline. Hojia Hojia, the Monkey Monster heard the electric monster mocking him, and his extremely sensitive heart was shocked. He angrily went to fight the electric monster. As a result, crackling, the Monkey Monster was electrocuted on the spot and couldn't take care of himself. He couldn't beat the electric monster at all. Xiaoying didn't stop the conflict between the monkey monster and the electric monster. He just wanted to use the electric monster's hand to let the monkey monster know the importance of hard work and strength, otherwise he couldn't even beat the electric monster. Hojia, the monkey monster couldn't beat the electric monster, so he could only get up and hug Xiaoying, and complain to Xiaoying that the electric monster electrocuted him. It's okay, monkey monster. If you don't become stronger, it won't just be the electric monster that bullies you, but anyone can bully you. You have to work hard to become stronger, you know? Be strong enough that no one dares to bully you, only when you bully others. Xiaoying felt that it was almost done, so she stood up and said seriously, Monkey monster, now I can protect you. If one day I can't protect you, and someone bullies me, I need you to protect me. Hojia, monkey monster was moved to tears again, hugged Xiaoying tightly with both hands and feet, and clenched his fists to decide to work hard on Xiaoying's part. Xiaoying didn't expect that this was still an emotional monkey monster, so she pulled monkey monster to start the evening training. Yu Hai also had a troublesome bad frog on his side, and he didn't notice the changes on Xiaoying's side. After all, he was too busy on his side. In order to allow bad frog to control the poison in its body, bad frog started jogging on the beach at night after detoxification. After jogging for 10 minutes, it had to stop and rest. Yu Hai took care of bad frog by his side, fearing that bad frog would be poisoned by jogging. Fortunately, nothing happened tonight. After bad frog detoxified, there was no need to worry about excessive physical exhaustion, and the poison would take the opportunity to erode the body. Yu Hai always had an antidote with him. Once bad frog was poisoned, he would detoxify it, hoping that he would never have to use it. After jogging for 3 hours, he took bad frog back to the villa and prepared supper for the elves after training. Everyone had supper, and he took out the incubator and took a look. He found that the elf eggs still had no reaction. It should not hatch silly birds tonight, so they prepared to rest. There was basically nothing to do in the next few days. They trained elves in the morning, noon, and night. They did not go to watch the fighting competition, club league, and youth trainer competition. The elimination round started, and they only needed to watch 2 more games. It didn't matter whether they watched the semi-finals and finals or not. It was just the semi-finals of a small place. He had watched the regional finals on TV more than once, and he didn't need to miss a final in an island city. What he needed was to go on stage to receive the award. During the last stay, he would wait for the giant claw crab to learn sword dance, for Butterfree to learn shadow clone, for Frog to learn absorption punch, and for Monkey Monster's bodybuilding. Wait for the elves to learn new moves, wait for him to be eliminated from the club league, and watch 2 more elimination games, and then he would leave Hasa City. On the 19th day after arriving at Hasa Island, it was drizzling. On the 20th day after arriving at Hasa Island, it was sunny. On the 21st day after arriving at Hasa Island, it was cloudy, with thunderstorms at night. On the 22nd day after arriving at Hasa Island, it was sunny. Today is the second round of the preliminary round of the club league. Today is also the day when the elimination round of the top 64 of the Hasa City Youth Trainer competition begins. 264 Chapter 258, Electric Beast. 264. On the 22nd day after arriving at Hasa Island, it was sunny. Today is the second round of the preliminary round of the club league. Today is also the day when the 64 elimination rounds of the Hasa City Youth Trainer competition begin. The venue is not near the Pokémon Center, but at the Grand Arena in the north of the city. The appearance of that Grand Arena is similar to the World Cup venue in the previous life. Yu Hai had the honor to see it when he went to the north of the city to find a teacher for the armored rhino. That kind of Grand Arena can accommodate more than 100,000 people, and there is no problem for 200,000 people to watch the game, but tickets are required for admission. He and Xiaoying got up in the morning, prepared breakfast for the Pokémons, prepared breakfast for themselves, and turned on the local TV station. They didn't need to go to the grand arena that required tickets, and it was the same to watch the game on TV in the villa. With the special guests on TV, and two beautiful hosts attended the conference together, fireworks around the venue bloomed one after another, and the youth trainer competition was officially opened in Du's voice. The camera gave the big screen of the venue, and the 64 players who advanced to the elimination rounds were divided into 2 roulettes and began to roll. After a few breaths, the roller stopped, and the big screen showed 2 contestants participating in the elimination match, and the first elimination match began. The match was about to begin, and the host notified the contestants to enter the venue. 3 grey circles appeared next to the 2 contestants' avatars on the big screen. They were the icons of the 2 sides' elves that were about to be sent out. The youth trainer elimination tournament was still a 3v3 match. Only in the semi-finals would a 6v6 full team match be held. After the contestants entered the venue, the camera on the TV also shifted from the big screen to the contestants on the competition field. The 2 contestants also sent out elves at the same time under the questioning of the referee. The 2 elves were Electric Jolteon vs Grass and Psychic Coconut Tree. Jolteon restrains water and flying, and is restrained by ground. Coconut Tree restrains ground, rock, water, poison, and fighting, and is restrained by flying, poison, bug, ghost, fire, ice, and dark. Neither side restrained their own attributes, nor did they restrain the other side's attributes. After releasing their Pokémon, neither side planned to change Pokémon. As the referee's flag fell, the battle between the 2 contestants began. The trainer of Jolteon knew very well where his advantage was, and immediately ordered Jolteon to move at high speed and bite the coconut tree. The trainer of the coconut tree also knew where his weaknesses were, and even more so where his opponent's weaknesses were, and immediately ordered the coconut tree to stomp. The Jolteon running at high speed was too fast, like a golden lightning. As soon as the coconut tree stomped down, Jolteon bit the green leaves on the top of the coconut tree and refused to let go. Seeing this scene, the trainer of the coconut tree decisively used the Pokeball to take back the coconut tree, using the opportunity to change Pokémon once, and also lit up the coconut tree icon on the big screen. Next, the coconut tree trainer released his second Pokémon, the water and ground type Swamp King, which was immune to the damage of Jolteon's electric moves. Seeing the opponent replace Swamp Lord, Jolteon's trainer also took back Jolteon and sent out his second Pokémon, the Grass-type Lizard. Wow, Lizard, the Grass-type starter Pokémon of the Hoenn region, Yukai saw the contestant on TV actually sent out the starter Pokémon and used the opportunity to replace Pokémon once each. Judging from the Pokémon of the 2 contestants, the trainer of Jolteon and Lizard should be a local tyrant. Even if they are not rich, they have mines at home. Even if they don't have these, there is a veteran who has shed blood for the Alliance and made contributions to the Alliance. Otherwise, they can't get the Alliance's 3 starter Pokémon. On the other side, the Coconut Tree and the Swamp King are much more approachable compared to the 3 starter Pokémon. They are all easy to obtain Pokémon. After the Jolteon trainer released the Forest Lizard, he saw the Coconut Tree trainer and took back his Swamp King and sent out the 3rd flying Pokémon, Pidgeot. Seeing Pidgeot, the Jolteon trainer also took back the Forest Lizard and threw out his Jolteon again. So far, the Jolteon trainer and the Coconut Tree trainer have used up 2 opportunities to change Pokémon respectively, and both sides have only 1 opportunity to change Pokémon. The Jolteon trainer took back Jolteon once and Forest Lizard once respectively. The Coconut Tree trainer took back Coconut Tree once and Swamp King once respectively. The Pokémon on the battlefield now are the Jolteon of the Jolteon trainer and the Pidgeot of the Coconut Tree trainer. After changing and changing, the result was still the same. The Coconut Tree trainer decided to use the last chance to change Pokémon, took back Pidgeot, and sent out his own Coconut Tree again. After releasing the Coconut Tree trainer had used up his 3 chances to change Pokémon, and the Jolteon trainer had 1 more chance to change Pokémon. From this Pokémon changing contest, it can be seen that whoever changes the starting Pokémon first will suffer. The starting Pokemon is very important, and it is more important to know what Pokemon the opponent has, so that you can guess which Pokemon the opponent's starting Pokemon is, and then you can take the initiative in the game. With the two starting Pokemons returning to the field, the battle between the two sides started again. In the end, the Coconut Tree Trainer won the first game. Since the battlefield was a grass field, the coconut tree tripped Jolteon with a grass knot. Jolteon was controlled by telekinesis and hypnotized by the coconut tree. The coconut tree trainer who won the first game was not happy at all, because he could no longer change his Pokemon, and all three Pokemon were revealed. The opponent still had one Pokemon that was not exposed, and he was unsure. The Jolteon trainer on the other side used the Pokeball to take back the unconscious Jolteon and sent out his forest lizard again. After a Pokemon loses its combat ability, the number of changes for the Pokemon sent out again does not count, which means that he still has one chance to change Pokemon. Seeing the opponent send out the forest lizard, the coconut tree trainer secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since he won the previous game, the winner could attack first. The second game was quickly decided. The coconut tree consumed too much energy to defeat the Jolteon, and finally lost in the battle with the forest lizard. After taking back the unconscious coconut tree, one Pokemon icon of both sides turned grey, but the Jolteon trainer still had one chance to change Pokemon. The coconut tree trainer thought for a moment and decided to send out his Pidgeot. He wanted to bet that the opponent would not take back the forest lizard. The opponent would have used it long ago if he wanted to change Pokemon. When the referee asked, Jolteon said he would not take back Lizard, which made Coconut Tree Trainer feel relieved. Then Lizard, the winner, attacked first. As expected, Lizard was defeated by Pidgeot in its prime. It was restrained by Pidgeot's attributes and was knocked out by flying-type moves. Lizard's icon also turned grey. In this situation, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Coconut Tree Trainer had the upper hand. Coconut Tree Trainer still had two Pokemon to fight, Pidgeot and Swamplord. Jolteon Trainer only had one Pokemon that had never appeared before, but Jolteon Trainer was not in a hurry. He took off the Pokeball hanging on his chest slowly and released his last Pokemon. Boom! Boom boom boom, roar roar! What is that? Yu-Hai was surprised to see the last Pokemon sent by the Jolteon trainer on the TV screen, which fell heavily on the playing field, raising a lot of dust and bending the grass. It was an electric Pokemon that was so excited that it beat its chest, and the thunder of the beating echoed throughout the venue. It was flowing with violent electricity and flying sparks. It was venting its excitement on the playing field, the electric Pokemon, Electra. This Pokemon had a monster-like burly body and a pair of thick arms. It was covered with black stripes, much like the stripes on a tiger. The conductive organs on its tail and head could help Electra accumulate more electricity and release terrifying destructive power. Although he had long guessed that the evolution of Electra had been discovered, he couldn't help but tremble when he saw such a powerful Electra for the first time. Brother Hai, that Xiao Ying stood up excitedly when he saw the electric shock monster appear. He didn't care even if the chopsticks fell to the ground. His head was buzzing now. He couldn't believe what he saw. What did he see? He actually saw a Pokemon that looked like the electric shock beast. That is the evolution of the electric shock beast, the electric shock monster. Yu-Hai knew about this a long time ago. He quickly came to his senses and answered Xiao Ying's doubts. Is this what Brother Hai said, to cultivate the electric shock monster well? A Pokemon that is no worse than Infernape. Xiao Ying immediately thought of the implicit hint Yu-Hai had given him before. She didn't quite understand it at the time, but now she was overwhelmed with emotion. He didn't expect that this Pokemon actually had an evolved form, and such a powerful evolved Pokemon. He immediately turned his head to look at the electric monster that was having breakfast with other Pokemon in the yard. It was incredible that the little guy who was not even as tall as him could grow so big. Brother Hai should have known about the electric monster a long time ago, but he didn't dare to reveal it for some reason. It was only now that he said it because the electric monster had been exposed. Before he saw the electric monster, this Pokemon was there is no news at all. Perhaps this is why Brother Hai dare not say it. The existence of the electric beast was kept secret by all parties until this moment. Sitting in the commentary booth, Du and the host, as well as the audience in the conference hall, dared not breathe in the face of the violent oppression emanating from the burly body of the electric beast. This violent lightning and electric field deeply shocked all the audience in the venue. They were also the most shocked group of people who felt this violent aura. This also reminded them of the crazy Gyarados, which was exactly the same violent. As one of the 4 heavenly kings, Du did not have too much surprise on his face. He had known that the electric beast, but it was also the first time to feel the violent aura of the electric shock monster up close. The other 2 beautiful hosts were not so calm. Although they had watched the electric shock monster from a distance before attending the commentary, and had obtained first-hand information about the electric shock monster, it was a compulsory course for the hosts to prevent embarrassment during the commentary. However, they were in isolation at the time and did not feel this kind of violence. Now the free electrons in the air made the black hair on their heads float up subconsciously. As the images of the competition venue were broadcast, the audience in front of the TV outside the conference venue also saw the fierce electric shock monster like a monster. Outside the venue, the audience did not feel the violent lightning field emitted by the electric shock monster, but saw the terrifying lightning running around on the burly body of the electric shock monster, pressing the grass of the entire battlefield to crawl on the ground, spreading in all directions like waves. The appearance of the electric shock monster shocked all the audience, and made all the audience feel the violent power that oppressed the entire venue, which was enough to make the audience who did not see the electric shock monster in person deeply shocked by this powerful elf. Look at the grass field, many green grasses are bent by the momentum of the electric shock monster, and the competition venue has been changed by this elf. This elf is so strong that even the competition venue is affected. Yes, I can feel it through the screen. This elf is so fierce, although the audience outside the venue could not feel how terrifying the violent current running through the body of the electric shock monster was. However, at the moment when the electric shock monster started thundering, golden lightning quickly covered the whole body of the electric shock monster. The microphone at the scene recorded the buzzing sound from the burly body of the electric shock monster, which was the terrifying roar of the electric shock monster releasing violent lightning. They all saw that the entire competition venue was restless, and the countless thunders in the air were roaring continuously. The electric shock monster only thundered, and it showed he was so powerful that only one Electabuzz could provide all the electricity needed for a large city's buildings for a year. All the electricity needed for a year was burst out by Electabuzz in an instant, which shows how powerful this Pokemon is. The general manager of the Electric Club who saw this Electabuzz sighed softly while sitting in the office. According to the club's arrangement, Electabuzz should appear on the club's field. Now that it has been exposed by others, he has no choice. There are more than one trainer participating in the Electabuzz evolution experiment. The club needs a lot of experimental data, but it is not if they can use the electric beasts in the breeding house, they can only find other trainers. It's easy to deal with their own people, but they can't control other trainers who have electric beasts. Even if they sign an agreement, they can only get some compensation at most, but they dare not come to their door to complain, not to mention that they don't need that little compensation. However, it's not a bad thing to expose the electric beasts now. The club just loses some starting advantages. The Electric Club can also follow up at any time and let employees use electric beasts to compete in the club. What's more, their breeding house occupies 80% of the electric monster cubs on the market. Trainers who want to buy electric monsters trainers can only come to their breeding house. The general manager immediately arranged to adjust the battle order and arrange for trainers with electric monsters to appear first, which can also steal some of the heat of the young trainer conference. At the same time, calls were made to the department store and the main breeding house, telling these two places to be prepared. After seeing the power of electric monsters, there will definitely be a group of trainers who want to buy electric monsters. As for the black market, it is useless to notify it. The black market is still blocked. People outside can't get in, and people inside can't get out. I don't know when it will be unblocked. 265 Chapter 259, He didn't grow crooked, he just lay flat. 265. In the club, Huize's boyfriend Aaron, who saw the powerful performance of electric monsters, just came back to his senses from the powerful shock of electric monsters. His heart suddenly beat, and then his heartbeat became faster and faster. He also moved his eyes away from the screen and turned to Taro, the senior coach who led the team this time. The other side had an electric monster on him. It is very likely that it has evolved into an electric monster now. And Taro was answering a phone call and was in a hurry to go out. He noticed from the window that the direction Taro left was the direction back to the electric club. Watching Taro go away, Aaron looked back at the broadcast screen. The electric monster inside defeated the coconut tree trainers Pidgeot and Swampert, and the scene also erupted in deafening cheers. It is not known whether they were cheering for victory, cheering for seeing a wonderful game, or cheering for seeing a powerful Pokémon. A new Pokémon like Electric Monster has such high popularity and is so powerful just for the first appearance. He must also get one to breed. He works in the Electric Club, and it is easy to get an electric monster, as long as he has money, but he just doesn't have money. But the talent of such an electric monster is hard to say. It's not that he can't get an electric monster with good talent, but it's a little difficult. Compared with the benefits, this difficulty is not worth mentioning at all, and it is not necessarily a risk. Maybe his good luck has come. Next, he saw Taro release the electric monster to compete on the TV screen. His opponent was the dark horse of the Electric Club. The two fought fiercely, which made the audience today very excited. Many viewers were ready to leave and wanted to see the electric monster at the Grand Hall. Now the Electric Club also has an electric monster, so there is no need for the audience to go. As the news of the appearance of new elves at the Grand Hall and the Electric Club spread, the audience flocked to the two competition venues, and thousands of more tickets were sold. Once again, witnessing the power of the electric monster, Aaron was more determined. He had to get an electric monster no matter what. Maybe he could even touch the threshold of the king in this life. The old man in the tavern who also saw the electric monster knew that the electric monster could evolve. Otherwise, he would not have prepared in advance to get an electric monster. Seeing that the electric monster was so powerful, the old man tapped the armrest of the sofa with his index finger, imagining that his grandson's electric monster, when the grandson cultivated it, would it be as powerful as the electric monster in the conference venue. Just a thunderbolt can cover the entire competition venue, leaving Pidgeot nowhere to hide, and a random electric current can stun Pidgeot in the air. Finally, he even ignored the electric move of Swamp King and just raised his hand to slap him. A slap without any attributes can make Swamp King fly out of the competition venue and knock him out directly. Xiao Ying's electric monster should also be able to do it. With that electric monster, Xiao Ying's future does not need to be worried. Brother Hai, this elf is so strong. Xiao Ying felt it all, whether it was the shock felt by the audience or the oppression felt by the audience outside the venue. Yes, it's very strong. Yu Hai wanted an electric monster a long time ago, because it is really handsome, strong, and very safe. It's just that it's too rare to find an electric monster with good talent. Xiao Ying does have an electric monster with good talent, but Xiao Ying is his student, calls him big brother, and trusts him unconditionally. As a time traveler, he was born and raised under the red flag, a 5 good youth. Although he is not a good person, he once complained about society and scolded God for being unfair, but he didn't grow up crooked. He also worked hard, struggled, and finally lay flat. As a 5 good youth who is not a good person, he can't, at least shouldn't do things that violate his bottom line. If he does, he will be a complete evil person, even his heart is dirty and black, the kind that can't be washed white. What's the difference between it and those charities in the previous life that took advantage of people's kindness and were not open and transparent? So he said before that whether to donate to the orphanage is not complicated, but the human heart is complicated, because you never know what color the heart hidden under the human face beast heart is. His heart is black, he doesn't refute, but he will stick to the bottom line of being a human. This is the bottom line for him to walk in the sun. He doesn't want to be a hyena in the dark, cunning and greedy, often attacking from behind. He really just wants to be a good person, doesn't want to fight and kill, just wants to lie down and spend his life. He was a fisherman who lay down in his previous life. Even if there is no electric shock monster in this life, he will not force it. He looks at everything lightly. If he likes something, he will actively fight for it, and he will not rob it if he can't get it. A person's life is too short, only a short 100 years. He just wants to live a good life with his lovely elves every day, and he will be satisfied. This is a true portrayal of a lying guy. The lying guy just wants to lie down, doesn't want to be cannon fodder, doesn't want to be used as fuel, doesn't want to be rolled around, doesn't want to be used as consumables, doesn't want to be eaten up, and finally nothing is left, only a handful of ashes. The lying guy is just an ordinary person who can think and breathe. After lying flat, he didn't have too many entanglements, didn't have too much reluctance, and let go of his obsession. In the end, everyone will think about what they are living for, and they will figure out how they want to live their lives. The man who lays flat has also figured it out. The man who lays flat doesn't want to be like the story of the shepherd boy, herding sheep and giving birth to children and continuing to herd sheep, and then repeating the cycle, with endless descendants. The life of the shepherd boy is a reincarnation. If there is no accident, the shepherd boy will reincarnate from generation to generation. The shepherd boy will not think about why he has to reincarnate like this, he doesn't even realize that this is a reincarnation. The shepherd boy also, like his fathers, he will follow the path of his ancestors and fathers, and go through reincarnations one after another. The lying man does not want to be a shepherd boy, numbly trapped in reincarnation. If this is suffering, please end it in my generation and stop harming the next generation. This is also the true portrayal of the hearts of most young people in the past life. In the end, the lying man will pursue those things that can be pursued, rather than those with great costs and extremely low probability. Just like him now, he wants to conquer elves with high potential, and he will conquer them if he can meet them, and forget about elves without high potential. He has thought it through long ago. He wants to spend the rest of his life happily with his elf friends, wants to join a gym, wants to see this colorful world, wants to cook a delicious meal for himself, wants to sleep until he wakes up naturally, read a book, and learn new knowledge. There are too many things he wants to do in life. If you can't do these little things and can't make a delicious meal, you can also make a slight adjustment and start with cooking a bowl of instant noodles. These are all very simple things. It doesn't matter if it can't be completed. People always have to have a few small goals, which is also the motivation for his long journey. The mosquito frog, butterfree, giant claw crab, iron rhino, big-mouthed gull, bad frog. Having these elf partners with the potential of quasi-kings is enough for the fisherman, and he won't ask for too much. After watching the 1-2 match of the electric shock monster, he also finished his breakfast. After asking Xiaoying to wash the dishes, he came to the yard to lie down and prepare to bask in the morning sun. These are his last 2 days in the villa. The peaceful and quiet life will be gone forever, and he will embark on an unknown road again. Unless he becomes a trainer certified by the League, he can stay here and continue to live a comfortable life. Even if he doesn't become an apprentice in the gym or a trainer certified by the League, he can't stay on Hasa Island for the rest of his life. After finally coming to this wonderful world, he must go to see the customs of different parts of the world, different cities, different scenery, different battle culture, different trainers, different Pokemon, different. In short, there are many, many places he wants to see, play, and walk. Joining the gym as an apprentice is just the most insignificant thing in life. Even without the identity of a certified trainer by the league, he can live a good life. The most important thing to him has always been his Pokémon companions. As long as there are these Pokémon companions, the place where he is with them is home, a warm home. 266 Chapter 260, The Dark Side. 266. After breakfast, he turned out the incubator again, charged the incubator, and wiped the surface of the eggshell with a soft towel. Today is the 20th day of hatching Pokémon eggs. 5 days have passed in a blink of an eye. Time flies so fast. He had missed the hatching cycle of many silly birds before. Now it was the hatching cycle of caterpie, caracara, boar, baby bear, and possum. He didn't know what kind of elves this brown-patterned elf egg could hatch. However, the elf egg still had no movement today. Obviously, there was no sign of hatching. He even suspected that it was a bad egg. Suspicion was just suspicion. He had no evidence of a bad egg. He could only let the elf egg hatch slowly. If it didn't work in 20 days, it would be a month. If it didn't work in a month, it would be 2 months. If it didn't work in 2 months, it would be half a year, and a year. If the elf still couldn't hatch in a year, it would be a bad egg. Then he would crack the fried egg. No elf had a hatching cycle of 1 year. According to the information he found, even the mythical beasts could only hatch in 3 months at most. Well, no matter what could be hatched, it would be up to fate. Putting the wiped elf egg back into the incubator and putting the fully charged incubator back into the backpack, he and Xiao Ying prepared to go out and took a taxi to the water club. Today is the second round of the club league preliminary round. Xiao Ying is ahead of him. There are more than 4,000 contestants in the preliminary round. He is ranked high and will play the second round of the preliminary round today. As soon as they arrived at the club's lounge number 8, the big screen notified Xiao Ying to enter. It was really a coincidence. They almost missed Xiao Ying's preliminary round. When he saw Xiao Ying's opponent on the screen, he secretly thought that the organizer was too shameless, because there must be something fishy about this game. You know, there are more than 4,000 contestants. Xiao Ying was so unlucky that she met the Krypton Gold Fat Man, the third of the 3 Krypton Gold brothers, Jiro. If this is not a shady deal, what is it? How could 2 conflicting trainers meet by chance among more than 4,000 people, and Xiao Ying's hard power is obviously not as good as the Krypton Gold Fat Man. No matter which Pokémon Xiao Ying has, it is not as strong as the Krypton Gold Fat Man's Jolteon. Even if Xiao Ying releases her own electric shock monster, it can absorb Jolteon's electric moves. Since the last time the Jolteon was reversed by the crab, it has learned high-speed movement. Now it is much faster than Xiao Ying's electric monster when it runs with high-speed movement. Xiao Ying's electric monster can hardly keep up with the speed of Jolteon. Jolteon also defeated Xiao Ying's electric monster with its speed advantage. Xiao Ying lost her preliminary round. After taking back the electric monster with the poke ball, Xiao Ying sighed helplessly and turned back to the player channel. After following Yu Hai for so long, he also knew some shady things. Hidden rules. He knew that the opponent was deliberately arranged to target him with the ugly conspiracy. This was probably what Brother Hai said, the reason why he couldn't win the championship. He was not discouraged or depressed about losing this game. After all, being targeted by the conspiracy was just a little disappointment with the club. Anyway, there is a long way to go, and there will be plenty of time in the future. Winning once doesn't mean anything. It's awesome to win all the time. He has learned to be casual now. How is it? Yu Hai leaned against the entrance of the passage. Seeing Xiao Ying walk out calmly, he thought Xiao Ying would scold him. I lost to that fat guy. Xiao Ying sighed softly and waved his hand helplessly. He didn't want to talk now. It was very uncomfortable to be targeted by the conspiracy, and the fat guy's smug expression after winning him. He really wanted to go up and slap the fat guy hard, but he couldn't hit people in the game, so he could only bear it. Haha, Don't be discouraged, take your time, his Jolteon takes longer than yours, cultivate your Pokemon well, you will catch up with him. Yu Hai stretched out his hand to hold Xiao Ying's neck, and laughed heartlessly. Xiao Ying is no longer as serious as she was at the beginning, and she is no longer stubborn. She knows how to judge the situation and knows how to bend and stretch. Seeing Xiao Ying like this, he was relieved after leaving. Xiao Ying probably won't do anything stupid and should be able to grow up to adulthood. I will work hard, Brother Hai. Xiao Ying heard Yu Hai say that, and thought of Brother Hai's departure. Losing the game is not sad, but when she thought of Brother Hai's departure, she couldn't feel happy at all, and it was more painful than him losing the game. Don't worry, they won't let me go, I just don't know if the fat man's brother is here to stop me. Yu Hai and Xiao Ying leaned on the corridor, looking up at the battle arrangement on the screen on the wall. He was number 3000, and Xiao Ying was number 300. They both participated in the second round today. It was still a long time before his turn to participate, so they decided to have lunch first. The two came to the Sailor Bar canteen and had another free lunch. The chef here was a master chef, and it was a waste of talent to cook a meal for them. In his words, it must be much more delicious and expensive than the home cooking he learned in his previous life. If he hadn't taken advantage of Xiao Ying's status as the boss's grandson, he wouldn't have been able to have this delicious lunch. For the elves' lunch, they also found a private room and let all the elves out to have lunch together. After the elves finished lunch, they all took back their elf balls. After a short lunch break, they went to the water club again. He saw on TV that the number in front of him was almost finished, and it was almost his turn. When the two of them arrived at the water club, the screen was notifying him to enter the venue. His opponent had been waiting for him to enter the venue. When he entered the field, he saw that his opponent was another familiar person, but he was not familiar with this familiar person, but he was familiar with this acquaintance's girlfriend. The moment he saw this opponent, he thought of Xiao Ying's opponent, the Krypton Gold Fat Man. These two people were probably arranged by Taro and the club. For the manipulated game, it doesn't matter if he doesn't participate. After this game, he won't play again. First of all, he is a living person, not a tool to be manipulated by others. This kind of meaningless game, continuing to participate is to make himself uncomfortable, it is a waste of time. Then he will leave Hasa's city tomorrow, and it is very good to leave by cruise ship. There was no way to take the big-mouthed gull before, and now there is no need to sleep in the wind and eat. In any case, whether he leaves or abandons the game, he has to finish this game. The elf he sent is still the armored rhino, and the elf sent by Keiko's boyfriend Aaron is Magneto. Magneto can't use electric moves against the armored rhino, which is half useless. The final result was not unexpected. Magnetron was knocked unconscious by the accelerated rhino and lost his ability to fight. He won the game. 267.